Chapter 1. The first encounter in the enigmatic and vast realm of the Immortals. Li Hao-Yen, a renowned medical sage, stood resolutely at the precipice of life and death during his tribulation. His silhouette appeared solitary yet steadfast under the shadows of ominous thunderclouds, while the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him like a torrential tide. However, the ferocity of the divine lightning was overwhelming despite his utmost efforts. He was ultimately struck by a cataclysmic bolt, and his consciousness was engulfed by an abyss of darkness. When Li Hao-Yen regained a flicker of clarity, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar world. The cacophony of voices filled his ears, and an unusual ambience permeated the air. Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld bustling streets and a myriad of architectural styles unfolding before him at that moment. Princess Tsunade of the Hidden Leaf Village emerged from a gambling den, her expression clouded with discontent. Her golden hair was disheveled under the sunlight, and her spirits were at an all-time low as she muttered curses about her misfortune that didn't intentionally. Her gaze fell upon a curled-up boy by the roadside. The boy was clad in tattered garments. His frail form appeared as if a mere gust of wind could topple him, and his face was marred with dirt and exhaustion. Yet his delicate features and unique aura could not be obscured. The healer within Tsunade was instantly ignited. Prompting her to hasten to the boy's side, she knelt beside him and gently placed her hand on his pulse. After a moment, her brow furrowed, and she murmured, "His pulse is alarmingly weak, and his breath is but a whisper. What calamity has befallen him?" Without hesitation, Tsunade scooped Li Hao-Yen into her arms and hurried towards her abode. As she rushed home, Tsunade's thoughts raced. She reminisced about her relentless pursuit of medical ninjutsu, those countless days and nights spent battling afflictions, and in that moment, this unfamiliar boy seemed to rekindle a long-lost sense of purpose within her. She tightened her embrace around the boy and quickened her pace upon arriving home. Tsunade gently placed Li Hao-Yen on the bed and immediately set to work. With practiced hands, she fetched clean water and delicately wiped the boy's face and body with a soft cloth, her movements gentle and meticulous, as though treating a rare treasure. Subsequently, she turned to her medicinal cabinet, selecting several herbs from a plethora of options, and swiftly began to grind and concoct them. In no time, a fragrant herbal soup was prepared under Tsunade's meticulous care. Li Hao-Yen's condition gradually stabilized as breathing became rhythmic and prolonged, and the pallor that had once graced his visage slowly began to take on a hint of color. Tsunade remained vigilantly by his bedside, her heart brimming with curiosity and wonder. Where had this boy come from, and how had he fallen to such depths? As night fell silently, the moonlight streamed through the window, draping the room in a silvery veil. Li Hao-Yen slowly opened his eyes, revealing a room that was unfamiliar yet suffused with warmth. Confusion and bewilderment flickered in his gaze, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Kushina keenly sensed his stirring and hurried forward, her voice laced with concern. "You're awake. How do you feel?" Li Hao-Yen gazed at the golden-haired, azure-eyed woman before him, his lips trembling slightly, yearning to speak but finding his throat parched and dry. It seemed Kushina discerned his predicament. She gently reassured him, "Do not rush rest while you have been unconscious for quite some time, and your body remains frail." Li Hao-Yen nodded softly, his heart brimming with gratitude. He was acutely aware that this woman had saved his life with her presence. He gradually relaxed and succumbed to slumber once more. In his dreams, memories of his past in the celestial realm surged forth. Those arduous days of cultivation and the philosophical discourses with fellow practitioners now mere elusive phantoms. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, caressing Li Hao-Yen's face as he stirred awake, feeling a modicum of strength returning to his body. He slowly propped himself up, surveying his surroundings, yet the sense of disorientation lingered at that moment. Kushina entered with a steaming bowl of porridge. Upon seeing him awake, a smile of relief graced her face as she said, "Here, have some porridge to replenish your strength." Li Hao-Yen accepted the bowl, sincerely expressing, "Thank you, kind lady, for saving my life. I, Li Hao-Yen, shall forever remember your kindness." Kushina waved her hand lightly, replying, "No need for such formality. I am a healer, and saving lives is my duty. By the way, how did you find yourself unconscious by the roadside?" A jolt of alarm coursed through Li Hao-Yen. He understood the necessity of concealing his identity from the celestial realm. After a brief contemplation, he replied, "I am not entirely certain. I only recall searching for a location before suddenly losing consciousness, and upon awakening, I saw you." Kushina scrutinized him, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes, yet she chose not to press further. In the days that followed, under Kushina's meticulous care, Li Hao-Yen gradually regained his health. He began to familiarize himself with this entirely new world, the world of Naruto. He learned that Kushina was a pivotal figure in Konoha and a remarkably skilled medical ninja. He admired her medical prowess and formidable strength, while simultaneously nurturing a fervent desire to explore this world teeming with ninjas and passionate battles. Li Haoyan silently vowed that, since fate had brought him to this realm and he had received Kushina's aid, he would endeavor to thrive here, utilizing the medical skills he had acquired in the celestial realm to carve out a space of his own in this world. The extraordinary bond between him and Kushina was but the prologue of their tale. Chapter 2. Adaptation and Exploration. As Li Haoyan's health gradually improved, he began to earnestly adapt to this entirely new world of Naruto. Kushina's abode was replete with the distinctive characteristics of the ninja world, with an array of ninja tools and herbs casually strewn about, and a map of Konoha. Adorning the wall, Li Haoyan often stood before the map, gazing intently at the unfamiliar names and markers, pondering the intricate patterns and power dynamics of this world. Tsunade noticed his actions and took the initiative to explain the situation of Konoha village and the surrounding ninja villages, including the characteristics of the 5 great shinobi countries, the hierarchy of ninja ranks, and the significant wars that had transpired in the ninja realm. Engrossed in her words, Li Haoyan occasionally posed questions, acutely aware that this knowledge was vital for his survival in this new world. Throughout his interactions with Tsunade, Li Haoyan began to reveal his unique insights into medicine. On one occasion, while treating an injured individual, Tsunade encountered a challenging issue with an uncontrollable infection. Observing her struggle, Li Haoyan applied the healing techniques he had learned in the Shinjit, integrating the herbal properties of the Naruto world to propose a novel treatment plan. He guided the medicinal properties of the herbs deep into the patient's body, using his special spiritual energy, expediting the healing process. Tsunade was astonished by his method and grew increasingly appreciative of his medical skills, leading to frequent exchanges of medical insights between them. Nonetheless, Li Haoyan was acutely aware that while there were parallels in medicine, the power structure of this world was distinctly different. He resolved to learn ninjutsu to better protect himself and assist others. Upon learning of his intentions, Tsunade decided to personally instruct him in the fundamental principles of ninjutsu and physical techniques in the training ground. Li Haoyan experienced the marvel of ninjutsu for the first time. Tsunade demonstrated a simple fire technique, flames erupting from her mouth and instantly incinerating a wooden post before them awestruck. Li Haoyan, drawing upon the perseverance and insight he had cultivated in the Shin, began to practice diligently. He started with the basics of chakra refinement, following Tsunade's guidance to calm his mind and sense the energy within him initially. The refinement of chakra proved challenging. He struggled to grasp the delicate balance, yet he persisted. After countless attempts, he finally succeeded in refining a small amount of chakra with a foundation in chakra. Li Haoyan began to learn the fundamentals of physical techniques. Tsunade taught him basic combat skills and methods of channeling power through his body during practice. He discovered that while his physical prowess from the Shinjia provided him with certain advantages, the techniques in the world of ninjutsu emphasized agility and skill. He continuously adjusted his combat style, blending the strength he had acquired in the Shinjit with the physical arts of the ninja. In a sparring session with Tsunade, Li Haoyan adeptly utilized his speed and strength to evade her attacks and executed a successful counterstrike. Tsunade felt a sense of pride in his progress, but reminded him to remain humble, for the path of a ninja was still long and arduous. Beyond training, Li Haoyan began to immerse himself in the life of Konoha village. He made friends with some of the village children, learning more about the intriguing tales of ninjas and the legends of Konoha from them. He would also volunteer at the village's medical facility, using his medical skills to treat common ailments among the villagers. His kindness and expertise earned him the affection and respect of the community, who affectionately referred to him as Little Medical Sage. However, beneath the tranquil surface of life, turbulent currents surged. The intelligence department of Konoha village relayed disturbing news of a mysterious force frequently operating in the border regions, seemingly plotting something sinister. Tsunade received a mission to investigate this enigmatic power. Upon learning of this, Li Haoyan eagerly requested to accompany her. Tsunade, gazing into his resolute eyes, ultimately acquiesced to his request. Thus, Li Haoyan embarked on this journey alongside Tsunade. They traversed dense forests and scaled perilous mountains, advancing toward the border region. Along the way, they encountered several minor ambushes, all of which they deftly neutralized in the heat of battle. Li Haoyan continually amassed experience, further honing his ninjutsu and combat skills. As they approached the border, a palpable tension hung in the air. Li Haoyan sensed a formidable malevolent force surging ahead, realizing that a true trial was imminent. Chapter 3. Storms at the border, as Li Haoyan and Tsunade drew ever closer to the border, the surrounding environment grew increasingly ominous and oppressive. The howling winds swept across the desolate land, stirring up clouds of yellow sand that obscured their vision. The chakra here is highly chaotic. It seems this mysterious force harbors ill intentions, Tsunade remarked, her brow furrowed as she scanned the area with vigilance. Li Haoyan nodded, perceiving an elusive dark power lurking in the shadows, as if countless watchful eyes were hidden from view suddenly. A group of ninjas clad in black robes and adorned with eerie masks emerged from all directions, surrounding them entirely. These ninjas exuded a palpable aura of menace, their hands gripping sharp weapons, finally revealing yourselves. Who are you? Tsunade demanded loudly. The black-clad ninjas offered no reply, launching an immediate assault. Instead, they moved like phantoms, darting through the swirling sand like bolts of black lightning, their blades glinting coldly as they aimed directly at Tsunade and Li Haoyan. With a disdainful snort, Tsunade unleashed a surge of formidable power, her fists meeting the enemy with a cataclysmic force that sent the encroaching black-clad ninjas reeling. Li Haoyan, refusing to be outdone, employed the ninjutsu and martial arts he had mastered, engaging the adversaries in combat utilizing the agility he had cultivated in the Sage realm. He deftly evaded the enemy's strikes while unleashing wind-based techniques enhanced by Sage power, sending forth razor-sharp gusts that cut through the black-robed ninjas, leaving trails of crimson in their wake. Yet these black-clad ninjas appeared to be inexhaustible, with one wave falling only for another to surge forth. Amidst the fierce battle, Li Haoyan discerned that the ninjas' attacks followed a peculiar rhythm. They coordinated seamlessly, attempting to wear down Tsunade and his strength. This cannot continue. I must locate their leader, Li Haoyan resolved inwardly. He concentrated his mind, activating his Sage Sensei heightened perception akin to a powerful awareness in the Naruto universe, endeavoring to pierce through the veils of confusion and identify the enemy's command core. At last, he discovered a particularly formidable figure clad in black robes at a corner of the battlefield. The robes were adorned with enigmatic runes, and the mask glimmered with an otherworldly radiance, commanding the nearby ninjas to act under his orders. Lady Tsunade, I have located their leader. I will confront him. You must hold off the others here, Li Haoyan exclaimed. With that, he invoked the Sage technique Phantom Steps, propelling himself toward the black-robed leader with the swiftness of lightning. The leader, upon seeing Li Haoyan rush towards him, momentarily displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes beneath the mask, but quickly regained his composure. He formed hand seals, muttering incantations. Instantly, countless black tendrils surged from the ground, aiming to ensnare Li Haoyan. In response, Li Haoyan formed his own hand seals and unleashed the Sunfire demon-breaking technique, fiery flames erupting from his palms, severing the dark tendrils. Seizing the opportunity, he closed in on the black-robed leader and engaged him in close combat. The leader's martial prowess was equally formidable, each move imbued with potent dark energy, creating thunderous clashes with Li Haoyan's attacks. During the skirmish, Li Haoyan discerned that the leader's power seemed to be linked to a malevolent forbidden technique. As he fought, he endeavored to unravel the secret of this technique to identify the leader's vulnerabilities. After a fierce struggle, Li Haoyan finally detected a momentary disruption in the chakra flow as the leader enacted the forbidden technique, timing his strike. He concentrated all his Sage power and chakra into his palm, executing the Sage healer's demon-breaking palm. This blow fused the Sage energy he had acquired in the Sage realm with the essence of ninjutsu he had mastered in the Naruto world, delivering immense force. Caught unawares, the black-robed leader was struck in the chest, sent flying like a kite with its strings severed, crashing heavily to the ground. With the black-robed leader defeated, the ranks of the black-clad ninjas fell into disarray. Tsunade seized the moment to launch a powerful offensive, annihilating the remaining adversaries. As the battle concluded, both Li Haoyan and Tsunade were utterly exhausted. Yet, they knew this was merely the beginning, and a far greater conspiracy loomed behind this mysterious force. Haoyan, that technique you employed was truly impressive. How much more power do you conceal? Tsunade gazed at him, her eyes reflecting admiration and curiosity. Li Haoyan smiled and replied, I merely tapped into my potential at a crucial moment. The emergence of this force is no coincidence. We must hasten back to Konoha and inform everyone of the situation to prepare for what lies ahead. Tsunade nodded in agreement. After a brief respite, they set off on their journey back to Konoha. Along the way, Li Haoyan contemplated how to better integrate the healing arts and Sage techniques he had learned in the Sage realm with the ninjutsu of the Naruto world to confront even stronger foes in the future. Meanwhile, Tsunade pondered how to fortify Konoha's defenses against the impending crisis. Chapter 4. The Peril of Konoha. Li Haotian and Tsunade hurried back to Konoha, reporting the border incidents in detail to the Hokage and the senior officials of the village. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, as everyone recognized the grave threat posed by this mysterious force. The force you speak of is not only well-organized, but also masters of malevolent, forbidden techniques. It seems we must fortify our defenses, the Hokage declared solemnly. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Their activities at the border may merely be a probe. We must swiftly formulate a response strategy while enhancing the protection of our villagers. Li Haotian, standing nearby, pondered for a moment before speaking. During my battle with the cloaked leader, I discerned that his forbidden techniques appear to require a specific ritual or object for their execution. If we can uncover the source, we may be able to unravel their subsequent schemes. The intelligence department of Konoha promptly commenced operations, scouring for clues regarding the enigmatic force. Meanwhile, Li Haotian volunteered to assist the medical team in bolstering Konoha's medical defense system by integrating the healing arts of the celestial realm with Konoha's medical ninjutsu. He developed several new healing potions and barrier techniques capable of effectively resisting the corruption of evil forces on the injured and accelerating the healing process. However, as Konoha village feverishly prepared for defense, a series of bizarre incidents began to unfold within the village. Some villagers inexplicably fell into a deep slumber at night, unable to be awakened by any means. Their vital signs gradually weakening. The medical team found themselves at a loss, and a wave of panic began to spread throughout the village. Upon hearing of this matter, Li Haotian rushed to the side of the afflicted. Utilizing his celestial perception, he meticulously examined their physical conditions and discovered that their souls seemed to be disturbed by an invisible force, drifting in a state of disarray. This resembled a malevolent sorcery he had heard of in the celestial realm, one that manipulates souls to achieve lethal ends. This is a form of malevolent sorcery targeting the soul, and ordinary medical ninjutsu proves insufficient. I must attempt to dispel this wicked force using celestial techniques, Li Haotian solemnly declared. He established a celestial barrier around the patients to prevent the further spread of the sorcery's influence. Subsequently, he enacted the celestial technique Soul Reclaim, his hands emanating a gentle golden light as they slowly penetrated the patients' bodies, guiding their wandering souls back to their rightful forms. After a strenuous effort, Li Haotian successfully awakened several patients, yet this exertion drained a considerable amount of his celestial energy, leaving his complexion somewhat pallid. Observing this, Tsunade, her heart aching, remarked, Haotian, it is unwise to overextend yourself in this manner. We must swiftly locate the source of this sorcery, otherwise you may not endure. Li Haotian wiped the sweat from his forehead and resolutely declared, I am fine. As long as I can protect the Hidden Leaf Village, these expenditures are of no consequence. Meanwhile, the intelligence officers of the village reported suspicious traces discovered at an abandoned ancient mansion outside the village, a location frequently emanating strange energy fluctuations, suspected to be associated with a mysterious force. Tsunade and Li Haotian promptly led a team of ninjas toward the mansion. Upon stepping into the ancient dwelling, a palpable aura of darkness enveloped them. The interior was shrouded in black mist, with eerie runes flickering on the walls, while various ritualistic artifacts exuding malevolent energy were scattered across the floor. It appears this is the site of dark sorcery. Everyone, exercise caution, Tsunade whispered as a warning. Suddenly, a horde of puppets, controlled by dark magic, surged forth from the black mist, their eyes glinting with a crimson light as they brandished weapons and charged at the group. The ninjas swiftly unleashed their jutsu to confront the threat, while Li Haotian and Tsunade ventured deeper into the mansion, in search of the core manipulator of the dark sorcery. In the depths of the mansion, they discovered an elderly figure clad in black robes seated at the center of a vast malevolent array, his hands continuously forming seals as he muttered incantations, orchestrating the entire dark magic's operation. Do you truly believe you can stop me? The Hidden Leaf Village shall become the offering for my dark sorcery. The elder cackled maniacally. Li Haotian bellowed fiercely, do not be so arrogant. Today marks your end. With that, he and Tsunade launched their assault simultaneously. Tsunade unleashed her formidable strength, charging towards the cloaked elder, while Li Haotian stood by, employing his sage techniques to weaken the nefarious energies surrounding the elder, thereby creating an opening for Tsunade to strike. However, the elder's power far surpassed that of the previous black-cloaked leader. He effortlessly fended off their attacks, while simultaneously manipulating puppets and dark sorcery to counter them. The battle reached a stalemate, and Li Haotian realized that he must swiftly break this deadlock, or the Hidden Leaf Village would plunge into irreversible ruin. He resolved to take a risk, forcibly transcending his limits of sage power to invoke the sage technique Divine Urge, which he had yet to fully master. A brilliant golden radiance surged from within him, sweeping towards the cloaked elder. Chapter 5. The holy radiance dispels evil. Li Haotian exerted himself with unwavering determination, and a golden radiance surged forth like a tumultuous tide, racing towards the cloaked elder. Wherever it passed, the dark mist dissipated, and the puppets controlled by malevolent sorcery abruptly ceased their movements. The elder's expression shifted dramatically. He could sense the formidable purifying power embedded within this force, a strength not easily withstood. He hastily formed hand seals, conjuring a black shield that materialized before him, inscribed with flickering runes, desperately attempting to fend off the onslaught of golden light. However, Li Haotian's celestial technique, a manifestation of his profound understanding of light and the essence of life in the celestial realm, far exceeded the elder's expectations and power. When the golden radiance collided with the black shield, it erupted in a deafening roar, and the tremendous energy waves radiated outward, causing the entire ancient residence to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Seizing the opportunity, Tsunade maneuvered to the elder's flank and unleashed her formidable strength, delivering a punch accompanied by a howling wind towards her adversary. The elder, preoccupied with Li Haotian's celestial technique, found it challenging to simultaneously counter Tsunade's assault, resulting in her fist striking his shoulder and causing him to stagger backward several steps. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Haotian intensified the output of his celestial magic, causing the golden radiance to grow increasingly resplendent, gradually overpowering the dark shield of the robed elder. Under the brilliance of the light, the elder emitted anguished cries, as the black robe adorning him ignited, and the malevolent aura steadily dissipated. "This is impossible. How can you be so powerful?" the robed elder exclaimed in despair. Li Haotian remained unresponsive, channeling all his energy to elevate the power of the celestial technique to its zenith. At last, with a tremendous roar, the black shield was utterly shattered, and golden radiance enveloped the old man in the black robe completely. Under the purifying light, the body of the black-robed elder gradually disintegrated into fine powder, dissipating into the air. With the demise of the elder, the villagers who had been ensnared by the malevolent sorcery began to return to their former selves, momentarily alleviating the crisis in Konoha village. However, due to the reckless use of an incompletely mastered celestial technique, Li Haotian suffered severe backlash. He felt a tumult of celestial energy within, his meridians damaged, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood before collapsing onto the ground. Tsunade hurriedly rushed to his side, her face etched with anxiety and concern. "Haotian, how are you? Please, don't frighten me." Tsunade's voice trembled with trepidation. Li Haotian smiled weakly and said, "I am fine, merely drained of my celestial energy. A period of rest will suffice." Tsunade carefully escorted Li Haotian back to the Hidden Leaf village, arranging for him to recuperate in her home. Under Tsunade's attentive care, Li Haotian's health gradually began to improve. During this time, the villagers of Hidden Leaf came to visit, expressing their heartfelt gratitude for his life-saving deeds. This warmth and unity from the village deepened Li Haotian's resolve to protect this land. As a result of this incident, Hidden Leaf Village heightened its vigilance against external threats, while also delving into research on the mysterious forces and the malevolent ninjutsu they wielded to prevent similar crises from occurring again. Throughout his recuperation, Li Haotian continually reflected upon his shortcomings in battle, gaining new insights into the fusion of celestial techniques and ninjutsu. He realized that to safeguard all he cherished in this world, he could not solely rely on the immense power of celestial techniques. He needed to delve deeper into the intricacies of ninjutsu and achieve a seamless integration of the two. Thus, once his condition improved slightly, he began to immerse himself once more in the study of ninjutsu, seeking guidance from the various masters of the Hidden Leaf Village, learning the essence of different elemental techniques, as well as the combat skills and strategies of ninjas. Tsunade, witnessing Li Haotian's unwavering dedication, felt both pride and concern. She often stayed by his side, engaging in discussions about medicine, ninjutsu, and future directions. In this process, their bond quietly deepened, a subtle affection blossoming in their hearts. However, the tranquility of their days did not endure for long. The intelligence department of Hidden Leaf Village conveyed alarming news. The enigmatic force appeared to be regrouping in other regions and had allied itself with an even more formidable organization. This organization was rumored to possess the power and ambition capable of overturning the entire ninja world, with aspirations that seemingly extended beyond merely conquering Hidden Leaf Village, aiming instead for dominion over the entire realm of ninjas. Upon receiving the news, Li Haoyan was acutely aware that a far graver challenge was imminent. Ignoring the fact that his body had not yet fully recovered, he resolutely chose to embark on another journey alongside Tsunade, in their quest to protect Konoha village and preserve the tranquility of the ninja world. They understood that they must take the initiative to uncover the enemy's schemes and utterly dismantle them. Chapter 6. The Undercurrents of the Ninja World. Li Haoyan and Tsunade embarked on a new journey. Following intelligence leads to a bustling ninja marketplace. Here, a cacophony of individuals mingled, with ninjas from various nations traversing the vibrant scene, where clandestine information exchanges and secret meetings frequently transpired in the shadows. Tsunade, leveraging her extensive network and esteemed reputation, diligently inquired about the enigmatic forces in the formidable organization. Meanwhile, Li Haoyan, with his keen perceptiveness, remained vigilant, attuned to any suspicious auras and traces within the crowd. It was rumored that this organization was known as the Shadow Council, having embedded spies in every ninja village, aiming to incite a great war among ninjas and subsequently reap the rewards. A seasoned information broker discreetly confided in Tsunade. Li Haoyan furrowed his brow, pondering the Shadow Society. This organization was unfamiliar to him, suggesting that they operated in the shadows with great secrecy. Upon further investigation, they discovered that the Shadow Society appeared to be in pursuit of an ancient ninjutsu relic, rumored to contain a formidable power capable of altering the very fabric of the ninja realm. Should this power fall into their hands, the consequences would be dire. In a race against time to locate the relic, Li Haoyan and Tsunade resolved to journey to the mist-laden depths of the hidden mist forest, a place perpetually shrouded in fog, fraught with perilous traps and enigmatic creatures. Upon entering the forest, they were beset by a myriad of bizarre assaults. Enormous vines erupted from the earth, seeking to ensnare them, while toxic mists permeated the air, gnawing at their very essence. Li Haoyan invoked sage techniques, enveloping them in a protective barrier, while Tsunade wielded her extraordinary strength to sever the attacking vines. This place is fraught with danger. We must swiftly locate the entrance to the relic, Tsunade urged. Deep within the forest, they stumbled upon a massive stone door adorned with ancient runes. Li Haoyan meticulously examined the runes, discovering that they bore resemblance to certain formations he had encountered in the celestial realm. Employing his sage perception, he endeavored to decipher their meanings. After considerable effort, he unearthed the method to unlock the stone door. As it creaked open, a wave of potent energy surged forth. Cautiously, they ventured into the relic, where myriad traps and mechanisms awaited them. Laser beams and hidden arrows were unleashed, yet Li Haoyan and Tsunade seamlessly synchronized their movements, employing their exceptional reflexes and combat prowess to evade danger time and again. In the core of the relic, they beheld a tome radiating an ethereal glow, a ninjutsu manual. Just as Li Haoyan reached for it, a phantom materialized before them. The apparition proclaimed itself the guardian of the relic, challenging Li Haoyan and Tsunade to a duel. Only by vanquishing it could they claim the tome. The guardian possessed immense strength, mastering various ninjutsu and adeptly shifting between illusion and reality. Li Haoyan and Tsunade found themselves embroiled in a fierce confrontation. Li Haoyan merged his sage arts with ninjutsu, while Tsunade supplemented with her brute force and medical ninjutsu. During the intense battle, Li Haoyan discerned the guardian's vulnerability. A brief energy fluctuation occurred during its transformation. Seizing this opportunity, he and Tsunade launched a decisive strike. Upon triumphing over the guardian, they obtained the ninjutsu manual. Upon studying it, they discovered that the techniques inscribed within could enhance a ninja's control over chakra and provide resistance against malevolent forces. This knowledge would undoubtedly serve as a formidable ally against the Shadow Society. However, as they prepared to depart the relic, they found their exit obstructed by members of the Shadow Society. It became evident that the Shadow Society had been covertly tailing them, intent on reaping the rewards of their endeavors. Surrender the manual, or you shall not leave this place alive. The leader of the Shadow Society spat menacingly. Li Haoyan and Tsunade exchanged a glance, fully aware that a fierce battle was inevitable. This time, they were not merely fighting for their own lives, but for the future of the ninja world. Chapter 7. The Intense Battle of the Ruins. Li Haoyan and Tsunade stood back to back, vigilantly observing the menacing group of enemies from the Shadow Organization before them. They were numerous and fierce, each individual emanating a palpable aura of malevolence. Tsunade, I will hold their main force at bay. You seize the opportunity to break free, Li Haoyan whispered. However, Tsunade let out a disdainful huff and retorted. What nonsense are you speaking? How could I abandon you to flee alone? If we are to escape, we shall do so together. If we are to fight, We shall do so side by side. A warm sensation surged within Li Haoyan, for he was well aware of Tsunade's character and refrained from further words. Instead, he channeled his innate sage power and chakra to their utmost potential. The leader of the Shadow Association initiated the assault, forming hand seals and reciting incantations. Instantly, countless orbs of black flame shot towards Li Haoyan and Tsunade like meteors. Wherever these black fireballs passed, the air itself warped and contorted under the searing heat. Li Haoyan swiftly performed a series of hand seals, summoning the water release, Sage Flow Shield. A barrier formed from the fusion of water elements and sage power materializing before them. As the black fireball collided with the shield, it erupted into a cascade of ebony sparks, accompanied by a sizzling sound. Taking advantage of the moment, Tsunade surged toward the enemy, her figure akin to a golden lightning bolt, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. She swung her fist with immense strength, striking members of the Shadow Council, who were sent flying like kites severed from their strings by her relentless assault. However, the Shadow Council was not to be underestimated. They swiftly adapted their tactics. Some continued to besiege Tsunade, while others redirected their focus toward Li Haoyan, unleashing a torrent of ninjutsu upon him. With agility, Li Haoyan maneuvered, employing the phantom steps to weave through the barrage of attacks, while simultaneously forming hand seals to execute the sage art, Spirit Windblade. Waves of wind blades, condensed from sage energy, sliced through the air, inflicting wounds upon the approaching foes. During the skirmish, Li Haoyan discerned a peculiar energy connection among the members of the Shadow Council. They could transmit power to one another, amplifying their offensive and defensive capabilities. Realizing the necessity of severing this connection to disrupt their battle formation, he focused his sage senses, identifying several key individuals within their ranks. Drawing a deep breath, he channeled his entire strength into his palms, unleashing the sage art, Source-Severing Demonic Palm. A brilliant golden palm imprint hurtled toward the designated targets, ripping through the air with a sharp, piercing sound. In their panic, the members of the Shadow Council attempted to evade, but the palm imprint was swift, striking its targets in an instant. Accompanied by cries of agony, the key figures were sent flying, momentarily severing the energy link among the Shadow Council members. Seizing the opportunity, Tsunade intensified her assault, invoking the Creation Rebirth, 100 Healings technique, a crimson glow enveloping her as her power and speed surged to their zenith. She became a human war machine, rampaging through the enemy ranks, rendering the members of the Shadow Council utterly powerless. Yet, amidst Tsunade's onslaught, the leader of the Shadow Council stealthily maneuvered behind her, a long black blade appearing in his hand, its surface adorned with sinister runes. With a sudden, forceful thrust, he aimed to pierce Tsunade's back. Li Haoyan's sage perception remained vigilant for Tsunade's safety. Upon sensing danger, he unhesitatingly invoked the sage technique of instant shadow shift. Appearing instantaneously behind her, he extended 2 fingers and deftly intercepted the long blade thrust by the leader of the Shadow Organization. "Your opponent is me," Li Haoyan declared coldly. With a powerful flick of his wrist, he sent the leader's dagger hurtling away, then immediately unleashed a flurry of attacks. His fists descended upon the Shadow Organization leader like a torrential downpour, each strike infused with a potent blend of sage energy and chakra, forcing the leader to retreat step by step. Observing this, the other members of the Shadow Organization sought to rush to their leader's aid. But Tsunade was not one to grant them such an opportunity. She swiftly turned to confront them, engaging in another fierce battle. In perfect harmony with Li Haoyan, they gradually gained the upper hand against the members of the Shadow Organization. The realization dawned upon them that they might not be able to seize the ninjutsu scroll from these two today. "Retreat," the Shadow Organization leader shouted in frustration, before hastily leading the remaining members away from the ruins. Li Haoyan and Tsunade watched the retreating figure of the Shadow Association, exhaling a sigh of relief. Yet, they understood that this was merely a fleeting episode in their ongoing struggle against the shadows. Numerous challenges awaited them in the future. "Haoyan, you have saved me once again. How shall I repay you?" Tsunade gazed at Li Haoyan, her eyes reflecting a hint of unspoken affection. Li Haoyan smiled gently, expressing that there was no need for gratitude between them. The protection of one another was a shared conviction. For now, they should depart with the secret scroll and return to Konoha to study it thoroughly, preparing for the impending great conflict. Tsunade nodded, and the two of them, having gathered their thoughts, left the ruins of the hidden mist forest, embarking on their journey back to the village. Along the way, They contemplated how to impart the techniques within the scroll to the ninjas of Konoha, as well as how to elevate the overall strength of the village to confront the escalating threat posed by the Shadow Council. Chapter 8. A new era for Konoha. Lihaoyan and Tsunade successfully returned to Konoha, where they meticulously briefed the Hokage and the village's senior officials on their experiences within the ruins and the ninjutsu scrolls they had acquired. Upon learning of the looming threat posed by the Shadow Council, the ninjas of the village eagerly prepared themselves for battle to defend Konoha. Tsunade and Lihaoyan commenced the task of researching methods to impart the ancient ninjutsu from the ruins to the ninjas of Konoha. They selected a group of exceptionally talented and resolute ninjas as the first batch of students, which included the distinguished young generation represented by Naruto and Sasuke. Lihaoyan stood before the training ground, demonstrating the fundamental hand seals and chakra manipulation techniques from the scroll of ninjutsu to the eager trainees. This particular ninjutsu emphasized the meticulous control of chakra, requiring one to first attune to the flow of their own chakra before guiding it with specific hand seals. As he elucidated, he gracefully executed the intricate movements with his fingers, forming complex seals while a faint glow of chakra enveloped him, allowing the students to grasp the concepts more intuitively. Naruto furrowed his brow, earnestly attempting to replicate Lihaoyan's actions, murmuring to himself, "These hand seals are far more complicated than the Rasengan, but I will master them." Meanwhile, Sasuke remained intensely focused, silently practicing the movements, his chakra gradually coalescing into a more refined essence. Tsunade patrolled nearby, occasionally correcting the students' postures and chakra control discrepancies. Chakra output must be steady. Do not be overly hasty, or it may lead to the failure of the ninjutsu or even backfire, she admonished sternly. After several days of rigorous training, some students had begun to grasp the foundational techniques of this ninjutsu, successfully forming rudimentary defensive shields. Naruto excitedly showcased his achievement, a pale blue chakra shield shimmering before him. Though still unstable, it bore the semblance of success. Haha, I did it. This feeling is incredible. However, the tranquility of Konoha was once again disrupted. Shadows lurked in the corners, inciting a series of minor conflicts, escalating tensions within the ninja world. Konoha received intelligence that a merchant convoy from a neighboring village had been attacked by the Shadow Organization during the transport of vital supplies, resulting in significant casualties and losses. Tsunade resolved to dispatch a team of ninja for support and to uncover the truth. Lihaoyan volunteered to join Naruto, Sasuke, and others on this mission. They traced the route of the merchant convoy, uncovering the presence of the Shadow Organization in a desolate valley. The air was thick with a pungent scent of blood and darkness. The ninjas of the Shadow Organization were gathered, seemingly engaged in some nefarious ritual, surrounded by an array of peculiar items and the plundered goods from the convoy. "What are you up to, you rascals?" Naruto shouted in indignation. Upon noticing the arrival of the Konoha ninjas, the Shadow Organization's members swiftly formed a battle formation. They had dispatched elite members, whose strength was formidable. The battle erupted instantaneously, with Naruto charging forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks that combined his newly learned ninjutsu with the Rasengan, like a tempest striking the enemy. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, with black flames igniting in his hands, incinerating the approaching ninjas of the Shadow Organization. Lihaoyan hovered in the air, his hands forming intricate seals as he unleashed the celestial technique, Radiance of 1,000 Lights. Countless golden beams shot forth like swords, piercing through the ranks of the Shadow Society, shattering their defenses with each strike. However, the Shadow Society retaliated with their secret weapon, a peculiar ninja tool capable of absorbing chakra. These tools intercepted portions of Naruto and Sasuke's attacks, converting them into dark energy that surged back at the attackers. The ninjas of Konoha found themselves in a fierce battle. Witnessing this, Lihaoyan understood the urgency of destroying these tools swiftly. In a flash, he dashed into the heart of the enemy lines, unleashing his sage power to shatter the chakra-absorbing devices one by one. Deprived of their assistance, the ninjas of the Shadow Society began to falter against the forces of Konoha. Yet, just as defeat loomed, a more potent dark energy surged from the depths of the valley, revealing a colossal dark puppet that emerged with an aura of terror. "Today shall be the grave for the young ninjas of Konoha," echoed the voice of the Shadow Society's puppet master throughout the valley. Lihaoyan and his companions gazed resolutely at the formidable threat before them, showing no signs of retreat. They exchanged determined glances, nodding affirmatively, steeling themselves for the arduous battle that lay ahead. Chapter 9. The Return of Shadows. Following this confrontation, the ninjas of Konoha, though they achieved a minor victory, were acutely aware that the menace of the Shadow Society loomed like an unyielding fog. Li Haoyan and Tsunade did not permit themselves a moment's complacency. They tirelessly delved into the study of ancient ninjutsu and strategies to counter the Shadow Society. Within the hallowed halls of Konoha's Ninja Academy, Li Haoyan personally guided the students in their training. He adeptly intertwined the principles of sage techniques with ninjutsu, elucidating to the young ninjas. Both sage techniques and ninjutsu fundamentally revolve around the mastery and application of energy, differing only in their origins and manifestations. Should you succeed in harmonizing the essence of both, your capabilities will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Naruto scratched his head and inquired, teacherly, "How can I better integrate them? I feel somewhat clumsy during battles." Li Haoyan smiled faintly and patiently explained, "Naruto, the crux lies in a profound understanding of the nature of chakra transformation and a delicate perception of sage power. Just as when you battled the dark puppet. If you could blend sage energy more evenly into your Rasengan, its potency would significantly increase while its consumption would be far more reasonable." Meanwhile, Sasuke pondered in silence, attempting to merge the inside of his Sharingan with the energy fluctuations of sage techniques, hoping to forge a unique offensive skill. Perhaps I could harness the Sharingan to capture the flow of sage energy, thereby anticipating the enemy's actions and delivering a decisive strike. While everyone immersed themselves in their training, the Shadow Council was secretly orchestrating a grander scheme. In a hidden valley, they constructed a massive dark altar. The altar was surrounded by various malevolent runes and formations, exuding a nauseating aura of darkness. The leader of the Shadow Council stood at the altar's center, hands raised high, chanting incantations. As his voice resonated with the spells, streams of black light surged from the ground, converging atop the altar. "Great God of darkness, grant me strength, that I may conquer this ninja realm and let darkness envelop every inch of land." It turned out that the Shadow Council aimed to awaken an ancient demon slumbering in the abyss of darkness by sacrificing countless lives and precious ninja tools. Once awakened, this demon would possess the cataclysmic power to plunge the entire ninja world into endless darkness and despair. The intelligence department of Konoha detected the unusual movements of the Shadow Council and promptly reported the news to Tsunade. With a grave expression, Tsunade urgently summoned Konoha's elite ninjas, preparing to embark once more to thwart the Shadow Council's reckless scheme. Li Haoyan stood at the forefront of the ranks, his gaze resolute as he proclaimed, "This mission is vital to the survival of the ninja world. We must not falter." When the Leaf Village ninjas arrived at the valley where the Shadow Society convened, the sight before them left them utterly astonished. The dark altar emanated a black light that surged skyward, forming a colossal vortex of darkness, reminiscent of a gateway to the abyss. "We must dismantle that altar post-haste," Tsunade exclaimed, leading the charge towards the Shadow Society's stronghold. The ninjas of the Leaf unleashed their most formidable jutsu, engaging in a breathtaking clash with the members of the Shadow Society. Naruto activated Sage Mode, radiating a golden aura. He surged into the enemy ranks like a golden meteor, leaving fallen foes in his wake. Sage Art, Supermassive Rasen Shuriken, Naruto roared, as countless gigantic Rasens surged towards the ninjas of the Shadow Society. Sasuke's Susanoo grew even larger and more formidable, black flames roaring around its form. He wielded a massive weapon, fiercely battling against the dark puppets of the Shadow Society. Amaterasu. The black flames erupted from Sasuke's eyes, instantly engulfing the approaching dark puppets. Li Haoyan conjured the celestial technique, the Qian Kuan sealing array, in an earnest attempt to thwart the relentless surge of dark forces emanating from the altar. With deft movements, he swiftly formed intricate hand seals, unleashing a cascade of golden runes that danced from his fingertips, coalescing in the air to manifest a colossal formation. This grand array descended gracefully, enveloping the dark altar within its protective embrace. Yet, the leader of the Shadow Society intervened personally, wielding a formidable dark ninjutsu to counter Li Haoyan's celestial magic. "Do you truly believe you can impede me? Today marks the end of the ninja world," he cackled maniacally, as an array of black tendrils erupted around his form, surging toward Li Haoyan with ominous intent. Li Haoyan moved swiftly, evading the assault of the tentacles, and then unleashed the celestial technique, Lingxi Breaking Magic Finger. A beam of golden radiance shot forth from his fingertips, hurtling directly towards the leader of the Shadow Society. The leader hurriedly dodged, yet the luminous strike grazed his shoulder, leaving behind a deep gash. At this pivotal moment of battle, Sakura, Shikamaru, and the other Leaf ninjas played vital roles. Sakura combined her immense strength with a new ninjutsu, repelling those members of the Shadow Society who dared approach the altar. Shikamaru, employing his keen intellect, orchestrated the ninja's tactical maneuvers, effectively restraining the forces of the Shadow Society. Ya, you and Dakina flank from the left and disrupt their rear support. Shikamaru commanded calmly. Ya and Dakina complied, their coordination seamless. The flame spewed by Akainu illuminated the dark valley, while Ya utilized a protective shield from his new ninjutsu to safeguard Akainu, simultaneously searching for an opportunity to strike. Hinata, stationed at the rear, activated her Byakugan, closely monitoring the developments on the battlefield. She observed a momentary disturbance and chakra fluctuations from the leader of the Shadow Society as he executed his dark ninjutsu. Lee-sensei, the leader of the Shadow Society's weakness lies in the instant he casts his ninjutsu. Hinata exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing Hinata's suggestion, Li Haoyan felt a stir within his heart. Seizing the opportune moment, he summoned forth the celestial technique, the sacred radiance evil-breaking sword, a long sword forged from golden light materializing in his grasp. With this sword in hand, he charged towards the leader of the Shadow Association. Sensing Li Haoyan's intent, the leader attempted to evade, but it was too late. In an instant, Li Haoyan's sword pierced his chest, a surge of potent celestial energy flooding into his body, swiftly dispelling his dark powers. As the leader of the Shadow Association sustained his injury, the strength of the Dark Altar began to wane. The Leaf Ninjas seized this opportunity to launch their final assault, decisively shattering the Dark Altar. However, just as everyone believed the crisis had been averted, a more formidable aura of darkness suddenly erupted from the ruins of the altar. This aura gradually coalesced into the imposing figure of a colossal dark demon, its eyes gleaming with a blood-red light, emitting a deafening roar. Foolish humans! You dare disturb my slumber. The dark demon bellowed. The Leaf Ninjas gazed upon the dark demon before them, their hearts filled with terror and despair. Yet they understood that there was no retreat at this juncture. Only battle remained. Li Haoyan took a deep breath, channeling his celestial energy to its utmost limit. He proclaimed with fervor, "Fear not, everyone. United in purpose, we shall surely vanquish this foe." Naruto, Sasuke, and the others nodded in agreement. Rejuvenated and poised to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the dark demon, Li Haoyan was the first to launch an attack. Invoking the celestial technique of 10,000 Buddhas paying homage, countless golden Buddha phantoms surged toward the dark demon, each embodying a formidable purifying power capable of inflicting severe damage upon the malevolent entity. Meanwhile, Naruto infused all the chakra within him into the Rasengan, merging it with the strength of Sage Mode to create an unprecedented colossal Rasengan, the Super Sage Rasengan. He shouted as he charged toward the dark demon. Sasuke's Susanoo had also reached its pinnacle form, and he fought alongside Naruto, combining the weaponry of Susanoo with the might of the Rasengan to deliver a devastating blow to the dark demon. United in their efforts, the ninjas of Konoha gradually weakened the dark demon. Its corporeal form began to dissipate, and the ominous aura slowly receded. After this arduous and monumental battle, the ninjas of Konoha once again safeguarded the peace of the ninja world. Li Haoyan gazed at the weary yet resolute faces of his comrades, his heart swelling with emotion. In this unfamiliar and challenging world of Hokage, he had discovered a new mission and sense of belonging, deepening the bonds he shared with the ninjas of Konoha. The road ahead was still long, and he understood that more challenges awaited them, but as long as they remained united in purpose, nothing could hinder their progress. Chapter 10. The Aftermath of Battle and a New Journey After the Dark Demon's Defeat. The dissipating aura of darkness spread through the valley like ink, lingering in the air. Though the ninjas of Konoha were utterly exhausted, they remained vigilant, watching their surroundings for any further disturbances. Li Haoyan gently descended to the ground, his complexion slightly pale, as the recent fierce battle with the dark demon had drained a significant portion of his celestial energy. Tsunade hurriedly approached him, her voice laced with concern. "Haoyan, how are you faring?" Li Haoyan gently shook his head and remarked, "I am fine, merely a bit fatigued from expending my celestial energy. A brief rest will suffice. Our victory in this battle is largely attributable to our collective efforts." Naruto plopped down onto the ground, panting heavily, yet his face radiated a triumphant smile. "Haha. We did it. This dark demon is not as formidable as it seems." Sasuke scoffed lightly. "Do not be complacent. The Shadow Society's machinations may extend beyond this encounter. We must hasten back to Konoha to inform the Hokage of the situation here." The group nodded in agreement and began to clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded. On their journey back to Konoha, Li Haoyan fell into deep contemplation. He realized that although the Shadow Society's recent endeavors had been thwarted, their pursuit of dark power would not cease. He must enhance his own strength and assist the ninjas of Konoha in bolstering their combat capabilities to better confront future crises. Upon returning to Konoha, the village was enveloped in a bittersweet atmosphere of victory and mourning for the fallen ninjas. The Hokage convened a village-wide assembly to commend the valor of those who fought and held a solemn memorial service for the sacrificed ninjas. In the days that followed, Lihaoyan and Tsunade initiated a thorough analysis of the recent battle. They discovered that the Shadow Society had reached a perilously advanced level in their research of dark ninjutsu. If a method to counter this dark power was not established from its roots, both Konoha and the entire ninja world would remain in perpetual turmoil. Consequently, Lihaoyan resolved to enter seclusion for intensive training, seeking inspiration from the memories and teachings of the celestial realm to combat the dark forces. During his seclusion, he abstained from food and drink, immersing himself in a profound exploration of the fusion between celestial arts and ninjutsu. His chamber often glimmered with strange lights, manifestations of the energy fluctuations generated while experimenting with new combinations of celestial and ninja techniques. Meanwhile, the ninjas of Konoha were not idle. Under Tsunade and other mentors' guidance, they diligently honed their skills. Naruto gradually mastered advanced techniques of the Sage Mode, further enhancing his strength. Sasuke focused on the integration of his Sharingan with celestial arts, rendering his attacks sharper and more elusive. Sakura made significant strides in medical ninjutsu, developing a novel healing technique capable of swiftly curing severe injuries without residual effects. Inspired by Lihaoyan's teachings on celestial healing principles, thus significantly elevating Konoha's medical standards, Shikamaru collaborated with Konoha's intelligence division to delve into the organizational structure and operational patterns of the Shadow Society. By analyzing a wealth of intelligence data, he crafted a detailed map of the Shadow Society's influence and devised a series of strategic plans targeting them. After a period of seclusion, Lihaoyan ultimately made a groundbreaking discovery. He comprehended a new celestial technique, the Holy Shield of Light, which, based on potent celestial energy, could summon a golden shield imbued with purifying power. This shield not only defended against all forms of attack, but also exerted a restraining and purifying effect on dark forces. Upon his emergence from seclusion, Lihaoyan promptly imparted this celestial technique to the ninjas of Konoha. In the training grounds, he personally demonstrated the essence of this shield lies in the steady output of sage power and the precise control of purifying energy. Behold, as he formed hand seals, a golden radiance surged forth from his palms, instantly materializing into a colossal shield before him. The surface of the shield shimmered with enigmatic runes, exuding a warm, yet formidable aura. Naruto exclaimed with exhilaration, "Wow, this shield is truly remarkable. We will be far more confident in confronting the forces of darkness." Sasuke nodded subtly, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. "With this shield, our defenses will be impeccable, allowing for a bolder approach to our offensive." Just as the ninjas of Konoha endeavored to enhance their prowess, the intelligence department conveyed alarming news. The Shadow Organization, having suffered significant setbacks, had not relinquished their ambitions. They had conspired with a mysterious rogue ninja faction, rumored to possess an ancient and potent space-time ninjutsu. The Shadow Organization aimed to utilize this space-time technique to traverse into the past, altering the history of the ninja world to fulfill their aspirations of dominion over it. Upon receiving the news, Lihaoyan fully grasped the gravity of the situation. Should the Shadow Society truly alter history, the entire ninja world would descend into chaos and destruction. He promptly sought out Tsunade and declared, "Tsunade, we cannot remain idle. We must thwart their plans before the Shadow Society sets them into motion." Tsunade's expression grew somber as she replied, "However, our understanding of temporal ninjutsu is exceedingly limited. This undertaking is bound to be fraught with peril." Lihaoyan resolutely declared, "Regardless of the peril that lies ahead, we must endeavor to confront it. This matter transcends the fate of Konoha. It pertains to the destiny of the entire shinobi world." Consequently, Lihaoyan and Tsunade meticulously selected a cadre of elite ninjas, forming a specialized temporal guardianship team. Guided by intelligence gleaned from various sources, they embarked on a quest to trace the elusive Shadow Organization. Their journey led them through dense forests, treacherous mountains, and desolate deserts, encountering countless trials and tribulations along the way. Yet, they remained undeterred, each harboring an unwavering conviction to safeguard the peace and stability of the shinobi realm. At last, Within the confines of an enigmatic ruin, they uncovered the presence of the Shadow Organization and the Rogue Ninja Collective. At that moment, the two factions were engaged in a ceremonial preparation for a temporal ninjutsu at the very heart of the ruins. A colossal temporal array pulsated with an otherworldly luminescence, while formidable waves of energy permeated the atmosphere. Shadow Organization, your nefarious schemes shall not come to fruition, Li Haoyan proclaimed with a resounding voice. The leader of the Shadow Organization, upon noticing the arrival of Li Haoyan and his companions, revealed a sinister grin, exclaiming, "You have arrived too late. Today marks the day that the history of the shinobi world will be rewritten." With that, he hastened the progression of the ritual. And the radiance of the temporal array intensified, as if on the verge of unveiling a gateway to the past. Li Haoyan resolutely unleashed the holy shield of light, enveloping his comrades in a golden barrier of protection. He then led the Leaf Ninjas into a fierce assault against the Shadow Society and the Wandering Ninja Organization. As an ultimate battle, pivotal to the fate of the ninja world, was poised to erupt within the enigmatic ruins. Chapter 11. The Temporal Battle. Li Haoyan led the Leaf Ninjas, charging forth like arrows released from a bow, towards the Shadow Society and the Wandering Ninja Organization. A golden holy shield radiated brilliance at the forefront of the formation, warding off the myriad of attacks unleashed by their adversaries. The ninjas of the Shadow Society commenced their ninjutsu, launching dark fireballs, razor-sharp wind blades, and corrosive slime that cascaded towards the Leaf Ninjas like a torrential downpour. However, the moment these assaults made contact with the holy shield, they were utterly annihilated by its formidable, purifying power. Do not presume that this trivial shield can impede us," bellowed the leader of the Shadow Society, as he formed a series of hand seals and summoned a colossal dark beast. The beast towered like a mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura of darkness, with each of its steps causing the ground to tremble violently. Upon witnessing this, Naruto instantly entered Sage Mode, his golden eye shadow shimmering in the sunlight. He swiftly formed hand seals, proclaiming, "Sage Art, Supermassive Rasengan." A massive spiraling orb materialized in his grasp, propelled by a howling wind towards the dark beast. Sasuke, not to be outdone, activated his Manjiki Sharingan, as black flames ignited within his eyes. Amaterasu, Flame Prison. The inky fire surged forth like a relentless tide, enveloping the beast's enormous frame in an instant. Yet, under the command of the Shadow Society's leader, the dark beast did not succumb easily. It opened its gaping maw, unleashing a wave of black energy that nullified the attacks of Naruto and Sasuke. At the same time, it swung its enormous claws down towards the Leaf Ninjas. Li Haoyan's gaze sharpened as he intensified the output of the light holy shield, further expanding its protective range to steadfastly block the assault of the dark behemoth. "Everyone, remain calm and search for its weakness," Li Haoyan commanded. Meanwhile, Tsunade seized the opportunity to charge towards the leader of the Shadow Association, a crimson aura enveloping her body, a manifestation of her formidable strength. "Experience my mighty punch," Tsunade bellowed, her fist hurtling towards the leader with the swiftness of lightning. The leader of the Shadow Association nimbly evaded Tsunade's strike, then unleashed a bizarre dark ninjutsu, with countless black tendrils erupting from the ground, ensnaring towards Tsunade. Just as the two sides became embroiled in fierce combat, members of the Wandering Ninja Organization commenced their actions as well. They encircled the space-time formation, chanting incantations in unison, endeavoring to expedite the opening of the space-time portal. Li Haoyan was acutely aware that he must swiftly halt their actions, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. He entrusted the sacred shield of light to the Leaf Ninja for safekeeping, while he himself invoked the mystical art of phantom teleportation, vanishing instantaneously from his original location. When he reappeared, he found himself at the edge of the temporal array. The members of the Wandering Ninja Organization were taken aback by his sudden manifestation, but they quickly regained their composure and unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Li Haoyan. Li Haoyan swiftly formed seals with his hands, executing the celestial technique of spirit windbreak. Sharp blades of wind radiated from his being, dispersing outward and repelling the encroaching foes. He then dashed toward the core of the spatio-temporal array. However, the leader of the Wandering Ninja Organization obstructed his path. This leader was a tall, cold-eyed ninja, wielding a long knife that shimmered with a chilling light, exuding a formidable aura. "You wish to disrupt the spatio-temporal array? You must first pass through me," the Wandering Ninja leader declared icily. With that, he swung his blade at Li Haoyan. Li Haoyan deftly sidestepped the attack and unleashed the celestial technique of Spirit Force Shock. A surge of potent celestial energy erupting from his palm, hurtling toward the wandering ninja leader. The leader hastily raised his long knife to defend, the clash resonating with a thunderous sound. Powerful waves of energy radiated outward, sending several nearby ninjas sprawling. During the skirmish, Li Haoyan discerned that the leader's long knife possessed a unique ability, capable of absorbing a portion of celestial energy and transforming it into dark power. "So this blade is your reliance," Li Haoyan mused inwardly. He altered his strategy, refraining from directly clashing with the leader's celestial force. Instead, he employed the celestial technique of spirit phantom step, his figure flitting like a specter around the wandering ninja leader, seeking an opening. The leader found himself momentarily disoriented by Li Haoyan's swiftness, his defenses beginning to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Li Haoyan executed the celestial technique of demon-breaking finger. A beam of golden light shooting forth from his fingertip aimed directly at the leader's wrist. The wandering ninja leader, unable to evade in time, felt the impact on his wrist, causing the long knife to slip from his grasp. Li Haoyan seized the moment, delivering a kick that sent the leader flying, then sprinted toward the spatio-temporal array. Meanwhile, the Leaf Ninjas gradually gained the upper hand in their battle against the Shadow Society. Naruto, Sasuke, and Tsunade joined forces, ultimately vanquishing the Dark Behemoth. With the beast's dissolution, the morale of the Shadow Society members plummeted. Li Haoyan stood before the time-space array, his hands weaving intricate seals as he invoked the celestial art to seal the flow of time and space, endeavoring to thwart the emergence of the time portal. However, the power of the time-space array was exceedingly formidable. While Li Haoyan's celestial magic offered some resistance, it fell short of complete prevention. At the pivotal moment when the portal was on the verge of opening, Li Haoyan made a daring decision. He channeled all his celestial energy into the time-space array and unleashed a forbidden celestial technique known as the sacrifice of the celestial soul. This technique, which demanded the burning of one's own celestial essence, could unleash unimaginable power. A resplendent golden radiance enveloped Li Haoyan's form, his visage contorting in agony, yet resolute. As he cast the spell, the brilliance of the time-space array began to wane. Members of the Wandering Ninja Organization and the Shadow Society looked on in terror, attempting to thwart Li Haoyan, but they were firmly held back by the ninjas of Konoha. Ultimately, through Li Haoyan's unwavering resolve, the time-space array was successfully dismantled. Yet, as a consequence of the sacrifice of the celestial soul, Li Haoyan's body became exceedingly frail, his spirit teetering on the brink of dissolution. Tsunade rushed to his side, tears welling in her eyes. "Haoyan, why did you have to do this?" Li Haoyan forced a faint smile, declaring, "To protect the shinobi world, this is my mission." With those words, his body gradually fell to the ground. The Leaf Ninjas gathered around him, their faces etched with sorrow and reluctance. They understood that Li Haoyan had paid a tremendous price in his quest to safeguard the shinobi realm. Chapter 12. The Return of the Immortal Soul. In the new chapter of the shinobi world, Li Haoyan's body collapsed, and it felt as though the surrounding air had solidified. Tsunade held him tightly, tears cascading down her cheeks, falling upon Li Haoyan's pallid face. Naruto glared furiously at the remnants of the Shadow Organization and the Wandering Ninja Group, his eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance. "You scoundrels deserve to perish." Sasuke, however, remained calm, fully aware that the most crucial task at hand was to find a way to save Li Haoyan's life. He crouched down to assess Li Haoyan's condition, discovering that his sage soul had become alarmingly faint. Without timely intervention, it would undoubtedly dissipate. "Tsunade, we cannot surrender like this. We must find a way to rescue him," Sasuke urged. Tsunade lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with despair. "I have already attempted everything. His sage soul is too severely damaged for my medical ninjutsu to mend." Just as despair enveloped the group, Naruto suddenly recalled a mysterious power mentioned by the great sage frog during his training at Miyaboka Mountain. It was said that in a hidden corner of the ninja world, there existed a sacred artifact capable of restoring souls. "Tsunade, I know of a place that may hold the key to saving Teacher Lee. Deep within Miyaboka Mountain lies a realm known as the Spirit Realm, where there is said to be a spirit tree whose fruit possesses incredible soul-repairing abilities," Naruto exclaimed eagerly. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope reignited in Tsunade's eyes. "At this juncture, we have no choice but to try. Sasuke, you and Naruto must take Haoyan and head straight to Miyaboka Mountain. I will remain here to manage the aftermath and prevent the Shadow Organization and the Wandering Ninja Group from causing further chaos." Sasuke and Naruto nodded, carefully lifting Li Haoyan as they hurried toward Miyaboka Mountain. Along the way, they faced numerous dangers, but with unwavering determination and formidable strength, they overcame each one. When they arrived at the spirit realm deep within Myaboka Mountain, they were awestruck by the breathtaking scenery. Wisps of fog danced around them, and a rich vitality permeated the air. At the center of the spirit realm stood a colossal spirit tree, radiating a soft glow, adorned with translucent fruits, each imbued with potent energy. However, obtaining the fruit of the spirit tree was no simple task. The spirit realm was guarded by powerful spirit beasts, whose sole duty was to protect the sacred tree from any intruders. Naruto boldly declared, "We have come to save a friend's life. Please allow us to take a single fruit." Yet, the spirit beasts remained unmoved, emitting deep growls as they charged toward Naruto, Sasuke, and Lihaoyan. Sasuke immediately activated his Mangekyou Sharingan, bracing for battle. "It seems we have no choice but to force our way through." Naruto entered Sage mode, standing shoulder to shoulder with Sasuke as they unleashed an array of powerful ninjutsu, engaging in a fierce battle with the spirit beasts. Naruto's Sage technique, Raisin Shuriken, swept through like a tempest, while Sasuke's Susanoo loomed like a giant, repelling the spirit beast assaults time and again. During the skirmish, Naruto realized that these spirit beasts were not true enemies. They were merely fulfilling their guardianship duties. Thus, he ceased his assault and once more endeavored to communicate with the ethereal beasts. "Our friend has nearly sacrificed his life to protect the shinobi world. He is a kind and noble soul. Should he perish, the realm will lose a formidable guardian. I implore you to comprehend our plight." Perhaps moved by Naruto's sincerity, the ethereal beasts halted their attack. One of the larger beasts approached the sacred tree, gently plucking a fruit with its claws, before extending it to Naruto. Gratefully, Naruto accepted the fruit and hurried to Lihaoyan's side. He fed the fruit into Lihaoyan's mouth and, alongside Sasuke, awaited the miraculous unfolding in silence. As the fruit's energy coursed into Lihaoyan's being, his exceedingly faint sage essence began to mend slowly. A soft luminescence enveloped Lihaoyan's form, and his visage gradually regained its color. After a considerable interval, Lihaoyan slowly opened his eyes. He beheld the concerned gazes of Naruto and Sasuke, his heart swelling with emotion. "You saved me?" Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Teacher Li, you have finally awakened. It was the fruit of the sacred tree that rescued you." Lihaoyan sat up, feeling the rejuvenated essence of his celestial soul coursing within him, his heart overflowing with emotion. He was acutely aware that his rebirth was largely due to the unwavering efforts and perseverance of his friends. "Thank you, my dear friends," he expressed. "This resurrection has deepened my understanding of the significance of safeguarding the shinobi world." Following Lihaoyan's recovery, the trio returned to Konoha under Tsunade's governance. The village was gradually regaining its former splendor. The Shadow Organization and the Rogue Ninja Group, having suffered significant setbacks from their previous defeat, were momentarily deterred from plotting against the village. Upon his return to the Hidden Leaf Village, Lihaoyan resolved to compile his knowledge acquired from both the celestial realm and the world of ninjas into a comprehensive tome, establishing a ninja academy dedicated to cultivating a new breed of ninjas capable of harmonizing sage arts and ninjutsu. He aspired to nurture formidable guardians for the future of the ninja world through this initiative. Tsunade wholeheartedly supported his vision, and the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf responded enthusiastically. With collective efforts, the academy was swiftly erected. Lihaoyan assumed the role of principal, while Tsunade, Naruto, Sasuke, and others served as instructors. Within the confines of the academy, Lihaoyan formulated an innovative educational system. He imparted not only the knowledge and techniques of sage arts and ninjutsu, but also emphasized the cultivation of ethics and willpower among the ninjas. He often reminded the students that a ninja is not merely a warrior endowed with formidable strength, but also a messenger of peace and justice. As time progressed, the academy produced numerous outstanding new-type ninjas, who played significant roles across the ninja world, safeguarding peace and perpetuating Lihaoyan's ideals. Lihaoyan enjoyed a tranquil and fulfilling life in the Hidden Leaf Village. His bond with Tsunade deepened through countless trials, as they stood by one another in their shared commitment to protect their home. Years later, when people reflect upon this chapter of history, they will remember the young man from the celestial realm, Lihaoyan, who, with his wisdom, courage, and strength, altered the fate of the ninja world and became an everlasting legend. Chapter 13. The Ninja Alliance and New Threats. Under Lihaoyan's diligent efforts, the Ninja Academy flourished, breathing new vitality into the ninja world. However, this period of tranquility was short-lived, as a new crisis quietly emerged. with the resurgence of the Shadow Association and the Wandering Ninja Organization. They recognized that their own strength was insufficient to confront the increasingly formidable Hidden Leaf Village and the united forces of the ninja world rallying behind it. Consequently, the leader of the Shadow Association began to traverse the dark corners of the ninja realm, seeking to rally those with nefarious intentions and discontent with the existing order, attempting to forge a vast anti-ninja alliance. Word of this treachery swiftly reached the Hidden Leaf Village, and Li Haotian understood the gravity of the situation. He convened the senior officials of the Hidden Leaf and representatives from other ninja villages to deliberate on countermeasures. If the Shadow Association's scheme succeeds, the entire ninja world will be plunged into ceaseless turmoil. We must unite and establish a more formidable ninja alliance to confront them, Li Haotian declared resolutely. Tsunade nodded in agreement, stating, "The Hidden Leaf Village is willing to take the lead in extending a helping hand, sharing intelligence, resources, and the strength of our ninjas with other villages." The representatives from the other ninja villages echoed this sentiment, realizing that at this critical juncture, where the survival of the ninja world was at stake, only through unity could they hope for a glimmer of hope. Thus, the Ninja Alliance was formally established, and ninjas from various villages began to assemble, train, and exchange ninjutsu and combat experiences. Li Haotian served as the head coach within the alliance, imparting his unparalleled mastery of the fusion of senjutsu and ninjutsu to elite ninjas hailing from various hidden villages. In the training grounds, he personally demonstrated the amalgamation of and fire release observe. He instructed, first, distill the senjutsu energy and chakra, then simultaneously infuse the into the flames while forming hand seals. This method significantly enhances the power and temperature of the flames while also purifying any dark forces. With swift hand seals and incantations, a radiant golden flame ignited in his palm, instantly melting a massive boulder into molten rock. Gaara, from the Sand Village, watched intently, pondering the demonstration. He endeavored to merge his sand manipulation with, and after numerous attempts, he successfully created a new technique, the Senjutsu Sandstorm. This jutsu not only boasted formidable offensive capabilities, but also employed to disrupt the mental state of his foes. Meanwhile, the ninjas from the Cloud Village, under Li Haotian's guidance, combined lightning release with the speed augmentation techniques of achieving speeds akin to lightning and amplifying their attack potency. As the Ninja Alliance engaged in rigorous training, the Shadow Council's anti-ninja alliance was simultaneously established. Their influence spanned the ninja world, comprising a vast number of members armed with various nefarious jutsu and weaponry. The leader of the anti-ninja alliance stood atop a dark fortress, surveying the assembled army below with a sinister grin. Do the Ninja Alliance believe they can thwart me? Today marks their demise. With that proclamation, he led the forces of the anti-ninja alliance toward the headquarters of the Ninja Alliance in Konoha. Upon receiving the news, the Ninja Alliance swiftly prepared for battle. Li Haotian divided the ninjas into several combat teams, strategically positioning them throughout key locations in Konoha. Naruto, Sasuke, and Gaara formed the vanguard, ready to confront the enemy outside the village and buy time for the defenses behind them. As the army of the anti-ninja alliance approached the outskirts of Konoha, a fierce battle erupted. Naruto initiated the attack, unleashing Senjutsu, Nine Tails mode, with 9 colossal tails swirling behind him as he unleashed a powerful tailed beast bomb towards the enemy. Sasuke activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, summoning the complete form of Susanoo. The massive Susanoo wielded a bow, shooting arrows engulfed in black flames, each arrow igniting immense explosions within the enemy ranks. Gaara commanded the sweeping towards the forces of the anti-ninja alliance. The infused sandstorm disoriented the enemy ninjas, drastically diminishing their combat effectiveness. However, the anti-ninja alliance was equally resolute. They unleashed various dark jutsu, such as the life-absorbing dark swamp technique, the fear-inducing nightmare technique, and summoning various malevolent creatures through their summoning arts. The battle descended into a stalemate, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. Witnessing this dire situation, Li Haotian recognized that only by personally intervening could he alter the tide of the conflict. He soared into the sky and executed Senjutsu, Celestial Harmony. This celestial technique emanated powerful luminous energy from its wielder, illuminating the entire battlefield. The radiant energy exerted a formidable restraining influence over the dark ninjutsu of the anti-ninja alliance, causing numerous shadowy techniques to dissipate instantaneously upon contact with the light. However, The leader of the Shadow Guild had anticipated this, producing a dark artifact known as the Shadow Scythe. This scythe possessed the ability to absorb luminous energy and transmute it into an even more potent dark power. Wielding the Shadow Scythe, the leader charged towards Li Haoyan, declaring, "Your celestial arts are futile against me. Today marks your demise." Li Haoyan's gaze sharpened as he clasped his hands together, invoking the celestial technique of 10,000 swords returning to the sect. An innumerable array of swords, forged from concentrated celestial energy, surged towards the leader of the Shadow Society. With a flourish of his enchanted scythe, the Shadow Society leader deflected each sword with precision. Amidst the fierce clash, Li Haoyan discerned a vulnerability in the Shadow Scythe. After it absorbed light energy, there existed a fleeting moment of energy conversion. Seizing this opportunity, he unleashed the celestial technique of soul impact, striking directly at the leader's essence, inflicting grievous harm during the interval of energy transition. Upon being struck, the leader coughed up blood, his body swaying perilously. Observing their leader's injury, the morale of the anti-ninja coalition plummeted. Seizing the moment, the Ninja Alliance launched a final offensive, surging like a relentless tide against their adversaries, utterly vanquishing the anti-ninja coalition. In the aftermath of this monumental battle, peace was once again restored to the ninja world. Yet, Li Haoyan understood that as long as the roots of dark forces remained unextirpated, true tranquility would forever elude the ninja world. He resolved to lead the ninjas of the Ninja Alliance on a quest to uncover the origins of these dark forces, striving for enduring peace in their realm. Chapter 14. The quest for the source of darkness. As the smoke of the ninja world war gradually dissipated, the earth lay scarred, strewn with the remnants of shattered edifices. Standing amidst the ruins, Li Haoyan gazed at the weary yet resolute ninjas, his heart brimming with reflection. Although they had claimed victory, he was acutely aware that without the complete eradication of the dark forces' roots, this hard-won peace would be but a fleeting illusion. Within the Hokage's office in Konoha village, Li Haoyan gathered with Tsunade and other key figures of the Ninja Alliance to deliberate on the plan to seek out the source of darkness. Our understanding of the Shadow Society remains woefully inadequate. We know they have been in pursuit of formidable and malevolent power. Yet their headquarters and any potential backing from other forces remain shrouded in mystery, remarked an elder from Tsunade, furrowing his brow. After a moment of contemplation, Li Haoyan spoke. "During my battle with the Shadow Society, I sensed a dark aura emanating from a distant realm that seemed to guide them. This may be a crucial clue in locating their lair. I intend to employ mystical arts for profound perception and tracking." Tsunade looked at him with a hint of concern. "Haoyan, you have just emerged from a fierce battle, and your spiritual energy has yet to fully recover. Wouldn't it be perilous to forcibly utilize mystical arts at this juncture?" Li Haoyan gently shook his head, remarking on the urgency of their situation. Each moment of delay granted the forces of darkness an opportunity to regroup. "I shall proceed with caution," he asserted. Thus, under the watchful gaze of the gathered crowd, Li Haoyan ventured to a tranquil spot within the Hidden Leaf village. He seated himself upon the ground, forming hand seals, and commenced the invocation of the sage technique. Source of spiritual awareness. A golden glow enveloped him, radiating outward like ripples on a serene pond, as his consciousness gradually extended to every corner of the shinobi world. The consumption of sage energy required for this technique was immense, and soon beads of sweat adorned Li Haoyan's forehead, yet he persevered through gritted teeth. At last, he discerned the most potent source of dark energy emanating from a valley shrouded in ominous mist at the farthest reaches of the land. "I found it." Li Haoyan opened his eyes, determination flickering within their depths. He promptly summoned elite ninja from the Shinobi Alliance, forming an expeditionary team that included familiar faces such as Naruto, Sasuke, and Gaara. Equipped with ample supplies and gear, they set forth towards the darkened valley. Their journey led them through dense forests and treacherous mountains, where an eerie mist lingered, punctuated by chilling laughter and strange sounds that echoed through the air. "Everyone, be cautious. There may be traps ahead," Sasuke warned, activating his Sharingan to scrutinize their surroundings. Naruto infused his sensory abilities with sage energy, scratching his head as he muttered, "I can't shake the feeling that something is lurking in the shadows, but I can't pinpoint its exact location." Suddenly, the ground erupted with countless black tendrils, writhing like serpents as they reached out to ensnare the ninjas. Gaara swiftly commanded the sands to form a protective barrier, repelling the encroaching vines. "These tendrils are imbued with dark power. We cannot allow them to make contact." Li Haoyan formed hand seals, invoking the celestial technique of pure flame to vanquish demons. Golden flames erupted from his palms, incinerating the black vines one by one. Yet, more vines surged from all directions, seemingly inexhaustible. This cannot continue. We must uncover the source of these vines, Li Haoyan declared. Closing his eyes, he once again employed his celestial perception. Moments later, he discerned that these vines were controlled by a colossal dark tree deep within the valley. That tree is the key. Let us rush forth, Li Haoyan shouted. Leading the charge into the heart of the valley, the ninjas followed closely, each employing their unique skills as they struggled against the onslaught of the black vines. Naruto entered Sage mode, utilizing the Sage art, Wind Release, spiraling shuriken to sever swathes of vines. Sasuke's Susanoo wielded immense weaponry, clearing a path for his comrades. Gaara's sand surged like a tumultuous tide, engulfing any imminent threats. Upon finally standing before the dark tree, they were taken aback by the sight before them. The tree was colossal, its trunk so thick it would require dozens to encircle it. Adorning its branches were various fruits exuding a sinister aura, with distorted human faces faintly manifesting upon them. What malevolent entity is this? Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with disgust. Li Haoyan spoke gravely. This tree must be one of the vital sources of the Shadow Society's dark power. It has absorbed countless negative emotions and dark energy to grow to such an immense size. We must destroy it. However, just as they prepared to act, the Tree of Darkness suddenly unleashed a powerful dark shockwave, sending the ninjas flying. Then, a group of elite ninjas from the Shadow Society emerged from behind the tree. Their dark aura more intense than those they had encountered before. Did you think you could easily destroy our sacred tree? Today will be the day of your demise, sneered one of the ninjas from the Shadow Society. The battle erupted once more. As the ninjas engaged in a desperate fight against the members of the Shadow Society around the Tree of Darkness, Li Haoyan found himself in a standoff with a formidable opponent from the Shadow Society, who unleashed a bizarre dark ninjutsu, transforming into a mass of shadows. Effortlessly weaving through the darkness and launching sudden attacks intermittently, Li Haoyan maintained his composure as he unleashed the mystical technique of illusionary sealing. A myriad of golden runes materialized around him, enveloping the shadow within their confines. Under the constraint of the runes, the shadow gradually took form, revealing a visage of sheer terror. Seizing the opportunity, Li Haoyan launched his assault, a beam of celestial energy striking the shadow down decisively. Meanwhile, Naruto, Sasuke, and Gaara gradually gained the upper hand, repelling the remaining members of the Shadow Council. At last, Li Haoyan approached the dark tree. Channeling all his celestial energy into his hands, he invoked the divine technique of celestial annihilation. A colossal golden blade cleaved through the air towards the dark tree, which emitted an anguished roar in its futile attempt to resist. However, succumbing to the overwhelming power of the celestial technique, it was ultimately uprooted and reduced to ashes. With the destruction of the dark tree, the ominous mist enveloping the valley began to dissipate, and the surroundings returned to their natural state. Yet, Li Haoyan understood that this was merely the first step in their quest to uncover the source of darkness, with greater challenges awaiting them ahead. Chapter 15. Abyss of Darkness. After the destruction of the dark tree, Li Haoyan and the ninjas discovered a mysterious crystal emanating a dark glow amidst the ruins. Within the crystal, a swirling vortex of darkness seemed to pulse, faint whispers of dread echoing from its depths. This object appeared highly unusual. Undoubtedly linked to the core secrets of the Shadow Council, Li Haoyan remarked with a furrowed brow. Naruto, intrigued, leaned closer and inquired. Could this be a key to their headquarters or perhaps a clue? Li Haoyan endeavored to probe the crystal using his celestial power. Upon contact, a formidable dark force surged back, eroding his energy. He swiftly severed the connection, his heart filled with trepidation. This power is exceedingly malevolent and potent. We must exercise caution. We shall transport it back to Konoha village and study it collaboratively. Upon their return to Konoha, the crystal was ensconced within a chamber fortified by multiple sealing techniques. Tsunade summoned the foremost sages and ninjas from Konoha and other ninja villages to collectively unravel the enigma of this mysterious crystal. After extensive examination, a seasoned ninja from Konoha remarked, "This crystal appears to serve as a spatial anchor, linking to a distant and shadowy realm. However, to decipher its secrets and harness it to locate the headquarters of the Shadow Council demands immense energy and precise unsealing techniques. Any misstep could precipitate catastrophic consequences." After a moment of contemplation, Li Haoyan spoke. "I can attempt to stabilize the energy fluctuations using celestial power, and then we shall collectively explore the method of unsealing. However, during this process, I may be disturbed by the dark forces within the crystal. so I will require your protection. The group nodded in agreement, ready to commence their endeavor. Standing before the crystal, Li Haotian formed hand seals, gradually infusing celestial energy into the sealing array surrounding the crystal. As the celestial power flowed in, the dark radiance of the crystal intensified, and the whispers of darkness grew clearer, seemingly beckoning to the deepest fears within their hearts. While Li Haotian strived to stabilize the energy, the other ninjas meticulously examined the runes and markings on the crystal, seeking clues for the unsealing process. Naruto watched anxiously from the side, his heart laden with apprehension about the unknown dangers, yet he believed in their inevitable success. After several hours of arduous research and experimentation, they finally uncovered a potential method for unsealing. Just then, the crystal suddenly unleashed a powerful suction, forcibly drawing a portion of Li Haotian's celestial energy within. His body swayed, and his complexion turned pale. "Li-sensei," Naruto exclaimed, "do not worry about me. Proceed with the unsealing as planned." Li Haotian gritted his teeth and shouted. The ninjas took a deep breath and began the unsealing process according to the established method. Their hand seals shifted rapidly, chants escaping their lips as beams of light shot forth from their hands and infused into the crystal. With the completion of the final seal, the crystal shattered with a resounding crash, revealing a colossal dark portal before them. A potent aura of darkness emanated from the portal, as if it led to an endless abyss. "Is this the lair of the Shadow Council?" Sasuke mused, his gaze fixed on the portal, brimming with vigilance. "Regardless of what lies within, we must venture forth and uncover the truth," Li Haotian declared, enduring the pain of his energy being eroded. As he stepped boldly into the dark portal, the ninjas followed closely, entering the shadowy realm. Inside was a desolate world, shrouded in ominous clouds, with thunder and lightning raging across the sky. The ground was littered with black rocks and pools of viscous liquid emitting a foul stench. Suddenly, a horde of grotesque dark creatures surged forth from all directions. These creatures, massive in stature, bore sharp claws and teeth, with some capable of spewing corrosive fluids. "Everyone, be cautious. Engage in battle," Li Haotian commanded. Naruto immediately entered Sage mode, unleashing the Sage art. Frog Kata, engaging the dark creatures in close combat. His figure darted swiftly among them, each strike infused with formidable celestial energy, repelling the approaching foes. Sasuke activated his Manjiki Sharingan, summoning Susanoo, Flame Release, and Earth Style. The immense Susanoo wielded weapons engulfed in black flames, incinerating swathes of dark creatures. Gaara manipulated sand, forming various defensive and offensive configurations. The sand, sharp as blades, sliced through the bodies of the dark beings while simultaneously erecting sturdy barriers to shield the ninjas from harm. Li Haotian unleashed a celestial spell that illuminated the heavens and the earth, radiating a golden light that dispelled the pervasive darkness enveloping this realm. Wherever the brilliance spread, the power of the dark creatures waned, rendering their movements sluggish. Through their collective efforts, they gradually repelled the initial onslaught of the dark entities. However, they understood that this was merely the beginning. Greater perils loomed ahead. As they ventured deeper into the shadowy expanse, they beheld a colossal dark fortress. The castle emanated a stifling aura of malevolence, its walls adorned with a myriad of sinister runes and grotesque statues. "The headquarters of the Shadow Society must lie within," declared Li Haotian. As they approached the fortress, countless ninjas from the Shadow Society emerged upon the battlements. These ninjas unleashed a barrage of dark ninjutsu attacks, with shadowy fireballs, slicing winds, and toxic mists raining down upon them. The ninjas swiftly took defensive positions, while Li Haotian invoked the celestial technique of Spirit Wind Guardian, enveloping them in a protective barrier of celestial energy that deflected the incoming assaults. "We must devise a way to breach their defenses," Tsunade urged, her hand shimmering with the radiant glow of healing ninjutsu, poised to lend her support at a moment's notice. Li Haotian gazed upon the castle, his mind racing with strategies. Suddenly, he discerned an energy node at the castle's grand entrance. If he could dismantle this node, a passage into the fortress would be revealed. "I shall destroy that node. Provide me cover," Li Haotian declared, then soared towards the castle gates. The ninjas unleashed their most formidable techniques to carve a path for him. Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, supermassive Rasengan barrage, while Sasuke's Susanoo released powerful arrows, and Gaara summoned a tempest of sand to assail the foes atop the walls. Under the cover of the crowd, Li Haotian successfully approached the energy node at the castle gate. With his hands forming intricate seals, he unleashed a celestial technique, a devastating golden blade slicing toward the energy node. With a resounding explosion, The energy node was obliterated, and the castle gate slowly creaked open. A more formidable aura of darkness surged forth, yet Li Haoyan and the ninjas, without a trace of hesitation, resolutely stepped into the castle, prepared to confront the final battle. Chapter 16. The ultimate confrontation. As they entered the dark castle, a foul stench intertwined with malevolence assaulted their senses. The walls flickered with eerie luminescence, as if countless eyes were lurking in the shadows. Li Haoyan and his companions cautiously advanced along the ominous corridor, each step laden with vigilance. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, and black spikes erupted from the earth, thrusting toward them. Li Haoyan reacted swiftly, employing the celestial technique of aerial shadow, lifting himself and the nearby ninjas into the air, evading the onslaught of spikes. The traps of the Shadow Society were indeed relentless. Tsunade furrowed her brow, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes, fully aware that the dangers ahead would only intensify. Delving deeper into the castle, they arrived at a vast hall. At the center of the hall, the leader of the Shadow Society sat upon a throne forged from dark energy, surrounded by a formidable entourage of dark ninjas. "You have finally arrived, sparing me the trouble of seeking you out," the leader of the Shadow Society remarked coldly, his voice reverberating throughout the hall, rife with provocation and disdain. Li Haoyan stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon the leader of the Shadow Society. "Today marks your demise. Your schemes shall meet their end here." The Shadow Society leader erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. "You think you can challenge me? I have harnessed the ultimate power of darkness. You are no match for me." With a sweeping motion of his hands, the dark ninjas surged forth like a tidal wave towards Li Haoyan and his comrades. In an instant, battle erupted, the air resonating with the cacophony of shouts in the thunderous clash of ninjutsu. Naruto activated his Nine Tails mode, 9 colossal tails swirling behind him as he charged into the fray like a golden comet. The harmonious fusion of sage techniques and tail beast power allowed each of his strikes to repel swathes of dark ninjas. "Experience my sage art, tailed beast ball raisin shuriken." Naruto bellowed, the immense ninjutsu forming in his hands, hurtling towards the dense cluster of foes and igniting a fierce explosion. Sasuke Susanoo had evolved to its pinnacle form. He stood atop its head, wielding a bow and arrows engulfed in black flames, expertly eliminating any approaching adversaries. Amaterasu, world-ending arrow. The black flames in Sasuke's eyes blazed fiercely. And wherever the arrow struck, dark ninjas were consumed by the flames, emitting anguished cries. Gaara's sand swirled throughout the hall, crafting formidable defensive barriers while simultaneously transforming into razor-sharp sand blades that sliced through the enemy's flesh. With hands forming seals and incantations spilling from his lips, he declared, "Sage power, sandstorm of destruction." The sand roared like a tempest, ensnaring foes within its grasp, mercilessly grinding them down. Meanwhile, Tsunade remained at the rear, employing medical ninjutsu to heal the injured shinobi, while also unleashing her incredible strength to send approaching enemies flying. "Ninjas of Konoha, do not falter," Tsunade proclaimed, her voice ringing out to bolster the spirits of her comrades. Li Haoyan unleashed the celestial technique 10,000 Buddhas paying homage, conjuring countless golden phantoms of Buddha that radiated a formidable purifying force, advancing towards the dark ninjas with the intent to suppress them. Each Buddha that descended could reduce a swath of enemies to mere dust. However, upon witnessing his subordinates falter, the leader of the Shadow Society took matters into his own hands. Rising to his feet, he enveloped himself in a shroud of dark energy, vanishing instantaneously from his original position. In the next moment, he materialized before Li Haoyan, wielding a long sword that exuded a potent aura of darkness, thrusting it towards him. Li Haoyan deftly sidestepped the attack, while simultaneously invoking the celestial technique Spirit Link, sending forth a beam of golden light from his fingertips aimed at the leader of the Shadow Society. With ease, the leader parried the assault with his sword, and then unleashed a ninjutsu known as Dark Devour. A swirling vortex of black energy erupted from his mouth, attempting to engulf Li Haoyan's celestial power. Li Haoyan sensed the formidable power of devouring energy and promptly altered his strategy. He restrained his celestial energy and executed a close combat celestial technique known as celestial martial arts of the universe. A golden aura enveloped his body, and each movement was imbued with tremendous strength and exquisite finesse. The two engaged in a breathtaking melee within the grand hall, where the shadows of fists and swords intertwined, and the celestial energy clashed with dark forces, creating a tempest of energy. At a pivotal moment in the battle, Li Haoyan discerned that the leader of the Shadow Society experienced a brief respite in power after unleashing his dark devouring force. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed the celestial technique of the Holy Fist of Demonic Breaking, a strike that amalgamated his entire celestial energy and unwavering belief in justice. Radiating with a brilliant golden light as it surged towards the leader of the Shadow Society. Caught unawares, the leader was struck squarely in the chest, his body careening backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily against the wall. Yet, he was not utterly vanquished. Rather, he became more frenzied. Rising to his feet, he began to chant an ancient and malevolent incantation. As the words spilled forth, the entire castle trembled violently, dark energy converging from all directions toward him. You forced me to awaken the power of the Dark God. Today shall mark the end of the ninja realm. The leader of the Shadow Society bellowed. Li Haoyan sensed that the situation was dire. He understood the urgency of thwarting the Shadow League leader before he could fully awaken the power of the Dark God. Ascending into the skies, he invoked the celestial technique of heaven and earth coexistence. This was an extraordinarily potent yet perilous technique, demanding a sacrifice of part of his own vitality in exchange for a force capable of annihilating all. A golden radiance erupted from Li Haoyan's being, enveloping the entire hall. This luminescence clashed with the dark energy of the Shadow League leader, resulting in a stalemate. Naruto, Sasuke, and the others, witnessing Li Haoyan wield such a hazardous technique, rushed to offer their assistance. However, Li Haoyan shouted emphatically, "Do not approach. This is my confrontation with him. You must safeguard yourselves." Amidst the collision of celestial technique and dark power, Li Haoyan's life force waned, yet his gaze remained resolute. In his heart, there resided but a single conviction: to obstruct the Shadow League leader and uphold the peace of the ninja world. Ultimately, through Li Haoyan's unwavering perseverance, the dark power of the Shadow League leader was gradually subdued. Cracks began to appear across his form, and the might of the Dark God slowly dissipated. Taking advantage of the moment, Li Haoyan unleashed his final blow, the celestial soul sealing technique. A golden rune array soared towards the leader of the Shadow Society, completely sealing his soul and the dark powers he wielded. With the sealing of the Shadow Society's leader, the dark castle began to crumble. In a moment of peril, Li Haoyan and his companions managed to escape the fortress. As they stepped outside, the world was bathed in light once more. Gazing upon the familiar sky, Li Haoyan felt a profound sense of relief. They had ultimately thwarted the nefarious plot of the Shadow Society, safeguarding the peace of the shinobi world. Following this pivotal battle, Li Haoyan ascended to the status of a hero within the shinobi realm. His exploits alongside the ninjas of Konoha were celebrated far and wide, etching an indelible legend into the annals of shinobi history. Moreover, the bond between him and Tsunade solidified through these harrowing trials, and together they vowed to continue protecting the hard-won peace. Chapter 17, The Dawn of Peace and a New Mission. The collapse of the Dark Castle marked the end of a nightmarish ordeal, symbolizing the return of tranquility to the shinobi world. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, cascading over the vast expanse of the earth, dispelling the shadows that had long lingered in the hearts of the people. Li Haoyan and his comrades returned triumphantly, receiving a warm welcome and deep respect from the various nations of the shinobi world. In the Hidden Leaf Village, lanterns adorned the streets, and an atmosphere of joy permeated every corner as villagers cheered and celebrated the hero's homecoming. Within the Hokage's office, preparations were underway for a grand victory banquet. Influential figures and elite ninjas gathered in unison to commemorate this hard-won peace. As the pivotal figure in this triumph, Li Haoyan naturally became the focal point of admiration. Tsunade stood beside him, her gaze filled with pride and affection. She gently linked her arm with his and said, "Haoyan, you have succeeded. You have safeguarded the shinobi world. You are a true hero." Li Haoyan smiled faintly as he gazed at Tsunade, his heart brimming with emotion. "This achievement is not solely mine. It is the culmination of our collective efforts. Without you all, I would not have arrived at this moment." At the celebration banquet, Naruto exuberantly weaved through the crowd, sharing exhilarating moments of battle with his former comrades. His face radiated a brilliant smile, a smile that seemed capable of dispelling all darkness in the world. At that moment, I thought to myself, I must not allow the Shadow Organization to succeed. I must protect everyone. Sasuke, seated quietly nearby, wore a subtle smile, his eyes reflecting a sense of contentment. As he observed the lively scene, his heart brimmed with anticipation for the future. Amidst the revelry, a mysterious elder slowly entered the banquet hall, clad in a flowing white robe, his hair a cascade of silver, and his gaze deep and wise. The elder's presence instantly captivated the attention of all. The hall gradually fell silent. "Who are you?" Tsunade inquired with a furrowed brow, sensing an extraordinary aura emanating from the elder. The elder inclined his body slightly and bowed. "I am the guardian of an ancient clan within the ninja world. I have come to express my gratitude for your protection of peace in our realm. Furthermore, I bring tidings of significance." The crowd turned their curious eyes towards him, eager for him to continue. The elder spoke slowly. "In the far eastern reaches of the ninja world lies a mysterious relic, imbued with a formidable and ancient power. This power has the potential to benefit the ninja realm, yet it may also be exploited by malevolent forces. I have sensed recent disturbances within the relic, as if a dark power is attempting to corrupt it." Li Haoyan felt a stir within his heart, realizing that this could be the harbinger of a new crisis. "How shall we respond?" he inquired. The elder regarded Li Haoyan, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. "I have faith in your abilities, as well as those of your companions, to journey to the far east, uncover the secrets of the relics, and thwart the encroachment of dark forces. This is a new mission, a guardianship of the future of the ninja realm." Li Haoyan declared without hesitation, "I am willing to proceed." Tsunade and others echoed his sentiment, fully aware that peace is a hard-won treasure that must not be jeopardized by new threats to the ninja world. Under the guidance of the elder, Li Haoyan and his companions embarked on their journey to the far eastern lands. They traversed dense forests, expansive grasslands, and treacherous mountains, enduring countless trials and tribulations. At last, they arrived at the fabled mysterious ruins. The ruins were enveloped in an ancient barrier, surrounded by an aura of enigma. "This barrier appears formidable. We must tread carefully," Li Haoyan cautioned. The group began to meticulously examine ways to dismantle the barrier. Naruto attempted to combine sage techniques with the power of the Nine Tails to assault the barrier, while Sasuke utilized the insight of his Sharingan to identify its vulnerabilities. Gaara manipulated sand to sense the energy fluctuations of the barrier. After considerable effort, they finally discovered a flaw in the barrier. Li Haoyan unleashed the sage technique of spirit-breaking seal, and a golden beam struck the barrier's weak point, shattering it instantly. Upon entering the ruins, they found themselves surrounded by various mechanisms and traps. The ground was littered with devices that spewed flames, the walls concealed apertures that shot poisoned arrows, and massive stones loomed overhead, poised to fall at any moment. "Stay close behind me, and do not trigger the mechanisms," Li Haoyan warned cautiously as he led the way. However, despite their vigilance, a ninja inadvertently set off a trap. In an instant, flames and poisoned arrows erupted, plunging the entire ruin into chaos. Li Haoyan reacted swiftly, invoking the celestial technique of the Qiankuan shield, enveloping everyone within its protective embrace to fend off the onslaught of traps. "Do not panic. We must locate the control core of the mechanisms to fully eliminate the peril," he commanded. Under Li Haoyan's guidance, the ninjas commenced their search for the control core. Naruto, utilizing the sensory abilities afforded by Sage Mode, scoured the surroundings, while Sasuke activated his Manjiki Sharingan, piercing through layers of obstructions in pursuit of clues. At long last, they uncovered the control core of the mechanisms. With hands forming intricate seals, Li Haoyan unleashed the celestial sealing technique, binding the control core and subsequently halting the operation of the traps within the ruins. As they ventured deeper into the ruins, they arrived at a grand hall. At the center of the hall stood a colossal energy crystal, emanating a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, imbued with formidable power. "This is where the mysterious force of the ruins resides," Li Haoyan proclaimed. However, as they approached the crystal, a cadre of dark ninjas materialized unexpectedly. These ominous figures radiated an aura reminiscent of the previous Shadow Council, evidently drawn by the allure of the crystal's power. "You again! You shall not succeed!" Naruto exclaimed furiously. A fierce battle erupted anew, with the ninjas engaging the dark adversaries in a tumultuous clash within the Hall of the Ruins. Li Haoyan unleashed the celestial technique of Buddha's radiance, casting golden light that illuminated the entire hall and inflicted significant damage upon the dark ninjas. Amidst the fray, Li Haoyan discerned that these dark ninjas seemed to be operating under the command of an unseen puppet master lurking in the shadows. Determined to unearth this hidden antagonist and resolve the crisis once and for all, he closed his eyes and employed the celestial technique of spiritual insight, allowing his energy to permeate through the ruins. Ultimately, he pinpointed the whereabouts of the puppet master, concealed in a secret corner of the hall, a dark figure orchestrating the chaos. Li Haoyan flew towards the dark figure without the slightest hesitation. As he drew near, The true identity of the shadow revealed itself to be the lingering consciousness of the leader of the Shadow Society. Do you truly believe you can eradicate me completely? As long as this power endures, I shall rise again. The lingering consciousness of the Shadow Society leader cackled maniacally. Li Haotian's gaze was resolute. Today marks the complete annihilation of your existence. Upon uttering these words, he unleashed the celestial technique of soul purification, directing a stream of pure celestial power towards the remnants of the Shadow Association leader's consciousness. After a fierce confrontation, Li Haotian ultimately succeeded in purifying the lingering essence of the Shadow Association leader, leading to the dissolution of the Dark Ninjas. With the crisis averted, Li Haotian and his companions began to explore how to harness the powers within the ruins to benefit the ninja world. After careful contemplation, they resolved to disseminate this newfound energy throughout the corners of the ninja realm, utilizing it to enhance the environment and improve the training resources available to ninjas. Once all arrangements were meticulously made, they departed from the enigmatic ruins, embarking on their journey back to Konoha village. Along the way, their hearts brimmed with aspirations for the future. After enduring numerous trials, the ninja world finally embraced the dawn of true peace. And they would continue to uphold their mission of safeguarding the realm, penning their own legendary narrative. Chapter 18. Heritage and Hope. Upon their return to Konoha, Li Haotian and his companions meticulously reported the matters concerning the eastern ruins to the Hokage and representatives of the various ninja villages. Following extensive deliberations among the gathered individuals, it was resolved to establish a dedicated organization tasked with managing and harnessing the powers derived from the ruins, ensuring their stable and beneficial contribution to the shinobi world. Li Haotian was elected as the core leader of this organization, fully aware of the weight of his responsibilities. To better transmit power and knowledge, he established a comprehensive ninja academy in the Hidden Leaf Village. This institution not only imparts ninjutsu and sage techniques, but also educates ninjas on history, culture, ethics, and various other subjects. During the academy's opening ceremony, Li Haotian stood at the podium, gazing down at the sea of expectant and reverent eyes, and began to speak slowly. The path of a ninja is long and arduous. What we pursue is not merely the enhancement of strength, but the resilience of spirit and the unwavering commitment to justice. From this day forth, you shall embark on a new journey here, absorbing the wisdom of our forebears, drawing from the essence of the ninja world, and contributing your strength to the preservation of peace. Naruto, Sasuke, Tsunade, and others also took on roles as mentors at the academy, generously sharing their experiences and skills with the young ninjas. In practical training sessions focused on physical techniques and sage arts, Naruto passionately demonstrated various moves. Pay close attention. The key to the sage art, Rasen Shuriken, lies in the rotation of chakra and the fusion of sage power. As he spoke, he swiftly formed hand seals, and a massive Rasen Shuriken materialized in his hands, the surrounding air buzzing with energy. Sasuke, in his classes on Genjutsu and Ninjutsu theory, guided students with his profound insights. The essence of Genjutsu is the interference and manipulation of the enemy's psyche, while the diversity of ninjutsu depends on the mastery of chakra transformations. You must continually train and contemplate to create your own unique ninjutsu. In the medical ninjutsu course, Tsunade personally demonstrated the techniques for treating injured comrades. Medical ninjutsu is not only a means of saving lives but also a vital safeguard for team survival in battle. Accurate chakra control and an understanding of the human meridian system are fundamental to becoming an exceptional medical ninja. In the Academy's daily teachings, Li Haotian also emphasized the cultivation of students' teamwork spirit. He frequently organized team drills, allowing students to learn cooperation and trust through simulated combat. During one such exercise, a squad composed of students with different personalities and specialties faced a formidable enemy. Initially, they fought individually and found themselves in a predicament. However, under the captain's leadership, the defensive students built a robust line of defense. The offensive students seized the opportune moment to launch a fierce attack, and the reconnaissance students provided accurate intelligence from the sidelines. Ultimately, they triumphed over their adversary, and the squad members profoundly realized the strength of teamwork. Aside from his teaching duties, Li Haotian and Tsunade were also exploring their feelings for one another. On a tranquil night, with moonlight spilling over the rooftops of the Hidden Leaf Village, Li Haotian and Tsunade sat side by side at the edge of a rooftop. Tsunade gently leaned her head on Li Haotian's shoulder and softly said, "Haotian, after all we've been through, I finally understand that you are the one I've been waiting for." No matter how many storms the future may bring, I wish to face them with you. Li Haoyan gently grasped Tsunade's hand and said, Tsunade, you are the most cherished person in my life. Together, we shall safeguard Konoha and each other for all eternity. As time flowed on, the Ninja Academy nurtured countless exceptional ninjas. These young warriors, equipped with their acquired knowledge and skills, ventured into the far reaches of the ninja world, sowing the seeds of peace and hope. However, Li Haoyan understood that the preservation of peace must never be taken lightly. He remained vigilant, closely monitoring the developments within the ninja realm to thwart any potential threats from arising anew. One day, the intelligence department conveyed unsettling news. Mysterious phenomena had emerged in a distant border region. Several villagers had inexplicably vanished, leaving behind only strange ruins and an ominous presence. Li Haoyan sensed that a new danger was looming, and he resolved to personally lead a small team to investigate. This team comprised the most exceptional students from the academy, eager to put their learning to the test in real combat. Upon arriving at the border region, they discovered that the malevolent aura was far more pervasive than they had anticipated. In an abandoned village, they unearthed clues regarding the missing villagers. It turned out that a group of rogue ninjas, corrupted by dark forces, was conducting a sinister ritual in an attempt to open a portal to a dark dimension. We must thwart their plans, Li Haoyan declared resolutely. In an instant, battle erupted, and the young ninjas fearlessly charged towards their foes. They unleashed a myriad of ninjutsu and mystical techniques learned at the academy, engaging in a fierce struggle against the traitorous ninjas. Li Haoyan observed the battlefield with keen interest, discerning that the crux of the traitorous ninjas' ritual lay within a dark altar. He realized that by destroying this altar, he could thwart their sinister plot. Employing the celestial technique of void teleportation, he instantaneously materialized beside the altar. Upon witnessing this, the traitorous ninjas surged towards him. Unperturbed, Li Haoyan unleashed the celestial technique of Buddha's light to pacify the abyss, emanating a powerful golden radiance that repelled the approaching foes. Subsequently, he formed hand seals and invoked the celestial technique of annihilating demons, directing a colossal golden seal towards the dark altar. With a resounding explosion, the altar was utterly obliterated, and the ominous aura gradually dissipated. Having successfully averted the crisis, Li Haoyan returned to Konoha with the young ninjas. He understood that as long as shadows of darkness lingered in the ninja realm, their guardianship would never cease. These young ninjas would embody the hope for the future of the ninja world, inheriting the belief in safeguarding peace and relentlessly advancing along the path of ninjutsu. Chapter 19. The new image of the ninja world and the resurgence of old shadows. Following this confrontation, the young ninjas acquired invaluable experience through practical combat, growing increasingly convinced of Li Haoyan's teachings and solidifying their resolve to protect the ninja realm. Upon returning to Konoha, they became exemplars within the Ninja Academy, inspiring a greater number of students to diligently pursue their training. Under the guidance of Li Haoyan and numerous esteemed predecessors, the ninja world entered an unprecedented era of prosperity and harmony. Interactions and collaborations among ninjas from various nations flourished, and trade exchanges became increasingly seamless. The lands, once scarred by the ravages of war, gradually rejuvenated, with villages and towns revitalized, allowing citizens to live in peace and contentment. While the laughter of children echoed through the streets and alleys, the Ninja Academy continued to expand, attracting exceptional students from across the ninja realm. Li Haoyan tailored more personalized teaching plans based on the students' talents and strengths, nurturing many ninjas who excelled in diverse fields. Some students specialized in diplomacy and intelligence gathering, becoming bridges of communication among nations. Others focused on the research and innovation of medical ninjutsu, significantly elevating the medical standards within the ninja realm. While still others made groundbreaking advancements in the fusion of ninjutsu and celestial techniques, their prowess sufficient to counter various potential threats. The bond between Li Haoyan and Tsunade deepened during these peaceful years. They often strolled hand in hand on the outskirts of Konoha village, relishing the tranquility and beauty of nature. One splendid spring day, amidst a sea of blossoms, Li Haoyan proposed to Tsunade, who joyfully accepted. Their wedding became a grand event in the ninja world, drawing ninjas from various countries to offer their congratulations, as people sang and danced in celebration of this heroic union. However, while the ninja world basked in peace and happiness, a long-forgotten darkness began to stir in the distant west. The remnants of the Shadow Organization, once defeated by Li Haoyan and his comrades, had spent years in hiding and plotting, ultimately discovering a new means to restore their power. They unearthed an ancient sealing relic in a secluded valley, rumored to contain a formidable and malevolent force. The Shadow Organization, willing to pay any price, broke the seal, unleashing an evil source of power, a demon core radiating a sinister glow. The power of the demon core rapidly spread, corrupting everything in its vicinity. Creatures tainted by the dark force became frantic and agitated, forming a formidable dark army that, under the Shadow Organization's control, marched toward the heart of the ninja world. News of this impending threat quickly reached Konoha village, and Li Haotian recognized it as yet another monumental crisis facing the ninja realm. He urgently convened the leaders of the Ninja Alliance to discuss strategies for counteraction. The Shadow Organization's return is undoubtedly well prepared, Li Haotian stated gravely. We must not underestimate their strength. We must give our all. Tsunade nodded in agreement. We need to swiftly organize our defensive forces and dispatch reconnaissance teams to gather detailed intelligence on the enemy. Naruto stood up, his gaze resolute. I am willing to lead the reconnaissance team. I will ensure we bring back vital information about the enemy. Sasuke added, I will accompany Naruto. Our prior collaboration equips us to accomplish the mission successfully. After Naruto and Sasuke set off, Li Haotian began organizing the Ninja Alliance's forces for battle. He divided the ninjas into various combat teams, each tasked with defense, offense, and support. Simultaneously, he imparted a new technique that fused sage arts with ninjutsu, enhancing the ninjas' power in battle and shielding them from the encroaching darkness. The reconnaissance team led by Naruto and Sasuke encountered the vanguard of the Dark Army at the western border. They engaged the enemy in a fierce skirmish. Naruto entered Sage mode, unleashing the Sage art, Wind Release, super large Raisin Shuriken, sending forth a massive wind blade that repelled the advancing foes. Sasuke activated his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, summoning Susanoo, Flame Release, a towering figure wreathed in black flames, crashing through the ranks of the Dark Army. Despite their formidable strength, the overwhelming numbers of the Dark Army, bolstered by the power of the Demon Core, began to overwhelm them. Just at that critical moment, Li Haotian arrived with reinforcements from the Ninja Alliance. Li Haotian invoked the celestial art of 10,000 Buddhas paying homage, sending forth countless golden Buddha phantoms to suppress the Dark Army. Wherever the Buddha images appeared, the soldiers of the Dark Army were purified, and the malevolent forces were dispelled. Under Li Haotian's leadership, the ninjas launched a comprehensive counterattack, repelling the vanguard of the Dark Army. However, they were acutely aware that this was merely the prelude to a grand battle. The true threat loomed behind, embodied in the demonic core controlled by the Shadow Society. To decisively vanquish the Shadow Society and safeguard the tranquility of the ninja realm, Li Haotian resolved to lead an elite squad deep into enemy territory to locate and obliterate the demonic core. This elite team comprised Li Haotian, Naruto, Sasuke, Gaara, and other top-tier ninjas. They embarked on a perilous journey into the unknown, advancing towards the site of the demonic core. Along the way, they encountered various traps and enemy ambushes, yet through their combined intellect and prowess, they overcame each challenge. At last, they arrived at the headquarters of the Shadow Society, a vast fortress shrouded in dark energies. The castle was fortified with powerful barriers and defenses, patrolled by countless dark ninjas. We must proceed with caution, first locating the demonic core before devising our attack plan, Li Haotian whispered. They stealthily infiltrated the castle, employing the ninjas' techniques of invisibility and stealth to evade enemy patrols. Deep within the fortress, they discovered a colossal source of dark energy, the demonic core. The core was situated at the center of a grand magical array, guarded by numerous elite members of the Shadow Society. Upon perceiving Li Haotian and his companions, the leader of the Shadow Society erupted in maniacal laughter. Do you truly believe you can thwart me? This time, I shall utterly conquer the ninja realm. The battle erupted instantaneously, with Li Haotian engaging in a breathtaking duel against the leader of the Shadow Society, while Naruto, Sasuke, and others clashed fiercely with the society's elite. Each unleashed their most formidable jutsu and celestial arts, illuminating the castle with brilliant flashes and intense energy fluctuations. Amid the fray, Li Haotian discerned that the power of the demonic core was escalating as it absorbed the surrounding dark energy and life force. If it were not destroyed swiftly, the consequences would be dire. He resolved to take a perilous gamble, invoking a forbidden celestial technique, celestial soul disintegration. This art would separate his celestial soul from his body, allowing his soul to enter an ethereal state, thereby circumventing the defenses surrounding the demonic core and striking directly at it. However, the risk was immense. If his soul were harmed during the assault, he would be unable to recover. Upon learning of Li Haotian's plan, Tsunade vehemently opposed. Haotian, this is far too dangerous. You cannot proceed with this. Li Haotian gazed at Tsunade, his eyes brimming with resolve. Tsunade, this is our sole opportunity. If I do not act, the ninja world will be plunged into an abyss from which it cannot recover. Rest assured, I shall return. With that, he disregarded Tsunade's protests and unleashed the Sage Soul disintegration technique. His Sage Soul gradually detached from his corporeal form, soaring toward the demon core. In this ethereal state, he sensed the immense malevolent power emanating from the core, yet he did not falter. He concentrated all his Sage energy and charged toward the demon core. After an intense battle, Li Haotian's Sage Soul finally struck the demon core with success. The core emitted a blinding radiance, soon developing fissures. With a resounding explosion, the demon core shattered completely, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that engulfed the entire castle. Li Haotian's celestial essence was gravely damaged under the shock of the explosion, rendering his body exceedingly frail. Naruto, Sasuke, and the others hurriedly assisted him in fleeing the castle. With the unwavering efforts of Tsunade and other medical ninjas, Li Haotian's celestial essence gradually began to recover. However, his body required an extended period of recuperation. Following this fierce battle, the Shadow Council was once again vanquished, and peace returned to the ninja realm. Yet, Li Haotian understood that the path to peace would never be devoid of obstacles. He and the ninjas of the realm would persist in safeguarding this land, regardless of the myriad challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 20. The Everlasting Peace in the Immortal Legend. Li Haotian, under the meticulous care of Tsunade and the medical ninjas, gradually regained his health. This final confrontation with the Shadow Association profoundly illuminated the fragility and preciousness of peace within the ninja world, etching Li Haotian's name into the annals of legend forever. To avert the resurgence of similar dark forces, the Ninja Alliance convened a grand peace summit in the Hidden Leaf Village. Representatives from various nations gathered in unison to deliberate on the establishment of a more robust peace mechanism and defense system. At the summit, Li Haotian proposed a series of innovative suggestions, including the establishment of a shared intelligence network among the ninja world to promptly detect potential threats, the creation of a joint ninja training camp to facilitate mutual learning and collective growth among ninjas from various nations, and the development of an early warning system capable of monitoring energy fluctuations within the ninja realm to preemptively guard against the resurgence of dark forces. The representatives from various countries expressed their unanimous support for Li Haotian's proposals and resolved to fully back the implementation of these plans. Naruto voluntarily took on the initial preparatory work for the construction of the intelligence network, leveraging his extensive connections and adventurous experiences throughout the ninja world to actively engage with various factions, thereby laying a solid foundation for the network's establishment. Sasuke focused on the planning and instructional arrangements for the joint ninja training camp. He infused his profound understanding of ninjutsu, genjutsu, and sage techniques acquired over the years into the training curriculum, devising a rigorous and targeted training program aimed at enhancing the comprehensive abilities and adaptability of the ninjas. Gaara, utilizing the unique geographical advantages and resources of Tsunade, was responsible for the site selection and construction of the early warning system. He led the ninjas of Tsunade in deploying various sophisticated energy monitoring devices at critical locations within the ninja world, which could perceive energy fluctuations in real time and relay data back to the central monitoring room in Konoha. Through their collective efforts, the peace defense system of the ninja world gradually took shape. Meanwhile, Li Haotian was not idle. He began to compile a comprehensive ninja compendium, merging his knowledge from the sage realm with the wisdom of the ninja world. This compendium encompassed various aspects, including the principles of ninjutsu, the mysteries of sage techniques, the essentials of medical ninjutsu, combat strategies, and the moral cultivation of ninjas, aiming to provide future generations with an extensive resource for learning and reference. Tsunade continued to advance the medical field in Konoha, further promoting the healing concepts from the sage realm that Li Haotian had introduced, thus training more exceptional medical ninjas. Under her guidance, the medical standards in Konoha reached new heights, allowing for effective treatment of ailments that were once deemed incurable. As time flowed on, Li Haotian and Tsunade's children gradually grew up in this peaceful and prosperous environment. They inherited their parents' remarkable genes and noble virtues, receiving rigorous training at the Ninja Academy from a young age, displaying extraordinary ninja talents. One day, Li Haotian brought the children to the site of a past battle against the Shadow Organization. The land, now covered in lush grass and blooming flowers, seemed hard to believe that it once witnessed a thrilling war. Children, this land has borne witness to the darkness and light of the ninja world, to pain and hope. You must remember that peace is hard-won, and as ninjas, you bear the sacred mission of protecting this land, Li Haotian said earnestly, gazing into the distance. The children nodded in unison, their eyes filled with resolve and reverence. In their hearts, the father is regarded as a magnificent hero. They yearn to emulate him, wielding their own strength to safeguard the peace of the ninja world. As time flowed on, the name Li Haotian became a symbol within the ninja realm, epitomizing courage, wisdom, and justice. His exploits were woven into ballads, resonating in every corner of the ninja world. The celestial sage descends to the mortal realm. The Hokage world unveils extraordinary abilities. The healing sage's deft hands save the lives of many, as ninja arts and divine techniques subdue malevolent spirits. In the Shadow Council, he battles demons, unhesitatingly sacrificing his celestial essence to avert calamity. The peace envoy Li Haotian, a legend everlasting. Li Haotian and Tsunade spend a tranquil and joyous life in the Hidden Leaf Village, witnessing the continual development and progress of the ninja world along the path of peace. Observing generations of ninjas flourishing, their hearts brimming with contentment and pride. As they gradually aged and reflected upon the past, the battles, adventures, hardships, and setbacks they had once faced transformed into cherished memories. They understood that their lives were devoted to the cause of peace in the ninja world, and their story would forever inspire future generations to bravely tread the path of ninjas, safeguarding this land filled with hope and dreams, allowing the radiance of peace to eternally illuminate the ninja realm. Chapter 21. Undercurrents of Conspiracy. Chapter 21. Undercurrents of Conspiracy. Li Haotian had been recuperating at Tsunade's residence for a considerable period, and his health was gradually restored. He began to assist Tsunade in managing various medical matters, gradually gaining some renown in the medical community of Konoha, thanks to his unique knowledge of sage medicine. One day, Tsunade received an urgent summons from the Hokage's office and hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, Li Haotian was organizing medicinal herbs in the clinic. Yet an inexplicable sense of unease welled up within him. "Are you the lad that Lady Tsunade brought back?" A malevolent voice echoed from the entrance of the clinic. Li Haotian looked up to see several individuals clad in the attire of Konoha shinobi entering, led by a middle-ranking ninja with a sinister gaze. "Is there something you require?" Li Haotian inquired, his senses sharpening with caution. Recently some peculiar ailments have emerged within the village, and there are suspicions that they stem from your enigmatic presence. You must accompany us, the middle-ranking ninja asserted. Li Haotian understood that this was likely a deliberate provocation, yet he did not wish to cause unnecessary trouble in Konoha village. Thus, he resolved to accompany them on this journey, confident that the village would restore his innocence. As he made his way to the Hokage's office, Li Haotian discreetly observed his surroundings, noting the subtle hostility emanating from the ninjas, who appeared to be deliberately fostering misunderstandings among the villagers regarding him. Upon reaching the Hokage's office, Tsunade furrowed her brow at the sight of Li Haotian being brought in, questioning the situation. The third Hokage, seated behind his desk with a grave expression, addressed Tsunade, stating that there had indeed been some unusual ailments surfacing in the village, and this Li Haotian's identity remained ambiguous, leading some to suspect his involvement in the matter. "Lord Hokage, I can assure you that Haotian is not that kind of person. He has been assisting me at the clinic, and his medical skills are exceptional. If he wished to do harm, why would he act in such a manner?" Tsunade quickly defended Li Haotian. Li Haotian stepped forward and respectfully said, "Hokage-sama, I am willing to cooperate with the investigation, yet I firmly believe there must be a misunderstanding. Although I hail from a distant place, I harbor no malicious intent." The third Hokage nodded slightly and replied, "In that case, Lord Li Haotian, please share your thoughts regarding these ailments." Li Haotian pondered for a moment and said, "Although I have not witnessed the affliction with my own eyes, I surmise it may be caused by a novel toxin, possibly introduced intentionally by someone with the aim of disrupting Konoha village." "You clever lad. Perhaps it is indeed the toxin you brought forth," scoffed a nearby Konoha jonin. Li Haotian cast a glance at him, unperturbed, and calmly replied, "Noble lord, if I were indeed the poisoner, why would I remain in Konoha, awaiting discovery? What benefit would that yield for me?" Tsunade echoed his sentiment, affirming, "Indeed. Haotian has been by my side throughout. He has had no opportunity to unleash any toxins." The third Hokage pondered for a moment before stating, "Let us refrain from hasty conclusions for now. We shall first investigate the condition of the afflicted. Young Li Haotian, you will accompany us. Should you assist in uncovering the truth, it will affirm your innocence." "Yes, Lord Hokage," Li Haotian responded. The group proceeded to the ward housing the patients, where they beheld individuals with ashen faces, their breaths feeble and bodies marred by peculiar dark splotches. Li Haoyan meticulously examined the patient's symptoms, discerning an ominous aura emanating from the dark marks, which were clearly no ordinary poison. This is not a typical toxin, but rather a curse infused with a specially modified ninjutsu, Li Haoyan declared. A curse? What might that entail? Tsunade inquired. It is a vile technique that melds ninjutsu with toxic substances. The practitioner must possess substantial knowledge of both curses and toxins, and once this curse manifests, it is exceedingly difficult to dispel, Li Haoyan elucidated. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the ward. Upon stepping out, they observed a ninja engaged in a heated argument with the guard stationed at the entrance, demanding entry. I have come to assess the patient's conditions. Why am I not permitted to enter? The ninja shouted. Li Haoyan gazed at him, a sudden stir of intuition rising within. He discerned a flicker in the ninja's eyes, suggesting the presence of a hidden secret. Who are you? Which department do you belong to? Tsunade inquired. I am from the Konoha Intelligence Division. I suspect that these patients may be connected to external threats. I must enter to investigate, the ninja replied. Li Haoyan stepped forward and said, Are you from the Intelligence Department? Do you not realize that this is the result of a cursed technique, rather than a direct attack from external enemies? Upon hearing Li Haoyan's words, the ninja's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. What do you know, you young brat? I intend to investigate this personally. Tsunade intervened, stating, Without the Hokage's orders, no one may enter. The ninja, seeing this, could only snort in disdain before turning to leave. As Li Haoyan observed his retreating figure, he felt an increasing sense of unease about the situation. Upon returning to the medical facility, Li Haoyan resolved to conduct a covert investigation into the suspicious ninja. Under the cover of night, he stealthily infiltrated the Konoha Intelligence Department. Within the archives, he uncovered information regarding recent activities surrounding Konoha Village. One report indicating that a mysterious organization was clandestinely developing a new type of cursed technique. Could this shadowy group be orchestrating events from behind the scenes? Li Haoyan pondered this thought. Just as he was about to delve deeper, an alarm suddenly blared. Startled, he realized he had been discovered. He swiftly employed a sage technique to conceal his presence and fled from the intelligence department. Upon returning to Tsunade's residence, Li Haoyan shared his findings with her. Tsunade's expression turned grave as she realized the enormity of the conspiracy at play. We must inform the Hokage immediately. The following day, Tsunade and Li Haoyan returned to the Hokage's office to relay their discoveries to the third Hokage. After listening intently, the third Hokage's demeanor grew serious, acknowledging that Konoha Village was on the brink of a crisis. We must urgently identify this mysterious organization and neutralize the threat posed by the cursed technique. Li Haoyan proactively volunteered, Hokage, I am willing to assist Konoha in uncovering the mastermind behind this plot. I possess a certain understanding of poison curses, which may prove useful. The third Hokage regarded him with a glimmer of trust in his eyes. Very well, Li Haoyan, you shall collaborate with Tsunade in investigating this matter, but do exercise caution. Yes, Hokage, both Li Haoyan and Tsunade responded in unison. Subsequently, they commenced their investigation in Konoha and its surrounding areas, tracing the elusive threads of a mysterious organization, gradually revealing the tip of a shocking conspiracy. Throughout this process, Li Haoyan consistently showcased his sage medical wisdom and unique abilities, working alongside Tsunade to safeguard the tranquility and peace of Konoha. However, the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainties and dangers. Whether they would succeed in thwarting the conspiracy remained an open question. Chapter 22. The source of the poison curse. After Li Haoyan and Tsunade departed from the Hokage's office, they swiftly embarked on a thorough investigation, following the faint clues uncovered earlier in the intelligence department. They traversed the narrow paths outside of Konoha, diligently seeking traces of the enigmatic organization. Haoyan, what do you believe is the true intention of this mysterious organization? Why would they unleash such a malevolent curse upon Konoha? Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowed with concern, her gaze revealing a hint of apprehension. Li Haoyan's expression was grave. Given the current circumstances, it appeared they sought to disrupt the order of Konoha Village and diminish its strength. However, there might be deeper motives at play, perhaps linked to certain secrets or strategic resources of the village. As the two conversed, they remained vigilant of their surroundings. Upon entering a secluded grove, Li Haoyan suddenly sensed a faint yet malevolent aura. Tsunade, be cautious. Something is amiss nearby, he whispered, discreetly gathering sage power in his palm. Tsunade nodded slightly, entering a state of combat readiness. At that moment, a group of ninjas clad in black robes, their faces concealed by masks, emerged slowly from the trees. Who are you? What brings you here under such secrecy? Tsunade demanded loudly. One of the masked ninjas let out a chilling laugh. Tsunade-heim, your arrival is indeed a trap of your own making. This curse spell is merely the first step of our plan, and you shall become its sacrificial offering. Humph. Is that so? Just with you? Tsunade retorted disdainfully, swiftly forming hand seals. Summoning technique. A colossal slug materialized beside her in an instant. Li Haoyan, unwilling to be outdone, danced his hands and invoked the mystical protective shield, enveloping both himself and Tsunade within its embrace. Harming us will not be so simple, he declared. The battle was imminent as the masked ninjas unleashed an array of jutsu upon them. There were fireball techniques blazing like a wildfire, razor-sharp wind techniques slicing through the air, and shadow mimicry techniques that followed like a specter. Tsunade maneuvered her slug to fend off the onslaught, the creature secreting a viscous slime that neutralized some of the jutsu. Meanwhile, Li Haoyan harnessed the formidable defense of the mystical shield, gathering spiritual energy within its confines, preparing for a counterattack. Mystical art, spirit arrow of destruction, he bellowed, releasing a flurry of radiant arrows that surged toward the masked ninjas like bolts of lightning. The ninjas scrambled to evade, yet several were struck, collapsing with anguished cries. How infuriating! This brat possesses such potent mystical arts. The leader of the masked ninja seethed, producing a black orb from his robes that emanated a dense aura of venomous curses. Taste this. It is the source of our meticulously crafted poison curse, once unleashed. The entire Hidden Leaf village shall be engulfed in toxic mist. With that, he hurled the orb forcefully toward Li Haoyan and Tsunade. Li Haoyan's expression sharpened. He sensed the monumental peril contained within the orb. Tsunade, get away, he shouted, amplifying the strength of the mystical shield in an effort to deflect the orb's devastating power. Tsunade and Li Haoyan leapt swiftly to opposite sides as the orb landed between them, erupting into a cloud of black toxic mist. The noxious vapor spread rapidly, withering the flora in its wake. We cannot allow the toxic mist to spread, Tsunade exclaimed, swiftly forming seals with her hands to cast a sealing technique aimed at containing the poisonous fog. Li Haoyan joined forces with her, channeling his mystical energy into radiant beams of white light that intertwined with Tsunade's sealing technique, gradually suppressing the expansion of the toxic mist. Do you think this will stop us? The leader of the masked ninja sneered, rallying the other ninjas to launch an even fiercer assault. While fending off the attacks, Li Haoyan pondered how to dismantle the source of the poison curse. He understood that only by utterly destroying this source could the true danger to the Hidden Leaf village be averted. In a brief lull during the combat, Li Haoyan closed his eyes, extending his spiritual senses deep into the toxic mist to probe the core structure of the poison curse's origin. He discerned that this source was a blend of a peculiar malevolent force intertwined with various deadly substances. Intricately sealed by complex jutsu, methods of ordinary might could not hope to obliterate it. Tsunade, I need you to buy me some time. I must attempt to dismantle the poison curse's source from within, Li Haoyan stated. Tsunade nodded resolutely. Very well, you focus on your task. I will hold them off. Li Haoyan unleashed his celestial powers, transforming his form into a streak of radiant light as he plunged into the sealed miasma. The malevolent forces within the toxic fog incessantly eroded his ethereal body, yet he persevered with unwavering strength drawn from his formidable celestial energy. Deep within the heart of the poison's curse, he discovered an energy core pulsating with an enigmatic glow, the very source of the toxic power. Li Haoyan took a deep breath, concentrating all his celestial energy into his hands, then slowly extending them towards the core of energy. Celestial technique, chaotic breaking palm, he shouted, striking fiercely at the energy core. The moment his palms made contact, an overwhelming recoil surged through him, as if his celestial energy might be scattered. Yet, he gritted his teeth, persisting in channeling his energy relentlessly into the core. Outside, the battle between Tsunade and the masked ninjas reached a fever pitch. Despite Tsunade's formidable strength, the sheer number of masked ninjas and their synchronized ninjutsu began to wear her down. Nevertheless, she kept in mind that Li Haoyan was working to unravel the source of the poison curse, and she resolved to endure at all costs. You wretched fiends shall not prevail in Konoha. Tsunade roared, unleashing her signature technique, the unmatched might. Her fist swelled with immense power, crashing down upon the masked ninjas, each blow creating a deep crater in the ground, forcing them to retreat under her relentless assault. Within the core of the poison curse, Li Haoyan's celestial energy clashed continuously with the malevolent force of the poison core, counteracting each other. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his body trembled slightly from the immense pressure. Yet, he never wavered, driven by a singular conviction, to obliterate the source of the poison curse and protect Konoha. At long last, through Li Haoyan's unwavering determination, cracks began to form in the poison core, radiating with a blinding light. With a thunderous roar, the poison core shattered completely, and the malevolent force of the poison curse dissipated into the ether. Li Haoyan emerged from the toxic mist, appearing somewhat fatigued. Yet his eyes shimmered with a sense of satisfaction. "Tsunade, the source of the poison curse has been obliterated," he proclaimed. Upon hearing this news, Tsunade's heart soared with joy, and her assaults grew increasingly ferocious. The masked ninjas, upon realizing that the source of the poison curse had been vanquished, fell into disarray, their ranks collapsing. Under Tsunade's formidable onslaught, they were swiftly defeated or fled in terror. Phew, at last, one significant trouble has been resolved, Tsunade exhaled with relief. Li Haoyan gazed at Tsunade with a subtle smile. However, the enigmatic organization behind this affair would undoubtedly not relent. We must persist in our investigation to uncover their lair and eliminate the threat completely. Tsunade nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, the tranquility of Konoha village must not be compromised. We must capture them all in one fell swoop." Thus, after resolving the crisis of the poisonous curse, Li Haoyan and Tsunade embarked on a new journey to trace the footsteps of the mysterious organization, fully aware that greater challenges awaited them ahead. Chapter 23. The Mysterious Relic. After Li Haoyan and Tsunade vanquished the masked ninjas and obliterated the source of the venomous curse, they continued their pursuit of the enigmatic organization, following the remaining clues. Their journey led them to a desolate valley, imbued with an eerie aura, where the lair of the mysterious group might be concealed nearby. Li Haoyan, ever vigilant, remarked as he extended his sage senses, meticulously attuning to the surroundings. Tsunade surveyed the area, noting the rugged terrain of the valley, shrouded in a delicate mist. They had to tread carefully to avoid an ambush. As they cautiously ventured deeper into the valley, they were suddenly enveloped by a low, resonant hum. The ground began to tremble slightly, and ahead of them loomed a colossal stone door, adorned with a plethora of strange symbols and patterns, emanating an ancient and mystifying essence. There was certainly something amiss behind this door, potentially linked to the enigmatic organization. Li Haoyan stated, stepping forward to scrutinize the symbols on the stone door. Drawing upon his knowledge of ancient runes acquired in the celestial realm, he endeavored to decipher their meaning. Tsunade joined him at the door. Observing that these symbols appeared to represent some form of seal, could it be that a formidable power was confined within? Just as they were engrossed in their examination of the stone door, the surrounding mist thickened abruptly, and a horde of puppets emerged slowly from the fog. Each puppet bore a unique design. Some wielded sharp blades while others launched concealed weapons, their vacant gazes betraying a menacing ferocity. "It seems we have triggered a mechanism. Be cautious," Tsunade exclaimed, swiftly drawing her short blade as she prepared to confront the puppets. Li Haoyan formed hand seals, invoking the celestial technique of the Spirit Shadow spell, instantly manifesting several ethereal duplicates to engage in battle with the puppets. Meanwhile, he remained focused on deciphering the symbols on the stone door, fully aware that only by unlocking it could he uncover the pivotal clues to the mysterious organization. Tsunade navigated effortlessly among the throngs of puppets, her immense strength coupled with her superb martial skills allowing her to send each puppet flying with every strike. However, the sheer number of these relentless adversaries continued to assail her. "Tsunade, I shall assist you." Li Haoyan, noticing her predicament, momentarily set aside his research on the stone door to join the fray. He unleashed the celestial technique of starshine annihilation, causing an array of starlit beams to cascade from the heavens like raindrops, raining down upon the puppets. Struck by the celestial light, the puppets shattered into fragments. With the threat of the puppets neutralized, Li Haoyan returned to the stone door. After considerable effort, he finally began to comprehend the meanings of some of the symbols. "Tsunade, this stone door requires a specific chakra attribute and strength to unlock. I need your assistance." Tsunade approached Li Haoyan, following his guidance to channel her chakra into designated points on the stone door. Li Haoyan simultaneously invoked his celestial power, harmonizing with her chakra. With a resounding roar, the stone door slowly creaked open, revealing a blinding light emanating from within. They exchanged cautious glances before stepping through the threshold. Behind the door lay an expansive ruin, filled with intricate traps and precious treasures. As they traversed the corridor, they beheld ancient murals adorning the walls, depicting a formidable ninja organization seemingly engaged in some nefarious ritual. "This must be the origin of the mysterious organization," They appear to be in pursuit of an ancient and forbidden power, Li Haotian remarked. Delving deeper into the ruins, they arrived at a grand hall, at the center of which lay an enormous formation encircling a crystal sphere emitting an eerie blue glow. The malevolent energy radiating from the crystal sphere was palpable. It could very well be the objective of the mysterious organization. As they approached the crystal sphere, the leader of the organization suddenly materialized. So, you have indeed found your way here, but this crystal sphere shall become the key to my dominion over the world. You shall not thwart my plans. You are deluded. Such malevolent power will not grant you success, Tsunade retorted angrily. The leader of the organization scoffed. Let us see if you possess the capability to stop me. With that, he summoned a horde of formidable ninja guardians to charge at Li Haotian and Tsunade. Li Haotian and Tsunade immediately entered a state of combat. Li Haotian executed the mystical technique of the Taiji Celestial Wheel, conjuring a colossal Taiji symbol before him, deftly nullifying and rebounding the enemy's assaults. Meanwhile, Tsunade engaged in close-quarters combat with the ninja guards, her extraordinary strength repeatedly repelling her adversaries. Amidst the fray, Li Haotian discerned that the leader of the enigmatic organization was surreptitiously manipulating a crystal orb, seemingly siphoning its power. I cannot allow him to succeed. I must intervene. Li Haotian called out to Tsunade. She nodded in affirmation. Do not worry. I shall handle things here. Li Haotian executed a swift teleportation spell, instantly appearing beside the leader of the mysterious organization. He unleashed the celestial technique of Qian Kuan sealing, attempting to sever the connection between the leader and the crystal orb. Upon witnessing this, the leader engaged Li Haotian in a fierce confrontation of celestial arts and ninjutsu. The clash of their powers generated immense energy waves, causing the entire ruins to tremble. With his formidable celestial energy, Li Haotian gradually gained the upper hand, systematically unraveling the leader's ninjutsu. Your schemes end here, Li Haotian exclaimed, unleashing his full power in a devastating strike known as the Celestial Horizon-breaking Sun Palm, sending the leader flying while simultaneously severing his link to the crystal orb. Tsunade also triumphed over the ninja guards and approached Li Haotian. What shall we do now? The malevolent force of this crystal orb cannot remain here. Li Haotian pondered for a moment, contemplating the use of celestial magic to seal it away, before devising a method to utterly annihilate it. Li Haotian unleashed the celestial technique of the chaos sealing imprint, encasing the crystal orb within a barrier formed by his celestial energy. Just as they prepared to depart from the ruins, the structure suddenly began to collapse. This is not good. The ruins are about to fall. We must flee, Tsunade exclaimed. The two swiftly raced down the passageway, narrowly escaping just as the ruins crumbled completely. We have finally made it out, but the mysterious organization has not been entirely eradicated. We must return to report to Lord Hokage and devise our next course of action, Li Haotian stated. Tsunade nodded in agreement, affirming that the tranquility of Konoha village still required their vigilant guardianship. Thus, bearing the discoveries from the ruins, they hastened back to Konoha village, where an even more formidable challenge and battle for protection awaited them. Chapter 24, The Crisis Returns. Li Haotian and Tsunade hurriedly returned to Konoha village, meticulously reporting to the third Hokage about their experiences in the mysterious ruins and the nefarious crystal ball associated with the enigmatic organization. The third Hokage's expression darkened with gravity as he immediately convened the village's high-ranking officials to deliberate on a strategic response. This mysterious organization, capable of setting intricate traps within the ruins and coveting potent malevolent powers, will undoubtedly not relent easily, Nara Shikaku analyzed with a furrowed brow filled with concern. We must fortify the village's defenses while simultaneously taking the initiative to seek out the organization's other strongholds, ensuring we capture them all, Tsunade declared resolutely, her gaze reflecting unwavering determination. Li Haotian stepped forward, clasping his hands respectfully, and spoke. Honorable Hokage, I can establish a sage technique barrier around the village. While it may not completely thwart the enemy's invasion, it will serve as an early warning and provide a certain degree of obstruction. As he spoke, he slightly raised his head, his gaze shimmering with confidence and composure, a demeanor forged through trials in the sage world. The third Hokage nodded in acknowledgement. Then we shall rely on you, Lord Li Haotian. Furthermore, he commanded the formation of an elite ninja squad, led by Tsunade, to investigate the whereabouts of the mysterious organization. Just as the assembly deliberated, a commotion erupted outside Konohagakure. A ninja rushed in to report that numerous unidentified ninjas were advancing toward the village, employing various bizarre jutsu, leaving chaos in their wake. just in time. Let us confront them, Tsunade declared as she led a group of ninjas toward the village entrance. Meanwhile, Li Haotian hurried to the outskirts of the village. Prepared to activate the Sage Technique barrier, Li Haotian stood resolutely, his feet firmly anchored to the ground. He inhaled deeply, gradually closing his eyes while channeling his celestial energy. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, a brilliant light igniting within their depths. His hands began to move swiftly, fingers dancing like ethereal sprites, tracing intricate and enigmatic patterns in the air. Each flick of his fingertips appeared to converse with the spiritual energies of the universe, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. He muttered incantations, the obscure celestial spells spilling from his lips, transforming into visible runes that swirled and danced in the atmosphere. As the number of incantations increased, the runes intertwined and merged, gradually forming radiant formations that glimmered with light. Li Haotian spread his hands wide and forcefully pressed downward. The formations swiftly sank into the earth like agile serpents. Simultaneously, he lifted his hands upward, sending another portion of the formations soaring into the clouds above. A faint golden radiance emerged from the ground, spreading along designated paths, as if mapping out an immense and intricate design. In the sky, the clouds began to rotate slowly under the influence of the formations, coalescing into elusive vortices that sporadically flickered with blinding lights. Celestial barrier, arise. Li Haotian commanded in a low voice, releasing a surge of celestial energy into the barrier. Instantly, the golden glow from the ground resonated with the vortices above, and a colossal transparent screen gradually ascended, enveloping Konoha. Runes flickered across the surface of the screen, serving as vigilant guardians monitoring every movement from the outside world. At the village's entrance, combat had already erupted. The ninjas from the mysterious organization possessed formidable prowess, their techniques infused with dark powers that momentarily overwhelmed the ninjas of Konoha. Tsunade unleashed her tremendous strength, delivering a punch that sent several foes flying. Yet more adversaries surged forth like an unrelenting tide. Wind release, dark tornado. A high-ranking ninja from the mysterious organization formed seals, summoning a colossal black tornado that swept toward the ninjas of Konoha. The ninjas hastily employed defensive techniques, erecting earthen walls. But the tornado's might was overwhelming, shattering the barriers in an instant. Celestial technique, purifying Buddha light. Li Haotian, having completed the barrier's arrangement, arrived at the battlefield just in time to deploy his celestial technique. A gentle yet powerful radiance emanated from his palm, illuminating the dark tornado. The Buddha light collided with the tornado, producing a dazzling brilliance. After a moment of stalemate, the dark tornado gradually dissipated. Your celestial technique is intriguing, but do not presume you can thwart us. The leader of the mysterious organization emerged, his eyes reflecting madness and greed. Upon witnessing this, Tsunade charged furiously toward the leader, declaring, "Today marks your end." She engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle, her every strike imbued with immense power. Yet the leader evaded her attacks repeatedly with his agile movements and peculiar techniques. Shadow Clone Technique. The leader summoned numerous shadow clones, surrounding Tsunade. The clones launched simultaneous assaults, leaving Tsunade momentarily ensnared in a perilous predicament. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Li Haotian employed his celestial technique, the Spirit Eye, to discern the flaws within the shadow clones. "Kage, the second one on the left, is the true body," he exclaimed loudly. Taking heed of this revelation, Kage concentrated her strength and directed a powerful strike towards the second shadow clone on the left. With a decisive blow, the clone dissipated, revealing the true form of the leader. Though struck, the leader's lips curled into a sinister smile as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Do you truly believe this can defeat me? This is merely the beginning," he proclaimed. Suddenly, he formed a series of hand seals and retrieved a black talisman from his robes, chanting a malevolent incantation. The talisman ignited in flames, causing the ground to tremble violently as a horde of colossal skeletal monstrosities emerged from the depths below. These skeletal creatures radiated an aura of death, charging towards the Leaf Village ninjas. What sort of wicked ninjutsu is this? The Leaf ninjas gasped in terror at the sight of the skeletal abominations. Li Haotian furrowed his brow, remarking, "This is a forbidden summoning technique that calls forth deathly beings at the cost of life. Everyone, remain calm and concentrate your attacks on their heads." Upon hearing this, the ninjas of Konoha summoned their courage and unleashed a variety of ninjutsu aimed at the heads of the skeletal monsters. Li Haotian also invoked the celestial technique, Celestial Flame of Incineration, as fierce, divine fire descended from the heavens, engulfing the skeletal creatures. Wherever the celestial flames touched, the skeletal monsters emitted agonized wails, swiftly turning to ashes. However, amidst the chaos, the leader of the mysterious organization stealthily infiltrated Konoha village, his objective being the Hokage's office. Intent on seizing confidential information or discovering a means to control the crystal ball, Li Haoyan perceived the leader's intentions, allowing Tsunade to continue commanding the battle while he swiftly made his way towards the Hokage's office. Upon his arrival, he found the leader rummaging through various items within the office. "You scoundrel, do not presume to act with impunity," Li Haoyan bellowed, invoking the Sage Art, Sage Lock Prison. As countless chains of sage powers surged toward the leader, ensnaring him, the leader struggled, a malevolent expression twisting his features. "Do you truly believe you can confine me for long? Once my comrades breach the village of Konoha, you shall all serve as mere stepping stones for my ascent." Li Haoyan remained unfazed, amplifying his celestial power to reinforce the celestial prison. "Your nefarious scheme shall not succeed. The village of Konoha is under our vigilant protection and will never be tarnished by the likes of you." At this juncture, the battle at the village entrance had also reached a critical phase. Tsunade led the Konoha ninjas in a final charge, their hearts united, driving the enigmatic organization's ninjas into retreat. Sensing their dire predicament, the remaining ninjas of the mysterious organization fled in haste. Tsunade swiftly made her way to the Hokage's office to rendezvous with Li Haoyan. Together, they subdued the leader, preparing to extract further secrets of the enigmatic organization from him, as well as uncover any additional schemes. "Speak. What other plans do you harbor? Where are your other strongholds?" Tsunade inquired sternly. Yet, the leader remained tight-lipped, exuding an air of defiance. Li Haoyan employed the soul-searching technique, attempting to forcibly delve into his memories. But it appeared that a formidable force was safeguarding the leader's mind, obstructing the search. This power felt eerily familiar, seemingly linked to that malevolent crystal ball. It seems that ever since he came into contact with the crystal ball, his memories have been shrouded by some protective force, Li Haoyan remarked. "What shall we do now?" "We cannot allow him to remain silent," Tsunade expressed anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, Li Haoyan stated, "First, we shall confine him. Then we will devise a means to unravel this force. It is imperative that we extract valuable information from him, for otherwise, the village of Konoha shall know no peace." Thus, following this crisis, Konoha temporarily entered a state of vigilance and recuperation. Li Haoyan and Tsunade were acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. Deep beneath the village, a mysterious power seemed to be quietly awakening, intricately linked to a clandestine organization and a malevolent crystal orb. While practicing his sage techniques alone at night, Li Haoyan often sensed an elusive pull, understanding that in the near future, a more thrilling and harrowing battle was about to unfold. He realized that he must, before the time, exhaust every effort to enhance his sage abilities, unravel the secrets of his adversaries, and safeguard the tranquility and harmony of Konoha. Chapter 25, The Return of Sage Techniques. Upon successfully establishing the sage techniques' prohibitive barriers within his estate, Li Haoyan did not lower his guard. He was well aware that as his actions within the world of Hokage became increasingly profound, the threats he faced grew ever more intricate and varied. In pursuit of further ensuring the safety of the populace and exploring the possibility of integrating his sage techniques with the power systems of this world, Li Haoyan resolved to construct a more covert and formidable core nexus of sage prohibitions beneath his residence. Li Haoyan descended into the secret chamber beneath the mansion, surrounded by an array of herbs and ninjutsu tools, as the faint flicker of candlelight danced upon the walls. Standing at the center of the chamber, he formed an intricate hand seal, allowing the ethereal energy within him to flow gently, gathering like a meandering stream within his meridians. As the energy coalesced, his eyes began to emanate an otherworldly blue glow, illuminating the entire chamber and casting shifting shadows upon the walls. He first retrieved a radiant celestial stone from his storage ring. This stone, a serendipitous acquisition from his time in the celestial realm, harbored formidable powers of space and sealing. Li Haoyan placed the stone into a groove etched into the ground's formation, and as it settled, the chamber trembled slightly, revealing delicate fissures in the floor through which faint light seeped. Next, his fingers danced swiftly, tracing intricate spiritual patterns in the air. These patterns shimmered with a golden luminescence, as if imbued with life, gradually drifting towards the celestial stone. Upon contact, the stone erupted in a brilliant blue light, enveloping Li Haoyan within its embrace. Calm amidst the radiant glow, he continued to execute his seals, directing a thread of his spiritual energy into the stone, reciting incantations, spirit source as the guide. Celestial patterns as the lock. Unlock the mechanism of this restriction. The brilliance of the stone transformed into countless slender beams of light, radiating outward and climbing the walls, floor, and ceiling of the chamber, gradually outlining a vast three-dimensional spiritual array. Throughout the construction of the array, Li Haotian intermittently retrieved various rare materials from his storage ring, including spiritual crystal powder, essence of celestial herbs, and scales of divine beasts. He meticulously positioned these materials at specific nodes within the array. With each material placed, the array's luminosity intensified, and its patterns became increasingly intricate and profound. To ensure the stability and secrecy of the restriction, Li Haotian employed celestial techniques to merge a fragment of his celestial soul with the array. This process was perilously delicate. A moment's lapse could result in soul damage. However, emboldened by his skill, he guided his soul gently into the array. The array's brilliance surged magnificently before swiftly retracting, restoring tranquility to the chamber. If one were not to sense carefully, they would remain oblivious to the formidable celestial restrictions concealed within. After Li Haotian completed the arrangement of the core hub for the formation, he let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. At this moment, he had expended a considerable amount of his spiritual energy, yet his heart brimmed with a sense of accomplishment. This core hub not only provides an unceasing supply of spiritual energy to support the residence's mystical formations, but also possesses formidable abilities such as concealing one's presence, deflecting attacks, and spatial isolation. Tsunade and Shizun had been vigilantly waiting outside the secret chamber, and upon seeing Li Haotian emerge, Tsunade hurriedly inquired, "Haotian, how did the arrangement go?" Li Haotian replied with a smile. "What has been arranged here is the very core of the celestial technique's restrictions. It is designed to synergize with the previous barriers, thereby creating a more formidable defensive system. Whether confronted with a large-scale assault or a covert ambush, it will prove to be an effective countermeasure." Jingyin inquisitively inquired, "Does this restriction possess any particular attributes?" Li Haotian elucidated that this enchantment could conceal our presence, rendering us imperceptible to our adversaries. Simultaneously, should an attack be launched, it possesses the capacity to absorb and convert a portion of the assault's force for our own advantage, and it can activate spatial isolation at a crucial moment, trapping the enemy within a separate realm. Just as the group engaged in conversation, a sudden, intense wave of chakra surged from the distance. Li Haotian's expression shifted as he sensed an ominous aura within this energy. He promptly declared, "We have a situation. This power appears formidable. We must investigate." Thus, Li Haotian, accompanied by Tsunade and Shizun, soared towards the source of the chakra disturbance. Unbeknownst to them, a fierce confrontation with a mysterious dark force awaited them ahead, and that Li Haotian had just established was on the verge of facing its first severe trial. Chapter 26. Mastery of the enchantment in the courtyard of the Hokage world. Li Haotian, seeking absolute assurance, resolved to elevate it to the pinnacle of its potential. Li Haotian stood silently in the center of the courtyard, his eyes tightly closed, his heart calm and steady. He summoned the spiritual energy within him, extracting it thread by thread, allowing it to flow slowly through his meridians, gradually converging in the palms of his hands. At this moment, he held his hands aloft with palms facing upward, where the spiritual energy shimmered and its intensity steadily increased, resembling two miniature whirlpools of energy forming. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a brilliant light bursting forth from them, and his hands began to dance swiftly, executing a series of intricate and profound hand seals. With each transformation of the seals, a strand of spiritual energy shot forth from his palms. These strands intertwined in the air like ethereal serpents at play, gradually weaving into a vast net of luminous energy. Upon this net, runes flickered, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura, crafted by Li Haotian in accordance with the restrictive principles of the celestial realm, blending them with the natural energy fluctuations of the world of shinobi, imbuing it with a unique restraining power. Subsequently, Li Haotian elevated his form, rising into the air to survey the courtyard below. He chanted softly, his voice deep and resonant, as if conversing with the heavens and the earth. As the incantation flowed from his lips, the luminous net descended gently, perfectly enveloping the entire courtyard and the dwelling. At the moment the net touched the ground, the earth quivered slightly, and the flowers, plants, and trees in the courtyard seemed to sense this formidable power, their branches and leaves swaying gently. Next, Li Haotian retrieved several celestial treasures from his storage ring, including the spirit jade bell, stardust sand, and mysterious wind feathers. He affixed the spirit jade bell to the stone pillars at the corners of the courtyard, as the bell swayed in the wind. It emitted a clear and pleasing sound infused with spiritual energy, capable of disrupting the enemy's consciousness, plunging them into a brief state of confusion. The stardust sand was evenly sprinkled over the luminous net, and as it merged with the net, its defensive capabilities surged dramatically, gaining the ability to self-repair. Should it sustain damage from an attack, the stardust sand could swiftly seal the breaches, restoring the integrity of the restriction. The mysterious wind feathers were placed atop the fountain at the center of the courtyard, gently spinning and stirring the surrounding air into small whirlwinds. These whirlwinds traversed the courtyard, capable of detecting unusual auras nearby and disrupting the movements of intruders, hindering their progress. After arranging these celestial treasures, Li Haoyan formed hand seals once more. This time more intricate, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. As the seals were completed, a colossal pillar of spiritual light surged from his palms, piercing through the luminous net and reaching the heavens. Within this pillar, wondrous scenes unfolded, mountains and rivers of the celestial realm, exotic flowers and rare herbs. These visions continuously transformed, ultimately manifesting as mysterious seals imprinted upon the luminous net. This was Li Haoyan's infusion of his memories and insights of the celestial realm into the restriction, bestowing it with a touch of celestial elegance and majesty. Thus, the celestial restriction was successfully completed. The entire dwelling was enveloped in a resplendent and powerful aura of spiritual light, the energy radiating from the restriction causing the surrounding space to warp, as if creating an independent little world. Tsunade and Shizen stood nearby, witnessing the entire process, their hearts filled with awe. Tsunade stepped forward and remarked, "Haoyan, such a celestial technique of restraint is truly unprecedented and unseen. With it, our residence shall be as impregnable as a fortress." Li Haoyan nodded slightly and remarked, "Though this restriction is formidable, one must not let down their guard. In the universe, all things are governed by the principles of mutual generation and mutual restraint. Although I have fused the celestial world's restrictions with the power of this world of fire shadows, there may still exist unknown vulnerabilities." At that moment, a dark cloud suddenly surged on the distant horizon, within which lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, hinting at a powerful malevolent aura swirling within. Li Haoyan's expression shifted. He could sense that this aura seemed to be directed toward his celestial magic's restrictions. Chapter 27. The Impending Crisis and Inner Turmoil. Li Haoyan stood in the courtyard of the residence, gazing upward at the encroaching dark clouds, a tumult of complex emotions surging within him. On one hand, he held considerable confidence in the celestial barrier he had just established, for it was the result of a synthesis between the enchantments of the celestial realm and the formidable powers of the Naruto world, consuming a vast amount of his energy and spirit. Theoretically, it should withstand the majority of threats. Yet, on the other hand, the malevolent aura emanating from the clouds filled him with a sense of unease. This disquiet did not arise from doubt regarding the barrier's efficacy, but rather from an innate fear of the unknown. In the celestial realm, he had been a formidable figure, having navigated countless challenges and conflicts, possessing a clear understanding of various overt enemies and factions, along with corresponding strategies to counter them. However, now, in this Naruto world, he felt akin to an explorer lost in a strange labyrinth. Despite his formidable strength, he remained oblivious to the traps and hidden monsters lurking within. This sinister aura could stem from an ancient and mysterious dark organization within the Naruto world, or perhaps an unfamiliar malevolent jutsu or creature. Such uncertainty loomed over him like a shadow. He pondered silently. Though I am armed with celestial powers, the rules and systems of strength in this Naruto realm differ vastly from those of the celestial world. Can I truly safeguard Tsunade and the others? What if this evil force possesses unimaginable means to breach the barrier? How shall I respond then? This concern did not stem from a lack of confidence in his abilities, but rather from a profound reverence for the potential consequences of failure. He understood well that, in this unfamiliar world, a single misstep could exact a toll beyond his capacity to bear. Tsunade approached him, her brow slightly furrowed as she spoke. "Haoyan, this aura seems ominous. Is your barrier truly secure?" Li Haoyan turned to meet her gaze, perceiving a flicker of worry in her eyes. Yet more predominant was her trust in him. This warmed his heart, further solidifying his resolve to protect this place. "Tsunade, you need not worry excessively. This celestial barrier has been meticulously crafted by me. Even should the malevolent force be powerful, it is by no means easily surmountable. I will exert every ounce of my strength to ensure the peace of this residence," Li Haoyan declared with a note of determination. As the dark clouds loomed closer, the malevolent aura intensified, almost palpable in its presence. Li Haoyan inhaled deeply, momentarily suppressing the chaotic thoughts within, directing his full attention to the sky. His fists clenched slightly, his spiritual energy coursing through him in rapid succession, ever ready to confront any impending attack. At that moment, memories from his time in the celestial realm flooded his mind. The companions who had fought alongside him, the hardships and trials endured during his cultivation, all became the wellspring of his strength in this moment. He reminded himself, I have emerged victorious from the trials of the celestial realm. Even in this foreign land, I shall not falter. This is not merely a matter of my own safety, but also concerns the fate of Tsunade and all within this residence. Suddenly, a bolt of black lightning descended from the clouds, hurtling directly toward the celestial barrier of the residence. Li Haoyan's eyes narrowed sharply as he swiftly formed hand seals. With a commanding voice, he proclaimed, Celestial Technique, Spirit Shield Barrier. Instantly, a translucent shield of spiritual energy manifested upon the surface of the celestial barrier, adorned with shimmering runes that clashed against the black lightning. In that fleeting moment, brilliance erupted forth, and a powerful wave of energy radiated outward, causing the flowers, grass, and trees in the courtyard to sway violently under the force of this immense power. Li Haoyan felt a tightening in his chest, acutely aware that the power of this lightning far exceeded his expectations. A mere probing strike nearly caused cracks to form in his protective barrier. What kind of force is this? So formidable and malevolent. His heart was filled with astonishment. On the side, Tsunade and Shizune watched anxiously. Tsunade instinctively clenched her fists, yearning to assist, yet acutely aware that her strength might prove inconsequential in such a high-stakes confrontation. All she could do was silently pray for Li Haoyan's success in withstanding the onslaught. Li Haoyan steadied his stance, channeling his spiritual energy to mend the fissures in his protective shield. Within the recesses of his mind, he swiftly contemplated a counter-strategy. This malevolent force appeared capable of discerning the vulnerabilities in my restraints with uncanny precision. If I persist in this passive defense, it is only a matter of time before my barriers are breached. I must take the initiative and delve into its origin. Just as he prepared to unleash his celestial arts in retaliation, a chilling laugh echoed from the ominous clouds. Inhabitants of the celestial realm, do you truly believe that a mere trifling restraint in this realm of fire can deter us? Your naivety is astonishing. Li Haoyan bellowed, who are you? Why do you attack this place? The voice echoed once more, I am the emissary of the abyss of darkness. Your existence disrupts the balance of this world, and today marks your demise. Upon hearing this response, Li Haoyan's heart swelled with confusion. The abyss of darkness? What organization or force is this within the realm of Naruto? How have I never heard of it before? He realized that he might be entangled in a crisis far beyond his imagination. Yet, he felt no inclination to retreat. Instead, a fierce fighting spirit surged within him. No matter what this abyss of darkness is, if you wish to harm those here, you must first contend with me. I, Li Haoyan, have traversed the celestial realm for many years. How could I fear you, lowly wretches? With a flourish of his hands, he formed a more intricate seal, celestial technique, spirit shadow demonic break. Streams of spiritual energy clones erupted from his being, racing towards the malevolent aura amidst the dark clouds. These spirit clones, like shooting stars, tore through the heavens, engaging in a breathtaking clash with the unknown foe lurking in the shadows. During the skirmish, Li Haoyan diligently observed the enemy's attack patterns and strengths, seeking to uncover vulnerabilities. He discerned that although the power of the abyss of darkness was formidable and sinister, it seemed to lack endurance. If only I can endure this onslaught, perhaps an opportunity for counterattack will present itself, he mused. However, matters proved to be more complex than he anticipated. As the battle raged on, an increasing tide of malevolent forces surged forth from the dark clouds, fiercely opposing his spirit clones. Li Haoyan felt his spiritual energy waning. If this continued, he might find himself unable to maintain the barrier due to exhaustion. Just as he began to feel overwhelmed, memories of his experiences in the Naruto world flooded back to him. Those days spent with Tsunade and the bonds of friendship and warmth he had felt ignited a powerful emotional force deep within him. He realized he was no longer the solitary cultivator solely pursuing strength and enlightenment in the celestial realm. He had attachments in this world and people he wished to protect. This emotional strength blazed within him like a flame, swiftly replenishing his dwindling spiritual energy. His gaze hardened with resolve. I cannot fall. I must safeguard everything here. With a mighty roar, he summoned all his spirit clones back, gathering his spiritual energy to its zenith. Celestial technique, spirit, source unification. A brilliant aura enveloped him, radiant as the sun, charging towards the malevolent essence within the dark clouds. This was his all-or-nothing assault, the most potent force he could unleash in defense of his cherished ones. As the light collided with the malevolent energy, the world seemed to stand still. A tremendous explosion of energy painted the sky in vibrant hues, intertwining light and darkness in a fierce embrace. Within that brilliance, Li Haotian harbored but one conviction: victory. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until the light gradually faded and the dark clouds in the sky began to disperse. Li Haotian gently descended back into the courtyard, his complexion somewhat pallid, yet his gaze radiated a sense of satisfaction. He had successfully withstood this assault. But he was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. Tsunade hurriedly approached to support him, inquiring, "Haotian, are you all right?" Li Haotian smiled faintly, saying, "I am quite well, merely experiencing some depletion of my spiritual energy. The forces within the abyss of darkness should not be underestimated. We must swiftly enhance our strength and delve into the secrets that lie beneath, in order to prepare for potential crises that may arise in the future." Jing'an interjected, "What course of action should we pursue next?" Li Haotian gazed into the distance and spoke softly, "Let us begin by delving into the depths of this dark abyss. I shall seek out ancient texts from the world of Naruto, in hopes of uncovering clues regarding it. Simultaneously, I will continue to refine this celestial technique's restrictions, fortifying our defensive capabilities. This battle has imparted upon me a profound understanding. In the realm of Naruto, we must incessantly grow and explore to endure the unknown perils that lie ahead." His heart now possessed a clear direction. Although the path ahead remained fraught with danger and challenges, he was no longer engulfed in confusion or fear. With the steadfast belief in his guardianship, he would join Tsunade and others, continuing to etch their own legend within the world of Naruto. The truth concealed within the dark abyss awaited his gradual revelation. Chapter 28. Exploration and Confusion. After successfully fending off the assault of the dark abyss emissary, Li Haotian's body gradually regained its strength. Yet his mind plunged into profound contemplation and bewilderment. He was acutely aware that this confrontation was merely the tip of the iceberg. The malevolent force lurking in the shadows was akin to a colossal python, coiling within the depths of the Hokage world, poised to strike with lethal precision at any moment. Yet, he possessed scant knowledge of this adversary. In the solitude of his chamber, Li Haotian sat in quiet reflection. The very air around him seemed to solidify. His thoughts were a tangled web, interweaving in a chaotic dance. On one hand, he felt a sense of relief for having safeguarded the abode of Tsunade and others. The surge of power that erupted in that moment was not solely derived from his cultivation in the celestial realm, but stemmed from his deep regard for those around him. The trust bestowed upon him by Tsunade, the concern exhibited by Shizune, and the delicate emotional bonds cultivated in this world became the wellspring of his strength. However, this emotional tether also instilled within him an unprecedented pressure. In the celestial realm, he could pursue the path of greatness with abandon, unafraid of life and death. Yet now, he feared that a misstep could bring harm to those he cherished. He sighed inwardly, "I was merely a transient in the celestial realm. Yet I find myself ensnared by attachments in this Hokage world. Is this a cruel twist of fate, or is it a trial I am destined to endure?" This uncertainty regarding his fate cast a shadow of confusion over his gaze. He began to reflect on his actions since arriving in this world. From being rescued by Tsunade to gradually integrating into this realm, it seemed that every decision he made intertwined him ever more tightly with it. Tsunade gently pushed open the door, observing Li Haotian lost in thought, and softly inquired, "Haotian, what occupies your mind? Are you still troubled by the dark abyss?" Li Haotian raised his head, meeting Tsunade's concerned gaze, and subtly shook his head. "I am contemplating our future. Tsunade, the power of the dark abyss is shrouded in mystery, and I fear that our current strength may be insufficient to withstand it. I wish to uncover more secrets of this world, perhaps find a means to counter them. But that implies I may need to depart for a time, and I cannot bear to leave you all behind." Tsunade approached him, taking a seat beside him, and remarked, "Haotian, I understand your intentions are for our benefit. However, you cannot shoulder all the risks alone. We can devise a plan together. I have connections and resources within the Hokage world that may prove helpful." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, warmth surged within Li Haotian's heart. He recognized that Tsunade was not merely a fragile woman who hid behind others. She possessed her own strength and courage. "You are right, Tsunade. We indeed need to unite all available forces. Yet, before that, I must attain a deeper understanding of the dark abyss. I wish to seek out ancient relics or locations tied to the history of the ninja world, in hopes of uncovering clues about them." A renewed fighting spirit ignited in Li Haotian's eyes. With his decision made, he began to prepare for his journey. organizing his storage ring and carefully placing essential celestial artifacts and elixirs within. With each item he placed down, memories of his past in the celestial realm flooded back. The days spent refining elixirs and cultivating treasures amidst the ethereal peaks and cloud seas felt as if they had occurred just yesterday. Yet now, he was compelled to wield these relics from the heavenly realm in his quest for the unknown within the world of Naruto. As he stepped out of the mansion, he cast a lingering glance back at Tsunade and Shizune, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood that this journey was fraught with peril, yet he had no alternative. Silently, he vowed to himself, I shall unearth a means to combat the abyss of darkness and return safely. Li Haoyan embarked on his journey. First arriving at the ninja library of Konoha. The library was suffused with the musty aroma of aged paper and ink, while towering shelves were laden with a myriad of scrolls and tomes. He navigated through the aisles, his gaze swiftly scanning the volumes in search of accounts regarding the abyss of darkness or similar malevolent forces. However, after several hours, he found himself empty-handed. A sense of urgency began to stir within him. Could it be that this world of Hokage holds no records of such formidable dark powers? Or had he perhaps chosen the wrong path? This feeling of frustration weighed heavily on his spirits, yet he resolved not to yield. He decided to depart from Konoha and venture into other realms of the shinobi world in pursuit of knowledge. He arrived at an ancient forest, rumored to conceal remnants of a bygone era. The air was thick with mist, and the trees stood tall and dense, allowing only dappled sunlight to filter through the leaves. Li Haoyan tread cautiously through the woodland, channeling his spiritual energy to sense the environment around him, wary of triggering hidden traps or encountering dangerous beasts. Suddenly, he detected a faint energy fluctuation emanating from ahead. A spark of excitement ignited within him as he followed the direction of the disturbance. Deep within the forest, he stumbled upon a weathered stone tablet. Its surface was etched with peculiar runes and patterns, some reminiscent of those he had encountered in the celestial realm, yet marked by distinct differences. Approaching the tablet, he studied its inscriptions with great care, though he could not fully decipher its meaning. He sensed a potential connection between these runes and the abyss of darkness. This could be a pivotal clue. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him. He endeavored to infuse the tablet with his spiritual energy, hoping to activate it or glean further insights. The moment his energy coursed into the stone, it erupted with a brilliant radiance, and within the glow emerged a series of indistinct images. The visions depicted a group of figures clad in black robes engaged in a sinister ritual, enveloped by an aura of darkness that bore a striking resemblance to that of the emissaries he had previously encountered from the abyss of darkness. Li Haoyan widened his eyes, eager to discern further details. Yet, the image swiftly vanished, and the stone tablet returned to its tranquil state. Although he had only gleaned this fragment of a clue, it had already instilled within him a glimmer of hope. He pondered internally, what ritual were these cloaked figures conducting? What was their ultimate aim? If he could uncover the answers to these questions, perhaps he might discover the key to confronting the abyss of darkness. With this query lingering in his mind, he continued his quest throughout the ninja realm. He arrived at a secluded mountain village. Having heard tales of a reclusive sage who possessed profound knowledge of the ancient history of the ninja world. Upon locating this sage, he was met with an air of caution. "Who are you?" the sage inquired. "What compels you to seek these ancient secrets?" Li Haoyan respectfully responded, "I have come to combat a malevolent force that threatens the tranquility of the entire ninja realm. I am in search of methods to counteract them. In an ancient ruin, I unearthed some clues related to a group of individuals clad in black robes. Do you possess any knowledge regarding this matter?" The sage scrutinized him carefully, and after a moment of contemplation, replied, "The black-robed figures you speak of may very well be the Shadow Cult. They are an exceedingly enigmatic organization in the annals of ninja history, rumored to have forged a pact with dark powers, diligently orchestrating plots to subvert the ninja realm from the shadows. However, they have been absent for a considerable time. My understanding is limited to mere legends, and I am not privy to the specifics of their circumstances." Li Haoyan was taken aback. The Shadow Cult? Could this be the true visage of the abyss of darkness? He felt that he was one step closer to the truth, yet simultaneously recognized that the enigma and peril of this Shadow Cult far exceeded his imagination. After expressing his gratitude to the sage, he departed from the mountain village. As he continued his quest for knowledge, he found himself incessantly pondering the matters concerning the Shadow Cult. His heart was a tumultuous blend of exhilaration at the prospect of uncovering clues and trepidation regarding the unknown dangers that lay ahead. He was unaware of the extent of power that the Shadow Cult harbored within the ninja realm, nor did he grasp the full scope of their ulterior motives. I must hasten my pace and devise a strategy before they launch their next assault. Li Haotian quickened his stride, his silhouette gradually fading down the distant path, while his resolve to unveil the truth and protect those dear to him grew ever more resolute. He understood that he bore the weight of not merely his own safety, but also the fate of the entire world of Hokage and those he cherished. Chapter 29. The Emergence of Shadows. Chapter 29. The Emergence of Shadows. Li Haotian, armed with the clues gleaned from the sage regarding the shadow cult, tirelessly traversed the myriad corners of the shinobi world. At each destination, he meticulously searched, leaving no stone unturned in pursuit of any thread that might lead to the elusive organization. However, as his investigation deepened, an unsettling apprehension began to take root within him. Amidst the desolate expanse of the desert, Li Haotian pressed onward, braving the scorching sun and relentless sandstorms. His garments, drenched in sweat, had been dried by the winds, leaving a faint residue of salt upon his skin. The sand beneath his feet was blisteringly hot, each step threatening to dissolve the soles of his shoes. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, for he understood that within this arid wasteland lay the potential key to unraveling the truth behind the shadow cult. He summoned his chakra to form a thin shield around himself, shielding him from the abrasive elements, while simultaneously extending his consciousness to sense any anomalies in the vicinity. What sinister machinations was the shadow cult orchestrating? Why had they remained so shrouded in mystery throughout the annals of shinobi history? Li Haotian pondered these questions deeply. He recalled the indistinct images he had glimpsed upon the ancient stone tablet, the dark-robed figures engaged in malevolent rituals, the pervasive aura of darkness that had sent chills down his spine. He was acutely aware that if he could not halt their plans swiftly, the entire shinobi realm risked plunging into an abyss of chaos and despair. Those he cherished, Tsunade, Shizen, and all he had met in this world, would inevitably become pawns in the shadow cult's nefarious scheme. Such thoughts weighed heavily upon his heart, akin to a boulder pressing down, constricting his breath. Suddenly, his consciousness detected a faint trace of dark energy, flickering like a specter deep within the desert. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him, prompting him to hasten toward the source. Upon arrival, he uncovered an ancient cave concealed beneath a dune. The entrance was partially obstructed by a massive rock, and an unpleasant odor pervaded the air. Li Haotian cautiously entered the cave, conjuring a sphere of luminous chakra in his hand to illuminate the path ahead. Inside, the cave was dim and damp, its walls entwined with unfamiliar vines and moss. He advanced slowly along the passageway, sensing the dark energy intensifying with each step. At the corridor's end, he beheld a vast stone chamber. Within the chamber lay an array of peculiar instruments and grotesque statues, their forms contorted and uncanny, as if tainted by the very essence of darkness. At the center of the chamber stood a circular stone platform, intricately inscribed with complex runes that glimmered ominously with a black light. Li Haotian approached the stone platform, meticulously examining the runes inscribed upon it. He discerned that these runes bore a resemblance to those he had previously encountered on ancient tablets, yet they were imbued with a greater complexity and malevolence. As he endeavored to decipher their meaning, a formidable surge of dark energy coursed through his arm upon contact, flooding into his being. Alarmed, he swiftly channeled his spiritual energy to resist it. This malevolent force sought to corrupt his very soul, filling him with trepidation. With unwavering resolve, he intensified his spiritual output, gradually expelling the sinister energy from his body. Throughout this arduous struggle, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his complexion turned ashen. Nevertheless, he persevered, acutely aware that succumbing to this dark power would render him a puppet of the shadow cult, with dire consequences. After a fierce battle, Li Haotian ultimately succeeded in dispelling the dark energy. He exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. At that moment, he became even more certain of the profound connection between this location and the shadow cult. Continuing his search for clues within the stone chamber, he discovered a weathered scroll. The parchment had yellowed with age, and the writing was somewhat obscured, yet he managed to discern some of its content. The scroll chronicled a portion of the shadow cult's history and their nefarious schemes. It revealed that the shadow cult had existed since the dawn of the shinobi world, clandestinely studying dark powers in an attempt to amalgamate them with the energies of the shinobi realm, thereby realizing their ambition to dominate it. They had instigated several large-scale wars, all of which were repelled by the united efforts of the heroes of the shinobi world. However, after each defeat, they retreated deeper into the shadows, continuing to plot their next insidious conspiracy. Li Haotian's heart sank further as he contemplated the formidable strength of the shadow sect, far surpassing his initial expectations. They possessed not only potent dark powers, but also an intricate understanding of the history and power dynamics within the ninja realm. What he now faced might merely be the tip of the iceberg. Could he truly stand alone against them? A flicker of doubt crept into his mind. He reminisced about the unwavering confidence and composure he had exhibited in the celestial realm, where he had fearlessly confronted any adversary. Yet now, in this unfamiliar world of Hokage, confronted by such a powerful and enigmatic shadow sect, he felt a profound sense of insignificance and helplessness. This sensation filled him with inner turmoil and conflict. However, thoughts of Tsunade, Shizune, and those awaiting his return at the estate rekindled the determination in his gaze. I cannot falter, even if there is but a glimmer of hope. I must fight for them. Clenching his fists, he secured the scroll within his storage ring. He understood that the contents of the scroll were crucial in opposing the shadow sect, and he needed to return to the estate promptly to strategize with Tsunade and the others. As he departed the cave, Li Haotian set up several sealing spells, concealing the location to prevent any unwitting trespassers from falling victim to the dark forces. He then utilized his sage techniques, swiftly propelling himself towards the estate. Upon his return, Tsunade and Shizune were already waiting at the entrance. As she saw him safely back, Tsunade sighed in relief. "Haotian, you have finally returned. Did you uncover any clues?" Li Haotian nodded, recounting his experiences within the desert cave and the contents of the scroll to Tsunade and Shizune. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression grew grave. The shadow organization was indeed formidable, and we must urgently devise a strategy to counter it. Shizune added, "But what can we do? Their strength is overwhelming, and ours appears woefully insufficient." Li Haotian gazed at them, his eyes filled with determination. "Though our strength is limited, we cannot remain idle. We can unite with Konoha and other forces within the ninja world to collectively confront the shadow cult. Meanwhile, I shall continue to delve into the contents of this scroll to see if I can uncover a method to counter their dark powers." Tsunade nodded in agreement, stating, "You are right. I will reach out to some old friends in Konoha to ascertain their willingness to join our cause." In the days that followed, Li Haotian immersed himself in the study of the scroll's contents. He endeavored to uncover the weaknesses of the shadow cult and to devise a means to unravel their dark powers. However, progress was painfully slow. Many passages within the scroll were obscure and required immense time and effort to interpret. Whenever he encountered difficulties and felt the urge to surrender, the smiles of Tsunade and Shizune, along with the memories of those who fought alongside him in the world of Naruto, would flicker in his mind. These recollections became his source of motivation, propelling him to surmount challenges and press forward. "I must uncover the secrets of this scroll and rescue the ninja world from its peril," Li Haotian silently vowed. He understood that the road ahead was fraught with hardship and challenges. Yet he was resolutely prepared to pay any price to battle the shadow cult and safeguard all that he cherished in this world. Chapter 30. Choices and Breakthroughs Within Tsunade's Abode. I gazed out at the streets of Konoha, my heart a tumult of emotions. In recent days, I often found myself lost in contemplation, my past experiences in the celestial realm intertwining with my current existence in the world of Naruto. I, once a formidable figure in the celestial realm, now relied on Tsunade's benevolence to survive in this unfamiliar ninja world. Each time I reflected upon this, a surge of reluctance and melancholy welled up within me. However, through my interactions with Tsunade and the people of Konoha, I gradually began to sense a different warmth and bond. Tsunade seemed to perceive my unease. She approached me and gently placed her hand on my shoulder, that tender touch causing my heart to flutter. She inquired, "What troubles you lately? Is there something weighing on your mind?" I turned to face her, and at the moment our gazes met, a torrent of unspoken words became lodged in my throat. How could I express to her the turmoil and confusion within? I do not belong to this world, yet I have developed attachments here, and she is the deepest of those attachments. At night, I sat alone in the courtyard, gazing at the luminous moon overhead. In the celestial realm, I had relentlessly pursued higher realms, neglecting the beauty surrounding me. Yet in the world of Naruto, though I had lost my formidable celestial techniques, I had gained genuine friendship and the tenderness of Tsunade that stirred my heart. I recalled Tsunade's smile, akin to the warm sun of spring, capable of dispelling all shadows within my heart. I thought of her soft heart beneath her strong exterior, the meticulous care she showed me. These memories surged forth like a tidal wave, illuminating the undeniable and irreplaceable place she held within my heart. I was acutely aware that I could not remain in this state of despondency indefinitely. If I wished to truly establish myself in this world, I must reclaim my strength. Yet, the path to discovering this strength remained uncertain. Should I continue to rely on the experiences I garnered in the realm of the sages? Or should I forge a new path, delving into the unique mysteries of power within the world of Naruto? In the midst of my contemplation, I suddenly realized that perhaps I had long been shackled by my past, whether in the realm of sages or the world of ninjas. The essence of power lies in the understanding and mastery of life and the universe. The insights I accumulated in the sage world could indeed shine brilliantly in this world of ninjas. Furthermore, the distinctive elements, such as chakra and ninjutsu from the Naruto universe, could serve as a new wellspring of strength for me. With a sense of clarity emerging, I rose to my feet, resolved to embark on a new journey of cultivation. I began with the fundamental practice of chakra perception and refinement. Closing my eyes, I sank my consciousness deep within, striving to capture the elusive energy that flowed within the bodies of ninjas. At first, the essence of chakra felt like a fleeting whisper within me, akin to a mischievous sprite, difficult to grasp. Yet, undeterred by initial setbacks, I drew upon the patience and perseverance I had cultivated in the sage realm. Gradually, a faint thread of chakra began to coalesce in my palm. This modest achievement bolstered my confidence. I intensified my training, dedicating day and night to my practice. While refining my chakra, I also integrated my understanding of meridians and the flow of energy that I had gleaned in the sage world. Over time, my chakra became more refined, and its quantity steadily increased. However, I was not content to stop there. I recognized that in this perilous world of Naruto, merely possessing chakra was far from sufficient. I began to study ninjutsu, starting with the most basic technique of the shadow clone. The shadow clone technique presented a novel challenge to me, demanding precise control over the distribution of chakra and the creation of clones. I attempted it time and again, facing failure repeatedly. Yet, with each setback, I found myself one step closer to success. Ultimately, after countless trials, I succeeded in producing my first shadow clone. Witnessing a clone that mirrored my own appearance standing before me, an indescribable surge of exhilaration welled up within me. This was not merely a triumph in ninjutsu. It was a solid step forward in my journey within this world. As I delved deeper into the study of ninjutsu, I discovered that my knowledge of alchemy and healing arts from the sage realm could also prove beneficial. I began experimenting with the herbs of the Naruto world to concoct elixirs, aiming to enhance my training speed and recovery capabilities. With Tsunade's guidance, I quickly mastered the fundamentals of potion making. These elixirs not only greatly aided my own cultivation, but also provided assistance to injured ninjas in Konoha. Through relentless training and exploration, my strength gradually returned and even flourished. Yet, I understood that this was merely the beginning. The threat posed by the Akatsuki loomed over the entire ninja world like a dark cloud. I must grow stronger to protect those around me, especially Tsunade. One day, Tsunade brought forth a piece of news. It is said that deep within the Hidden Leaf village lies an ancient power, attainable only by those who endure numerous trials. This force may hold the key to transcending my current limitations. Without hesitation, I resolved to embark on a quest to uncover this power. Tsunade gazed at me with a mixture of concern and reluctance in her eyes. She approached, gently resting her hands on my arms, and said, "You must be cautious. I shall await your return here." I felt the warmth of her fingertips stirring a profound emotion within me. I reached out, brushing aside a stray lock of hair from her forehead, gazing intently into her eyes, and vowed, "Tsunade, for you, I shall return safely, and I will emerge stronger." Her cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded in acknowledgement. Turning towards the depths of the Hidden Leaf, each step I took was accompanied by thoughts of her behind me. Along the way, I encountered a myriad of dangers and challenges. Formidable traps and ferocious beasts sought to hinder my progress. Yet, armed with the ninja techniques I had learned and an unwavering conviction, I transformed peril into opportunity time and again. At last, I arrived at the fabled site of the power. An ancient temple materialized before me, exuding an aura of mystery that inspired awe. Taking a deep breath, I slowly entered the temple. Inside, the walls were adorned with various enigmatic runes and statues. At the center of the temple lay a colossal source of energy, pulsating with formidable and pure strength. I could sense that this power was precisely what I had been seeking. However, acquiring this power was no simple feat. An ancient voice echoed within the temple, "To obtain this strength, one must endure trials that will test your will, your faith, and your comprehension of this world." A shiver coursed through me. I understood that the true challenge was only beginning. The trials came in rapid succession, first manifesting as illusions that sought to bewilder my mind. Having studied illusions during my time in the sage world, and now combining that knowledge with what I had learned in the Naruto realm, I swiftly discerned the deceptions, steadfastly maintaining my true self. Next came the trial of strength. A tremendous surge of energy assailed me, compelling me to marshal the chakra and residual sage power within. I fought valiantly against this force, continually adjusting my application of power, striving to harmonize the strengths of both the sage and Naruto worlds. After enduring a lengthy and arduous series of trials, I finally succeeded in acquiring the power within the temple. This energy surged through me like a warm current, merging with my chakra and residual sage energy to forge a new, more potent system of power. As I exited the temple, my heart brimmed with a fervent desire to return to Tsunade. Upon arriving at her dwelling, she beheld my safe return and the evident increase in my strength. Her eyes sparkling with relief and joy, I hastened towards her, enveloping her in a tight embrace. She reciprocated, and in that moment, it felt as if the entire world faded away, leaving only the two of us. Whispering tenderly in her ear, I declared, "Tsunade, I shall become even stronger, and I will always stand by your side, unwavering and devoted." She gently lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with tears and affection. We embraced in the twilight of this village of leaves. The path ahead may be fraught with hardships, yet our hearts brimmed with hope and courage. For we understood that no matter the challenges we faced, we would navigate them hand in hand. Chapter 31. The Secret of Legacy and the Awakening of the Soul. Under Tsunade's attentive care, I gradually regained my vitality. One day, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room as Tsunade sat at my bedside, gently checking my pulse with a focused and tender expression. "Your recovery is surpassing my expectations," Tsunade remarked, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. I gazed at her, a warm current flowing within me, yet a flicker of confusion lingered. "Tsunade, in this world of shinobi, I find myself at a loss regarding my path. Though your care is invaluable, I cannot remain idle forever." Tsunade softly patted my hand. "Do not rush. Focus on your recovery. This world of ninjas is filled with both opportunities and dangers. Once you are fully healed, we can make plans." As night descended, I wandered alone in the courtyard, my thoughts drifting back to the realm of the celestial. In that vast paradise, I had relentlessly pursued higher truths, neglecting the genuine emotions of the mortal world. Yet now, in this world of shinobi, Tsunade's presence shone like a beacon in the darkness, providing a warmth I had never known. Suddenly, a mysterious surge of power stirred within my heart, as if answering a call from the ancient past. I closed my eyes and followed this wave, discovering vague images surfacing in my mind, memories of ancient ninjutsu legacies. It seemed that during my failed tribulation and subsequent crossing into this world, I had inadvertently fused with a fragment of its mysterious power source. A surge of joy filled my heart as I realized this might be the key to establishing my place in this world. Guided by these memories, I began to attempt the refinement of chakra. Initially, the chakra within me coalesced at an exceedingly slow pace, like a trickling stream. However, as I continuously adjusted my breathing and mindset, that power gradually intensified. At that moment, Tsunade, from within the room, caught sight of my figure in the courtyard surrounded by a faint glow of chakra. She was filled with astonishment and curiosity, pondering to herself, "What secrets does this child hold? The fluctuations of his power differ from the chakra I am familiar with, yet possess a unique charm. His arrival has been peculiar. Could it truly be destiny that has brought such a remarkable being to my side?" Watching him so intently explore this new power, I felt a mixture of concern for the potential dangers it might bring him, along with an unspoken hope that he could create extraordinary miracles. After all, this world of ninjas had not seen the emergence of a new power system in quite some time. He might very well become a pivotal figure in altering many circumstances. At that moment, Tsunade emerged, her eyes wide with astonishment as she observed the ethereal glow of chakra surrounding me. "What is this?" I opened my eyes, a thrill coursing through me as I replied, "Tsunade, I believe I have discovered a method to cultivate in this world. I was just attempting to refine my chakra, and memories of ancient ninjutsu are gradually awakening in my mind." Tsunade stepped closer, scrutinizing me intently. "It seems you harbor many secrets. However, you must be cautious. The powers in this world can be perilous if misused." I nodded, continuing to immerse myself in the exploration of my newfound abilities. As I became more adept at controlling my chakra, I began to attempt the jutsu from my memories. The first technique I executed was the shadow clone technique, which creates shadowy duplicates imbued with spiritual energy to confuse adversaries. At the moment the clones manifested, Tsunade was visibly moved. "This ninjutsu is unprecedented. The fact that you can perform it is truly remarkable, she exclaimed in awe. Yet, amidst my relentless pursuit of power, I felt a stir within my heart. During my time in the Sage Realm, my singular drive for strength was for transcendence, but here in the world of Naruto, I found myself increasingly attuned to Tsunade's feelings. With every enhancement of my abilities, I yearned for her approval, and this shift in my emotions left me somewhat disoriented. Tsunade seemed to sense my turmoil and guided me to sit on a stone bench in the courtyard. Do you have something on your mind? You must maintain inner peace during your training. I gazed at her, hesitating briefly before voicing my confusion. Tsunade, my strength is ever growing in this world. Yet I find my heart is no longer as pure as it was in the Sage Realm. Your joys and sorrows affect my cultivation, and I am uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. Tsunade gently clasped my hand, her grip soft yet firm. In this world, emotional bonds are not a detriment. Your pursuit in the Sage Realm was a solitary path, but here, you have me, friends, and those whom you need to protect. Your strength is no longer solely for yourself. It is for the sake of many. This shift in your mindset may lead you to a higher plane. Her words resonated within me like a resounding bell, awakening my previously chaotic thoughts. I looked at her, and clarity washed over me. In this world of Naruto, I was no longer the solitary seeker of transcendence, but a guardian with connections and responsibilities. Consequently, I dedicated myself to my training with renewed fervor, merging the ancient ninjutsu with my insights gained in the Sage Realm. During one of my training sessions, I inadvertently developed a new technique, the Sage Wind Sealing Technique, which could augment my attacks with Sage energy and sealing power, yielding formidable results. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with surprise and pride as she beheld my newly crafted jutsu. You have done it. You have intricately fused the powers of two worlds. Meanwhile, news arrived from outside the Leaf Village of a mysterious force lurking in the shadows, seemingly in search of an ancient treasure believed to be connected to the primal power of the Naruto universe. I am aware that my trial is imminent, and I shall wield this newly acquired power alongside Tsunade to protect the hidden Leaf Village, a sanctuary where I have rediscovered my true self and warmth. Standing in the courtyard, I gazed into the distance, silently vowing that no matter the challenges that lie ahead, I shall not falter. For in this world of shinobi, I have found those worth sacrificing my life for, treasures of love and bonds far more precious than those in the realm of the sages. Tsunade approached and stood beside me, our silhouettes elongated in the moonlight, as if foreshadowing the long and hopeful journey we are destined to face together. Chapter 32. The underlying crisis and the elevation of emotions above the hidden Leaf Village. Ominous clouds began to gather silently, heralding the approach of a mysterious force akin to an impending storm, suffusing the village with an oppressive atmosphere. Tsunade and I stood atop the Hokage office's observation deck, our expressions gravely fixed on the horizon. This malevolent force harbored ill intentions, seeking a treasure rumored to possess the power to upend the world. We must not allow them to succeed. Tsunade clenched her fists, her tone resolute. I nodded subtly, yet my mind was preoccupied with strategies for confrontation. Armed with the fusion of my sage techniques and ninjutsu, I possessed the strength to fight, but our knowledge of the enemy remained woefully inadequate. As we prepared to confront this crisis, my bond with Tsunade deepened. Together, we deliberated on strategies, analyzing potential routes and methods of attack the enemy might employ. Tsunade exhibited remarkable leadership and calm decisiveness befitting a Hokage, while I contributed innovative defensive and offensive ideas drawn from my unique perspective and knowledge of the Sage world. After a meeting concluded and everyone dispersed, Tsunade and I lingered in the conference room. She suddenly turned to me, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. Do you know? Since you came into my life, everything has changed. I had grown accustomed to facing everything alone, yet now, I find myself relying on your presence. My heart stirred, and I stepped forward to grasp her hand. Tsunade, you are no longer alone. I will always stand by your side, through this crisis and the storms that lie ahead. As the enemy drew nearer, the atmosphere within the village grew increasingly tense. The villagers, organized by the Leaf Ninjas, began to evacuate and prepare defensive fortifications. During this time, I devoted myself to rigorous training, striving to elevate my power to new heights. However, during a critical moment of my training, I encountered a bottleneck. The fusion of my sage power and chakra became chaotic, a formidable force surging wildly within me, causing immense pain. Upon learning of my plight, Tsunade rushed to my side. Disregarding her own safety, employing her exceptional medical ninjutsu, she aided me in stabilizing the tumultuous energy within. You must hold on. We have yet to safeguard the village together. You cannot succumb, she urged, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, yet her gaze radiated unwavering determination. With her assistance, I gradually quelled the turmoil within and successfully broke through the bottleneck, ascending to a higher level of power. At last, the mysterious force stood poised at our doorstep. Their ranks were vast, with an array of peculiar ninjutsu and an ominous aura of malevolent power looming. The battle was on the brink of eruption, and together with Tsunade, I led the Leaf Ninjas in a valiant stand against the encroaching threat. I unleashed the Sage Wind Sealing technique, and a formidable force swept across the battlefield, repelling the enemy's vanguard. Tsunade, wielding her extraordinary strength and medical ninjutsu, simultaneously attacked the adversaries while tending to the injured ninjas. Yet, the enemy was far from ordinary. Their leader was a formidable dark ninja, possessing a nefarious technique capable of devouring others' chakra. As the conflict raged, he gradually set his sights on Tsunade, aiming to shatter the morale of the Leaf Ninjas by defeating her. Witnessing Tsunade in peril, my heart raced with urgency. Ignoring my own safety, I charged towards the enemy leader. In the fierce clash, I maneuvered with the agility of the Sage World and employed ninjutsu skills to contend with him. Do you think you can save her from my grasp? You shall all become my sacrifices, the enemy leader cackled, launching relentless assaults. With gritted teeth, I persevered, driven by a singular conviction to protect Tsunade. In the throes of the most intense combat, I suddenly grasped a new method of power fusion. I combined the sage energy within me, chakra, and the emotional strength I felt for Tsunade, manifesting an unprecedentedly powerful ninjutsu, Guardian Love Sage Shadow Break. A dazzling beam surged toward the enemy leader, obliterating his malignant power. With his defeat, the mysterious forces began to crumble. The village of the Leaf successfully safeguarded itself during this crisis. After the battle, Tsunade and I embraced on the field. Though we bore wounds, our hearts brimmed with joy and happiness. Thank you. Because of you, I did not lose the leaf, nor everything else. Tsunade's voice quivered. No. It is you who has given me newfound meaning in this world. I shall protect you forever. I held her tightly, feeling her warmth. Following this crisis, the bond between Tsunade and me was elevated. Our lives in the Leaf Village gradually returned to tranquility, yet we both understood that greater challenges awaited us, and we would face them hand in hand, regardless of what lay ahead. Chapter 33. Fusion and Progress in the Gentle Afterglow of Victory. The Leaf Village slowly began to rebuild, while I, a failed transcendent from the Sage World, gradually discovered a new purpose and mission within the realm of Hokage. To expedite the amalgamation of my sage identity and abilities with the world of Hokage, I resolved to enter seclusion for deep cultivation. I sought a tranquil valley outside the Leaf Village, where I established a sage barrier to shield against external disturbances. Tsunade, though concerned, understood this was an essential path for my growth. Before my retreat, she clasped my hand tightly and implored, "You must return safely." During my seclusion, I delved into the vast repository of knowledge within my mind from the sage world, striving to transform those profound principles of sage techniques into forms comprehensible and applicable to the world of Hokage. I discovered that the flow of spiritual energy in the sage world bore subtle similarities to the movement of chakra in the realm of Hokage. Thus, I commenced my endeavor to simulate the flow of spiritual energy through chakra, crafting an innovative energy fusion technique known as the power of celestial shadows. This extraordinary force embodies the intricacies and might of celestial arts, while also possessing the versatility and adaptability of chakra. Concurrently, I developed a series of ninjutsu techniques suitable for the training of ninjas, grounded in celestial arts. For instance, the celestial wind step draws inspiration from the ethereal movements of the celestial realm, allowing the practitioner to navigate the battlefield with ghostly grace, leaving behind illusory celestial shadows to confound adversaries, while each step unleashes a surge of chakra to amplify the force of their strikes. Moreover, the celestial force fist concentrates celestial energy at the tip of the fist, combining it with the impact of chakra, delivering a single blow capable of immense destructive power and penetrating ability. In terms of ninjutsu, I merged the elemental control techniques of the celestial realm with the attribute-based ninjutsu of the Naruto universe. The previously singular fire release technique, upon integration with celestial arts, transformed into the celestial flame inferno technique, where the flames not only burn hotter, but can also morph and form according to the wielder's intent, striking the enemy like a fiery phoenix or ensnaring foes within a prison of fire. Similarly, the water release technique evolved into the celestial flood of healing, where the flowing waters are imbued with celestial energy, possessing formidable healing and purifying effects, capable of both assaulting enemies and mending the wounds of allies. After an extensive period of seclusion, I emerged, my presence now imbued with a profound and restrained aura. Eagerly, I returned to Konoha, yearning to showcase these newfound fusions to Tsunade. Upon my arrival, I encountered a crisis drill in progress. Volunteering to partake, I faced the onslaught of numerous Leaf Village ninjas. Summoning the power of celestial shadows as ethereal shadows flickered around me, effortlessly evading their attacks. Subsequently, I activated the Celestial Wind Step, instantly appearing behind one ninja, delivering a gentle yet decisive celestial force fist that shattered the dummy target behind him. Next, I formed hand seals and unleashed the Celestial Flame Inferno, where flames coalesced in the air above the training ground, manifesting into a magnificent fiery phoenix, eliciting awe from the onlookers. Finally, I concluded with the Celestial Flood of Healing. As the waters swirled around the arena, healing several ninjas injured during the drill, Tsunade, witnessing this spectacle, beamed with astonishment and pride. Once the drill concluded, she approached me, exclaiming, "You have succeeded in perfectly merging the powers of the celestial realm with that of the Naruto world. This will usher in new hope and strength for Konoha." I smiled in return, acknowledging her support and trust. "It is thanks to you that I possess this power. Together, we shall protect Konoha and safeguard our homeland." Thereafter, I initiated specialized training courses within the village, imparting these fused celestial ninjutsu techniques to promising young ninjas, aspiring to cultivate a cadre of formidable guardians for Konoha. Throughout this journey of continual development and growth, my bond with Tsunade deepened, as we collaboratively penned our own Hokage legend, intertwining the narratives of the celestial realm and the Naruto universe ever more closely. Chapter 34. A new journey in the emergence of old memories under the invigorating influence of the fusion of celestial and Naruto powers that I brought forth. Konoha blossomed with vibrant vitality. The young ninjas fervently devoted themselves to the cultivation of new ninjutsu and senjutsu, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of the village's defenses and strength. Tsunade observed this transformation with a heart brimming with anticipation for the future, while I pondered how to further unearth the potential of senjutsu within the realm of Naruto. One day, as I organized my thoughts, a familiar essence surged within me. It was a summons from the senjutsu realm, faint yet potent enough to awaken my senses. This presence seemed to beckon me towards the discovery of lost treasures or memories from the senjutsu world during my journey. Resolute, I decided to follow this intriguing essence. And though Tsunade expressed her concerns upon learning of my intentions, she ultimately chose to support me. "You must exercise caution. Should any danger arise, return immediately. The Hidden Leaf Village will always be your steadfast ally," she said, gripping my hand tightly. Thus, I embarked on an uncharted adventure, guided by this ethereal presence as I traversed dense forests and treacherous mountains. In a secluded valley, I stumbled upon a cave radiating an otherworldly luminescence. The cave's exterior was adorned with ancient runes, reminiscent of the sealing symbols I had encountered in the senjutsu realm. Treading cautiously into the cave, I was enveloped by a profound aura of senjutsu energy. Deep within, I beheld a colossal crystal wall, shimmering with vivid images that depicted my past experiences in the senjutsu world. I recalled my diligent training at the Senjutsu Gate, engaging in profound discussions on senjutsu techniques with my fellow disciples, in the harrowing scene of my failed tribulation amid a tempest of lightning. Yet, as the images flowed, they also unveiled moments shared with Tsunade in the Naruto universe. I saw her discovering my emaciated form outside a gambling house when I first arrived in the Hidden Leaf. Her gaze, filled with compassion and the benevolence of a healer, marked the inception of our fateful bond. I reminisced about the time I faced a plateau in my chakra training, during which Tsunade patiently elucidated the principles of chakra flow. Her gentle yet powerful voice igniting a tumult of emotions within me, almost disrupting my own chakra. Additionally, I recalled a moment when the Hidden Leaf Village faced a minor assault, and I fought alongside Tsunade. Her extraordinary strength and medical ninjutsu complemented my senjutsu techniques. When she was ambushed by an enemy's jutsu, I instinctively rushed to shield her with my senjutsu power. She turned to me, her eyes filled with gratitude and trust. Witnessing these scenes, a wave of emotions washed over me. In my relentless pursuit of the supreme heights of the senjutsu realm, I had overlooked the warmth and connection surrounding me. Yet now, in the world of Naruto, I had gained Tsunade's love and the friendship of the villagers, precious bonds that endowed me with a renewed understanding of power. Beside the crystal wall, I discovered a small storage ring emanating a soft senjutsu glow. Upon sensing it with my senjutsu energy, I found it contained rare medicinal herbs and a tome detailing advanced senjutsu techniques. The elixirs possess remarkable efficacy in healing injuries and enhancing one's power. While the techniques contained within that tome may further refine the fusion power system I have established in the Naruto realm. However, just as I was about to retrieve the ring, an alarm suddenly resonated within the cave. It turned out that the seal here had been triggered, awakening the guardian mechanisms. A host of puppets, formed from condensed celestial energy, charged towards me, demonstrating formidable prowess as they unleashed a barrage of celestial techniques. I swiftly regained my composure, channeling the power of celestial shadows within me to confront them. Employing the celestial wind steps, I deftly maneuvered through the throng of puppets, evading their assaults. Simultaneously, I counterattacked with my celestial power fist, shattering each puppet with every strike. Yet, the sheer number of puppets and their relentless regeneration made it clear that I needed to locate the core of the mechanism to cease this battle. After a fierce struggle, I finally discerned the location of the core. Focusing my energy, I unleashed a potent attack that fused chakra and celestial energy, successfully obliterating the core. The alarm ceased, and the puppets dissipated into nothingness. I grasped the storage ring and departed from the cave. On my journey back to Konoha, I was ambushed by a group of enigmatic ninjas. Clad in black robes and masked, their strength was not to be underestimated. Hand over what you have obtained, or today shall mark your end, one of the mysterious ninjas coldly declared. I remained silent and launched an assault. First, I employed the celestial flame technique to strike their formation, the flames instantly consuming a portion of the ninjas. However, they quickly spread out, retaliating with a variety of bizarre ninjutsu. I discerned that their techniques were imbued with a dark aura, seemingly linked to some malevolent force. During the skirmish, I realized their leader was the most formidable among them. His ninjutsu could siphon away the chakra and celestial energy of others, gradually placing me at a disadvantage in the confrontation. At a critical moment, I recalled the image of my own tribulation witnessed within the cave. That indomitable spirit in the face of despair surged within me. I took a deep breath, mobilizing all the celestial energy and chakra within me, and unleashed a novel fusion ninjutsu, the celestial soul demon shattering blade. I concentrated celestial energy in both hands, forming two colossal blades of light, then propelled myself towards the enemy leader driven by chakra. This technique bore immense power, shattering his defenses and forcing him back. Upon witnessing their leader's injury, the other mysterious ninjas hastily retreated. Exhausted, I returned to Konoha, where Tsunade had been waiting at the village entrance. Upon seeing my safe return, she sighed with relief. I recounted to her the experiences of this journey, including the insights gained in the cave, the treasures acquired, and the ambush endured. Tsunade regarded the storage ring in my hand and remarked, "These items may bring new opportunities to Konoha, yet they could also attract more trouble. We must be prepared." I nodded, embracing Tsunade, reassuring her, "As long as we are together, we can overcome any adversity." This experience deepened my understanding that, whether in the celestial realm or the Naruto world, the true essence lies in the bonds we share with those around us. In the ensuing days, I commenced my study of the mystical techniques contained within the storage ring, engaging in discussions with Tsunade on how to seamlessly integrate these sage arts into the ninja framework of Konoha. Concurrently, the village fortified its defenses, vigilant against any potential covetous threats from the outside world. We were acutely aware that the path ahead was fraught with challenges, yet our love and convictions would serve as a guiding light, illuminating our journey forward. Chapter 35. Shadows watching and the Alliance discussion. As we enjoyed a fleeting tranquility in Konoha, unseen eyes lingered in the shadows, coveting the treasures and newfound powers I had brought back from the realm of sages. Various factions stirred with anticipation, and both Tsunade and I sensed an insidious danger encroaching upon us. Tsunade urgently convened a high-level meeting in the village to deliberate on our course of action. The atmosphere was tense as Shikamaru spoke first. "According to our intelligence, numerous unfamiliar ninjas have been frequently seen around the village. They seem to be biding their time, likely with intentions directed towards the sage treasures." I frowned slightly and replied, "Those who dare to covet the treasures must possess some form of assurance. We cannot remain merely on the defensive. Perhaps we should take the initiative to uncover their stronghold." Tsunade nodded in agreement. "However, before we act, we require further intelligence. Kakashi, lead the Umbu to enhance reconnaissance and ascertain the specifics of these mysterious forces." "Understood, Hokage-sama." Kakashi responded, promptly departing to execute his orders. While Kakashi was out gathering intelligence, Tsunade and I worked to further refine our defensive arrangements within the village. I deployed several sage talismans, which I had retrieved from the sage realm, at critical junctures throughout the village. These talismans would create a concealed protective barrier should any intruder breach our defenses. They would trigger an alarm and unleash a surge of sage energy to thwart the enemy's advance. However, as we prepared our defenses, an unexpected visitor arrived in Konoha. Gaara of Tsunade, accompanied by a few guards, sought an audience with Tsunade. "Gaara, what brings you here?" Tsunade inquired. With a serious demeanor, Gaara replied, "Hokage-sama. We in Tsunade have also detected the rise of a dark force, seemingly connected to the mysterious ninjas recently active near your village. They traverse among the various ninja villages, appearing to conspire towards a grand scheme, and I fear this could pose a threat to the entire ninja world." Intrigued, I asked, "Do you know the origins of this force?" Gaara turned to me. "According to the intelligence we have gathered, they seem to be linked to an ancient malevolent organization that was once sealed in the annals of ninja history, yet now shows signs of resurgence. Moreover, they harbor a keen interest in sage powers, and the news of your village acquiring sage treasures has likely spread throughout the ninja realm." After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade declared, "In that case, Konoha cannot face this threat alone. Gaara, do you have any proposals?" Gaara proclaimed, "I believe that the hidden villages should forge an alliance to collectively combat this encroaching darkness. Only through unity can we muster sufficient strength to thwart their insidious schemes." I concurred, acknowledging his insight. Indeed, Gaara is correct. If the Hidden Leaf Village and the Sand Village join forces, bolstered by the support of other shinobi villages, our chances of success will significantly increase. Tsunade rose from her seat, declaring, "Very well. I shall dispatch envoys to communicate with the other hidden villages and discuss the matter of our alliance. Gaara, for the time being, you will remain in the Hidden Leaf Village so we can devise our strategic plans for the alliance together." In the days that followed, Gaara, Tsunade, and the shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village and I deliberated over the intricate details of the alliance. Naruto bounded over to me, his face adorned with his trademark radiant smile, exclaiming loudly, "Senpai, I heard you hail from the sage world. Are you as formidable as a deity there? Able to ride the clouds and pluck the moon to kick it like a ball?" Amused by his nonsensical inquiry, I chuckled and replied, "I am not that extraordinary. If I were to pluck the moon, Kaguya would likely emerge from the depths to settle the score with me. However, I have indeed mastered some unique sage techniques in the sage world." Naruto's eyes widened with curiosity as he pressed on. "What kind of sage techniques can you perform? Can you conjure up a mountain of delicious ramen with a mere incantation?" I shook my head in exasperation. "It's not about conjuring ramen, but rather, I can manipulate elemental forces to create a spiritual shield that defends against powerful attacks, as well as employ sage arts that allow for instantaneous movement. Nonetheless, I am striving to integrate these sage techniques with ninjutsu to better suit this world." Naruto pouted, feigning disappointment. "Ah, no ramen? That's a bit of a letdown. But instantaneous movement sounds super cool. If I learn that, can I dash over to Uncle Ichiraku in a second, indulge in a feast, and not worry about my ramen getting cold?" I laughed, teasing him. "You only think about ramen. The power of the nine tails within you is formidable. If you could merge it with the new sage ninjutsu, its potency would be formidable indeed. Just be careful not to demolish the ramen shop in the process." Tsunade observed us, unable to suppress her laughter. "Naruto, that child's mind is filled with thoughts of ramen and Sasuke. With your guidance, he may grow more rapidly, though he might also become more mischievous." Gaara shared intelligence regarding the dark forces that the Sand Village had gathered, while I contributed insights from my experiences in the sage world, proposing various specialized ninjutsu and sage techniques that could counter the nefarious organization as potential tactics. Tsunade actively coordinated resources, preparing for the formation of the alliance. She sent envoys to the Hidden Cloud Village, the Hidden Mist Village, and the Hidden Stone Village to invite them to join the coalition. Although challenges and doubts arose during the process, Tsunade's efforts bore fruit, with the majority of the shinobi villages expressing a willingness to consider collaboration. However, just as the alliance was on the verge of completion, Kakashi returned with urgent intelligence. "Lord Hokage, we have uncovered the lair of a mysterious force, yet they appear to have sensed our reconnaissance, laying numerous traps and formidable defensive barriers around their stronghold." I clenched my fists. Regardless of the circumstances, we must not falter. This is a pivotal opportunity to dismantle the dark conspiracy. Tsunade gazed at me and Gaara. "In that case, let us first summon the ninja of the Alliance to devise a comprehensive offensive strategy. This battle will determine the fate of the ninja world. We must exert our utmost efforts. Thus, ninjas from Konoha, Tsunade, and other villages willing to join the coalition gathered together to deliberate on how to breach the lair of the mysterious force. Standing before the assembly, I displayed a map of the lair, meticulously crafted based on Kakashi's intel, and began to analyze the enemy's defensive layout and potential vulnerabilities in detail. Here lies the energy core of their barrier. If we concentrate our strength to assault this point, we may be able to shatter the defenses. However, during this endeavor, they will undoubtedly dispatch numerous elite fighters to impede our advance, necessitating that we divide into several teams to coordinate our efforts. I indicated the map as I spoke. Gaara added, the ninjas of Tsunade excel in manipulating sand. We can take the lead in clearing the path and drawing the enemy's fire, thereby creating opportunities for the other teams. Tsunade nodded. The ninjas of Konoha will provide support and cover at critical positions, while ninjas from other villages will collaborate according to their unique skills. In this battle, we must leverage the full advantage of our alliance. After an intense period of preparation, the allied ninjas set forth towards the stronghold of the mysterious force. A decisive battle, destined to shape the fate of the ninja world, was about to unfold, and I, along with Tsunade and numerous ninjas, harbored unwavering faith, ready to fight for peace and justice. Chapter 36. The eve of the final battle and emotional bonds. The allied ninjas were tense as they rested and prepared at the assembly point, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. I moved between the various teams, assisting them in adjusting their states and providing guidance on the fusion of sage techniques and ninjutsu. Naruto diligently practiced the sage ninjutsu concepts I had previously mentioned, striving to merge the power of the Nine Tails with new techniques, muttering to himself, I must master this power, defeat those villains decisively, and then bring Sasuke back. Observing his resolute demeanor, I could not help but feel a surge of emotion. This is Naruto, forever brimming with determination and hope. I approached him, patting his shoulder. Naruto, do not be overly hasty. Feel the flow of power within you and progress gradually. Naruto looked up, his eyes tinged with urgency. Senpai, I understand that time is of the essence, but the thought of the enemy's schemes compels me to grow stronger swiftly. I smiled to reassure him. You are already strong. What you need to focus on now is refinement, not recklessness. Your unwavering dedication to Sasuke will also serve as a profound source of strength for you. At this moment, Tsunade approached, her gaze towards Naruto filled with affection. Naruto, you are the pride of Konoha. Have faith in your own strength, and also in your comrades. In this battle, we shall advance and retreat together. Naruto nodded vigorously. Yes. Granny Tsunade, I will not let everyone down. Meanwhile, Gaara was conferring with the ninjas of Tsunade regarding their tactics. Upon seeing me, he walked over and whispered, this battle is fraught with uncertainty. However, witnessing Naruto and the others' determination has bolstered my confidence. I replied, indeed. Every ninja from the various villages harbors the conviction to protect their homeland. This collective strength will undoubtedly pierce through the darkness. As time passed, the moment of attack drew nearer. Tsunade and I stood atop a high vantage point, overlooking the assembled ninjas. She gently clasped my hand and said, regardless of the outcome of this battle, I have no regrets about experiencing it with you. You have taught me much and allowed me to feel the power of love once more. Turning to her, my gaze resolute yet tender, I responded, Tsunade, we shall emerge victorious, for we have each other and these brave ninjas by our side. Once the war is over, I wish to explore the beautiful landscapes of the shinobi world with you, free from the burdens of conflict. Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly, tears glistening in her eyes as she replied, yes, I look forward to that day. Subsequently, each team began advancing towards the stronghold of the mysterious force according to plan. Along the way, we encountered some enemy outposts attempting to impede our progress. The ninjas of Konoha swiftly unleashed their jutsu, while the ninjas of Tsunade manipulated sand for defense and offense, and ninjas from other villages showcased their unique abilities. I utilized senjutsu, providing support and cover for everyone. During an encounter, the enemy unleashed a dark ninjutsu, releasing a vast quantity of poisonous gas. I immediately formed hand seals, invoking my sage power to create a purifying barrier, blocking the poisonous gas outside while shouting, everyone, remain calm, hold the formation, and counterattack. Under my command, the ninjas retaliated in an orderly fashion. Naruto, summoning his courage, charged into the enemy ranks, radiating a brilliance that combined the power of the Nine Tails with sage techniques, driving the enemy back relentlessly. "Well done, Naruto," I cheered loudly. As we approached the stronghold of the mysterious force, we felt the overwhelming presence of malevolent energy bearing down upon us. A massive dark barrier loomed ahead. Resembling a colossal beast sprawled across our path. Taking a deep breath, I said to Tsunade, "I will test the strength of this barrier first. You all prepare yourselves." I soared towards the barrier, channeling my sage power and chakra to form a blade of light, which I thrust fiercely against the barrier. It rippled but did not shatter. This barrier was more formidable than anticipated. It would require our collective efforts to breach it. I returned to the team and conveyed my findings. Thus, the strongest warriors from each ninja village gathered together to deliberate on how best to dismantle this formidable barrier. Some proposed concentrating all the power of the tailed beasts, while others suggested harnessing the energy nodes of the barrier. Amidst the fervent discussion, a sudden idea struck me. I could utilize my knowledge of the celestial realm's formations, combining everyone's strength to create an opening in the barrier. However, this required meticulous coordination, as we needed to channel our energies into the formation according to my guidance. The ninjas eagerly expressed their willingness to try. I began to draw the formation on the ground, reciting incantations as I directed the ninjas to gradually infuse their power. Tsunade stood beside me, her medical ninjutsu at the ready to tend to any injuries that might occur during the process. As the energy continued to flow in, the formation radiated a brilliant light, clashing with the barrier and erupting in dazzling sparks. Just as we were on the verge of success in opening the breach, the enemy seemed to sense our intentions and launched a powerful counterattack from within the barrier. "Be careful," I shouted, manifesting the celestial shadow shield to deflect most of the assault. Yet, some ninjas still sustained injuries, prompting Tsunade to immediately employ her healing techniques. "We must not falter now. Hold strong," Gar urged, amplifying the flow of sand to stabilize the formation. Naruto gritted his teeth, elevating the power of the Nine Tails to its peak, declaring, "I will not let everyone's efforts go to waste." Through the relentless resistance and unwavering unity of our team, we finally succeeded in creating a breach in the barrier. A potent wave of dark energy surged forth from the opening, yet we stood undaunted. "Charge in, for the peace of the ninja world," Tsunade proclaimed. Leading the charge through the gap, I followed closely behind, accompanied by numerous ninjas as we stepped into the lair of the mysterious forces. No sooner had we entered than countless shadows lunged at us from all directions. I immediately activated the celestial wind step, my figure flickering like a phantom. While swiftly forming hand signs, I shouted, "Celestial flame conflagration technique." Instantly, searing celestial flames erupted from my palms, transforming into serpents of fire that wreaked havoc upon the darkness, devouring the approaching shadows. Where the flames struck, anguish cries echoed as those shadows gradually dissipated under the scorching heat. Naruto, undeterred, enveloped himself in the chakra of the Nine Tails, unleashing a fierce roar as he executed the wind release, spiraling shuriken. The massive blue energy sphere spun at high velocity, slicing through the enemy ranks like a razor-sharp blade, scattering them like kites severed from their strings. The ninjas of the Sand Village, under Gaara's command, manipulated the swirling sands, which seemed to possess a life of their own, forming colossal sand fists that crashed down upon the foe. Each strike sent tremors through the ground, creating deep craters. Meanwhile, the ninjas of the Leaf Village unleashed a myriad of exquisite techniques. The fire release, great fireball technique soared through the air like enormous flaming orbs, while the water release, great waterfall technique conjured torrents of water that intertwined with the flames, crafting a battlefield shrouded in steam. The brilliance of the lightning release, thousand birds shimmered amidst the steam, as enemies were intermittently struck by electric currents, their bodies paralyzed and collapsing. However, the foes appeared to be inexhaustible, surging forth in relentless waves. In the turmoil of battle, I beheld Tsunade in peril, encircled by several formidable adversaries, who sought to employ a malevolent sealing technique to imprison her powers. Anxious and desperate, I instantaneously invoked the power of Sage Mode, transforming my body into a streak of light, breaking through the myriad obstacles to reach Tsunade's side. Back to back with Tsunade, I perceived no trace of fear in her eyes, only unwavering determination. "We shall fight together," Tsunade declared, unleashing her tremendous strength. Each punch she threw was accompanied by the howling of the wind, repelling the approaching enemies. Meanwhile, I harnessed my sage techniques to provide her with protection and support, conjuring shimmering shields of sage energy that flickered around her, deflecting the onslaught of attackers. At a crucial juncture in the battle, I discerned a colossal source of energy emanating a potent dark aura from the rear of the enemy ranks, seemingly the very core of their malevolent forces. A thought struck me, and I said to Tsunade, I shall destroy their energy source. Hold your ground here. Tsunade nodded, cautioning me, be careful. I activated Sage Windstep, swiftly navigating through the enemy lines toward the energy source. The adversaries, sensing my intent, rushed to impede my progress, yet I repelled them one by one. As I approached the energy source, a formidable gravitational pull sought to draw me in, but I gritted my teeth, channeling all my sage energy and chakra into my hands, forming a colossal sword of light. Sage Spirit Breaking Blade, I shouted, swinging the sword toward the energy source. The collision produced a thunderous roar that reverberated across the battlefield, with a brilliant radiance illuminating the surroundings. The energy source began to quiver violently under my assault, and the enemies nearby were thrown into disarray by the sheer force of my attack. With the gradual collapse of the energy source, the intensity of the enemy's assaults diminished. Seizing the moment, the ninjas launched a final charge, decisively vanquishing the remaining foes. The battle at last concluded, leaving the air thick with smoke and dust. Exhausted, I returned to Tsunade's side, where she looked at me with a beaming smile of relief. We embraced amidst the ruins, sharing in the joy of victory and the warmth of each other's presence. Chapter 37, Reconstruction after the battle and a new mission as the smoke gradually dissipated. The lair of the mysterious forces was left as a desolate ruin after the baptism of battle, though the allied ninjas were utterly fatigued. Their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory and pride. Tsunade and I began to organize the healing of the wounded and the clearing of the battlefield, while simultaneously discussing plans for post-war reconstruction and future endeavors. This battle exacted a heavy toll on us, yet we were fortunate to have emerged victorious, safeguarding the peace of the ninja world. Tsunade gazed solemnly upon the ravaged battlefield and remarked with a heavy heart, indeed, we have suffered great losses, but we must not let our guard down. I gently placed my hand on her shoulder, affirming, yes, we must remain vigilant. Although this dark force has been vanquished, remnants may still lurk in the shadows, and we must delve deeper to investigate the masterminds behind them, to prevent any resurgence of their malevolence. Amidst the tumultuous yet orderly scene of treating the wounded, the medical ninjas swiftly commenced emergency procedures within the hastily erected tents, their foreheads glistening with perspiration, their gazes focused and resolute. Tsunade moved gracefully between the beds, adeptly employing her medical ninjutsu, her hands radiating a gentle green luminescence as she staunched the bleeding, healed the injuries, and mended shattered bones. Her expression was grave, leaving no wound unattended, as she softly reassured the injured ninjas, imparting strength and hope. I, too, utilized the medical knowledge I had acquired from both the Sage Realm and the world of Naruto. From my storage ring, I procured several precious elixirs, which emitted a faint glow, seemingly infused with boundless vitality. I meticulously ground the elixirs into powder and combined them with Tsunade's medical techniques. When the powdered elixir was sprinkled upon the wounds, a miracle unfolded. The profusely bleeding injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate, and the agonized expressions of the severely injured gradually softened. One Leaf Village ninja, with his abdomen pierced by an enemy's blade, was on the brink of death. Tsunade first stabilized his condition with her medical ninjutsu while I administered the specially formulated elixir. Moments later, his complexion began to regain its color, and the wound healed at a visibly rapid pace. He slowly opened his eyes and weakly uttered, "Thank you. I thought I was destined to perish here." The medical ninjas from Tsunade were also exerting their utmost to save their comrades, employing their unique sand healing technique, which involved delicately covering the wounds with fine sand. Under the influence of their medical ninjutsu, the sand gradually permeated the injuries, purging toxins and facilitating recovery. The ninjas from Kumogakure brought with them some potent herbal remedies to share with the other ninja villages, collectively striving for the recuperation of the wounded. Through our united efforts, many ninjas who were once in critical condition began to emerge from danger, and Tsunade, witnessing this scene, was filled with surprise and gratitude. "The elixirs you brought are truly a timely blessing. Without them, we might have lost many more comrades," Tsunade remarked. I smiled and replied, "This is also the fruit of our collective labor. In this world, we can harmoniously integrate the powers of the Sage Realm and Naruto, benefiting more lives." As the conditions of the injured gradually stabilized, we commenced the reconstruction of the areas devastated by the dark forces. Each ninja village dispatched ninjas and craftsmen, bringing various building materials and resources. I applied my knowledge of formations from the Sage Realm to design defensive and purifying arrays for the reconstructed buildings, enhancing both the safety and comfort of these regions. For instance, in the central locations of certain villages, I laid out a spirit-gathering array, capable of attracting the natural energies of the earth and sky. This not only provided the villagers with fresh air and a pleasant environment, but also, to a degree, accelerated the training speed of the ninjas. Tsunade organized the ninjas and villagers to work together, personally transporting heavy objects to inspire everyone with her actions. Let us all exert ourselves. We must revive these places as swiftly as possible, she exclaimed. During the reconstruction, young ninjas like Naruto and Gaara actively participated. As Naruto assisted in carrying building materials, he shared experiences and insights from their recent battles with his fellow ninjas. This fight has made me realize that as long as we unite, no challenge can defeat us, Naruto said with a smile. Gaara nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. The collaboration and trust among the ninja villages are the keys to our victory. We must pass down this spirit to jointly safeguard the peace and stability of the ninja world." After a period of diligent effort, the ravaged areas gradually regained their former prosperity. Meanwhile, there had been some progress in the investigation into the mastermind behind the dark forces. Through interrogating captives and analyzing intelligence gathered during the battles, we discovered a connection between this dark force and an ancient legend. It is said that in the distant past of the ninja world, an evil sage sought to dominate the entire realm. He was sealed away by the ninjas of that era, yet fragments of his power and will seem to have gradually revived over time, secretly plotting his return through various clandestine organizations. If this legend holds true, the challenges we face may be more severe than we imagined, I remarked with a furrowed brow. After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade stated, "Regardless, we cannot allow such a thing to occur. We must strengthen the ties and cooperation among the ninja villages and collaboratively devise methods to counter this ancient evil force." Thus, we resolved to host a Ninja World Conference in Konoha, inviting representatives from each ninja village to attend. At the conference, I elaborated on the legend of the ancient evil sage and the intelligence we had gathered thus far. We must pool our thoughts and discuss how to prevent and confront this potential threat, I urged. Representatives from various ninja villages took turns speaking, offering their perspectives and suggestions. Some advocated for enhancing ninja training to bolster overall strength, while others suggested seeking more ancient relics to unearth potential methods for combating the dark forces. Naruto rose, his gaze resolute, declaring, "I believe our most crucial task is to trust one another, just as we did in our previous battles. As long as we stand united, no evil force can overcome us." His words garnered unanimous agreement. At the conclusion of the conference, we reached a series of consensus and collaborative plans. The ninja villages would regularly exchange intelligence, conduct joint training sessions, and explore the mysterious relics within the ninja world together. After the conference, Tsunade and I strolled through the bustling streets of Konoha. Observing the lively scenes of the village, Tsunade reflected, having endured so much, I cherish the present peace and tranquility even more. And you have become the most important person in my life. I firmly grasped her hand and declared, I too, Tsunade. Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, I shall remain by your side, together safeguarding this world. As the golden hues of the setting sun enveloped us, our shadows elongated, seemingly heralding our continued journey hand in hand into the future, embracing new missions and confronting the unknown, all for the peace and prosperity of the ninja world. Chapter 38. The Mysterious Ruins and Unseen Trials following the Ninja World Conference, where numerous agreements and collaborative plans were established, the various ninja villages swiftly mobilized. Tsunade and I led an exploration team composed of elite ninjas from Konoha and other villages, embarking on a quest to uncover ruins linked to the ancient malevolent sage. Guided by ancient scrolls and vague legendary clues, we discovered a mysterious edifice, potentially associated with the nefarious sage, deep within a desolate desert. The entrance to the ruins lay concealed behind a colossal sand dune, surrounded by an enigmatic and oppressive aura. Be cautious, this place may be rife with traps and dangers, I cautioned the group as I stepped into the ruins first. Upon entering, we were greeted by dim lighting and a labyrinth of intricate passages. The walls were adorned with various strange runes and patterns, seemingly narrating a long-lost history. As we proceeded along the corridor, the ground began to tremble violently, and sharp stone spikes erupted from below. "Quick jump!" Tsunade shouted, showcasing her exceptional reflexes and strength as she effortlessly leaped over the spikes, pulling a fellow ninja to safety. The other ninjas swiftly employed their techniques. Some used body flicker technique to evade the spikes, while others constructed earthen walls with earth release to shield themselves. I summoned my sage powers, conjuring a protective barrier around us to ensure that no ninja was harmed by the onslaught of stone. Venturing deeper into the ruins, we arrived at a vast hall. In the center stood a colossal stone statue, its visage grotesque and terrifying, as if it were scrutinizing us, the unwelcome intruders. As we examined the statue, a horde of stone puppets suddenly emerged from the surroundings, armed and launching a fierce assault upon us. Battle formation, Gaara commanded. The ninjas from Tsunade swiftly manipulated sand to encircle our team, forming a protective sand wall. The Konoha ninjas unleashed their ninjutsu from behind the barrier. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique shot forth like meteors towards the puppets, while lightning release. Lightning ball erupted among them, discharging a powerful electric current. Tsunade and I charged into the fray. Her fists, imbued with formidable strength, shattered the puppets with each blow. I unleashed my sage fist. Diffusion of sage energy and chakra amplifying my strikes, effortlessly breaching the puppets' defenses. Amidst the fierce combat, we gradually discerned that these puppets seemed to be driven by some form of energy core. Seizing the opportune moment, I activated my sage wind step, deftly weaving through the throng of puppets in search of the core's location. At last, I discovered a shimmering crystal nestled within the chest of the puppet. Focusing my strength, I delivered a powerful punch that shattered the crystal, causing the puppet to cease its movements immediately. As the final puppet collapsed, tranquility returned to the hall. We continued our exploration of the ruins and found a staircase leading downwards at the rear of the hall. Descending the staircase, a dense aura of darkness enveloped us. Deep within the subterranean depths, we encountered a colossal vortex of dark energy, seemingly concealing some profound secret. I sensed that this energy was connected to the dark forces we had previously vanquished, yet it was far more potent and pure. This could potentially be part of the evil sage's power, and we needed to proceed with caution, I remarked. Just then, several enormous black tendrils suddenly emerged from the dark vortex, sweeping towards us. The ninjas swiftly unleashed their jutsu to counter the assault, but the tendrils possessed immense strength, effortlessly breaching our defenses. Observing this, Tsunade charged at the tendrils without hesitation, employing her formidable strength to engage them in close combat. Gaara commanded his sand to ensnare the tendrils, attempting to restrict their movements. Meanwhile, I summoned the sage power within me and unleashed the sage spirit blade, a massive luminous blade aimed at the tendrils. Through our collective efforts, we finally repelled the tendrils. Yet, we understood that this was merely the beginning. A deep, resonant roar emanated from the dark vortex, echoing the wrath of the evil sage. We could not falter. We had to uncover a means to counter this power. Naruto declared resolutely. I began to contemplate, drawing upon my knowledge from the sage world and my experiences in the Naruto realm. I endeavored to create an entirely new fusion of sage power and the ninja's chakra. I guided the ninjas to concentrate their chakra towards me, and then infused it with sage energy, forming a novel energy sphere. Together, let's propel this energy sphere towards the dark vortex, I called out. The ninjas responded in unison, pushing the energy sphere towards the vortex. Upon collision, the sphere emitted a dazzling radiance and powerful tremors. Illuminated by the brilliance, we glimpsed strange phenomena within the dark vortex, seemingly depicting the sealing process of the evil sage. As the energy sphere continued to infuse its power, the dark vortex gradually dissipated. We successfully averted the imminent crisis. Yet we recognized that this was but a minor trial in our exploration of the ruins. Deeper within the ruins, we uncovered ancient scrolls and artifacts. These scrolls contained further secrets regarding the evil sage, along with methodologies for mastering formidable ninjutsu and sage techniques. The artifacts emitted a mysterious glow, suggesting they possessed unique powers. These discoveries are crucial for our battle against the evil sage. We must bring them back to Konoha for thorough examination, Tsunade asserted. During our exit from the ruins, we remained vigilant, wary of triggering any unknown traps. Finally, we emerged from the ruins, returning to the expanse of the desert. Gazing out at the sands before me, I was filled with a multitude of emotions. The recent exploration of the ruins has afforded us a deeper understanding of the ancient malevolent sage, yet it has also presented us with even greater challenges. We must swiftly share these discoveries with the various ninja villages and collaboratively devise strategies to counteract the looming threats. I conveyed to Tsunade. She nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, this is our shared mission. We must prepare ourselves for the impending greater crisis. Upon returning to the Hidden Leaf Village, we promptly organized a ninja assembly to publicly disclose the findings from the ruins. The ninjas from various villages began to formulate new training regimens and research directions based on these revelations. Meanwhile, Tsunade and I meticulously examined the ancient scrolls within the Hokage's office in Konoha, seeking a definitive method to vanquish the malevolent sage. Throughout this process, the bond between Tsunade and me continued to strengthen. We supported one another and remained inseparable, whether in battle or in research. We understood that the path ahead would be fraught with peril, yet as long as we joined forces, we were confident in our ability to confront any challenge and safeguard the peace and tranquility of the ninja world. Chapter 39, The Return of Crisis and the Breakthrough in Despair as we delve deeper into the discoveries of the ruins in Konoha. A new dark force quietly arose on the fringes of the ninja world. This force was unlike any other. It seemed to be directly manipulated by the will of the malevolent sage, spreading rapidly and leaving destruction in its wake, displacing countless villagers. Intelligence reports flooded into Konoha like snowflakes, prompting Tsunade to urgently summon the ninjas to discuss countermeasures. This force is formidable. We must act swiftly to halt its further expansion. Tsunade stated with a grave expression, her eyes reflecting deep concern for the ninja world. Standing beside her, I analyzed the intelligence from the current situation. It appears this force can corrupt the minds of ninjas, turning them into puppets. We must exercise utmost caution in battle to prevent our comrades from falling under its control. Though my words were calm, my heart was filled with anxiety and tension regarding the unknown battles ahead, accompanied by a resolute determination to protect this land and those around me. The ninja villages quickly organized a coalition, advancing towards the onslaught of the dark force. Upon our arrival, the scene before us was harrowing. Once thriving villages lay in ruins, shrouded in a cloak of darkness, and the earth trembled in agony. Among the remnants, traces of the villagers' former lives were still visible. Some tattered toys lay scattered amidst the debris, silently narrating tales of past joy and peace, now ruthlessly crushed by the encroaching darkness. The battle erupted instantaneously as the coalition ninjas unleashed their signature jutsu. The fire-style ninjas took the lead, swiftly forming hand signs and shouting, "Fire release, great dragon fire technique." A colossal fire dragon surged forth, claws bared, towards the throngs of dark puppets. Where the flames passed, the very air warped and twisted from the heat, as some puppets were instantly consumed by the inferno, crackling and popping in their demise. The water-style ninjas were equally resolute, uniting to perform water release, water dragon bullet technique. A colossal torrent of water roared forth, intertwining with a fiery dragon to create a breathtaking spectacle of water and fire. The formidable impact scattered the puppets into disarray. Meanwhile, the lightning ninja, lurking in the rear, seized the moment, their hands crackling with arcs of electricity. Lightning release, lightning spear. A barrage of sharp lightning spears shot towards the enemy's vulnerabilities, incapacitating the puppets with instantaneous paralysis. Yet, the puppets, controlled by dark forces, charged fearlessly toward the allied forces. Unfazed by their own casualties, with each puppet that fell, new ones surged forth from the shadows. The battlefield was a cacophony of battle cries and explosions, with blood and gunpowder permeating every corner. I fought alongside Tsunade, who swept through the ranks of puppets with her extraordinary strength. Each of her punches sliced through the air with a fierce wind, sending the puppets flying like kites severed from their strings. However, I could see the fatigue and anxiety in her eyes. She resolutely held her fortitude to protect the world of ninjas. I provided her with sage support, casting the Sage Shadow Shield, a translucent barrier that radiated a gentle glow, enveloping Tsunade and ensuring she remained unharmed from sudden enemy assaults. During lulls in the battle, Tsunade would glance at me, her eyes filled with concern and reliance, as if my presence alone bestowed upon her boundless strength. Naruto, too, fought valiantly on the battlefield, his fusion with the Nine-Tails power reaching new heights as he unleashed the Nine-Tails Sage Art, Resurgence. His hands spun rapidly, intertwining blue chakra with the orange energy of the Nine-Tails, gradually forming a colossal sphere of energy, radiating dazzling light and arcs of electricity. With a fierce roar, Naruto hurled the Nine-Tails Sage Art Resurgence into the throng of puppets, where it detonated with tremendous force, sending a wave of debris and dust into the air. Throughout the skirmish, Naruto's heart remained heavy with thoughts of Sasuke and the desire to protect his comrades. He understood that vanquishing the darkness before him was the only way to reclaim Sasuke and safeguard their homeland. Shikamaru, cool and collected, commanded the battle from the sidelines, his gaze sharp as he swiftly assessed the battlefield's dynamics, issuing commands with precision. Asuma's team, flank from the left. Maintain formation. Choji, use your human boulder to disrupt the enemy's center. Beads of sweat adorned his brow. Despite his outward calm, he harbored deep concerns for his comrade's safety. Every decision he made weighed heavily, knowing that lives were at stake. Under his guidance, the ninjas executed their maneuvers with impeccable coordination, applying immense pressure on the adversaries. Yet, the dark forces seemed inexhaustible, and the allied forces gradually found themselves in dire straits. In a pivotal moment of combat, I discerned the source of the dark power at the heart of the battlefield, a colossal dark core, relentlessly emitting dark energy that controlled the puppets. "I shall destroy that core," I shouted, activating the Sage Wind Step and dashing towards the source. Tsunade attempted to intervene, but she realized this was our singular opportunity and could only call out, "Be careful." Her voice quivered with trepidation. She feared losing me, yet felt compelled to let me embark on this perilous journey. As I charged toward the core, I encountered a myriad of obstacles posed by the puppets. I unleashed the technique of the celestial flames, and flames danced around me, incinerating any puppet that dared to approach. However, the puppets continued their relentless advance, and my celestial energy waned with each passing moment. Just as I neared the dark core suddenly emanated a formidable pull, drawing me inward. I resisted with all my might, summoning every ounce of strength within me, including the chakra I had honed in the world of Naruto and the celestial energy bestowed upon me from the heavenly realm. "I shall not be consumed by you," I roared, forming hand seals to channel a newly conceived fusion technique, the Celestial Soul-S Reversal. This technique, birthed from the depths of my despair, fused my celestial energy with my unwavering conviction to protect and survive. A colossal blade of light surged forth from my hands, hurtling directly toward the dark core. The blade collided with the core, unleashing a thunderous explosion. The dark core began to tremble violently, and the surrounding puppets halted their movements. The allied ninjas seized this opportunity to launch a final charge, annihilating the remaining foes. Yet, upon executing the Celestial Soul-S Reversal, my celestial energy was exhausted, leaving my body dangerously weakened. Tsunade rushed to my side, her eyes rimmed with red, tears welling as she employed medical ninjutsu to mend my wounds. "You were too reckless. But it is thanks to you that we achieved victory," she said, her voice a blend of reproach and gratitude, tinged with emotion. I managed a weak smile. As long as I can protect the ninja world, it is all worthwhile. At that moment, my heart brimmed with guilt for causing her such worry, yet I found solace in our shared duty to safeguard this land. Although we triumphed in this battle, we understood it was merely a prelude to a larger confrontation with the ancient malevolent sage and its dark forces. We returned to the Hidden Leaf Village, weary and wounded, to reflect on our experiences and delve deeper into the scrolls and artifacts unearthed from the ruins. Throughout the restoration of the village, my bond with Tsunade deepened profoundly. She remained by my side day and night, tending to my health, personally preparing medicinal soups, each spoonful imbued with her care. At night, she would vigilantly watch over me until I drifted into slumber, her gaze filled with tenderness and affection. Simultaneously, we contemplated the future of the ninja world together. We must discover a more comprehensive approach to combat the malevolent sage. We cannot remain perpetually reactive, I remarked, looking at Tsunade, my heart laden with concern for the future, yet resolute in my commitment to fight alongside her. Tsunade nodded in agreement. The ninjutsu and celestial techniques from the ruins may hold the key. We must hasten our research. Thus, Tsunade and I assembled a cadre of elite ninjas to establish a dedicated research team. We secluded ourselves in a clandestine location within the Hidden Leaf Village, striving to unravel the deeper secrets concealed within the ruins. During this period of intensive study, I endeavored to fuse the principles of celestial techniques from the heavenly realm with the ninjutsu framework of the Naruto world, seeking innovation and deeper integration. Inspired by the soul cultivation techniques from the celestial realm and infused with the mental manipulation jutsu from the world of Naruto, I have conceived a technique known as the Celestial Soul Guardian Seal. This innovative method enhances the spiritual strength of ninjas, enabling them to resist the encroachment of darkness. Meanwhile, Tsunade has made groundbreaking advancements in medical ninjutsu and the application of celestial herbs. She discovered that combining certain celestial elixirs with specific healing techniques can awaken the latent potential within ninjas, thereby enhancing their physical capabilities and recovery rates. After prolonged efforts, our research has finally borne fruit. We imparted these new jutsu and cultivation methods to the ninjas of Konoha and shared our findings with other hidden villages through the Ninja World Summit. As the ninjas diligently trained in their newfound powers, We remained vigilant against the threat posed by the malevolent celestial being. We dispatched ninjas to scout far and wide, seeking to uncover the villain's hideout to deliver a decisive blow. Through the trials we have faced, Tsunade and I have grown to cherish one another even more. We understand that the road ahead is fraught with challenges, but as long as we stand together, we are confident in our ability to safeguard the peace and tranquility of the ninja world and to pen our own legendary tale. Chapter 40, The Final Confrontation and the Choice of Destiny. As the ninjas fervently trained in their newfound abilities and reconnaissance efforts intensified, we finally caught wind of the malevolent celestial being's whereabouts. He lay concealed within an ancient valley shrouded in darkness, suffused with a malevolent aura that felt like a forgotten corner of the world, where death and despair lingered in the air. Tsunade swiftly summoned the core members of the Ninja Alliance to devise a meticulous battle plan. This would be our ultimate confrontation with the evil celestial being. The fate of the entire ninja world rested upon our shoulders, and failure was not an option. Tsunade's gaze was resolute and unwavering, her eyes ablaze like a fierce flame that could dispel all darkness and fear. Her words struck like a hammer, resonating in the hearts of every ninja, instilling within them a surge of fearless courage. The Alliance advanced towards the lair of the malevolent celestial being, the atmosphere heavy with tension akin to the stillness before a storm, oppressive enough to stifle one's breath. As we stepped into the valley, darkness surged towards us as if it were a tangible force, its bone-chilling essence seeming to penetrate our souls and erode our willpower. The evil celestial being emerged, towering and ominous, exuding an endless dark power, embodying the very essence of darkness and serving as the harbinger of death and destruction. He regarded us with a derisive laugh. "You mere insects dare to challenge me? Today marks your end." His voice reverberated like thunder, echoing throughout the valley, causing the earth to tremble slightly, laden with disdain and mockery. In an instant, battle erupted. Naruto charged forward, his form illuminated by the radiant power of the Ninetales, akin to a brilliant meteor streaking through the darkness. Ninetales Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan. He roared, unleashing a colossal sphere of energy hurtling towards the malevolent celestial being. As the spiraling sphere traverses its path, the very fabric of space appears to warp, and the formidable force generates a tempest that threatens to topple the surrounding mountains. With a gentle sweep of his sleeve, the malevolent sage repels Naruto. Yet, undeterred, Naruto launches another assault, his eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit, an unwavering commitment to justice, trust in his comrades, and a profound love for the world of ninjas. "I will not yield. I shall defeat you." His fervent cry reverberates through the valley, inspiring every allied ninja. Together with Tsunade, I join the fray. Tsunade unleashes her extraordinary strength, each blow infused with the force of 1,000 pounds. Her fists striking like iron hammers against the dark sage, each impact causing the earth to tremble. Meanwhile, I employ various sage techniques, utilizing the sage shadow clone technique to flit across the battlefield like a wraith, confounding the dark sage's vision while seeking his vulnerabilities. Mysterious runes cascade from my hands with the sage power sealing jutsu, attempting to bind a portion of the dark sage's formidable abilities. Other ninjas display their prowess. Sasuke invokes the Susanoo, manifesting a colossal skeletal avatar enveloped in flames, resembling a blazing fortress as it charges toward the dark sage. Sakura, from the rear, employs medical ninjutsu and her own superhuman strength to heal the injured comrades and deliver a critical blow at pivotal moments. Shikamaru orchestrates the battle from the sidelines, his mind racing as he analyzes the dark sage's attack patterns and weaknesses, continuously adjusting the coalition strategy. His calmness and intellect serve as the backbone of our forces. However, the dark sage's power is overwhelmingly potent, his malevolent ninjutsu seemingly inexhaustible. He conjures countless dark puppets, their movements eerie and agile, their attacks devastating, swiftly dismantling the coalition's formation. The allied ninjas find themselves embroiled in a desperate struggle, casualties mounting, blood staining the darkened valley. At a crucial moment in the battle, I discern that the dark sage's source of power appears to be linked to a dark crystal embedded in his chest. "Everyone, concentrate your attacks on his chest," I shout, my voice strained from tension and fatigue. The allied ninjas heed my call, launching their assaults toward the dark sage's heart. Sensing our intent, the dark sage fortifies his defenses, a shield of dark energy forming before him, impervious to our strikes, deflecting them back upon us. The backlash sends our coalition retreating, many injured and groaning in agony. Witnessing my wounded comrades, a surge of anger and defiance wells within me. I resolved to take a daring risk, channeling all my sage power and chakra to prepare an unprecedented forbidden technique. This technique possesses immense power, but its invocation may exact the ultimate price, my life. Tsunade, perceiving my intentions, rushes to my side and grasps my hand tightly. No, it's too dangerous. Her eyes were filled with fear and concern, tears welling up in their corners. She was terrified of losing me, as if she were on the verge of losing the most precious thing in this world. I gazed at her and offered a gentle smile. Tsunade, if I do not proceed, we shall perish, and the world of ninjas will descend into darkness. This is my mission, my destiny. My voice, though calm, resonated with unwavering resolve. I released her hand and invoked the forbidden technique of Sage's soul sacrifice. In an instant, my body was enveloped in brilliant sage light. A torrent of sage power surged forth, and I felt my very soul ablaze, life ebbing away bit by bit. Enduring the excruciating pain, I concentrated all my strength into a colossal arrow of light, aimed at the malevolent sage. The arrow pierced through the dark sage's shield, striking directly at the dark crystal embedded in his chest. In an instant, the crystal shattered, and the evil sage let out a wretched scream as his body began to dissipate, the dark power gradually waning. The allied ninjas seized the opportunity, launching a final charge. United in purpose, they ultimately vanquished the evil sage. Once the battle concluded, I found myself gravely weakened from the use of the forbidden technique. Tsunade held me close, her tears streaming down her face. Why are you so foolish? Why must you bear this alone? Her voice trembled, laden with anguish and guilt. I weakly raised my hand to wipe away her tears. Tsunade, this is my choice. I came to this world, met you, and experienced love and friendship. I have no regrets. If my life can be exchanged for peace in the ninja world, I am willing. My vision began to blur, consciousness fading. Just as I thought I was on the brink of death, a mysterious power surged within me. It was the culmination of my experiences in the sage realm and the emotional bonds I had formed in the Naruto world, triggering a miraculous reaction. This power began to mend my body, restoring my vitality. Tsunade sensed the change and looked at me with astonishment. You're okay. You're really okay. She embraced me tightly, as if fearing I would vanish the moment she let go. With the demise of the evil sage, the ninja world ushered in a true era of peace. Tsunade and I resolved to set aside everything, journeying through the ninja world to aid those traumatized by war and rebuilding their homes, spreading the ideals of peace and love. Along our travels, we encountered many companions with whom we had fought side by side. Naruto finally reunited with Sasuke, together rebuilding the Uchiha clan in the village of Konoha. Gaara continued to protect Tsunade, bringing vitality to the desert. Shikamaru and Temari wed, leading a blissful life. And Tsunade and I, hand in hand, traversed every village and mountain range. We watched as the ninja world gradually flourished under the warmth of peace, our hearts brimming with comfort and joy. We understood that the days ahead would be long, but as long as we were together, no obstacle could impede our forward march. We shall protect this hard-won peace with our love and strength for all eternity. Chapter 41. The unraveling of the curse and the emergence of truth. The boy's fingertips shimmered with a dazzling spiritual light, the radiance weaving delicately around the elusive curse marks etched within the ninja's body. His gaze was focused and profound, as if all existence had dissolved into nothingness, leaving only the fierce contest against the curse before him. The surrounding medical ninjas whispered amongst themselves, their hearts harboring jealousy. Yet they were awestruck by the boy's extraordinary manipulation of spiritual energy. Merely a display of theatrics, this curse is not so easily unraveled. One of the medical ninjas said, attempting to feign composure, though the slight tremor in his voice betrayed his inner turmoil. Tsunade stood nearby, arms crossed, her eyes betraying a hint of concern. She understood the intricacies of the curse all too well, yet gazing at the boy's calm demeanor, she felt an inexplicable faith in his success. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, the air thick with tension. Sweat began to beat on the boy's forehead as the clash between his light and the curse marks intensified. Suddenly, he let out a sharp exclamation, his spiritual energy surging violently, causing the curse marks to fracture like shattered glass. With a blinding flash of light, the curse dissipated entirely, and the afflicted ninja's body trembled slightly as he coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. The boy sighed in relief, gradually retracting his energy. The afflicted ninja's complexion began to return to normal, and he weakly opened his eyes. What has happened to me? He asked, bewildered. The boy offered a gentle smile and replied, you were secretly cursed, but you are now free from harm. A few days of rest will see you restored to your former self. The expressions of the medical ninjas darkened instantly. They had not anticipated that the boy could truly unravel the curse. One of them, unwilling to concede, said, "Even if you have unraveled the curse, it does not prove your intentions are pure. Perhaps you cast the curse yourself, only to feign its unraveling to gain our trust." Upon hearing this, the boy did not lose his temper. Instead, he calmly regarded them and said, "I seek neither fame nor fortune among you. I am merely a healer who cannot bear to see others suffer. If you still harbor doubts, feel free to investigate." With that, he turned to leave. At that moment, Tsunade stepped forward, blocking the path of the medical ninjas. Her expression darkened. "Do not persist in your unfounded accusations. I shall vouch for his character. Should you dare to suspect him further, do not blame me for my lack of civility." The medical ninjas, witnessing Tsunade's fury, felt reluctant yet dared not to speak further, retreating in silence. In the aftermath of this incident, the boy's reputation in Konoha soared. Villagers revered him, and patients seeking his healing flocked to him in droves. However, he remained humble, acutely aware of the myriad mysteries and dangers that lurked behind the facade of the shinobi world. On a tranquil night, the boy sat alone in the courtyard, gazing up at the starry sky, lost in a myriad of thoughts. He understood that the spell was not the work of an ordinary ninja. A mysterious force was undoubtedly lurking in the shadows. Now that he had become prominent in the hidden leaf village, he would inevitably attract more attention. Tsunade seemed to sense the boy's unease. She gently approached him, sat down, and inquired, "What troubles you? Is it related to today's events?" The boy nodded slightly and replied, "The spell is complex, and I fear this is merely the beginning." Tsunade softly patted his shoulder and reassured him, "Whatever challenges we face, I will stand by your side. After all, you have become someone I hold dear." Turning to gaze at Tsunade, the boy felt a warm surge within him. In the days that followed, he diligently pursued his studies in medical arts while secretly investigating the origins of the spell. He scoured the library of the hidden leaf village, poring over numerous ancient texts in hopes of unearthing records of similar incantations. At last, within the pages of a long-forgotten forbidden tome, he stumbled upon some clues. The text chronicled an ancient organization skilled in manipulating various enigmatic spells to control others for their own gain. Alarmingly, the emblem of this organization bore a striking resemblance to a fragment of the spell mark found within the afflicted ninja. A wave of shock washed over him as he realized that this organization might have set its sights on the hidden leaf village, and he himself could merely be a pawn in their grand scheme. He shared this discovery with Tsunade, whose expression turned grave. "It appears we must prepare ourselves. If this organization is indeed targeting the hidden leaf village, it will surely herald a significant crisis," she declared. Thus, Tsunade and the boy rallied the ninjas of the village to bolster their defenses. They established various barriers, arranged for ninjas to patrol in shifts, and discreetly investigated whether any suspicious individuals lurked within the village. During the course of their investigation, the boy uncovered a ninja with a furtive demeanor. This individual often roamed alone under the cover of night and seemed to maintain frequent contact with the outside world. Determined to uncover the truth, the boy resolved to follow him. In a secluded alley, the boy observed the ninja meeting with a shadowy figure. They were engaged in hushed conversation, and the boy stealthily crept closer to overhear their dialogue. "How is everything progressing?" the shadow inquired. "Everything is proceeding as planned. Although the boy has unraveled the spell, he has also raised suspicion among the villagers. We merely need to continue sowing discord among them, and we can seize the opportunity to infiltrate," the ninja replied. Fury ignited within the boy. He had not anticipated such a sinister plot lurking behind the scenes. Just as he was about to reveal himself, he suddenly sensed a formidable presence approaching from behind. He spun around to find a masked figure standing there, wielding a glinting blade that radiated a chilling aura. "Did you think you could easily disrupt our plans?" the mysterious figure coldly remarked. The boy swiftly regained his composure, channeling his energy within. He understood that a fierce battle was imminent. He locked eyes with the enigmatic figure, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder, as the battle loomed imminent. Chapter 42. The Fierce Battle Against the Enigma and the Revelation of Truth. The youth regarded the mysterious individual with vigilant intensity, his body taut like a drawn bow, his spiritual energy surging within his meridians, poised to counter the impending assault. "Who are you? Why do you create turmoil in the hidden leaf village?" the youth demanded, his voice laced with fury. The mysterious figure emitted a low, chilling laugh. "Humph, our intentions are beyond the comprehension of a mere medical sage like you. Just know this. You have thwarted our plans, and today marks your demise." With that, he moved like lightning, closing the distance in an instant. His blade slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at the youth's throat. The youth deftly stepped aside, narrowly evading the lethal strike. In one fluid motion, he formed seals with his hands and recited an incantation, conjuring an ethereal energy shield that appeared before him. The mysterious figure, undeterred by his failed attack, retaliated with a horizontal slash, the blade's aura sharp and fierce as it struck the shield. The energy barrier rippled but held firm, allowing the youth to leap backward, creating distance between them. "Lady Tsunade, we are under attack," the youth shouted, hoping to draw the attention of Tsunade and the Leaf Ninjas. The mysterious figure, observing the commotion, scoffed, "Do not expect anyone to save you. Before they arrive, you shall become a mere specter beneath my blade." With that, he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, raising it high as he murmured incantations. In an instant, the blade gleamed with an ominous black light, the aura expanding rapidly to envelop him. A powerful dark presence emanated from him, saturating the narrow alley. The youth felt the weight of this malevolent energy, his heart racing. He understood this was a profoundly sinister force that should not be underestimated. Taking a deep breath, he focused all his spiritual energy, slowly tracing a complex rune before his chest. The rune shimmered with a brilliant golden light, gradually enlarging until it hovered before him. "Go," the youth commanded, the rune shooting forth like an arrow released from its bow, targeting the mysterious figure. Wherever the rune passed, the dark energy dissipated, as if melting away under the sun's warmth. The mysterious figure swung his blade in an attempt to fend off the rune's assault. However, the rune's power was overwhelming, effortlessly breaching his defenses and striking him squarely in the chest. The mysterious figure was propelled backward, crashing against the wall. Yet, he swiftly regained his footing, wiping the blood from his lips, a glint of madness in his eyes. "Not bad. You possess some skill. But this is merely a warm-up." At that moment, Tsunade and several Leaf Ninjas, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the scene. Upon seeing the mysterious figure, Tsunade's expression darkened. "Who are you? Why are you causing chaos in the hidden Leaf Village?" The mysterious figure glanced at Tsunade, laughing heartily. "Princess Tsunade, it has been a while. You Leaf villagers have remained aloof for too long. Today, you shall pay the price." Tsunade furrowed her brow. "I do not know you. Who exactly are you?" The enigmatic figure slowly removed his mask, revealing a grotesque visage. "I am a descendant of the ninja clan once exiled from Konoha. In the past, Konoha wrongfully accused our family of employing forbidden techniques, driving us to the brink of annihilation. My return today is solely for the purpose of vengeance." Tsunade's heart sank at these words. She struggled to recall the past, as a faint memory of such an event surfaced. Yet, she was but a child at the time, and the specifics eluded her. Even if there were grievances, resorting to such despicable methods for retribution was indefensible. "Despicable? Was not what your village inflicted upon my family equally vile?" The mysterious figure bellowed in fury. At that moment, a young man stepped forward, asserting, "Regardless of what transpired in the past, it is unjust to use the lives of innocent villagers as a means of revenge. If you truly have grievances, pursue them through rightful channels." The mysterious figure cast a disdainful glance at the youth, retorting, "You, an outsider, should refrain from meddling. Today, you all shall perish." With that, he launched another assault, his attacks more frenzied and reckless, charging towards Tsunade and the young man. Exchanging a glance, Tsunade and the youth unleashed their respective techniques. Tsunade's immense strength erupted, each punch imbued with formidable force, akin to cannonballs striking the mysterious figure. The youth invoked a myriad of sage arts, manifesting ethereal energy blades and elusive illusions, seamlessly coordinating with Tsunade to subdue their adversary. In the midst of the fierce battle, the mysterious figure began to reveal vulnerabilities. Seizing the moment, the young man concentrated his energy, unleashing his most potent attack, Sage Art, Spirit Break. A colossal beam of spiritual energy surged forth like a roaring beast, hurtling toward the mysterious figure. In terror, the figure widened his eyes, attempting to evade, but it was too late. The beam struck him, engulfing him entirely. As the battle concluded, the mysterious figure lay on the ground, breathless. Tsunade approached and inquired, "Can you now reveal the truth of those events?" The figure slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Tsunade with a hint of relief. "Indeed, our family was wrongfully accused. Certain high-ranking members of Konoha conspired against us in their quest for power. It was they who employed forbidden techniques." Tsunade was taken aback, incredulity washing over her. She had not anticipated that the events of the past were woven into such a sinister plot. "I shall uncover the truth of this matter. If it is indeed Konoha's fault, I will vindicate your family, Tsunade vowed. The mysterious figure nodded faintly before closing his eyes, exhaling his last breath. Tsunade and the youth gazed at the figure's lifeless body, their emotions tumultuous. They understood that countless secrets lay hidden, awaiting discovery, and that Konoha's future would soon confront immense transformation and challenges. Chapter 43, The Transformation of Konoha and the New Journey. The demise of the mysterious figure struck the tranquil surface of Konoha like a colossal stone, sending ripples across the village. Tsunade was acutely aware that this matter pertained to the very foundation and reputation of Konoha. She promptly convened the village's prominent ninjas and elders, solemnly revealing the truth to all present. Within the council chamber, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if it could condense into droplets. The ninjas, upon hearing of the machinations from years past, displayed expressions of shock and indignation. An elderly elder, his hair as white as snow, furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep voice. This is no trivial matter. If what that mysterious individual claims is true, we must conduct a thorough investigation to provide justice for the wronged families and restore Konoha's honor. The assembly nodded in agreement, and Tsunade, with decisive resolve, established a dedicated investigation team, which she would lead personally, with the youth participating as well. They delved into Konoha's confidential archives, sifting through the long-sealed, dust-laden documents. Each yellowed page they turned was akin to a jigsaw puzzle piece, carefully gathered as they sought clues. During their investigation, they encountered significant obstacles. Certain crucial documents appeared to have been tampered with in advance, with portions of information deliberately destroyed or altered. However, the youth, equipped with his sharp perception honed in the sage realm and his unique sage techniques, consistently uncovered subtle hints. He utilized his spiritual energy to probe the residual scents and traces on the pages, gradually reconstructing the contents that had been compromised. Simultaneously, the ninjas of Konoha found themselves embroiled in a crisis of trust. Upon learning of the family's wrongful accusations, the villagers grew anxious, their faith in the ninjas severely shaken. Some medical ninjas, who had previously harbored jealousy towards the youth, now recognized the gravity of the situation and willingly set aside their prejudices to join the efforts of rebuilding trust. They followed the youth, organizing free medical consultations in Konoha, treating the villagers' injuries and ailments, and addressing their concerns, demonstrating through their actions the ninjas' original intentions and responsibilities. Yet, external pressures soon mounted. Other ninja villages, upon hearing of the turmoil within Konoha, began to doubt its strength, and tensions at the borders escalated. Minor skirmishes erupted sporadically, forcing Konoha's ninjas to divide their forces in response. Tsunade managed both the internal investigation and stabilization efforts while also dispatching ninjas to the border for defense. Observing Tsunade's relentless toil day and night stirred compassion within the youth. He understood that he could not confine himself solely to the affairs of Konoha. He must proactively seek a resolution to the crisis. Thus, he approached Tsunade with a proposal to leave Konoha for a time to uncover the deeper forces and secrets hidden behind the events of the past. Although Tsunade felt reluctant and concerned, she recognized the youth's capabilities and determination. After offering her counsel and preparing him, the youth embarked on a new journey. He traversed dense forests and scaled towering mountains, using his sage techniques to evade various dangers and traps. Within an ancient ruin, he uncovered murals and inscriptions related to the events of yore. These murals depicted the rise and expansion of a mysterious organization, adept at manipulating various factions, inciting conflicts to reap benefits. The youth meticulously studied the patterns and writings on the murals, discovering intricate connections between this enigmatic organization and the forces that had previously employed jutsu in Konoha. Just as the youth delved deeper into his inquiry, a swarm of puppet guardians suddenly emerged from the depths of the ruins. The puppets, with their grotesque forms, exuded a chilling aura as they brandished their sharp blades and launched an assault on the young boy. Unfazed, the boy formed intricate hand seals, summoning a swirling vortex of spiritual energy that ensnared the puppets within its grasp. However, the sheer number of puppets and their synchronized attacks gradually thrust him into a dire struggle. Employing the art of phantoms, he darted among the throng of puppets, searching for their control core. After a fierce exchange, he finally uncovered the control hub hidden deep within the ruins. With a forceful surge of spiritual power, he breached its defenses and shattered it, causing the puppets to cease their assault and collapse in unison. Continuing his exploration of the ruins, he stumbled upon an ancient tome detailing the clandestine strongholds of a mysterious organization. Guided by the tome's revelations, he embarked on a journey toward the secret base. fully aware that even graver challenges awaited him ahead. Yet, for the sake of the Hidden Leaf Village and the pursuit of truth, he pressed on resolutely. Chapter 44. The Secret Base and the Organization's Leader. Following the guidance of the ancient text, the boy entered the valley housing the secret stronghold of the enigmatic organization. The valley was shrouded in an eerie darkness, permeated by a nauseating stench of decay, with thick fog enveloping the area, obscuring visibility even a mere 5 steps away. As though a natural barrier concealed the malevolence and secrets within, the boy proceeded with utmost caution, each step taken with deliberation. His senses heightened to perceive every leaf and blade of grass surrounding him. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emerged from the left, prompting him to pivot sharply as a shadow darted towards his throat like lightning. Fixating his gaze, he swiftly pinched the incoming object between his fingers, revealing it to be a poisoned dart, its shaft glimmering with a ghostly blue hue, indicating its lethal potency. "Who dares lurk in the shadows?" he exclaimed, his voice echoing through the valley, only to be met by an eerie silence punctuated by unsettling echoes. He recognized that he had ventured deep into enemy territory and that a proactive approach was necessary to seize the initiative. Thus, he rapidly formed hand seals, muttering incantations as he unleashed the celestial technique of spiritual insight. In an instant, his eyes radiated with brilliance, piercing through the dense fog to unveil the surrounding landscape. He discerned numerous hidden sentinels and traps concealed within the woods, where a moment's misstep could spell doom. With a scoff, he channeled his spiritual energy throughout his being, moving like a wraith among the trees. Skillfully evading traps, he utilized his powers to obscure the vision of the sentinels, stealthily advancing deeper into the stronghold. At last, a grand yet foreboding structure loomed before him. Its walls were etched with an array of strange runes and symbols, emanating waves of malevolence. Concealed in the shadows, he scrutinized the entrance, noticing 2 guards in black robes, wielding long blades, vigilantly patrolling their post. After a brief contemplation, he retrieved 2 small stones from his pocket, infused them with spiritual energy, and gently flicked them away. Stones streaked across the night sky like meteors, precisely striking the pressure points of 2 slumbering guards, who fell to the ground without a sound. The youth swiftly infiltrated the building, revealing a long corridor lined with rooms from which intermittent groans of agony and eerie experimental sounds emanated. He meticulously examined each room and discovered numerous innocent souls held captive, tortured as experimental subjects by bizarre spells and instruments, their bodies rendered unrecognizable. Rage ignited within him. Yet he understood that his immediate priority was to locate the organization's leader and obliterate the very source of this malevolence. Continuing deeper along the corridor, the young man arrived at the entrance of a vast hall. The grand doors stood firmly shut, adorned with a massive blood-red gemstone, pulsating with an aura of malevolence. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his spiritual energy and forcefully pushed against the doors. They creaked open slowly, releasing a powerful wave of darkness that rushed to greet him. Within the hall, a figure cloaked in black sat upon a throne, surrounded by a cadre of formidable ninjas. The dark-robed individual slowly lifted his head, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes that coldly scrutinized the youth. "You foolish intruder, how dare you trespass in my domain?" he sneered. The young man glared defiantly at the black-robed figure. "You villain, who has committed countless atrocities in the village hidden in the leaves, today marks your end." The cloaked figure erupted into a fit of manic laughter. "You? Do you truly believe you can thwart my plans? I intend to dominate the entire ninja world. The village hidden in the leaves is merely the first step in my grand design." With that, he gestured, and the surrounding ninjas surged forth like a tidal wave towards the youth. Undaunted, he twirled his hands, his spiritual energy dancing at his fingertips as he instantly conjured the spirit feather illusion array. Countless ethereal feathers shot forth like daggers, repelling those ninjas who charged at the forefront. However, these ninjas were formidable, and soon they broke free from the illusion, launching another assault. The youth engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle, his movements fluid as he wove through the throng, each strike infused with immense spiritual power, leaving his adversaries in anguish. Yet, as the numbers of his foes swelled, he began to find himself increasingly overwhelmed. In that moment, he recalled a technique he had grasped within the ruins, the spirit source eruption. This technique allowed for the explosive release of all internal spiritual energy in a brief moment, unleashing overwhelming combat prowess, though it would leave him weakened for a time afterward. Resolute, the youth decided to take the risk. He halted, clasped his palms together, and began to recite an ancient and arcane incantation. As the words flowed from his lips, his body radiated a brilliant light, and his spiritual energy erupted forth like a volcano. The surrounding ninjas were knocked to the ground by this overwhelming force, and the very structure of the hall began to tremble. The black-robed figure's expression shifted, astonished by the youth's formidable power. Rising from his throne, he formed hand seals and chanted incantations of his own, dark energy surging from within him to counter the youth's spiritual might. With gritted teeth, the young man pushed the power of the spirit source eruption to its zenith. His gaze was resolute and unwavering as he charged towards the dark-robed figure. The forces of the two collided in the air, producing a deafening roar that shook the very foundations of the hall, which subsequently crumbled under the immense pressure. In that cataclysmic uproar, the hall disintegrated into countless shards of stone and clouds of dust, scattering in all directions. The young boy and the figure in the black robe, engulfed by the tempestuous energy at the heart of their clash, found their forms obscured. As the dust began to settle, the boy was seen kneeling on one knee, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, his complexion notably pale. Although his overwhelming surge of spiritual energy had severely injured the figure in the black robe, it had also left him nearly depleted and weakened. The black-robed figure, equally disheveled, wore tattered garments and a disordered breath, yet a fierce glint still shimmered in his eyes. "Do you think this will deter me?" He spat through clenched teeth, forcing himself to rise once more, hands rapidly forming seals in a desperate bid to conjure his final dark powers for a last-ditch effort. The boy slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes radiating an indomitable spirit and unwavering resolve. Despite his profound exhaustion, his will remained as steadfast as iron. Just as the black-robed figure was about to unleash his attack, a familiar silhouette surged forth like a tempest. "Lady Tsunade," the boy exclaimed in surprise. Tsunade swiftly approached his side, her concerned eyes scanning his condition before she turned to confront the black-robed figure. "Your malicious deeds end here." With that declaration, her chakra surged powerfully, an overwhelming force akin to a raging tide, sweeping toward the figure in black. Feeling the weight of Tsunade's formidable power, the black-robed figure felt a shiver of trepidation, yet he was trapped in his predicament and could only brace himself for the confrontation. Tsunade's form flickered, and she advanced with blinding speed, her fist imbued with colossal strength, akin to a falling meteor, crashing down upon the black-robed figure. He hastily attempted to defend himself, but Tsunade's relentless assault forced him to retreat repeatedly. Amid the fierce battle between Tsunade and the black-robed figure, the boy utilized the moment to recover his spiritual energy. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he closed his eyes and focused, channeling the remaining energy within him, gradually circulating it according to the principles of sage techniques to mend his damaged meridians. Tsunade's strikes grew increasingly fierce as she unleashed her signature move, unmatched strength. Each blow contained the power capable of obliterating all, distorting the very fabric of space with her onslaught. The black-robed figure found it increasingly difficult to withstand, revealing vulnerabilities. Seizing the opportune moment, Tsunade shouted, delivering a heavy punch that struck the black-robed figure's chest with pinpoint accuracy, akin to a cannonball. He was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the remnants of a distant wall, blood spilling from his mouth, breath shallow. Tsunade did not lower her guard. She approached the black-robed figure cautiously, preparing to subdue him completely. However, at that moment, the black-robed figure erupted into maniacal laughter. "Do you truly believe you have triumphed? This is merely the beginning. My organization spans across the lands. You will never thwart our plans." Tsunade furrowed her brow. "No matter what schemes you concoct, we will dismantle them one by one. Now, reveal the secrets and objectives of your organization." The figure cloaked in black let out a cold snort, declaring, "I shall not divulge anything to you. Await your demise at the hands of darkness." At this moment, the young man had regained some of his spiritual energy. He rose to his feet and approached the cloaked figure, stating, "If you refuse to speak, I shall resort to celestial arts to probe your soul. Though it may inflict upon you immense suffering, it will undoubtedly compel you to reveal the truth." Upon hearing this, the cloaked figure's expression shifted slightly. He was acutely aware of the young man's formidable celestial abilities, which instilled a sense of trepidation within him. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke. "Our organization is known as the Shadow Council, with the intent to amass various potent powers and forbidden techniques to dominate the entire ninja realm. The incident in Konoha was merely a ploy to incite discord among the villages, allowing us to reap the benefits." Tsunade and the young man exchanged glances, both taken aback by the organization's grand ambitions. "What other conspiracies do you harbor? Where are the other strongholds of your organization?" Tsunade pressed further. The cloaked figure fell silent for a moment before responding, "I possess knowledge of only some of the stronghold locations. We are also researching a taboo technique that requires a substantial number of living sacrifices. The villagers from Konoha who were captured are intended for this very technique. Upon hearing this, the young man's fury ignited once more. You are utterly deranged. Tsunade inhaled deeply and stated, "We must swiftly dismantle the remaining strongholds of this organization and rescue the captured villagers." The young man nodded in agreement. "Lady Tsunade, I shall stand by your side." Subsequently, Tsunade and the young man, armed with the clues provided by the cloaked figure, led the ninjas of Konoha in a large-scale operation to eradicate the threat. They traversed between various strongholds, engaging in fierce battles with the members of the Shadow Council. Through relentless determination and formidable strength, the ninjas of Konoha gradually dismantled the strongholds of the Shadow Council, liberating countless innocent citizens who had been imprisoned. With the disintegration of the Shadow Council's influence, the crisis in Konoha was finally alleviated. The villagers rejoiced, expressing profound gratitude and respect towards Tsunade, the young man, and the ninjas of Konoha. Tsunade restructured the village, enhancing its management and defenses while re-establishing amicable relations with other ninja villages. Meanwhile, the young man standing in the world of Hokage became increasingly solidified. He continued to delve into medical arts and celestial techniques, merging the healing practices of the celestial realm with the medical ninjutsu of the Hokage world, thereby creating a unique medical system that brought greater welfare to the people. His bond with Tsunade deepened, as together they continued to inscribe their legendary tale within the fervent and adventurous world of Hokage. Chapter 46. A new balance and future prospects. In the aftermath of the crisis posed by the Shadow Council, Konoha gradually regained its former vitality and prosperity. Tsunade and the boys' names have become the stuff of legend among the villagers, their deeds inspiring generations of Konoha ninjas to strive diligently for the protection of their homeland. The youth initiated a unique course at the Konoha Ninja Academy, intertwining the principles of Sage World training with the fundamentals of ninjutsu, imparting knowledge to the aspiring young ninjas. Standing at the lectern, his gaze unwavering yet gentle, he surveyed the eager and curious eyes below, his heart swelling with pride. The path of a ninja transcends the mere pursuit of strength. It lies in the resilience of the spirit and the steadfastness in the pursuit of justice. In the training of the Sage World, one learns to unify body and mind, wielding spiritual energy, a principle equally applicable to the mastery of ninjutsu. The boy elucidated profound concepts with clarity, occasionally demonstrating simple hand seals. The young ninjas listened intently, frequently posing questions. Among them, a blond youth rose, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Teacher, how can we perceive and harness spiritual energy as you do?" The boy smiled gently, descended from the platform, and approached the blond youth. He extended a finger, lightly touching the boy's forehead, a faint stream of spiritual energy gradually infusing him. "First, you must learn to calm your mind and sense the fluctuations of natural forces around you." Guided by the boy, the blond youth slowly closed his eyes, attempting to perceive that mysterious power. Tsunade often observed the boy's teaching from the sidelines, recognizing the new hope and future for the Konoha ninjas. In the village's reconstruction efforts, she not only repaired the damaged buildings and facilities but also restructured Konoha's defense system, utilizing the knowledge of Sage World formations provided by the boy. Tsunade organized the ninjas to establish defensive barriers at crucial points in the village, blending spiritual energy with chakra. This barrier could autonomously detect external threats and sound alarms, possessing certain offensive and defensive capabilities. In the realm of medical advancements, the boy collaborated with Konoha's medical ninjas to develop new medicines and healing techniques. They combined the Sage World's spiritual herbs with the medicinal plants of the Hokage world, creating miraculous potions capable of swiftly healing severe injuries and restoring chakra. The emergence of this potion significantly enhanced the survival rates and sustained combat abilities of Konoha ninjas. However, the boy was acutely aware that while Konoha had temporarily regained tranquility, other corners of the world might still conceal unknown dangers. He resolved to embark on a new journey with Tsunade, to explore more of the world's secrets while sharing Konoha's ideals of friendship and peace with other ninja villages. During their travels, they encountered a myriad of people and situations. In the Sand Village, they assisted in resolving an unexpected sandstorm crisis. The boy harnessed sage techniques to manipulate the wind direction, combining his powers with Tsunade's, successfully calming the tempest. The Kazekage of the Sand Village expressed profound gratitude, and a long-term cooperation agreement was forged between their villages, reaching a consensus on trade and ninja exchanges. In the Mist Village, They unraveled the mystery of a mysterious curse that had plagued the village for years. Once, this curse was cast by a malevolent ninja many years ago. The young boy, endowed with formidable spiritual power and keen perception, traced the curse back to its origin and successfully lifted it. The villagers of the hidden mist emerged from the shadows of despair, filled with reverence for Tsunade and the boy. Consequently, the hidden mist village forged a closer bond with the leaf village. As time passed, the names of Tsunade and the boy resonated throughout the entire ninja world. They became emblematic of peace and justice, inspiring ninjas from far and wide to emulate their actions and ideals. Through their relentless efforts, a new equilibrium and order gradually emerged within the ninja realm. The relationships among the various ninja villages evolved beyond mere competition and hostility, fostering collaboration and communication to collectively address potential crises. Standing atop a high mountain peak, the boy gazed out upon the undulating mountains and vast expanse of land, his heart brimming with emotion. He realized that his journey was no longer a solitary struggle for survival, but a quest imbued with profound significance. Tsunade, what challenges do you think the future ninja world will face? The boy inquired, turning to his companion. Tsunade lifted her chin slightly, her gaze resolute. No matter the challenges we encounter, as long as we uphold justice and belief, uniting the strength of the ninja world, we shall surely triumph over adversity. The boy nodded in agreement, confident that through their united efforts, the future of the ninja world would be even brighter. Their tale, too, would continue to echo across this land filled with fervor and dreams, becoming an immortal legend. Chapter 47. Exploration of the spirit world ruins. As the peace and order of the ninja world gradually solidified, Li Haotian and Tsunade did not pause in their endeavors. They had heard whispers of a mysterious ruin in the spirit world, said to conceal a monumental secret capable of altering the balance of power in the world. To uncover the truth and prevent this power from falling into nefarious hands, they embarked on a journey to the spirit world ruins. Along the way, Li Haotian, drawing upon his knowledge and experience from the world of sages, elucidated to Tsunade the potential dangers they might encounter and strategies to counter them. Tsunade, this spirit world ruin is undoubtedly fraught with ancient restrictions and formidable spiritual guardians. We must not let our guard down, Li Haotian stated gravely. Tsunade nodded, fully aware of the perilous nature of their venture, yet her eyes held no trace of fear. With you by my side, I believe we can navigate through it with ease. Upon reaching the site of the ruins, they beheld a valley shrouded in mysterious mist. The mist emanated potent spiritual energy fluctuations that sent chills down their spines. Li Haotian stepped boldly into the fog, releasing his spiritual energy to forge a path, with Tsunade closely trailing behind him. Once inside the ruins, they discovered that the surrounding walls were adorned with extraordinary runes and patterns, flickering with a faint luminescence as if recounting ancient tales. Li Haotian meticulously studied the runes, endeavoring to decipher the secrets they held. These runes appeared to be an ancient sealing technique, employed to confine a formidable entity or power. He murmured to himself when, suddenly, a horde of spectral monsters surged from all directions. Their ethereal forms radiated an eerie luminescence as they clawed and gnashed towards Li Haotian and Tsunade. Tsunade swiftly unleashed her immense strength, the wind from her punches howling as she repelled the approaching spectral creatures. Meanwhile, Li Haotian formed hand seals, chanting incantations to summon the celestial technique of spirit flame incineration. Streams of searing spiritual flames erupted from his hands, enveloping the spectral monsters. They writhed in agony amidst the flames, emitting piercing cries. However, the sheer number of these spectral beings was overwhelming, seemingly endless. Realizing that this approach was futile, Li Haotian closed his eyes, concentrated deeply, and summoned the spiritual energy within him to invoke the insight of the spirit realm. In an instant, his spiritual awareness enveloped the entire ruins, revealing the source of these spectral monsters at the depths of the relics, a core of spiritual energy. Tsunade, follow me. We have located the source, Li Haotian exclaimed, racing deeper into the ruins, with Tsunade closely trailing, continuing to battle the relentless tide of spectral entities. Upon reaching the location of the spiritual energy core, they beheld a massive crystal, radiating dazzling light, suspended in midair. Surrounding the crystal were intricate formations and chains of runes that sealed its power. Yet, due to the passage of time, the seal had weakened, causing the spectral monsters to emerge incessantly. Li Haotian stepped forward, endeavoring to reinforce the seal. He pressed his hands against the runic chains and infused them with his spiritual energy, only to be met with a formidable backlash that thrust him several steps backward. The force was overwhelming, It was evident that I alone could not fully restore the seal, Li Haotian remarked, furrowing his brow. Tsunade gazed at him, inquiring, "What shall we do then? We cannot allow this power to spiral out of control." Li Haotian pondered for a moment before articulating, "We must locate the other control mechanisms within the ruins to harmonize with this spiritual core, thereby re-establishing the seal. Katsu, you shall remain here, while I venture forth to seek the mechanisms." Having spoken, Li Haotian once again employed his insight into the spiritual realm, identifying several potential locations of the mechanisms, and then set off with alacrity. Throughout the various corners of the ruins, he encountered an array of traps and formidable guardian spirits. On one occasion, he inadvertently triggered a spatial trap, nearly being transported to an unknown perilous dimension. However, through his exceptional mastery of celestial techniques and his composed demeanor, he successfully unraveled the trap and pressed onward. At last, Li Haotian discovered several pivotal control mechanisms. Utilizing his spiritual energy, he manipulated the devices, resonating with the spiritual core. An immense rumbling reverberated throughout the ruins, and the brilliance of countless runes and formations surged forth. Katsuyu, at the sight of the spiritual core, felt the alleviation of pressure and understood that Li Haotian had succeeded. Through his relentless efforts, the seal of the spiritual core gradually solidified, and the spectral monstrosities ceased to emerge. When the final rune chain was restored, tranquility enveloped the entire ruins once more. Li Haotian returned to Tsunade's side, and the two gazed at the resealed spiritual energy core, letting out a sigh of relief. This experience was indeed perilous, yet it yielded substantial rewards. The secrets within this realm of spiritual ruins may very well assist us in confronting greater crises in the future, Tsunade remarked. Li Haotian nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, we should return and thoroughly explore the secrets of these runes and formations. I believe they will greatly enhance our abilities." Thus, filled with anticipation for the future, they departed from the spirit realm ruins and embarked on their journey back to Konoha. Chapter 48. The Legacy of Sage Techniques, and a new chapter for Konoha upon their return to the Hidden Leaf Village. Li Haotian and Tsunade did not cast aside the matter of the spirit realm ruins. Instead, they immersed themselves deeply in the study of the secrets surrounding the runes and formations within the ruins. Li Haotian, within the confines of his abode, meticulously spread out the runic patterns he had meticulously recorded from the ruins upon his desk. His gaze was intense and fervent, as if he sought to dissect every line and curve of these runes with profound scrutiny. Katsuyu frequently visited him, engaging in discussions that ignited countless brilliant sparks of insight between them. After days of diligent research, Li Haotian finally achieved a significant breakthrough. He discovered that these runes were intricately connected to an ancient and enigmatic transcendental technique from the celestial realm. This technique, known as the Starry Firmament Spirit Command, once mastered, would allow one to channel the power of the stars for personal use, its might beyond imagination. Li Haotian was acutely aware that if this celestial technique could be passed down in the village of Konoha, it would significantly enhance the prowess of its shinobi. Thus, he resolved to select a few exceptionally talented and resolute ninjas from Konoha to impart to them the Stellar Sky Spirit technique. As soon as the news circulated, the young shinobi of Konoha erupted with enthusiasm. They yearned for Li Haotian's guidance to master this formidable celestial art. After a meticulous selection process, Li Haotian chose several outstanding ninjas, including Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. In the training grounds behind Konoha, Li Haotian stood before the eager young ninjas, his demeanor solemn. "Today, I shall bestow upon you a celestial technique from the realm of the Immortals, the Stellar Sky Spirit technique. However, mastering this art is no simple feat. It demands unwavering faith and indomitable will. Are you prepared?" Naruto was the first to leap forward, his eyes brimming with excitement and determination. "Teacher Li, I have been ready for this moment. I am resolute in my quest to learn this powerful technique and protect Konoha." Sasuke nodded slightly, his silence betraying a fervent resolve reflected in his gaze. Sakura clenched her fists, declaring, "I too shall not falter. Teacher Li, please guide us." Li Haotian observed them with a satisfied nod. He began to elucidate the fundamental principles and cultivation methods of the celestial spirit technique. The practice of this celestial art requires first attuning oneself to the power of the stars. During the night, one must find a tranquil, open space, quiet the mind, and use one's own spiritual energy to reach out to the faint vibrations emanating from the distant stars. The young ninjas, under Li Haotian's guidance, embarked on their arduous training. At night, they gathered in the training grounds, gazing up at the starry sky, striving to sense the celestial energy. Naruto, Initially restless and unable to calm his mind, gradually grasped the technique through Li Haotian's patient instruction. Eventually, he felt a flicker of power from the stars, which thrilled him to the point of nearly leaping with joy. Sasuke, leveraging his formidable talent and composed intellect, made swift progress in his cultivation. He was able to gently draw the celestial energy into his body, beginning the initial process of refinement. Sakura diligently recorded every crucial point of their training. Although she was somewhat slower in sensing the celestial energy, her unwavering determination led her to persistently try, and she too began to reap rewards. Meanwhile, on the other side of Konoha, Tsunade was not idle. She applied the insights gleaned from the spiritual realm's ruins regarding defensive formations to enhance the village's defenses. She organized the ninjas to establish a new celestial guardian formation around the village. This formation, powered by the celestial energy, would create a resplendent shield of starlight above Konoha once activated, capable of repelling formidable external threats. Simultaneously, Tsunade further refined the village's medical system. Merging Li Haotian's healing philosophies with her own, she developed a new healing ninjutsu, the Star Spirit Healing Technique. This ninjutsu harnesses the celestial energy to heal severe injuries in a short time, demonstrating remarkable efficacy even against complex ailments. Under Li Haotian's transmission of celestial arts and Tsunade's diligent efforts, Konoha blossomed with newfound vitality. The young ninjas advanced steadily along the path of celestial cultivation, their growth instilling hope for the village's future. The overall strength of Konoha continued to rise, achieving new heights in both defense and medical capabilities. However, Li Haotian understood that this was merely the beginning. Beneath the tranquility of the ninja world, undercurrents of turmoil may still be at play. He often gazed into the distance, silently contemplating how to further elevate Konoha strength in anticipation of potential crises to come. Chapter 49, Echoes of Shadows and the Emergence of an Alliance as Konoha thrived. The undercurrents that Li Haotian had long feared began to stir. The remnants of the Shadow Association, once severely wounded by them, had lain dormant for a time, but were now covertly colluding with other malevolent forces, plotting a resurgence to exact revenge on Konoha. Upon receiving this intelligence, Li Haotian and Tsunade immediately convened an urgent meeting with the senior ninjas of the village. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Everyone was acutely aware of the formidable power of the Shadow Society. The previous crisis had nearly brought Konoha village to the brink of annihilation, and now they had returned, undoubtedly more frenzied than before. We cannot allow them to succeed. We must take the initiative and eliminate them before they fully strengthen, Li Haotian declared with unwavering resolve. Tsunade nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, but this time they have the support of other forces. We cannot rely solely on the strength of Konoha village. I propose that we form an alliance with other ninja villages to collectively combat the Shadow Society." This proposal garnered unanimous approval, and swiftly, envoys from Konoha village were dispatched to various ninja villages to communicate their intention to ally. Sunagakure, Kirigakure, and other villages that had previously collaborated with Konoha responded eagerly. Fully aware that the threat posed by the Shadow Society extended beyond Konoha, should the Shadow Society gain control, the entire ninja world would plunge into darkness. During the formation of the alliance, Li Haotian took it upon himself to assume the responsibility of training the coalition's ninja. He imparted his sage techniques and the tactical skills he had gleaned from the ruins of the spirit realm, enhancing their combat capabilities. Everyone must remember, when facing the Shadow Society's elusive ninjutsu, do not panic. Ground yourselves in your own spiritual energy or chakra to solidify your defenses. Then seek out the enemy's weaknesses to counterattack, Li Haotian instructed while demonstrating the application of his sage techniques. The coalition ninjas honed their skills through mutual practice, gradually developing a profound synergy. However, the Shadow Society soon learned of the formation of the Ninja Alliance and resolved to strike first, under the cover of night. As the coalition ninjas were resting, the shadowy figures of the society infiltrated the camp. They unleashed a barrage of dark ninjutsu, igniting the camp in flames and chaos. Li Haotian and Tsunade swiftly responded, directing the coalition ninjas to mount a defense. Li Haotian invoked the Celestial Dome Spirit technique, summoning the power of the stars to create a protective barrier around the camp, thwarting the further assaults of the Shadow Society's ninjas. Tsunade, leading a contingent of melee ninjas, charged into the enemy ranks, engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat with the Shadow Society's operatives. Her extraordinary strength was unmatched, each punch capable of repelling multiple foes. Under the leadership of Li Haotian and Tsunade, the allied ninjas gradually regained their composure. Young ninjas such as Naruto and Sasuke also showcased their formidable prowess. Naruto merged sage techniques with the power of the Nine Tails, unleashing a powerful Rasengan that forced back a group of Shadow Society ninjas. Sasuke's Susanoo loomed impressively, its gigantic form shielding one side of the allied camp against heavy enemy ninjutsu attacks. Amidst the intense battle, Li Haoyan discerned that the Shadow Society's assault was not merely a wanton act of destruction against the allied camp, but rather a calculated effort to locate a significant target. A realization struck him: the Shadow Society might be aiming for him or the strategic arrangements of the Alliance. Consequently, he resolved to turn the tables. Li Haoyan deliberately exposed a vulnerability, luring the core forces of the Shadow Society away towards a valley outside the camp. As expected, the ninjas of the Shadow Society fell for the ruse, pursuing him relentlessly. Once he led them deep into the valley, he abruptly halted, turning to unleash the formidable sage technique, Celestial Meteor Destruction. Countless meteoric energy attacks rained down upon the Shadow Society ninjas, who, in their panic, found themselves unable to evade the onslaught. The devastating sage technique inflicted severe losses upon them. At that moment, Tsunade and the allied ninjas arrived at the valley, completely annihilating the remaining Shadow Society operatives. This battle further solidified the unity of the Ninja Alliance. They recognized that only through unwavering solidarity could they triumph over formidable malevolent forces. The leadership of Li Haoyan and Tsunade was further reinforced, establishing them as the core strength of the Ninja Alliance against the Shadow Society. As they continued to gather intelligence on the Shadow Society, Li Haoyan discovered the presence of an even more formidable mysterious force backing them. This enigmatic power lurked in the depths of darkness, orchestrating everything. To utterly eradicate the Shadow Society and rescue the ninja world, Li Haoyan understood that they must delve deeper into investigating this mysterious force, unveiling its true nature, which would pose a graver challenge ahead. Chapter 50: The Mysterious Hand in the Alliance Strikes Back. Following the thwarting of the Shadow Society's assault, Li Haoyan and the Ninja Alliance devoted themselves wholeheartedly to investigating the mysterious force behind the Shadow Society. Intelligence operatives scoured the land for clues and eventually unearthed traces leading to a clandestine organization hidden on a remote island. This island, perpetually shrouded in dense fog, was surrounded by treacherous reefs and whirlpools, forming a natural barrier that deterred outsiders from approaching. Li Haoyan stood at the forefront of the Alliance's conference room, his expression grave as he elucidated the intelligence they had gathered. This enigmatic organization operated with utmost secrecy. It appeared to be engaged in some forbidden research linked to ancient malevolent forces. The revival and expansion of the Shadow Society, it seemed, could not be divorced from their support. We must take action, Li Haoyan asserted. Tsunade furrowed her brow, declaring, regardless of their origins, since they dare to threaten the ninja world, we cannot remain idle. The Alliance must proactively strike and eradicate this menace. A chorus of agreement echoed among the assembly, each member resolute in their determination to fight. Thus, the Ninja Alliance rallied its elite forces, embarking on specially crafted vessels toward the mysterious island. Throughout their journey, they confronted ferocious storms and monstrous sea creatures, yet, bolstered by the exceptional skills and indomitable spirit of the allied ninjas, they repeatedly turned peril into safety. As their ships neared the enigmatic island, an oppressive aura of darkness enveloped them. Li Haoyan was the first to leap ashore, grounding himself on the island's soil. He unleashed his spiritual energy to probe the surroundings, only to find that his abilities seemed to be consumed by an invisible force, limiting his awareness to an exceedingly small radius. Everyone, be cautious. This island harbors strange phenomena. We must stay closely knit, Li Haoyan warned. The allied ninjas advanced cautiously into the island, witnessing many bizarre creatures and distorted flora tainted by dark energy. Suddenly, a cadre of ninjas clad in black robes surged forth from the shadows, their hollow gazes exuding malevolence, and without a word, they launched an assault on the Alliance. In an instant, battle erupted. Naruto instantly entered Sage mode, fighting alongside Sasuke, their synergy growing ever more harmonious as they unleashed formidable jutsu upon their foes like a tempest. Sakura, positioned at the rear, employed her medical ninjutsu to support the wounded. Tsunade wielded her immense power, each strike sending enemies flying several meters away. Meanwhile, Li Haoyan executed the Sage art, Spiritual Shadow Step, his form weaving through the enemy ranks like a phantom, his hands rapidly forming seals to release waves of spiritual energy, nullifying the attacks of the black-robed ninjas. However, these dark-clad foes seemed inexhaustible, and with each passing moment, their dark power intensified. Sensing something amiss, Li Haoyan ceased his actions, closed his eyes, and summoned all his strength to perform spiritual realm insight, striving to pierce through the mists of darkness and uncover the source behind it. Through his spiritual perception, he finally discerned a dark temple nestled deep within the island. There, a potent reservoir of dark energy converged, serving as the wellspring of the black-robed ninja's strength and the core of the mysterious organization. Follow me. Our objective is the dark temple at the heart of the island. Li Haoyan bellowed, charging forth towards the temple's direction. Upon hearing his command, the allied ninjas cast aside their immediate enemies and followed Li Haoyan toward the temple. Throughout their journey, they encountered various mechanical traps and formidable guardian spirits, yet each obstacle was overcome through their collective wisdom and strength. Upon reaching the entrance of the dark temple, they beheld a door intricately engraved with malevolent runes and designs, which flickered ominously, as if to forewarn intruders. Li Haoyan stepped forward, attempting to decipher the runic seals with his celestial arts. However, the moment he made contact, he was repelled by a tremendous backlash. "This seal is formidable. We must combine our efforts," Li Haoyan declared. Thus, the coalition of ninjas united their powers, channeling their energies into Li Haoyan. Feeling the surge of strength within him, he extended his hands once more, pressing against the door while intoning an incantation that wove together celestial magic and numerous ninjutsu techniques. With their collective endeavor, the gates of the dark temple gradually creaked open, unleashing a wave of potent dark energy. Inside the temple, a colossal sphere of dark energy hovered in the air, encircled by a cadre of cloaked figures emanating a powerful dark aura, evidently the core members of a clandestine organization. "You foolish ninjas dare to invade our sacred ground. Today marks your doom." One of the cloaked figures cackled ominously. Li Haoyan fearlessly declared, "You have stirred chaos in the world of ninjas and committed countless crimes. Today marks the moment of your reckoning." With that, both sides engaged in yet another breathtaking battle. This time, the allied ninjas confronted the core forces of a mysterious organization, and the conflict grew even more intense and arduous. However, they were fortified by an unwavering belief. To safeguard the peace of the ninja realm, they were willing to pay any price. Chapter 51. Secrets of the Spirit Shadow. Li Haoyan had been recuperating at Tsunade's residence for some time, gradually restoring his vitality. On this day, he was in the courtyard, absorbing the natural energies to fortify his cultivation, when he sensed an unusual fluctuation of spiritual power emanating from afar. This wave was strikingly distinct from the chakra commonly found in the world of ninjas, imbued instead with a hint of familiar sage resonance. At that moment, Tsunade hurriedly arrived, her expression grave. "Haoyan, have you sensed that peculiar force? Such a phenomenon has never occurred in the village. There may be an impending crisis." Li Haoyan nodded slightly, his gaze drifting afar. "I must seek out the origin of this power. Perhaps it is intertwined with the reason for my arrival in this realm." The two swiftly proceeded in the direction of the spiritual energy fluctuations. Upon reaching the edge of an ancient forest near Konoha village, they beheld a shimmering light, where a translucent spiritual figure floated erratically. The aura emanating from this figure stirred deep waves within Li Haoyan's heart, as if it had awakened certain memories from his past life as an immortal cultivator. As the figure became increasingly distinct, it revealed an elderly man clad in traditional garb, embodying an ethereal grace. The old man's gaze settled upon Li Haoyan, and he spoke slowly. "Young one, having come from the celestial realm, are you aware of the secrets of this world of Hokage?" Li Haoyan clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, saying, as a junior, "I am unaware of such matters. I humbly seek your guidance, esteemed elder." The old man sighed softly. This realm once shared an ancient intersection with the celestial realm. A millennium ago, during a great battle between righteousness and malevolence in the celestial realm, a sinister force was sealed deep within this world of fire shadows. Now, as the seal weakens, that malevolent power endeavors to awaken. Should this continue unchecked, not only will this world of fire shadows descend into calamity, but it will also affect the celestial realm and other realms beyond. Tsunade, who had been listening intently, looked astonished. "Why were we never informed of this?" The elder turned his gaze towards Tsunade, replying, "This is a secret of the celestial realm, known to but a few in this world. Yet you, Princess Tsunade, possess a bloodline intricately intertwined with this seal. Your ancestors aided the celestial powers and participated in the original sealing battle. Your strength may prove pivotal in navigating this impending crisis." Li Haoyan pondered for a moment and said, "Senior, how shall we reinforce the seal to prevent the resurgence of malevolent forces?" The elder stroked his long beard and replied, "We must seek the legendary spirit seal stones. These stones are scattered throughout the mysterious locales of this world of Hokage. By gathering 5 spirit seal stones, we can renew the strength of the seal. However, be warned. For you will encounter numerous perils along the way. The dark forces have dispatched their minions to scour for the spirit seal stones and thwart your endeavors. Li Haotian's gaze was resolute. Despite the myriad challenges that lie ahead, I shall not waver. For the sake of this world of shinobi, and in pursuit of the path back to the celestial realm, I shall dedicate myself wholly. Tsunade, too, bore an expression of unwavering determination. I shall accompany Haotian, and we will steadfastly protect our village and this world. The elder nodded in approval. With such resolve from both of you, proceed to the Valley of the Hidden Mist in the east to seek the first spirit seal stone. The mists there are dense, fraught with peril, and guarded by the malevolent entity known as the Phantom Ghost Shark. Exercise utmost caution. Li Haotian bid farewell to the elder with Tsunade and set forth towards the Valley of the Hidden Mist. Along their journey, they encountered numerous bizarre assaults, seemingly the work of shadow puppets dispatched by malevolent forces. Li Haotian wielded his celestial arts, slicing through the shadows with radiant beams of light, while Tsunade, with her prodigious strength, repelled the imminent threats with powerful punches. Upon reaching the entrance of the Valley of the Hidden Mist, a chilling, sinister aura enveloped them. The valley was shrouded in a dense fog, rendering visibility alarmingly low and faint. Eerie shrieks echoed ominously through the air. Tsunade tightened her fists, sensing the treacherous nature of this place. It seems this location is not easily traversed. Haotian, stay close to me. Li Haotian offered a faint smile and said, Tsunade, do not underestimate me. Although I have yet to regain my peak prowess, I possess sufficient strength for self-preservation. With that, he took the lead and stepped into the Valley of Mist. The air within was laden with moisture, the terrain rugged and treacherous, with traps and concealed weapons springing forth intermittently. Li Haotian activated his spiritual perception, cautiously navigating the path ahead, while Tsunade remained vigilant, her gaze scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a colossal vortex erupted on the surface of the water, and a monstrous creature, reminiscent of both a shark and a human, surged forth from the depths. It was the Phantom Ghost Shark, brandishing a massive blade of shark skin. Its eyes glinted with a fierce crimson light as it let out a roar that reverberated through the valley. Who dares intrude upon my territory? Have you come for the Spirit Seal Stone? The Phantom Ghost Shark glared menacingly at both Li Haotian and Tsunade. Li Haotian stepped forward and declared, We have come to thwart the resurgence of malevolent forces and seek the Spirit Seal Stone. If you possess any sense, you shall clear the path. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. The shadowy ghost shark let out a boisterous laugh. Is it merely you who dare challenge me? You are woefully overestimating your capabilities. Today, you shall all become my feast. With that, the shadowy ghost shark brandished its fin, conjuring a torrent of water and lunging fiercely at Li Haotian. With a swift motion, Li Haotian executed the phantom celestial steps, effortlessly evading the assault, while simultaneously forming a seal with his hands, launching an arrow of celestial energy towards the shadowy ghost shark. Unperturbed, the shadowy ghost shark waved its fin to deflect the arrow, creating a splash of water. Seeing Li Haotian engaged with the shadowy ghost shark, Tsunade was equally unwilling to be outdone. With a powerful shout, she leapt into the air, delivering a formidable punch aimed at the shadowy ghost shark. Sensing the force of her strike, the shadowy ghost shark deftly sidestepped, swinging its fin in a counterattack. Tsunade executed a graceful flip in midair, landing atop a nearby boulder, which was instantly shattered by her overwhelming strength. Seizing the opportunity while the shadow ghost shark evaded Tsunade's assault, Li Haotian once again invoked his celestial arts. With graceful movements of his hands and incantations whispered from his lips, the surrounding humidity swiftly crystallized into icy spikes, hurtling towards the shadow ghost shark. Encircled by the icy projectiles, the shadow ghost shark remained unfazed. A surge of black mist enveloped its form, dissolving the ice with ease. Your attacks are but trifles. Now it is my turn. The shadow ghost shark roared, its body spinning at an astonishing speed, resembling a swirling black tornado as it charged towards Li Haotian and Tsunade. Li Haotian exchanged a glance with Tsunade, and in unison, they harnessed their power. Li Haotian conjured a mystical energy shield, enveloping them both within its protective embrace, while Tsunade accumulated her strength inside the shield, poised to deliver a decisive blow to the phantom ghost shark. The creature's assault collided with the energy shield, emitting a dazzling radiance and a tremendous cacophony. Although the shield temporarily thwarted the attack, Li Haotian felt the immense strain as his mystical energy rapidly dwindled. Now Tsunade, he urged, Tsunade surged forth, shattering the shield with an explosive display of potent energy. Her fist, akin to a cannonball, hurtled toward the phantom ghost shark with a piercing roar. Caught off guard, the creature was struck by Tsunade's blow, its body soaring like a marionette with severed strings, crashing violently against the valley's stone wall, which instantly fractured under the impact. Struggling to rise, the phantom ghost shark's eyes burned with defiance and fury. Do not revel in your triumph. This misty valley is my domain, and you shall not escape my grasp. Li Haoyan, however, afforded no respite to his opponent. He soared into the air, conjuring a long sword that radiated an ethereal glow, forged from his celestial energy in a moment of urgency. With a swift motion, he swung the sword, the luminous blade slicing through the air like a resplendent rainbow, aimed directly at the shadowy ghost shark. The creature raised its skin to defend, yet under the overwhelming pressure of Li Haoyan's celestial power, it gradually found itself at a disadvantage. Tsunade rejoined the fray, her coordination with Li Haoyan seamless, alternating between offense and defense. After an intense battle, the shadowy ghost shark was ultimately gravely injured and collapsed to the ground, stripped of its combat capabilities. Li Haoyan sheathed his longsword and approached the shadow ghost shark, inquiring, "Where's the spirit seal stone?" The shadow ghost shark let out a cold snort and remained silent. Angered, Tsunade exclaimed, "If you refuse to speak, I shall end your existence right now." Appearing intimidated by Tsunade's threat, the shadow ghost shark slowly replied, "At the bottom of the ghostly pool within the valley lies a seal, and the spirit seal stone is contained within it. However, formidable restrictions surround that seal, and breaking them will not be an easy task." Li Haoyan and Tsunade disregarded the latter half of Yu Ingui Zhao's words, proceeding directly towards the tranquil abyss within the valley. The surface of the dark pool lay still as a mirror, yet it emanated a subtle, enigmatic aura. Li Haoyan took a deep breath and said, "I will descend first, Tsunade. You await my signal above." With that, he leapt into the abyss of the pool. The water was frigid and biting, and the pressure increased the deeper he went, harnessing his celestial energy to withstand the mounting force. Li Haoyan finally beheld the seal at the bottom of the pool. The seal shimmered with enigmatic runes, and an immense power barred him from advancing further. Li Haoyan endeavored to use his celestial energy to touch the seal, only to be jolted by a rebounding force that left his arm tingling. He calmed his mind, meticulously examining the runes inscribed upon the seal, seeking a method to unravel its mystery. After a period of contemplation, he discerned that these runes bore a resemblance to certain sealing symbols he had encountered in ancient tomes from his past life in the celestial realm. Following the descriptions in the ancient texts, he commenced the application of celestial techniques to dismantle the runes. With each rune he successfully unraveled, the seal radiated a brilliant flash of light, causing the waters of the pond to ripple violently. At the pond's edge, Tsunade observed the tumultuous changes in the water with growing concern, yet she held faith in Li Haoyan's capabilities, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Li Haoyan ultimately deciphered the final rune, and the seal gradually unfurled, revealing a spirit seal stone that emanated a gentle radiance before his eyes. He cautiously grasped the stone, feeling the immense power it contained. At that moment, a surge of dark energy erupted from around the seal, attempting to seize the spirit seal stone. Clutching the stone tightly, Li Haoyan unleashed all his celestial energy to resist the encroaching darkness. "Katsuyu, lend me your strength," he called out. Hearing his plea, Katsuyu leaped into the pool without hesitation, joining Li Haoyan in battle against the dark force. After an arduous struggle, they finally repelled the dark energy, emerging from the abyss with the spirit seal stone in hand. Once ashore, Li Haoyan gazed at the stone, reflecting, "This is merely the first. There are 4 more spirit seal stones awaiting our discovery. The path ahead remains treacherous, but we have taken the first step." Katsuyu nodded with a smile. "With you by my side, I am confident we shall succeed." After a brief respite, the duo departed from the Valley of Mist, embarking towards the location of the next spirit seal stone. Their figures gradually receded into the twilight, as new adventures and challenges awaited them on the horizon. Chapter 52. The Secrets of Spiritual Roots and the Transformation of the Ninja World Within Katsuyu's Abode. Li Haoyan's training steadily progressed into a new phase. He understood that to truly establish himself in this world of shinobi and showcase the marvels and grandeur of celestial techniques, he must delve deeper into the exploration and comprehension of his spiritual roots and celestial arts. His prior encounters with numerous formidable foes had illuminated the realization that mere reliance on the formidable power of celestial techniques was insufficient to address every situation. Through battle, He discovered the intricate connections between the execution of celestial arts, the characteristics of his spiritual roots, and the integration of chakra. For instance, during his confrontation with Orochimaru. Despite the immense power of his celestial techniques, he found himself struggling against Orochimaru's bizarre and ever-changing ninjutsu. He discerned that there existed subtle disharmony in the process of converting celestial energy into chakra, leading to a lack of fluidity in the operation of celestial energy within the chakra system, thereby affecting the overall potency and agility of his celestial techniques. Consequently, Li Haoyan resolved to enter a period of seclusion, seeking to unravel the mysteries of spiritual roots and celestial arts. In the secluded chamber of Katsuyu's residence, he sat cross-legged, palms facing the heavens, and gently closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness within. The first sensation he perceived was his spiritual root, a mysterious entity radiating a faint glow deep within his soul. In the realm of cultivation, spiritual roots are classified into various attributes, and his was particularly unique, a chaotic spiritual root capable of encompassing all things and evolving through myriad transformations. However, in the world of shinobi, chakra possesses relatively singular attributes, primarily categorized into the 5 elemental natures: fire, wind, water, lightning, and earth, alongside the forces of yin and yang. This necessitated that his chaotic spiritual root undergo a more intricate process of transformation and harmonization when merging with chakra. Li Haoyan meticulously observed the trajectories of spiritual roots and chakra within the meridians of his body. He discerned that when he invoked the celestial arts, the spiritual roots would release celestial energy, which intertwined with the chakra. However, due to the intrinsic differences in their properties, minor conflicts and losses would arise during this fusion. For instance, the purity and dominance of celestial energy would, to a certain extent, disrupt the stability of chakra, leading to imprecise condensation and release. In pursuit of a solution, Li Haoyan endeavored to guide his spiritual roots to emit a gentler, more delicate form of celestial energy, enabling a more harmonious amalgamation with the chakra. Employing his divine consciousness akin to a meticulous artisan, he gradually adjusted the ratio and rhythm of the integration between celestial energy and chakra within the meridians. During this process, Li Haoyan gradually uncovered a wondrous phenomenon. His spiritual roots appeared to possess a self-evolutionary ability. In the ongoing fusion and collision with chakra, they began to absorb the characteristic traits of chakra, progressively developing new attributes resonant with the world of shinobi. The originally chaotic spiritual roots, which were pure and abstract in nature, began to incorporate elements of fire, wind, water, lightning, and earth, becoming increasingly tangible and diverse. This transformation filled Li Haoyan with astonishment, as he realized this could be the key to unlocking new realms of celestial arts within the Naruto universe. With the evolution of his spiritual roots, Li Haoyan's understanding of celestial arts reached new heights. He began experimenting with the creation of an entirely novel celestial skill, one that could perfectly merge celestial energy with the elemental aspects of the shinobi world, fully harnessing the multifaceted characteristics of his chaotic spiritual roots. He incessantly envisioned the form and power of this skill in his mind, integrating the principles of spells he learned in the realm of cultivation with the essence of ninjutsu he had witnessed in the Naruto world. After several days of seclusion and meditative practice, Li Haoyan successfully forged a groundbreaking celestial skill, the chaotic myriad celestial art. This technique amalgamated the vastness of celestial energy with the variability of chakra, allowing it to fluidly shift between different elemental forms based on the actual conditions of battle, showcasing unparalleled adaptability in combat. For instance, when confronting an adversary proficient in fire-based ninjutsu, Li Haoyan could invoke the fire attribute form of the chaotic myriad celestial art, augmenting the flames with celestial energy to amplify its potency far beyond that of ordinary fire techniques, while also imbuing the flames with sentience, enabling them to autonomously pursue the enemy and become nearly inescapable. Conversely, when facing a defensive opponent, he could transition to the earth attribute form, summoning an indomitable celestial earth shield, which not only boasted extraordinary defensive capabilities but could also be reinforced with celestial energy. Chapter 53. The Marvelous Arts of Celestial Healing shakes the ninja world in the Medical Ninjutsu Research Institute of Konoha Village. Li Haoyan stood amidst a gathering of Konoha ninjas and medical personnel, their gazes filled with skepticism and anticipation. His expression remained composed, yet his mind was awash with myriad thoughts. He was acutely aware that the demonstration of the fusion of sage power and medical techniques today would be a pivotal step in transforming the medical landscape of Konoha. And indeed, It would influence the entire ninja world's comprehension of energy and healing. Ladies and gentlemen, Li Haoyan began, his voice soft yet resonant, penetrating the ears of all present. This fusion of sage power and medical techniques is not merely a simple amalgamation. It is a creation born from a profound understanding of the flow of life energy. As he spoke, he formed intricate hand seals, his movements fluid and graceful, imbued with a unique rhythm. The sage power within him began to surge gently, emanating a pure force cultivated through rigorous training in the realm of sages. A faint blue luminescence flickering in his palms like distant stars. Concurrently, he summoned the chakra within, a power intrinsic to the ninja world that responded to the sage power, yet exhibited a hint of restlessness, reminiscent of two disparate beings encountering one another for the first time. As the sage power and chakra drew nearer, a wondrous phenomenon unfolded. The sage power flowed like a gentle stream, tenderly entwining itself around the chakra, which then radiated with an intensified brilliance. The two energies melded together, culminating in the emergence of a new energy that emanated a soft golden glow. Under Li Haoyan's guidance, this energy gradually spread throughout his being, causing his body to tremble slightly as if bearing an immense burden, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Observe closely. This is the state of the sage power fusion medical technique. Beads of sweat formed on Li Haoyan's forehead, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. Standing to the side, Tsunade was filled with a mixture of shock and anticipation. As she watched Li Haoyan perform the technique, she pondered to herself, from what mysterious world does this young man hail, that he can so seamlessly merge such extraordinary power with chakra? The sage power he exhibits, that ethereal blue glow, seems to harbor endless secrets, far surpassing my understanding of chakra. If this technique truly succeeds, the medical standards of Konoha will undoubtedly ascend to unprecedented heights, offering greater protection for the lives of many ninjas. But the process appears so arduous. Can he truly master this entirely new force? Li Haoyan turned his gaze towards a severely injured and unconscious ninja lying on the adjacent hospital bed, whose meridians had suffered extensive damage. He extended his right hand and gently placed it upon the injured one's forehead, allowing a stream of golden fusion energy to flow slowly from his arm into the patient's body. Within the injured individual, this fusion energy seemed to possess a life of its own, swiftly dispersing throughout. The portion imbued with celestial power acted as precise probes, advancing along the damaged meridians. Wherever it traveled, the severed meridian fibers, nourished by this celestial energy, began to reconnect and flourish, much like withered trees experiencing the arrival of spring. Meanwhile, the life force of chakra manifested as a gentle tide, promoting cellular regeneration and revitalization. The damaged cells eagerly absorbed this energy, accelerating their division and repair. As the healing progressed, the patient's once pallid complexion gradually regained a hint of rosy hue, and their erratic breath began to stabilize. The onlookers could not help but express their astonishment, and those who had previously harbored doubts about Li Haoyan now gazed upon him with newfound respect and belief. This technique also proved remarkably effective against toxin-inflicted injuries. Li Haoyan took a slight breath and continued, commanding someone to bring forth a small experimental animal that had been poisoned. The creature was barely clinging to life, trembling in agony, its eyes filled with despair and suffering. Li Haoyan once again invoked the powers of celestial fusion medical techniques, enveloping the small creature in a radiant golden energy. Within this embrace, the celestial force unleashed a purifying light, akin to a myriad of minuscule blades, meticulously dissecting and decomposing the toxic molecules until they transformed into harmless particles that dissipated into the air. The vital essence of chakra continuously infused the afflicted organs and cells with vitality, mending their damaged structures and functions. Moments later, the once dying creature gradually began to regain its vitality, stirring gently under the watchful gaze of the onlookers. The treatment of external wounds was equally within the purview of this technique. With a graceful wave of his hand, Li Haoyan conjured a stone marred by deep lacerations before the crowd. He cast the fusion energy over the wounds, and in an instant, a soft, warm membrane formed. The celestial power steadily emitted signals for repair within the membrane, accelerating the growth and healing of skin cells and muscle tissue as if time itself had been hastened, visibly. The wounds began to scab and heal at an astonishing rate. Before long, the stone's surface appeared as good as new, with only faint traces remaining. As the demonstration concluded, Li Haoyan slowly withdrew his power, a hint of fatigue gracing his features, yet his countenance radiated a sense of fulfillment. The celestial fusion medical technique was a culmination of the intertwining philosophies of energy from two realms. In this world of shinobi, it would bring hope for the healing of countless injured souls, ensuring that life would no longer be fragile in the face of conflict and calamity. The crowd was enraptured by the marvel of this miraculous technique, and Tsunade was the first to regain her composure. She gazed at Li Haotian, her eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude. Haotian, this technique is truly a gem of medical prowess in the ninja world. You have bestowed unprecedented vitality and security upon Konoha. Yet, Li Haotian understood in his heart that this was merely the beginning. The crisis in Konoha had not yet abated, and the lurking enemies remained ever watchful. The celestial arts and medical skills he possessed would face further trials and tribulations in the challenges that lay ahead. However, he was undaunted, for he was acutely aware that his mission in this world of shinobi had only just commenced. As a celestial healer, he would continue to safeguard this land and its people. Chapter 54, The Celestial Arts That Shake the Foe, and New Paths in the Ninja World in the Dense Forest outside Konoha Village. Li Haotian and the team led by Kakashi were engaged in a covert operation to dismantle the joint camp of enemy ninjas and rogue shinobi. Kakashi's expression was stern, his Sharingan vigilant as it scanned the surroundings, while the other team members remained on high alert, fully cognizant of the perilous nature of this mission. Li Haotian, are you certain that your plan is viable? We are confronted with a multitude of enemies, many of whom are formidable, Kakashi inquired softly. Li Haotian nodded slightly, his gaze imbued with confidence. Rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. My celestial techniques are sufficient to handle various circumstances. You merely need to cooperate with me and strive to minimize unnecessary casualties. At that moment, a cacophony erupted ahead, indicating that the enemy had seemingly sensed their approach. They are here. Prepare for battle, Kakashi shouted, and the team swiftly dispersed, seeking advantageous terrain. In an instant, a throng of enemy ninjas and renegades surged from all directions, encircling them. The adversaries bore fierce expressions, their weapons glinting ominously. The clash was imminent as the enemy ninjas initiated the assault, unleashing a deluge of ninjutsu upon them. Kakashi's squad fought valiantly to withstand the onslaught, and soon, the forest resonated with the sounds of fire and explosions. Li Haotian recognized that the moment had arrived. With swift precision, he formed intricate hand seals while murmuring incantations. In an instant, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and a tempestuous wind surged forth. This was his newly comprehended celestial art, the chaotic tornado technique. The formidable whirlwind, infused with celestial energy, descended upon his adversaries like a colossal black funnel. The seamless amalgamation of celestial power and wind chakra not only rendered the tornado immensely destructive but also disrupted the enemy's ninjutsu. Those ensnared within the swirling vortex were scattered like autumn leaves caught in a gale, their anguished cries piercing the tumult. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It is utterly overwhelming, exclaimed a terrified ninja from an opposing nation. However, among the enemies were several formidable warriors who quickly regained their composure and collectively unleashed a grand earth-style ninjutsu, the rock barrier. A massive stone fortress erupted from the ground, effectively shielding them from the onslaught of the chaotic tornado technique. Observing this, Li Haotian let out a cold snort and increased his celestial energy output. The tornado instantaneously divided into numerous smaller vortices, circumventing the rocky bastion and continuing its assault from various angles. Amidst the chaos of battle, Kakashi discerned that a leader among the adversaries was orchestrating from the rear. With a steely gaze, he prepared to launch a surprise attack. Li Haotian, too, sensed the presence of the enemy leader. In a blur, he traversed the battlefield like a specter, closing in on his target. As he neared the enemy leader, Li Haotian invoked the celestial sealing technique, sending forth a beam of celestial energy aimed at the leader, intent on sealing his chakra. The enemy leader reacted swiftly, evading to the side while drawing a weapon, and engaged Li Haotian in close combat. Li Haotian showed no signs of weakness in close combat. His fists and feet were imbued with celestial power, delivering formidable strikes with each attack. The enemy leader gradually found himself at a disadvantage and attempted to flee. However, Li Haotian would not allow such an escape. With hands forming seals, he summoned a celestial power cage, ensnaring the enemy leader within its confines. At this moment, Kakashi's team had successfully dealt with the majority of adversaries and regrouped, casting their gaze upon the imprisoned enemy leader. What do you intend to do with him, Li Haotian? Kakashi inquired. Extract the enemy's plans and intelligence from him, and then turn him over to Konoha for further action, replied Li Haotian. After an intense interrogation, they uncovered the enemy's conspiracy and the locations of other hidden encampments. Li Haoyan resolved to turn the tables, leading Kakashi's team to continue dismantling the remaining camps, thereby alleviating the threat to Konoha entirely. In the ensuing battles, Li Haoyan continuously unleashed various celestial techniques, such as the celestial light-piercing arrow, launching arrows infused with celestial energy to precisely obliterate distant foes, and the celestial shield, which protected his comrades from powerful assaults, ensuring their safety. Kakashi's team gradually became adept at coordinating with Li Haoyan, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. After a series of fierce skirmishes, they successfully dismantled all enemy encampments, thus resolving the crisis facing Konoha. Li Haoyan and Kakashi's team returned triumphantly, receiving a warm welcome from the villagers of Konoha. Tsunade personally greeted them, her eyes filled with gratitude and admiration as she looked at Li Haoyan. Haoyan, once again you have saved Konoha. Your celestial techniques have bestowed upon us a new hope. Li Haoyan smiled modestly, remarking that this was the result of everyone's collective efforts. This battle has deepened his understanding of the amalgamation of sage techniques and ninjutsu. He firmly believes that in the future, we can discover even more methods to safeguard Konohagakure. With the resolution of this crisis, the village enters a new phase of development. Li Haoyan's sage techniques have piqued the interest of numerous ninjas, who eagerly beseech him to impart knowledge and training methods pertaining to sage techniques. With the support of Tsunade, Li Haoyan established a sage technique study class in Konohagakure, where he conveyed foundational concepts of sage techniques and appropriate skills for ninjas to cultivate. During the study class, Li Haoyan elucidated that the primary distinction between sage techniques and ninjutsu lies in the source and operation of energy. The energy of sage techniques is derived from the communication between the spiritual roots and the natural energies of the world, whereas ninjutsu relies on the refinement of chakra. The young ninjas listened intently, their eyes brimming with a thirst for new knowledge. Concurrently, the ninjas of Konohagakure began to experiment with integrating elements of sage techniques into their own ninjutsu developments. Some innovative ninjas crafted new techniques, such as the spirit perception tracking technique, which combines sage energy perception to more accurately trace the movements of foes, and the sage armor technique, which incorporates defensive principles from sage energy, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. Li Haoyan observed the fervent exploration of the Leaf Ninja with great satisfaction. He understood that his mission in this realm extended beyond merely safeguarding Konoha. It was also to propel the advancement and evolution of the ninja world. In the days to come, he would persist in his profound study of the fusion between sage arts and ninjutsu, unearthing further possibilities, thereby opening a new gateway for this vibrant and passionate ninja realm. He aspired for the brilliance of sage arts to illuminate every corner, transforming the entire landscape of combat and cultivation within the ninja world. Through this journey, he too would evolve, becoming a legendary bridge connecting the realms of sages and ninjas. Chapter 55, The Inheritance of Sage Medicine in the Dawn of the Ninja World. Following the threats from external foes, Konoha village entered a relatively tranquil period. Li Haoyan's reputation within Konoha reached unprecedented heights, as his sage arts training sessions attracted numerous ninjas, including several exceptionally gifted young practitioners. On this day, sunlight bathed the training grounds of Konoha, where Li Haoyan stood before a group of eager young ninjas, ready to commence a new lesson. Today, I shall impart to you the foundational cultivation technique of sage medicine, the spiritual sense technique. This technique is essential for sages to perceive the injuries and energy disturbances of the afflicted, Li Haoyan proclaimed with a solemn expression. The young ninjas listened intently, their eyes fixed on Li Haoyan, anxious not to miss a single detail. First, you must calm your minds, dispelling all distractions, and attune yourselves to the flow of natural energy surrounding you, he continued, demonstrating the proper seated posture and breathing methods. A young kunoichi named Sakura Uchiha followed Li Haoyan's guidance, gradually closing her eyes and regulating her breath. Initially, she only sensed her heartbeat and the gentle caress of the breeze, but as time passed, she began to perceive a faint energy wafting through the air, elusive yet palpable. I think I can feel something in incredibly subtle force, Sakura Uchiha exclaimed with excitement. Li Haoyan nodded slightly. Indeed, this is the initial perception of the forces of nature. Next, one must attempt to internalize this perception, allowing it to intertwine with one's own chakra. Under Li Haoyan's patient guidance, the young ninjas diligently practiced. Meanwhile, Li Haoyan observed from the side, occasionally correcting their mistakes. He understood well that these young ninjas were the future of Konoha. Should they master the art of the sage healer, the medical prowess of Konoha would experience a qualitative leap. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki bounced over, His curiosity peaked as he watched the practicing ninjas. He called out to Li Haoyin, "Brother Haoyin, your sage healing technique is incredible. May I learn it as well?" Li Haoyin smiled and shook his head, saying, "Naruto, your exuberance is excessive, and your chakra possesses unique properties, rendering you currently unsuitable for cultivating this technique. However, you may observe from the sidelines. Inspiration may strike you in due time." Although Naruto felt a twinge of disappointment, he dutifully stood aside to watch. Meanwhile, the Medical Ninjutsu Research Institute of Konoha was delving deeply into Li Haoyin's sage power fusion healing technique. Tsunade was personally involved, collaborating with the scholars of the institute in an effort to decipher the principles of sage power and chakra fusion, aiming to develop a healing technique more suitable for the general ninja populace. Lady Tsunade, we have discovered that when sage power fuses with chakra, it alters the energy structure of the chakra, enhancing its vitality and restorative properties. However, the process of this transformation is exceedingly complex. We require additional time and data, reported one of the scholars. Tsunade pondered for a moment, then declared, "Continue the research. Li Haoyin's sage medical technique is a treasure of Konoha, and we must ensure its legacy endures." On the other side of the village, Li Haoyin received a special request. A ninja named Hyuga Niji, who had sustained severe injuries in a previous battle, had seemingly healed on the surface, yet hidden damage to his internal chakra pathways frequently caused him excruciating pain. Hearing of Li Haoyin's miraculous sage medical technique, he hoped that the healer could provide him relief. Li Haoyin arrived at Niji's residence, where he observed Niji's pallid complexion and tightly furrowed brow, stirring a twinge of compassion within him. He extended his hand, gently resting it upon Niji's wrist, allowing his celestial energy to flow gradually into Niji's body. As Li Haoyin's consciousness navigated through Niji's meridians, he discovered multiple areas of damage, severely impeding the flow of chakra. "Your injuries are quite troublesome, yet they are not beyond healing. I shall employ my celestial energy to mend your meridians. The process may induce some pain, but you must endure," Li Haoyin proclaimed. Niji resolutely nodded. "Lord Li Haoyin, I have faith in you." During the treatment, Niji's body trembled slightly from the pain, prompting Li Haoyin to gently reassure him. "Niji, hold on. You are an exceptional ninja, and this mere discomfort cannot defeat you." After an arduous treatment session, Li Haoyin successfully restored Niji's meridians to their original state. Niji felt a long-lost sense of fluidity within him, a smile of gratitude gracing his face as he exclaimed, "Lord Li Haoyin, I am deeply grateful for your immense kindness. I feel as though I have been reborn." Li Haoyin smiled and said, "Take good care of yourself. And in the future, be mindful of the intensity of your training. Do not let your injuries resurface." As the number of healed ninjas under Li Haoyin's care increased, his reputation as a sage healer spread throughout the ninja world. Ninjas from other villages flocked to seek his treatment or to learn the art of sage healing. Li Haoyin did not decline their requests. He believed that the art of sage healing should not be confined to Konoha, but should benefit the entire ninja realm. Thus, he resolved to host a sage healing exchange conference in Konoha, inviting medical ninjas from various ninja villages to attend. The news caused quite a stir in the ninja world, and each village promptly responded by sending their most skilled medical ninjas to Konoha. During the Sage Healing Exchange Conference, Li Haoyin showcased a variety of sage healing techniques, including advanced soul restoration and vitality regeneration methods. These astonishing medical arts opened the eyes of the medical ninjas from other villages, who eagerly engaged in discussions with Konoha's medical practitioners, exchanging insights and experiences. When Tamari, a medical ninja from Tsunade, witnessed Li Haoyin's demonstration of the soul restoration technique, she exclaimed in astonishment, "This is truly unprecedented. Mr. Li Haoyin, how do you achieve such precise localization of soul injuries?" Li Haoyin patiently elucidated. "This requires an extraordinary sensitivity to soul energy, seeking to uncover the source of trauma through the resonance of celestial power with the wounded's spiritual essence." Kurumi Mei, the medical ninja from the Hidden Mist village, approached and inquired, "Surely, the technique of life regeneration must entail significant consumption of bodily energy?" Li Haoyin nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity for the practitioner to possess a formidable reserve of celestial energy and a refined ability to manipulate it. At the conclusion of the exchange conference, Li Haoyin delivered an eloquent address. "The art of the celestial healer is rooted in a profound respect for life and a quest for understanding. I urge each of you to carry forth the knowledge acquired today back to your villages, so that more ninjas may reap its benefits. The peace and prosperity of the ninja world hinges upon the health and protection of every individual ninja." Li Haoyan's words garnered thunderous applause from all the ninjas present. This medicinal exchange conference served as a beacon of hope amidst darkness, ushering in new prospects and directions for the advancement of medical practices within the ninja realm. The relationships among the various ninja villages have also improved due to this exchange, gradually easing the previously tense atmosphere. Li Haotian is acutely aware that this is merely the beginning. He will persist in disseminating the art of sage medicine throughout the ninja world, contributing his strength to the peace and development of the realm, allowing the magical arts and ninjutsu to flourish brilliantly upon this land, crafting his own legendary narrative, and establishing an everlasting monument in the annals of ninja history, forever to be remembered and revered by future generations of ninjas. Chapter 56, Awakening of the Spiritual Roots and Resonance with the Ninja World. In the lingering echoes of the Medicinal Exchange Conference, Li Haotian returned to his secluded training chamber. He understands that, although he has achieved certain accomplishments in the dissemination of sage medicine, he must not become complacent regarding his own strength enhancement and deeper comprehension of the magical arts. His interactions with the elite from various ninja villages during this conference have also illuminated the untapped potential of sage arts in this world. Li Haotian sat cross-legged in the center of the secluded chamber, his eyes closed in deep concentration as he turned his gaze inward to explore his spiritual roots. Those once gifted roots, which had shown remarkable promise in the celestial realm, seemed to be undergoing a transformative shift after enduring the myriad trials of the world of Naruto. As his consciousness gently penetrated the depths of his spiritual roots, he sensed a surging force within, akin to a long-dormant behemoth on the verge of awakening. Could this power signify the awakening of his roots? Li Haotian pondered silently. He focused intently, attempting to channel this formidable energy, only to discover its immense strength rendered it nearly uncontrollable. Each attempt felt like navigating through tumultuous waves, where a moment's carelessness could lead to dire repercussions from this force. In a moment of forceful guidance, Li Haotian's celestial energy erupted uncontrollably, illuminating the chamber in blinding radiance, causing the walls to tremble slightly. The fluctuations of this power instantly attracted the attention of several formidable beings within Konoha. Tsunade was the first to arrive outside the chamber, her expression tinged with concern. "Haotian, are you all right?" Li Haotian gritted his teeth in the secret chamber and replied, "Lady Tsunade, I am endeavoring to break through. Please do not disturb me." At that moment, the power fluctuations triggered by his awakened spiritual roots extended far beyond the confines of Konoha. In the distant Tsunade, the Kazekage Gaara stood atop a sand dune. Sensing this peculiar force emanating from afar, his sand stirred slightly, as if responding to an unseen summons. This power was no ordinary force within the shinobi world. Could it have been invoked by that legendary medical ninja from Konoha? Gaara murmured to himself. Likewise, in the Kirigakure, the sixth Mizukage, Chjr, also perceived the ripples of this force. He tightened his grip on his long blade, his gaze filled with a mix of vigilance and curiosity. If this power could be harnessed for the benefit of our village, it might render it remarkably stronger. However, if it were to belong to an adversary, in the secluded chamber, Li Haotian, after an arduous struggle, gradually tamed a portion of the power awakened by his spiritual roots. He slowly opened his eyes, which shimmered with a golden light, a hallmark of the awakening. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The power awakened from his spiritual roots necessitated continuous cultivation and refinement. Upon exiting the chamber, Li Haotian was greeted by a concerned Tsunade. "I am fine, Lady Tsunade," he reassured her. "The awakening of my spiritual roots has granted me a new enhancement in strength. Yet I require time to adapt." Tsunade nodded slightly. "You, young man, always create such a commotion. Nevertheless, your growth is beneficial for Konoha." In the days that followed, Li Haotian embarked on a study of the transformations and sage techniques post-awakening of his spiritual roots. He discovered that his sage energy had become more pure and potent, greatly increasing its resonance with the natural forces of the ninja world. He endeavored to blend his new sage techniques with his previous skills, ultimately crafting a jutsu known as the Spiritual Root Sage Shadow Technique. When employing the Spiritual Root Sage Shadow Technique, Li Haotian could summon multiple sage energy clones. These clones not only possessed a portion of his original power, but could also meld seamlessly with their surroundings, executing stealthy attacks. During a practical combat drill with Konoha ninjas, Li Haotian showcased this jutsu for the first time. With hands forming seals, numerous sage energy clones materialized in various corners of the training ground. The clones moved with agility, attacking and defending, leaving the opposing ninjas in disarray. "What kind of jutsu is this? It is incredibly elusive," exclaimed a Konoha ninja in awe. As Li Haoyan continued to explore the power awakened by his spiritual roots, his reputation spread once more throughout the ninja world. Ninjas from various villages held a mix of awe and curiosity towards him, while some nefarious factions began to secretly plot to seize the secrets of his sage techniques. During an outing to gather medicinal herbs, Li Haoyan encountered an ambush by a group of mysterious ninjas. Clad in black robes and masked, their strength was formidable. They launched a fierce attack right away, unleashing a torrent of jutsu upon Li Haoyan. Li Haoyan remained composed, employing the spiritual root illusion technique. His ethereal doppelganger harmonized effortlessly with his true self, deftly neutralizing the enemy's initial assault. "Who are you? Why do you attack me?" Li Haoyan inquired. The enigmatic ninjas offered no response, merely intensifying their onslaught. Observing this, Li Haoyan resolved to show no mercy. He gestured with both hands, channeling his spiritual energy into his palms, coalescing into a colossal sphere of radiant power. "Spiritual energy, demon-breaking sphere," he proclaimed, propelling the luminous orb toward his adversaries. Wherever the sphere traversed, the ninjas' techniques were instantly shattered, sending several of the mysterious ninjas hurtling through the air. However, the foes appeared well prepared. They swiftly reformed their ranks, and one ninja produced a mysterious scroll from within his garments. "This array is specifically designed to counter you. Today, you shall find no escape," he declared as he unfurled the scroll, unleashing a dark beam that ascended into the sky, rapidly manifesting a vast formation that enveloped Li Haoyan within its grasp. Li Haoyan found himself ensnared within a formidable array, acutely aware of the immense pressure it exerted upon him. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he steeled himself for the arduous battle ahead, undaunted by the challenge. With a calm demeanor, he summoned the power awakened from his spiritual roots, endeavoring to dismantle the formation from within. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Tsunade sensed the peril that Li Haoyan faced and promptly assembled a rescue team, led by Kakashi, to hasten towards the location where he was trapped. Li Haoyan, after a grueling struggle within the formation, finally discerned its flaw. He concentrated all of his celestial energy into a singular point and unleashed a powerful surge of divine force, exclaiming, "Break!" With that furious cry, the formation was successfully shattered by Li Haoyan. At that moment, Kakashi, leading the rescue team, arrived on the scene. Upon seeing Li Haoyan unharmed, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. "Haoyan, it is truly wonderful to see you safe," Kakashi remarked. Li Haoyan nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude for their arrival. It seemed that his existence had stirred unease among certain factions, suggesting that the days ahead would likely be anything but tranquil. Upon returning to Konoha village, Li Haoyan recognized the urgent need to expedite his strength while simultaneously fortifying the village's defenses. After conferring with Tsunade, he resolved to establish several sage technique defensive barriers around Konoha and to train a cohort of Konoha ninjas in specialized sage perception skills, enabling them to detect and respond promptly to enemy incursions. During the training sessions, Li Haoyan personally demonstrated the cultivation methods of sage perception skills, encouraging everyone to calm their minds and attune themselves to the subtle fluctuations of sage energy as if merging with nature itself. The young ninjas diligently practiced, acutely aware of the monumental responsibility they bore in safeguarding Konoha. Meanwhile, Li Haoyan quietly protected them, fully cognizant that the future of Konoha, and indeed the entire shinobi world, was inextricably linked to their growth. He would persist in exploring the mysteries of sage techniques and ninjutsu within this realm replete with challenges and opportunities, embodying the sage healer's role to safeguard this land and its people, crafting his own legendary narrative, and becoming an immortal bridge connecting two worlds, allowing the radiance of sage techniques to eternally illuminate the skies of the shinobi realm. Chapter 57. Sage Technique Training and Underlying Conspiracies Following the Assault by the Enigmatic Ninja. Li Haoyan understood the imperative of swiftly enhancing his powers to confront future uncertainties. He resolved to embark on a rigorous sage technique training regimen, not solely for himself, but to protect Konoha and the peace of the entire shinobi world. Before the first rays of dawn had fully penetrated the woods of Konoha, Li Haoyan arrived at a secluded valley on the outskirts of the village. The serene environment, rich in natural spiritual energy, presented an ideal setting for honing sage techniques. He commenced with the purification and expansion training of basic sage energy. Seated in a meditative posture, he formed intricate hand seals, guiding the sage energy within him to circulate along specific meridian pathways. With each cycle, he meticulously sensed the flow of sage energy, purging impurities to render it more pristine and concentrated. As his training progressed, a faint blue glow began to envelop his body, a manifestation of the sage energy reaching a significant level of accumulation. However, mere cultivation of sage energy was far from sufficient. Li Haotian was acutely aware that in actual combat, the application techniques of sage arts and adaptability were equally crucial. Therefore, he initiated simulated combat training, conjuring various illusory adversaries using sage energy. These phantoms exhibited diverse ninjutsu and combat styles, ranging from close combat specialists adept in taijutsu to long-range attackers proficient in various ninjutsu techniques. Under the onslaught of these illusions, Li Haotian moved like lightning, weaving through their assaults. At times, he unleashed the chaotic tornado sage technique, engulfing nearby phantom foes in a destructive vortex. At other moments, he employed the sage energy sealing technique to immobilize the illusions, subsequently dismantling them with precise strikes. Throughout the specialized training, Li Haotian also took care to further refine his newly comprehended spirit root sage shadow technique. He endeavored to endow his sage power clones with greater autonomy and intellect, enabling them to make more astute judgments and responses during combat, tailored to the varying circumstances. Through countless trials and adjustments, the sage power clones gradually evolved into more agile and formidable entities. Under Li Haotian's command, they executed a flawless synergy with the main body, either diverting the enemy's attention or launching sudden flanking assaults, rendering the adversaries defenseless. Meanwhile, Konoha village was fervently engaged in fortifying its defenses. Tsunade organized the ninjas to set up various traps and defensive structures around the village, while Kakashi was tasked with training the ninjas in combat coordination and emergency response capabilities. However, unbeknownst to them, a far more sinister conspiracy was brewing in the shadows. In a clandestine corner of the ninja world, a mysterious organization was plotting a grand scheme against Li Haotian and Konoha. This organization was composed of ambitious individuals, coveting sage techniques, and powerful ninjas blinded by their lust for power. They were acutely aware that if Li Haotian's sage techniques were completely mastered by Konoha, it would disrupt the existing balance of power in the ninja world, posing a grave threat to their interests. Consequently, they resolved to unite, willing to go to any lengths to seize Li Haotian's secrets of sage techniques and utterly annihilate Konoha village. The leader of this enigmatic organization was Uchiha Yen, a seasoned ninja once renowned during the Great Ninja War. He possessed a formidable Sharingan, capable of perceiving the enemy's every move, and was adept in various fire-release ninjutsu, exhibiting astonishing might. Under his command gathered rogue ninjas from various ninja villages and resentful ninjas harboring animosity towards Konoha, each wielded unique ninjutsu and combat skills, forming a formidable and malevolent force. Uchiha Yen, through his extensive intelligence network, closely monitored Li Haotian's every action. Aware that Li Haotian was undergoing specialized sage training, he resolved to launch a surprise attack before the conclusion of his training. He meticulously devised an ambush plan, employing special ninjutsu tools and sealing techniques, preparing to ensnare Li Haotian and compel him to divulge the secrets of sage techniques. On the side of Konoha, despite their vigorous preparations for battle, they remained oblivious to the imminent peril. Li Haotian, immersed in his training, gradually entered a state of self-forgetfulness, continuously enhancing his prowess. Yet, he remained unaware of the encroaching dark shadow drawing closer. At last, on a moonless night, Uchiha Yen stealthily led his organization's members to the valley where Li Haotian was training. Under the cover of darkness, they quietly set up various sealing formations and traps, rendering the entire valley impenetrable. Then, with a commanding signal from Uchiha Yen, the ninjas, like phantoms, infiltrated the valley and launched a sudden assault on Li Haotian. While engrossed in his training, Li Haotian was abruptly struck by a wave of intense murderous intent, jolting him from his meditative state. Shadows flickered around him as countless ninjutsu assaults descended upon him like a torrential rain. Without time to ponder, he immediately unleashed his sage root shadow technique, summoning multiple sage power clones to join forces with his main body to fend off the enemy's onslaught. "Who are you? Why do you seek to ambush me?" Li Haotian questioned loudly. Uchiha Yen let out a cold laugh. "Humph, Li Haotian, your celestial techniques are far too formidable. They have already posed a threat to the peace of the ninja world. Today, we have come to extract the secrets of your celestial arts." Li Haotian felt a heavy weight in his heart, fully aware that he had encountered grave trouble today. Yet, he did not waver. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit. "If you desire my celestial techniques, let us see if you possess the requisite skills." With that, Li Haotian formed intricate hand seals, unleashing the chaotic tornado celestial technique. A formidable whirlwind roared to life within the valley, sweeping away any foes that dared approach. However, Uchiha Yen was well prepared. His Sharingan swiftly discerned the tornado's vulnerabilities, directing his subordinates to evade the Tempest's destructive range while launching a counteroffensive from the flanks. Amidst the fierce combat, Li Haoyan observed the enemy's seamless coordination, as they appeared to possess a considerable understanding of their celestial techniques, enabling them to execute targeted defenses and counterattacks. He realized that this was a meticulously orchestrated ambush, undoubtedly orchestrated by a powerful organization behind the scenes. Despite Li Haoyan's valiant resistance, the sheer number of adversaries began to overwhelm him, and their onslaught grew increasingly ferocious. Gradually, he found himself struggling, his celestial energy depleting with each passing moment. At that critical juncture, Uchiha Yen seized the opportunity to unleash his most potent ninjutsu. Flame Release, Annihilation Flame Dragon. A colossal dragon of fire, with claws bared and fangs bared, lunged toward Li Haoyan, leaving a trail of ash in its wake. Li Haoyan found himself ensnared in a perilous predicament, acutely aware that failing to withstand this impending strike would undoubtedly seal his fate. In this moment of dire urgency, he summoned every ounce of his celestial energy, invoking an unprecedented celestial technique, the Celestial Shield of Absolute Defense. A resplendent golden barrier materialized instantaneously before him, firmly repelling the fiery dragon. However, while this maneuver successfully thwarted Uchiha Yen's assault, it exacted a significant toll on Li Haoyan's celestial energy, leaving his body weakened and his movement sluggish. Observing Li Haoyan's deteriorating condition, Uchiha Yen felt a surge of elation, convinced that his opportunity had finally arrived. Li Haoyan, you have nowhere left to flee. Surrender the secrets of your celestial technique, and I may spare your life, Uchiha Yen proclaimed with arrogant bravado. Li Haoyan gasped for breath, casting a cold glance at Uchiha Yen. If you desire my surrender, you are merely daydreaming. Just as the two sides remained locked in a stalemate, a sudden cacophony of battle cries erupted from the direction of Konoha village. It turned out that Tsunade and Kakashi, accompanied by the ninjas of Konoha, had sensed the conflict in the valley and rushed to provide support. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Konoha ninjas, Uchiha Yen's heart sank. He realized that if the battle continued, his side might not emerge victorious. Thus, he resolved to retreat temporarily and devise a new strategy. Li Haoyan, consider yourself fortunate today. Until we meet again, Uchiha Yen declared, swiftly leading his subordinates out of the valley. Li Haoyan gazed at the retreating figures of his adversaries, his heart brimming with anger and resentment. He understood that this battle was merely the beginning. In the future, he would confront even more formidable challenges. Meanwhile, the Hidden Leaf Village would find itself ensnared in an unprecedented crisis. Tsunade and Kakashi approached Li Haoyan, their expressions laced with concern as they inquired, Haoyan, are you all right? Li Haoyan shook his head and replied, I am fine. However, we must exercise caution. There is undoubtedly a vast organization orchestrating this attack, and they will not relent easily. Tsunade, her expression grave, nodded in agreement. Indeed, we shall return to the village to strategize. Konoha cannot afford to be passive. We must take the initiative to uncover this mysterious organization and eradicate them completely. Thus, with Tsunade and Kakashi by his side, Li Haoyan returned to Konoha village. Upon learning of the events that transpired, the ninjas of Konoha were filled with righteous indignation, each expressing their unwavering resolve to combat this enigmatic organization. Meanwhile, Li Haoyan silently vowed to enhance his strength, ensuring the protection of Konoha and the peace of the ninja world, determined not to allow the sacred arts to fall into the hands of nefarious individuals. Chapter 58. The Alliance's Deliberation and the Breakthrough of the Sacred Arts. Upon returning to Konoha, Li Haoyan convened an urgent meeting with Tsunade, Kakashi, and other high-ranking officials to discuss strategies against the enigmatic organization. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense, with serious expressions reflecting the gravity of the crisis at hand. Tsunade was the first to break the silence. This mysterious organization, bold enough to openly attack Li Haoyan, must possess significant backing and has likely been scheming for quite some time. We cannot remain passive. We must take the initiative. Kakashi nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, but currently, our understanding of this organization is limited. All we know is that they seem to covet the sacred arts immensely, and their leader possesses formidable Sharingan abilities and powerful fire release techniques. We require further intelligence. After a moment of contemplation, Li Haoyan remarked, I sense that they possess a certain understanding of my celestial techniques during our battles. Perhaps they have been covertly observing me for quite some time. It may be prudent for us to investigate the suspicious individuals that have recently emerged around the village. Just as the group was deliberating, A leaf ninja arrived to report that Gaara of the Sand Village had come for a visit, seemingly with pressing matters to discuss. Tsunade and the others felt a stirring in their hearts, realizing that this could be related to the current incident, and hurried to welcome him. Upon entering the conference room, Gaara wasted no time in addressing the matter at hand. Tsunade, we in the Sand Village have also detected a nefarious force stirring within the ninja world. Their ambitions appear to extend beyond just the leaf. They threaten the peace and stability of the entire ninja realm. I believe it is imperative for our respective villages to unite and collectively confront this enigmatic organization. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with understanding. Gaara, you speak the truth. In this current predicament, relying solely on the strength of the leaf is insufficient. Collaboration is indeed a sagacious course of action. Li Haoyan gazed at Gaara, a surge of respect welling up within him. Lord Kazekage, I am grateful for your timely assistance. Should the allied ninja villages unite, our chances of success will be significantly enhanced. Gaara nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting determination and resolve. He was acutely aware of the importance of this alliance and held high hopes for Li Haoyan's sage techniques. Subsequently, the assembly commenced discussions regarding the specifics of the alliance, covering troop deployments, intelligence sharing, and the distribution of command authority. During the discourse on troop allocations, the representative from the Rock Village proposed their expertise in Earth-style defensive constructions, suggesting they could establish fortifications at critical locations. After a moment of contemplation, Li Haoyan responded, while the Rock Village's Earth-style defenses are indeed formidable, we must not overlook the possibility of the enemy launching surprise attacks from above or below. Perhaps we could integrate the Wind Village's wind-style reconnaissance with the sensory ninjas from the Leaf Village to create a comprehensive early warning network. His words elicited nods of agreement from the assembly, who recognized the merit of such multi-village collaboration. When the topic of intelligence sharing arose, the ninja from the Mist Village hesitated, cognizant of the vital role that information plays in warfare and the potential risks of disclosure. Observing their trepidation, Li Haoyan spoke earnestly. I understand your concerns. However, our adversary is exceptionally cunning and powerful. If we each fight on our own, disconnected from one another, we will surely be picked off one by one. I can employ sage techniques to establish a confidentiality barrier, allowing only members of the alliance with special seals to access the intelligence, thereby ensuring its security. His proposal alleviated the concerns of the Mist Village ninja and facilitated the smooth establishment of the intelligence sharing mechanism. As the discussion regarding command authority unfolded, representatives from each ninja village expressed their opinions passionately, leading to fervent debates. Li Haoyan rose, pressing his hands down to signal for silence. Esteemed colleagues, while command authority is indeed significant, we must focus on our common enemy at this moment. I propose the formation of a joint command group, comprised of elites and experienced ninjas from each village, to flexibly allocate command authority based on varying combat scenarios and missions. This approach not only capitalizes on the strengths of each village but also mitigates the drawbacks of excessive centralization of power. His mediation gradually quelled the intense arguments, prompting the assembly to earnestly contemplate the feasibility of his proposal. Throughout the preparations for the alliance, Li Haoyan remained steadfast in his training. He understood that only by strengthening his own abilities could he play a more significant role in the forthcoming battles. Returning to his secluded training chamber, he resolved to push the boundaries of his sage techniques to new heights. Li Haoyan sat quietly upon the cushion at the center of the secluded chamber, gradually closing his eyes as he employed his spiritual awareness to untangle the chaotic energies within his body. After a brief moment, his consciousness descended into the realm of his spiritual root. At this moment, the spiritual root resembled a profound stellar core, emanating a deep azure luminescence, with the surrounding celestial energy swirling gently like a nebula. Li Haoyan concentrated all of his awareness, attempting to facilitate a deeper communication and fusion between his spiritual root and the ethereal energies of the heavens and earth. His consciousness cautiously extended beyond his corporeal form, akin to a nascent spirit butterfly venturing into the mortal realm, fluttering delicately through the air. Initially, the surrounding ethereal energies merely quivered slightly, as if testing this unfamiliar force. Li Haoyan remained patient, continuously channeling his awareness until gradually, the spiritual energy began to coalesce towards him like a gentle stream. He guided this energy to flow along his meridians, enveloping and compressing it at each acupoint with celestial power, enhancing its integration with his own spiritual force. As the influx of spiritual energy persisted, a kaleidoscope of colors radiated around Li Haoyan, embodying the confluence of celestial and natural energies. He felt a tremendous force surging within him, one that surpassed any vigor he had encountered before in strength and purity. This power surged through his meridians like a tumultuous tide, assailing every blockage along the way. Li Haotian gritted his teeth, sweat soaking his garments as he meticulously guided and tamed this force with his celestial energy. During this process, he refined the chaotic tornado celestial technique. He intertwined the newly harnessed thunderous power with his wind element chakra, creating friction as they danced together. His hands rapidly formed intricate seals before him, each gesture precise, as if he were weaving an invisible web of electricity. Upon completing the seals, the energy within him erupted forth like a wild steed, swiftly coalescing into a colossal tornado outside his body. This new tornado not only harnessed formidable wind and celestial energy, but also incorporated the thunderous force of nature, amplifying its potency manifold. Each deployment manifested a vast storm vortex in the sky, obliterating all in its path, whether solid rock or formidable defensive jutsu, reducing them to mere fragments. Simultaneously, his celestial shield, absolute defense, underwent fortification. He inscribed the arcane runes that he discerned from the ethereal energies upon the shield with his celestial power. These runes glimmered with a golden radiance, animated as if alive, automatically absorbing the surrounding natural energy to replenish the shield as strength, extending its duration and enhancing its defensive capabilities. Even against overwhelming assaults like that of Uchihan, it could withstand effortlessly while significantly conserving celestial energy. Furthermore, his newly conceived celestial light demon-breaking arrow emerged as one of his signature techniques. He summoned the purest essence of his celestial energy, compressing it to its utmost limits within his palm. Then, using light elements as a conduit, he gradually infused this compressed energy. Throughout this process, his gaze remained focused and resolute, akin to an artisan sculpting a rare treasure. Upon fully infusing the celestial energy, he flicked his fingers, and the arrow shot forth like a meteor streaking across the heavens, possessing remarkable speed along with formidable penetrating and destructive power. Once the target is struck, the mystical energy will erupt within, delivering a devastating blow to the enemy's body and chakra system. As Li Haotian achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation of the mystical arts, the alliance between the Hidden Leaf Village and various ninja villages was nearing completion. The Sand Village, Mist Village, and Rock Village dispatched their elite ninjas to the Hidden Leaf Village to collaboratively devise a battle strategy. Gaara brought intelligence operatives from the Sand Village, who, after investigation, revealed that the stronghold of this mysterious organization might be concealed within a valley shrouded by powerful illusions. However, the area surrounding the valley was fraught with perilous traps and formidable ceiling barriers, making entry exceedingly difficult. CHJR of the Mist Village indicated that they excel in water-style ninjutsu and covert operations, proposing to send ninjas to approach the valley via waterways in search of vulnerabilities. Noki, the Tsuchikage of the Rock Village, suggested utilizing earth-style ninjutsu to create underground passages, thereby circumventing surface traps and launching a surprise attack on the valley. After synthesizing the opinions of the gathered leaders, Tsunade formulated a detailed battle plan. Li Haotian would serve as the core force of the vanguard, wielding his formidable mystical arts to dismantle the valley's defensive barriers and illusions, paving the way for the subsequent forces. Elite ninjas from each village would launch assaults from various angles, encircling the enemy and obliterating the mysterious organization in one fell swoop. At the mobilization rally before their departure, Li Haotian stood before the assembled ninjas and proclaimed, "Esteemed comrades, we face a battle that will determine the fate of the ninja world. This nefarious organization seeks to disrupt our peace and seize the mystical arts for their selfish desires. We cannot allow them to prevail. Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, we must fight together for the future of our world." The ninjas responded in unison, their spirits soaring. They understood that this was a confrontation between justice and evil, and they were resolved to give their all. Subsequently, the allied forces marched resolutely toward the stronghold of the mysterious organization, heralding the onset of a breathtaking battle. Li Haotian would, through his mystical arts and valor, inscribe his own legendary tale, establishing a solid foundation for peace and stability in the ninja world, becoming a brilliant star in the annals of ninja history, forever remembered and celebrated by future generations. Chapter 59, the eve of the final battle and the resurgence of crisis as the allied forces advanced toward the stronghold of the mysterious organization. Li Haotian found himself within the vanguard, his gaze resolute and calm, ever vigilant for potential dangers lurking nearby. Meanwhile, a sudden crisis was quietly brewing within the medical camp of the Hidden Leaf Village, located at the rear of the army. mysterious shadows cloaked by the night, evaded the watchful eyes of patrolling ninjas and stealthily infiltrated the camp. These figures moved with agility, their actions almost soundless, clearly indicating they were highly trained experts. Their objective was to secure a cache of precious elixirs and medical ninja tools stored within the camp, vital supplies for the impending war. Not only could they heal the wounded, but some of these elixirs were also critical instruments for Li Haoyan's unique mystical techniques. Just as the shadows were about to seize their prize, the medical ninja Sakura Haruno, tasked with guarding the camp, sensed an unusual disturbance. With her keen perception and years of combat experience, she detected a faint yet peculiar fluctuation of chakra. Without a moment's hesitation, Sakura swiftly made her way toward the source of the disturbance. Upon arriving near the tent where the supplies were kept, she caught sight of the shadows stuffing the elixirs and ninja tools into their bags. "Who are you to dare steal the Alliance's supplies?" Sakura shouted, swiftly forming hand seals in preparation for battle. The shadows, upon being discovered, remained unfazed. One of them, seemingly their leader, smirked and said, "Sakura Haruno, do you really believe you can stop us? These elixirs and tools are ours for the taking." With that, he waved his hand, prompting the others to halt their actions and turn to charge at Sakura. Fully aware of the formidable nature of her foes, Sakura unleashed her immense strength, delivering a powerful punch toward the foremost shadow. The shadow deftly dodged her attack, retaliating with a blade aimed at Sakura. She evaded the strike and countered with a flurry of blows, her fists and feet creating a whirlwind of sound as she engaged in a fierce struggle within the camp. However, the shadows coordinated seamlessly, leveraging their numerical superiority to gradually encircle her. Though Sakura fought valiantly, she began to feel overwhelmed. In that moment of desperation, she recalled some defensive techniques that Li Haoyan had once imparted to her. Taking a deep breath, Sakura focused her energy, channeling her chakra in accordance with the mystical techniques. Instantly, a faint glow enveloped her body. While not as potent as Li Haoyan's protective shield, it was sufficient to deflect some of the shadow's attacks. Seizing the moment of their brief hesitation, Sakura broke free from the encirclement and sprinted toward the camp's alarm system, knowing that activating it would summon reinforcements. Seeing this, the leader of the shadows paled. He realized he could not allow Sakura to succeed. Thus, he executed a peculiar ninjutsu, summoning a plume of black smoke that swiftly spread toward her. As the smoke engulfed Sakura, she struggled to breathe and her vision blurred. Yet, her resolve remained steadfast. She was determined to sound the alarm. Gritting her teeth against the discomfort, she pressed on toward the alarm system. Just as she felt she might collapse, a figure appeared beside her like a flash of lightning. It was Kakashi Hitaki, who had been patrolling nearby and heard the commotion. Upon seeing Sakura's predicament, he wasted no time and activated his Sharingan, discerning the smoke's vulnerability. With a swift motion of his kunai, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the black smoke. "Sakura, are you all right?" Kakashi inquired with concern. Sakura shook her head, assuring him, "I am fine, Kakashi-sensei. These individuals seek to pilfer our elixirs and ninja tools." Kakashi nodded, casting his gaze upon the shadows. "Your nefarious plot shall not succeed." With that, he charged forward alongside Sakura, and his presence instantaneously shifted the tides of battle. His Sharingan allowed him to perceive the enemy's every move, and with his masterful ninjutsu techniques, the shadows gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Yet, these adversaries were not easily vanquished. Under the leadership of their captain, they commenced a frenzied final assault. The shadow leader formed hand seals, murmuring incantations, and from his very being surged a formidable dark power. This energy coalesced in his hands, manifesting as a colossal black sphere. Dark ninja technique, sphere of destruction. The leader bellowed, hurling the ominous orb towards Kakashi and Sakura. Sensing the immense force of the attack, Kakashi swiftly pulled Sakura behind him, channeling his chakra to unleash Raikiri. A brilliant bolt of lightning erupted from his hand, colliding with the black sphere. In an instant, light radiated forth, and the tremendous shockwave sent all surrounding tents soaring into the air. Amidst the smoke of the explosion, the shadows seized the opportunity to flee. However, Kakashi and Sakura would not allow their escape. Ignoring the aftermath of the blast, they relentlessly pursued the shadows. After a fierce chase and battle, they ultimately subdued their foes. Though this crisis was successfully averted, it served as a stark warning to the Allied forces. Upon learning of the incident, Li Haoyan felt an even greater sense of vigilance. He understood that the mysterious organization would stop at nothing to achieve their aims. On the eve of the decisive battle, they were sure to employ further devious schemes. As the Allied forces drew ever closer to the stronghold of the enigmatic organization, The atmosphere thickened with tension. A suffocating essence filled the air, as if a monumental storm were on the verge of breaking. Li Haotian stood at the forefront of the vanguard, gazing into the distance at the valley shrouded in illusion, silently calculating the distance. He was acutely aware that once they entered the valley, they would be confronted with myriad dangers. Yet, he remained undaunted, placing his faith in his celestial arts and the formidable prowess of the allied forces. At that moment, the ninjas from various hidden villages had also readied themselves for battle. The ninjas from Tsunade concealed themselves within the swirling sands, prepared to unleash their wind-based jutsu at any moment, providing cover and support for the vanguard. Meanwhile, the ninjas from Kirigakure lay in wait near the nearby waters, their water-based techniques poised to serve as potent weapons against the enemy. The ninjas from Iwagakure remained underground, ready to employ their earth-based jutsu to create traps or launch surprise assaults when the need arose. Close behind Li Haotian, the ninjas from Konoha followed resolutely, their eyes brimming with determination and resolve. They understood that this was a battle fought for the peace of the ninja world, and retreat was not an option. Li Haotian turned his head and addressed the ninjas behind him with a resounding voice. Esteemed comrades, the decisive battle is upon us. We carry the hopes of the ninja world upon our shoulders. Regardless of the formidable challenges that lie ahead, we must forge ahead with unwavering courage. Let us utilize our ninjutsu and weapons to safeguard the peace and tranquility of the ninja realm. The ninjas echoed his sentiments, their voices resonating through the heavens. Their spirits soared, akin to a blazing inferno, poised to unleash boundless strength in the impending confrontation. In this climactic battle, Li Haotian would engage in a heart-stopping struggle against the enigmatic organization, with his celestial techniques serving as the pivotal factor in determining victory. Through his actions, he would etch his own legendary narrative, illuminating a promising path for the future of the ninja world, destined to become an immortal monument in the annals of ninja history, forever revered and respected by generations to come. Chapter 60. The fierce battle in the valley and the might of celestial techniques at last. The allied forces arrived at the valley that housed the stronghold of the mysterious organization. The scene before them exuded an eerie tranquility. As the valley lay shrouded in a thick mist of illusion, within which jagged rocks could be faintly discerned, occasionally exuding an indistinct aura of danger. Li Haotian stood at the forefront, his gaze serious as he surveyed the valley. He understood that dispelling the illusionary mist was merely the first step, and the ensuing battle would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly formed seals with his hands and recited a complex incantation of celestial magic. As the celestial energy surged, he shouted, "Celestial technique, mist-breaking realm." A brilliant beam of celestial light erupted from his palm, piercing through the illusionary mist like a sharpened sword. Wherever the light touched, the mist began to churn violently and dissipate, akin to shadows scattered by the sun. The ninjas from various villages observed this spectacle, their spirits lifted, instilling them with renewed confidence for the impending battle. However, just as the mist was breached in several places, a sharp howling sound suddenly echoed from within the valley, followed by a torrential downpour of dark projectiles adorned with black runes raining down upon the allied forces. "Everyone, be cautious. Defensive positions," Li Haotian called out loudly. The ninjas of Konoha quickly erected various protective shields through their techniques, while the ninjas of Tsunade manipulated the winds and sands to form walls of sand. The ninjas of Kirigakure conjured flowing water barriers using water techniques, and those from Iwagakure raised formidable rock barriers through earth techniques. Yet, the black runes on the projectiles seemed to possess a peculiar magical power, relentlessly battering against the defensive barriers. And a significant number of the projectiles managed to breach the defenses, hurtling towards the ninjas. Upon witnessing the situation, Li Haotian once again formed intricate hand seals, conjuring the celestial shield of absolute defense. An ethereal golden barrier instantaneously enveloped the front lines of the army. The projectiles that had breached their defenses collided with the shimmering shield, only to be repelled and scattered upon the ground. Yet, before anyone could regain their composure, a cadre of enigmatic ninjas clad in dark robes and grotesque masks surged forth from the valley. Their speed was astounding, and in the blink of an eye, they closed the distance, unleashing a torrent of formidable ninjutsu upon the coalition forces. Li Haotian's figure flickered as he surged into the enemy ranks, his hands dancing swiftly as he formed seals with remarkable speed. The celestial energy within him surged like a relentless tide. He unleashed the improved chaos tornado technique. Upon completing the hand signs, he thrust his palms forward and bellowed, "Rise." In an instant, the surrounding air warped dramatically, and a fierce wind howled to life, coalescing into a massive tornado. Concurrently, He intertwined the newly comprehended power of lightning with his celestial energy, entwining it with wind chakra. Sparks of electric light flickered within the tornado, gradually forming a dazzling net of lightning. This colossal storm of electricity wreaked havoc among the enemy ranks, intertwining lightning and celestial energy, ensnaring numerous enigmatic ninjas. Those caught within were instantly paralyzed by the electricity, their cries of anguish echoing as they were hurled away. Their bodies charred. Such formidable celestial techniques, exclaimed a ninja from Iwagakure in awe. However, the enemy numbers were overwhelming, and they swiftly adapted their tactics. Some continued to engage Li Haotian, while others launched a fierce assault on different flanks of the allied forces, seeking to disrupt their formation and strike them down individually. Gaara of Tsunade's gaze sharpened. He waved his hands, unleashing a torrent of sand that surged forth like a mighty wave, ensnaring the approaching foes and crushing them under its immense weight. Meanwhile, Chjr of Kirigakure wielded his long sword with finesse, executing intricate water-style jutsu as water blades darted through the enemy lines like agile fish, claiming lives with ruthless efficiency. On Li Haotian's side, he faced several adept warriors from the mysterious organization. One wielded dual swords, wrapped in ominous purple-black chakra, lunging fiercely at Li Haotian. With a focused gaze, Li Haotian lightly tapped the ground, his body gliding backward like a wraith, effortlessly evading the opponent's fierce strike. He then planted his right foot firmly, propelling himself forward while swiftly rotating, gathering celestial energy in his leg. His kick, infused with celestial power, struck with the force of 1,000 pounds, sending his adversary flying several meters away. Yet, the foe executed a mid-air somersault and landed gracefully, charging at Li Haotian once more, declaring, "Li Haotian, today shall be your demise." Another expert, skilled in long-range attacks, formed seals with both hands, summoning a vast expanse of black flames that blazed fiercely as if emerging from the depths of hell, spreading towards Li Haotian with a chilling heat. Li Haotian's expression turned stern. He swiftly raised his hands, his fingers dancing rapidly to form intricate seals. He summoned the purest celestial energy within him, compressing it to its utmost limit in his palms, then infused it with light elements. As the energy flowed in, the brilliance intensified, and he intoned, "Celestial light-piercing arrow." A barrage of radiant arrows shot forth, each surrounded by threads of celestial energy, akin to meteors streaking across the sky. The arrows collided with the black flames, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent shockwaves, unsteadying all nearby. Just as the two sides reached an impasse, the leader of the mysterious organization, Uchiha, finally made his appearance. He stood atop the heights of the valley, his Sharingan gleaming with an eerie crimson light as he coldly surveyed the battle unfolding below. Humph. Do they truly believe that uniting will enable them to vanquish us? Such naivety. With that thought, he formed hand seals and unleashed a formidable fire release technique, Hellfire of Purgatory. He took a deep breath, his chakra swirling violently within him, and then unleashed a torrent of flames. A vast, roaring sea of fire surged forth towards the allied forces. Wherever it passed, the ground was charred and cracked, and the flames soared to great heights, as if seeking to consume everything in their path. Li Haotian felt the formidable power of the raging inferno, realizing that ordinary defensive ninjutsu would be utterly futile against it. Consequently, he swiftly calmed his mind, dispelling all distractions and concentrating his entire celestial energy. With his hands pressed together in a meditative gesture before his chest, the celestial energy flowed ceaselessly from his spiritual root, coursing through his meridians and gathering between his palms. Simultaneously, he extended his consciousness to sense the surrounding natural spiritual energy, drawing it in to intertwine with his celestial force. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and he gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to maintain the convergence of power. As the energy intensified, a sphere emanating a soft radiance began to form between his hands, gradually expanding and growing increasingly brilliant. Infusing his understanding of the forces of nature into the sphere, mysterious runes began to appear on its surface, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, embodying boundless enigmatic power. When the energy reached its zenith, Li Haotian slowly thrust his hands forward and bellowed, "Celestial Technique, Primordial Universe Seal." The enormous handprint, radiating multicolored light and infused with limitless mysterious power, surged toward Uchiha. As it passed, the very fabric of space seemed to warp slightly, the air compressed with a sizzling sound, and the overwhelming pressure finally altered Uchiha's expression. He sensed the terrifying might of this celestial technique, and, not daring to underestimate it, quickly unleashed his most potent defensive ninjutsu while fully activating his Sharingan in an attempt to counter this assault. The primordial universe seal collided with Uchiha Yan's defense. And in an instant, blinding light erupted, enveloping the entire valley in its luminescence. Intense waves of energy surged outward like a roaring tide, sending numerous battling ninjas flying. As the brilliance gradually faded, the onlookers beheld that Uchiha Yan's defensive ninjutsu had been shattered, leaving him severely injured, blood trickling from his mouth, and his complexion pale. In contrast, despite exhausting a significant amount of celestial energy, Li Haoyan remained steadfast, his gaze resolute and determined. "Leader!" The members of the mysterious organization exclaimed in astonishment, their morale severely shaken. Seizing the opportunity, the allied forces launched a counterattack, their battle cries reverberating once more throughout the valley. Li Haoyan pressed on, leading the ninjas against the enemy, fully aware that this battle was far from over. It was imperative to eradicate this mysterious organization and completely resolve the crisis plaguing the ninja world. Amidst the fierce combat, the allied forces gradually gained the upper hand, while the members of the mysterious organization began their retreat. Yet, they clung to their last desperate struggles, attempting to utilize the various traps and hidden mechanisms within the valley to turn the tide. However, the ninjas from the various villages coordinated seamlessly, thwarting the enemy's cunning schemes time and again. As time passed, the ranks of the mysterious organization dwindled, and the encirclement of the allied forces tightened. Ultimately, through their collective efforts, this organization, which sought to disrupt the peace of the ninja world and seize celestial techniques, was utterly annihilated. After the battle concluded, the valley lay in ruins, shrouded in smoke. Li Haoyan gazed at the weary yet triumphant faces of the ninjas, his heart overflowing with emotion. This hard-won victory is the result of everyone's blood and sweat. My comrades, we have achieved it. The peace of the ninja world has been preserved, Li Haoyan proclaimed loudly, his voice tinged with a slight rasp, yet brimming with strength. The gathered ninjas erupted in joyous cheers, fully aware that this monumental battle would be etched into the annals of ninja history, with Li Haoyan undoubtedly standing as the foremost architect of this triumph. His sage techniques and indomitable courage will forever be immortalized in the ninja world, evolving into a legendary tale that inspires future generations of ninjas to safeguard peace. Resonating throughout every corner of the ninja realm. Chapter 61, The Secret of the Spirit Shadow Within the Residence of Tsunade. Li Haoyan immersed himself day and night in the study of the power of the Spirit Shadow. This enigmatic force was vastly different from the techniques he had previously mastered in the celestial realm, yet it possessed a unique allure that captivated him, rendering him unable to extricate himself from its grasp. On this particular day, Li Haoyan sat in a tranquil chamber, his consciousness gradually descending into the depths of the Spirit Shadow's power. In that mysterious realm of awareness, light and shadow flickered, as the Spirit Shadow seemed to manifest as a tangible entity, vaguely conveying to him certain ancient and arcane messages. Li Haoyan felt a stirring within his heart, focusing all his consciousness in an attempt to communicate with the spirit of the ethereal shadow. In an instant, a torrent of images flooded his mind. He beheld an ancient ninja clan, whose members possessed the extraordinary power of the ethereal shadow, safeguarding tranquility in a war-torn ninja world. As the scene shifted, he witnessed a breathtaking battle. The ninjas endowed with the ethereal shadow power engaged in a desperate struggle against a malevolent force, whose leader was shrouded in a dense aura of wickedness, wielding a power so formidable that it altered the very fabric of reality. Despite the valor and fearlessness of the ethereal shadow ninjas, they ultimately suffered grave injuries due to the insidious machinations of the dark forces, leading to the scattering of their power throughout the world. As the visions continued, Li Haoyan uncovered a monumental secret of the ethereal shadow power. It was revealed that this power was not merely a force for combat. It harbored a mysterious potential capable of transcending the boundaries of time and space. However, should this potential be unleashed, it would trigger catastrophic temporal turbulence, bringing unimaginable calamity to the entire world. Just as Li Haoyan was grappling with this startling revelation, the images abruptly vanished, and he jolted awake from his conscious realm. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, yet his eyes shimmered with excitement and determination. The astonishing secret of the ethereal shadow power ignited a fervent desire within him. If he could master this force, perhaps he could not only establish himself in the world of Naruto, but also seek a path back to the celestial realm. Li Haoyan murmured to himself. However, he was acutely aware of the inherent dangers. A slight misstep during his cultivation could unleash temporal chaos, plunging the world into irreparable ruin. Yet, The indomitable spirit within him refused to yield easily. In the days that followed, Li Haoyan began to explore the ethereal shadow power with heightened caution. He ceased his blind pursuit of strength and instead delved deeply into the operational principles of the ethereal shadow, endeavoring to discover a safe method to awaken its potential. Tsunade noticed the change in Li Haoyan. She observed him immersed in training day after day, his gaze oscillating between confusion and resolve, which filled her with concern. Haoyan, your recent training seems rather excessive. If this continues, your body may not withstand it, Tsunade said with genuine worry. Li Haoyan lifted his gaze, meeting Tsunade's concerned eyes. A warm current surged within him. Sister Tsunade, I am perfectly fine. I am merely delving into the secrets of the spirit shadow power. There is no need for you to worry. I will exercise caution. Tsunade furrowed her brow slightly, for the spirit shadow power was enigmatic and unpredictable. Please, do not take any unnecessary risks. If you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Li Haoyan nodded, fully aware that Tsunade genuinely cared for him. In this unfamiliar world, she had become akin to family, providing him warmth and support. After countless attempts and failures, Li Haoyan finally achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation of spiritual shadow powers. He discovered that by merging his spiritual energy with the powers of the spiritual shadow at a unique frequency, he could momentarily open a portal to a different dimension without triggering temporal chaos. This revelation filled him with exhilaration, as he realized it might be a crucial step towards his return to the celestial realm. However, just as he was preparing to delve deeper into his research, the world of shinobi was suddenly engulfed in a new crisis. Reports indicated that a mysterious force had quietly risen at the fringes of the ninja world. The members of this force, clad in black robes with their faces shrouded in shadows, left destruction in their wake, reducing villages to ruins and displacing the populace. Witnesses claimed that these figures emanated a strange aura, eerily reminiscent of the dark forces once sealed by the shadow ninjas. Upon receiving this news, Li Haoyan was overwhelmed by a profound sense of. He understood that he could not passively witness the world succumb to darkness. Thus, he resolved to temporarily set aside his cultivation of the spirit shadow power and immerse himself in the battle to defend the ninja realm. Tsunade convened the ninjas of Konoha village to deliberate on strategies. During the meeting, the ninjas expressed their opinions freely, creating an atmosphere that was both fervent and tense. This mysterious force is advancing with great ferocity. We must swiftly devise an effective combat plan, Tsunade stated with a grave expression. Li Haoyan rose to his feet, his gaze resolutely sweeping across the assembly. I have gained fresh insights into the power of spiritual shadows during my training, which may prove invaluable in this battle. I am willing to stand shoulder to shoulder with you all to protect the Hidden Leaf Village. The ninjas turned their attention to Li Haoyan, aware that despite his youth, his strength was formidable. In that moment, they perceived an indomitable courage and unwavering conviction emanating from him. With Haoyan joining us, our chances of victory have increased, remarked an elder ninja. Thus, under Tsunade's leadership, the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village commenced their preparations with fervor. They fortified the village's defenses, trained new recruits, and gathered intelligence, for a great battle against a mysterious force was imminent. Meanwhile, Li Haoyan diligently honed his mastery of spiritual shadows, readying himself to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy. He understood that this battle not only determined the fate of the Hidden Leaf Village, but also the destiny of the entire shinobi world. Chapter 62. The eve of battle. In the tense atmosphere of preparation, the Hidden Leaf Village resembled a taut bowstring. Li Haoyan was acutely aware of the perilous nature of the impending conflict. He spent each day in the training grounds behind the village, relentlessly refining his control over the power of spiritual shadows. The ethereal shadows in his hands gradually transformed into agile blades of light, shimmering with a chilling luminescence. With each swing, a howling wind arose, seemingly expressing its discontent and yearning. Li Haoyan endeavored to fuse his own spiritual energy with the power of the shadows, resulting in a qualitative leap in both speed and strength. His figure flitted across the training grounds like a specter, leaving behind a series of indistinct afterimages. Tsunade was busily occupied at the village's command center, orchestrating various resources and assigning defensive positions to the ninjas. Her eyes were steadfast and composed, her years of combat experience and leadership skills shining through in this critical moment. Yet, she harbored a tinge of concern for Li Haoyan's safety. Though the boy possessed unique abilities, he was still up against such a mysterious and formidable foe. One day, Tsunade took the opportunity to visit the training grounds to check on Li Haoyan. He was engaged in a fierce battle with a simulated enemy, his techniques sharp and varied. At times, the shadows formed a shield to deflect attacks, and at other times, they transformed into blades for counterattacks. Tsunade observed quietly from the sidelines, waiting for a moment in between his bouts to gently offer him a towel. Understanding her gesture, Li Haoyan accepted the towel, wiped the sweat from his brow, and smiled. "Sister Tsunade, you are always so thoughtful." Tsunade lightly admonished him. "You, always pushing yourself so hard, without regard for your own well-being. I look forward to exploring this shinobi world with you after the battle." Touched, Li Haoyan grasped Tsunade's hand and replied, "With you by my side, I am even more motivated to fight. I shall not let you down." On the opposite side of the village, intelligence ninjas returned one after another with additional information regarding the mysterious force. It turned out that this shadowy organization was called the Shadow Cult, which worshipped an ancient dark power, seeking to reshape the shinobi world through destruction and chaos. The disciples of the Shadow Cult have undergone rigorous training, excelling in the art of peculiar ninjutsu. They appear to be in pursuit of a formidable artifact. The consequences of their success would be dire. Upon receiving this intelligence, the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village resolutely fortified their resolve for battle. They engaged in relentless training day and night, preparing for the impending war. Meanwhile, several ninja clans unveiled their ancestral tools and secret techniques, contributing their might to this impending conflict. After gaining insight into the Shadow Cult, Li Haoyan found himself plunged into deep contemplation. He surmised that there might be more profound secrets lurking behind the cult, intricately linked to the spiritual shadows he was endeavoring to explore. Thus, he resolved to delve into the connection between the spiritual shadows and the Shadow Cult before the impending battle, hoping to uncover a method to counteract them. In a tranquil chamber, Li Haoyan once again entered the consciousness space of the spiritual shadows. This time, he actively sought information related to the Shadow Cult. The spiritual shadows seemed to sense his determination and began to unveil some indistinct fragments of memory. Li Haoyan witnessed the initial clash between the spiritual shadow ninjas and the Shadow Cult, a fierce confrontation where the dark ninjutsu employed by the cult plunged the spiritual shadow ninjas into a harrowing struggle. Ultimately, however, the ninjas discerned that the source of the Shadow Cult's power was a spiritual vein tainted by malevolent rituals. Severing this vein would diminish their strength. Upon emerging from the realm of consciousness, Li Haoyan found himself deep in contemplation. As he rose, Tsunade entered the room, and their eyes met in a knowing smile, for he understood that she was concerned about his progress. He shared his discoveries with Tsunade, who, after listening intently, summoned several high-ranking ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village to discuss strategies. If what Haoyan claims is indeed true, we must focus our efforts on locating and dismantling their source of power during the battle. However, the spiritual veins of the Shadow Sect are likely concealed with utmost secrecy and fortified with rigorous defenses, making this task quite formidable, remarked one ninja, furrowing his brow. Li Haoyan stepped forward and declared, "I can harness the sensing abilities of the spirit shadow to attempt to locate the position of the spiritual vein. However, I require the assistance of several ninjas skilled in stealth and ambush. Once we have pinpointed its location, we shall swiftly launch our attack." Tsunade pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "This plan is feasible. I will assign Kakashi Hitaki, Might Guy, and Nichi Hyuga to assist you in this endeavor. They are all elite ninjas of Konoha, possessing exceptional skills in both stealth and combat." Li Haoyan felt a surge of joy within him. He had heard of the formidable prowess of these ninjas, and their assistance significantly heightened the chances of success. In the final days leading up to the great battle, Li Haoyan began collaborative training alongside Kakashi and others. Tsunade often observed from the sidelines, noting that Li Haoyan's synergy with the other ninjas was growing increasingly harmonious. Li Haoyan's shadow power could preemptively warn of danger. Kakashi's Sharingan adeptly discerned the enemy's intentions. Might Guy executed powerful physical strikes at opportune moments, and Hyuga Niji's Byakugan focused on defense and identifying vulnerabilities. During one training session, the adversary set a trap, and just as Li Haoyan was about to issue a warning, Tsunade swiftly hurled a pebble, triggering the trap and ensuring everyone's safety. Grateful, Li Haoyan cast a glance at Tsunade, who winked in response, signifying their unspoken connection. As time elapsed, the presence of the Shadow Cult drew ever closer. The ninjas of Konoha stood on high alert, the air thick with tension. Li Haoyan perched atop the village wall, gazing into the distance, when Tsunade quietly approached him, their shoulders gently brushing against one another. No words were necessary. Their mutual trust and understanding were vividly conveyed through this subtle gesture. They both understood that this battle was not only for Konoha, but also for the peace and tranquility of the entire shinobi world. He had to succeed. He must protect this hard-won homeland and safeguard the precious bond and understanding they shared. Chapter 63. The Shadow Confrontation. The forces of the Shadow Cult loomed like a dark cloud, and the alarm of Konoha pierced the air. Li Haoyan, along with Kakashi, Might Guy, and Hyuga Niji, had already infiltrated the outskirts of the village, lying in wait for the opportune moment to strike. Li Haoyan closed his eyes, unleashing the power of the spirit shadow, which spread like an invisible net in all directions. Beads of sweat gradually formed on his forehead as he exerted himself to sense the source of the Shadow Sect's power. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, vigilantly observing the surroundings, leaving no slightest movement unnoticed. Might Guy, filled with fervor, leaned slightly forward, poised to pounce like a cheetah at any moment. Hyuga Niji's Byakugan scrutinized the flow of chakra around them, providing the team with comprehensive visibility. I found it, Li Haoyan suddenly exclaimed in a hushed tone, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. The other three followed suit without hesitation, darting through the trees with ghostly silence. As they neared the core area of the Shadow Sect's encampment, the enemy's defenses grew increasingly formidable. Li Haoyan summoned the Spirit Shadow's power, transforming it into black barriers that temporarily concealed the team. However, the acolytes of the Shadow Sect seemed to sense an anomaly, intensifying their patrols in the vicinity. It seems we must act swiftly, Kakashi said calmly, the Chidori in his hand crackling with blue electricity. Might Guy grinned widely, declaring, let them witness the might of Konoha. Hyuga Niji then cautioned softly, be careful, 3 enemy J-nin are approaching from the front. Li Haoyan's gaze sharpened as the power of the spirit shadow swiftly coalesced into 2 ethereal blades within his palm. The moment the enemy encroached upon their attack range, he bellowed a rallying cry and launched an assault in concert with his comrades. Kakashi's Chidori surged forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed at a shadowy Jonin, who hastily attempted to evade, only to be caught off guard by Might Guy's powerful whirlwind kick, sending him hurtling away. Meanwhile, Hyuga Niji, exploiting the advantage of his Byakugan, adeptly obstructed the movement of another adversary, allowing Li Haoyan's spirit shadow blades to slice through, gravely wounding the foe. However, the tumult of battle attracted more adherents of the Shadow Cult, who converged from all directions. Li Haoyan and his allies stood back to back, steeling themselves for an arduous confrontation. Fear not, we shall charge forth together, Li Haoyan proclaimed, unleashing a surge of spirit shadow energy that repelled the approaching enemies. Yet, amidst the fray, a flicker of concern crossed his mind as he pondered whether Tsunade was faring well against the frontal assault within the village. This very worry transformed into a wellspring of strength, intensifying the ferocity of his spirit shadow power. Within the confines of Konoha, Tsunade spearheaded the defense against the Shadow Cult's onslaught. Her monstrous strength was on full display, each punch capable of sending multiple foes flying. Hold the line. Haoyan and the others will prevail. Tsunade's voice resonated with unwavering conviction, bolstering morale, though her eyes betrayed her deep concern for Li Haoyan's safety. Meanwhile, in the Shadow Cult's encampment, Li Haoyan and his allies found themselves ensnared in a grueling struggle. The enemy numbers swelled, and fatigue began to set in. Just then, Li Haoyan sensed a formidable surge of dark energy, realizing it might be the very source of the Shadow Cult's power. Follow me, he urged, recklessly charging towards the source of the energy fluctuation, with Kakashi and the others valiantly carving a path through the chaos to keep pace. At last, they arrived before a colossal dark altar, where a black energy column ascended skyward, tethered to the underground spiritual vein. The vicinity was adorned with sinister runes and guarded by malevolent sentinels. This is the place. We must obliterate it, Li Haoyan declared. However, just as they prepared to strike, a formidable leader of the Shadow Cult emerged, shrouded in a dark robe that obscured his form, save for a pair of eyes glowing ominously red. Did you truly believe you could dismantle this place so easily? You are gravely mistaken, the leader sneered, forming hand seals to summon a multitude of dark puppets that surged towards them. Li Haoyan and his companions swiftly responded, as Kakashi and Might Guy confronted the puppets head-on. Hyuga Niji was tasked with defending against enemy ambushes, while Li Haoyan concentrated his efforts, striving to breach the altar's defenses using the power of spiritual shadows to sever the spiritual veins. Amidst the fierce battle, Li Haoyan discerned that the altar's defenses were intricately linked to an ancient dark formation. He recalled having encountered a method to unravel a similar formation within the memories of his spiritual shadows, prompting him to calm his mind and channel the power accordingly. Hao-Yin, hold on. We can barely withstand this. Might Guy exclaimed, his body battered and bruised, yet he continued to fight with unwavering determination. Li Hao-Yin gritted his teeth as the power of the spirit shadow finally succeeded in breaching a corner of the formation. Seizing the opportunity, he channeled all his strength and surged towards the spirit vein. However, the leader of the shadow sect, witnessing this, rushed towards Li Hao-Yin in a frenzied attempt to thwart him. Yet, Kakashi arrived just in time, engaging him in a breathtaking showdown with his Sharingan. In the final moment, Li Hao-Yin's spirit shadow energy successfully severed the spirit vein. Instantly, the pillars of dark energy began to collapse, plunging the entire shadow sect camp into chaos. The strength of the shadow sect's followers diminished drastically, allowing the ninjas of Konoha to launch a comprehensive counterattack. Li Hao-Yin let out a long sigh. Fully aware that Tsunade was undoubtedly engaged in battle at that very moment, he yearned to soar back to her side immediately. Meanwhile, within the village, Tsunade sensed the upheaval at the shadow camp, and a wave of joy surged through her heart, realizing that Li Hao-Yin had triumphed. The weariness of battle seemed to diminish slightly in her spirit. Li Hao-Yin and his comrades exhaled wearily, having successfully accomplished their mission. Yet, they understood that the battle was far from over. They must hasten back to the village to reunite with Tsunade and the other ninjas, ensuring the complete annihilation of the Shadow Sect and safeguarding the peace of Konoha and the world of Hokage. Chapter 64. Aftermath of crisis following the severance of the Shadow Sect's spiritual vein, the remnants, though significantly weakened, continued to resist fiercely. Under Tsunade's leadership, the ninjas of Konoha gradually subdued the enemy's onslaught. Li Hao-Yin and his team swiftly returned to the village, joining the final skirmish to cleanse the battlefield. The air was thick with smoke, and the clamor of battle reverberated through the surroundings. Amidst the chaos, Li Hao-Yin spotted Tsunade valiantly fighting in the throng, without hesitation. He rushed towards her, the power of his spiritual shadows swirling around him. Tsunade noticed his return, her eyes momentarily brightening with surprise and relief. "I'm back, Sister Tsunade," Li Hao-Yin called out, wielding his spirit shadow blade to fend off several Shadow Sect cultists charging toward her. Tsunade, slightly breathless, smiled and remarked, "Well done, you rascal." The two fought side by side, their cooperation seamless, as if their hearts were in perfect sync. They darted across the battlefield, leaving a trail of defeated foes in their wake. As time wore on, the remnants of the Shadow Sect were entirely eradicated. The ninjas of Konoha began to clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded. Li Hao-Yin and Tsunade made their way to the command center to deliberate on post-battle matters. Although they had triumphed over the Shadow Sect, the forces behind them might not yet have fully revealed themselves. Tsunade furrowed her brow, a hint of concern flickering in her gaze. Li Hao-Yin nodded in agreement. "As I severed their spiritual veins, I sensed a more potent dark aura lurking in the shadows. We must fortify the village's defenses while persistently pursuing the remnants of the Shadow Sect." In the ensuing days, Konoha Village entered a phase of intense reconstruction and enhancement of its defenses. Utilizing his knowledge of sage techniques and the power of spiritual shadows, Li Hao-Yin assisted the ninjas in establishing new defensive formations and traps. Meanwhile, Tsunade busied herself with resource allocation and soothing the villagers and the injured. One day, while cultivating his spiritual shadow abilities, Li Hao-Yin unexpectedly detected peculiar fluctuations within this power. Delving deeper, he uncovered fragmented memories vaguely connected to his past life in the celestial realm. It became evident that this spiritual shadow power bore intricate ties to a forbidden force long lost to the heavenly domain. Li Hao-Yin was taken aback, realizing that this might be the pivotal clue to his return to the celestial realm. However, he also understood that the misuse of such forbidden power could lead to catastrophic consequences. He found himself in a dilemma, uncertain whether to delve deeper into the exploration. Tsunade sensed Li Hao-Yin's unease and approached him, softly inquiring, "Hao-Yin, what troubles you of late? Have you encountered issues in your cultivation?" Li Hao-Yin met Tsunade's concerned gaze and, after a moment of hesitation, chose to share his discovery with her. After listening, Tsunade pondered for a brief moment and replied, "Hao-Yin, this is a significant secret. However, I have faith in your judgment. Whatever decision you make, I will stand by you." A warmth enveloped Li Hao-Yin's heart as he grasped Tsunade's hand, saying, "Sister Tsunade, your presence brings me a sense of security. I shall deliberate with caution and ensure that no one falls into peril." Unbeknownst to them, in the shadows of the Naruto world, a clandestine organization was surreptitiously rising to prominence. This organization bore a connection to the Shadow Sect. And upon learning of Li Haotian's possession of spiritual shadow power and his quest to return to the realm of immortals, they set their sights upon him. One night, while patrolling alone outside the village, Li Haotian was suddenly surrounded by a swarm of dark figures emerging from all directions. These individuals exuded a powerful and malevolent aura. Clearly having come prepared, Li Haotian, "Come with us," one shadowy figure intoned coldly. "We have a keen interest in the spiritual shadow power that resides within you." Li Haotian let out a cold laugh. "Do you truly believe you can confine me?" He swiftly summoned the power of the spirit shadow, readying himself for battle. However, the strength of these adversaries far exceeded his expectations. They employed a unique ninjutsu that suppressed Li Haotian's spirit shadow power, just as he found himself in dire straits. Tsunade arrived with the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village. It turned out that Tsunade, sensing unease upon discovering Li Haotian, had ventured out alone and failed to return, had come with reinforcements to search for him. "How dare you wreak havoc in the Hidden Leaf Village?" Tsunade exclaimed in fury as she charged towards the enemies. The ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village followed suit, launching a fierce assault against the members of the mysterious organization. With Tsunade's assistance, Li Haotian regained his composure. He focused his energy and broke free from the enemy's suppression of his spiritual shadow power, joining the fray. The battle raged on with both sides evenly matched. Sensing the tide turning against them, the mysterious organization ultimately opted for retreat. Li Haotian and Tsunade gazed in the direction where their foe had vanished, their hearts laden with trepidation. They understood that this was merely the inception. A far greater crisis loomed on the horizon. It was imperative that they swiftly enhance their prowess, unravel the enigma of the mysterious organization, and decipher the secrets behind the spirit shadow power. If they were to survive in this perilous world of shinobi and lay the groundwork for Li Haotian's quest to return to the realm of immortals. Chapter 65. Undercurrents. Following their confrontation with the enigmatic organization, the atmosphere in Konoha grew increasingly tense. Li Haotian and Tsunade were acutely aware that the threats they faced surpassed their imagination. They had to take the initiative to uncover the truth. Li Haotian resolved to enter a state of seclusion, endeavoring to unearth further clues regarding the enigmatic organization and the path back to the celestial realm from the power of the spirit shadow. Within the tranquility of his chamber, he immersed himself in the profound world of this power, his consciousness adrift like a fragile vessel upon the vast ocean of memories and strength. As he delved deeper into his exploration, he discovered a connection between the spirit shadow and the ancient legends of the Yin-Yang spirit realm from the world of fire shadows. According to legend, the Yin-Yang spirit realm is the juncture between life and death, light and darkness, harboring formidable powers capable of overturning the very fabric of the world. The mysterious organization might be pursuing the means to unlock the gates of the Yin-Yang spirit realm, seeking to harness its power for their clandestine objectives. Meanwhile, Tsunade was not idle during Haotian's seclusion. She dispatched the most elite intelligence ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village to investigate the whereabouts and background of the enigmatic organization. After arduous reconnaissance, they finally unearthed some leads. This mysterious organization was known as the Dark Spirit Society, which had been operating clandestinely throughout the ninja world, amassing a multitude of rogue ninjas and those with nefarious intentions. Its leader, a mysterious figure named Uchiha Yu, was rumored to possess a unique Sharingan, capable of executing long-lost malevolent ninjutsu. Furthermore, the Dark Spirit Society appeared to have intricate connections with certain malevolent forces that had been sealed away years ago, attempting to shatter the seals and unleash those terrifying powers to reshape the order of the ninja world. Upon receiving this intelligence, Tsunade promptly made her way to Haotian's place of seclusion. She gently knocked on the door and announced, "Haotian, there is news." Li Haotian gradually finished his meditation and rose to open the door. Upon seeing Tsunade's grave expression, he understood that the situation was far from simple. "Sister Tsunade, have you uncovered any information regarding the mysterious organization?" Tsunade nodded and detailed the intelligence concerning the Dark Spirit Society. After listening, a glint of cold light flashed in Li Haotian's eyes. "It seems their ambitions are considerable. We must thwart them, or the entire ninja world will plunge into an irretrievable abyss." Tsunade gazed at him and resolutely stated, "Indeed, but we cannot act recklessly. We need to unite with other ninja villages to collectively confront the Dark Spirit Society." Thus, Tsunade and Li Haotian embarked on a diplomatic mission. They journeyed to major ninja villages such as Sunagakure, Kirigakure, and Kimogakure, articulating the threat posed by the Dark Spirit Society to the village leaders. Initially, some ninja villages were skeptical of their warnings, But after Tsunade and Li Haoyan presented compelling evidence and recounted their personal experiences, the leaders of each village began to grasp the gravity of the situation. In Sunagakure, Gaara reflected for a moment after hearing their account and said, "Though Konoha and Sunagakure have had their past conflicts, in the face of this matter concerning the very survival of the ninja world, we are willing to set aside our grievances and stand shoulder to shoulder with you." Other ninja villages soon expressed their willingness to collaborate, forming a united ninja coalition to combat the Dark Spirit Society. During the coalition's preparations, Li Haotian engaged in exchanges and training with elite ninjas from various nations, sharing his knowledge of sage arts and the application of spiritual shadow techniques. In turn, he learned many unique ninjutsu skills from other ninjas, further enhancing his abilities. Tsunade took charge of the coalition's strategic planning and resource allocation, utilizing her exceptional leadership skills and extensive combat experience to organize the coalition effectively. However, the Dark Spirit Society seemed to have sensed the movements of the ninja coalition and decided to strike first. Before the coalition was fully assembled, the Dark Spirit Society launched a surprise attack, targeting a small town located on the border of the Land of Fire, where the population was dense and defenses relatively weak. Upon receiving the news, Li Haotian and Tsunade promptly led the ninjas of Konoha village to the rescue. When they arrived, the town was engulfed in flames. Members of the Dark Spirit Society were rampantly slaughtering the townsfolk, who fled in terror. Infuriating, Li Haotian exclaimed, charging headlong into the enemy ranks. The power of the spirit shadow erupted instantaneously, manifesting as streaks of black light that repelled the approaching foes. Tsunade followed closely behind, her extraordinary strength unleashed to its fullest. Sending each adversary, she struck soaring through the air. Ninjas from other villages began to arrive in succession, joining the fray. A fierce melee erupted between the allied forces and the Dark Spirit Society. During the battle, Li Haoyan discerned a tactical weakness in the Dark Spirit Society. While their individual might was formidable, their teamwork was notably lacking. "Everyone, coordinate your efforts and target their vulnerabilities," Li Haoyan shouted. The allied ninjas heeded his command, altering their strategy to work in unison, gradually gaining the upper hand. However, the leader of the Dark Spirit Society, Uchihayu, suddenly emerged, his Sharingan gleaming with an eerie light as he unleashed a powerful illusion that ensnared many of the allied ninjas in a dreamlike trap. Observing this, Li Haoyan swiftly employed sage techniques to dispel the illusion's effects. He then engaged Uchihayu in a breathtaking duel. The clash of spirit shadow power and the might of the Sharingan distorted the surrounding space. Aware of Uchihayu's formidable strength, Li Haoyan remained vigilant, responding to his adversary's onslaught with unwavering determination. Tsunade attempted to assist, but was impeded by other skilled members of the Dark Spirit Society. "Haoyan, be careful," Tsunade cried out anxiously. As Li Haotian gradually calmed himself amidst the chaos of battle, he discerned that although Uchihayu's Sharingan was formidable, its relentless use of powerful ninjutsu had taken a significant toll on his stamina. Consequently, he resolved to adopt a strategy of attrition, aiming to exhaust Uchihayu's energy. After a prolonged and intense confrontation, a flaw finally manifested in Uchihayu's defenses. Seizing the opportunity, Li Haotian unleashed the most potent strike of his shadow spirit power, successfully striking Uchihayu. Severely wounded, Uchihayu's Dark Spirit faction, sensing the dire situation, began their retreat. The allied forces triumphed over the assault of the Dark Spirit faction, albeit at a grievous cost. The town lay in ruins, with numerous ninjas and civilians having suffered casualties. Li Haoyan and Tsunade gazed upon the devastation before them, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Chapter 66. A new dawn in the ninja world. Under Tsunade's meticulous care, Li Haoyan's body gradually healed. One day, under the perfect sunlight, he stood in the courtyard, feeling the surging spiritual energy within him. "Haoyan, your body has now recovered significantly. What are your plans moving forward?" Tsunade inquired as she approached him. Li Haoyan lifted his gaze to the horizon and solemnly proclaimed, "I wish to disseminate the art of healing and the mystical ways of immortality within this world of shinobi. Perhaps I can effectuate some change." Tsunade nodded slightly. Having witnessed the extraordinary prowess of Li Haoyan's medical skills and peculiar abilities, fully aware that his words were not mere fiction. In this realm of incessant conflict among shinobi, the emergence of a new force to maintain equilibrium could indeed be a boon. However, it would inevitably disturb the interests of numerous established factions. "No matter. I shall proceed with utmost caution," Li Haotian asserted, his resolve unwavering. Shortly thereafter, Li Haotian resolved to commence his endeavors in the hidden Leaf Village. He established a modest clinic in the heart of the village, offering his services free of charge to the villagers in need of treatment. His medical expertise was nothing short of miraculous, whether it was a critically injured individual on the brink of death or a patient suffering from a perplexing ailment. All were swiftly restored to health under his care. Word of his remarkable abilities quickly spread throughout the village, prompting an influx of villagers seeking his aid. While healing the afflicted, Li Haotian also identified children with innate talent for spiritual cultivation, preparing to impart the secrets of immortality to them. However, his actions soon drew the scrutiny of the higher echelons of the Leaf Village's ninja ranks. Danzo was the first to voice his opposition. This man of mysterious origins is wreaking havoc in our midst. Who knows what his true intentions are? He may very well be a spy sent by rival ninja villages. Yet, Hokage Tsunade stood firmly in support of Li Haotian. His medical skills have rendered great service to the Leaf, and I perceive no malice in his demeanor. As the two sides remained at an impasse, a shadowy force quietly began to rise at the fringes of the ninja world. This dark faction secretly colluded with rogue ninjas and malevolent organizations, spreading chaos through acts of arson, murder, and plunder, committing unspeakable atrocities. Many smaller ninja villages, unable to withstand the onslaught, sought refuge and assistance from larger villages such as the Leaf. Upon learning of this matter, Li Haotian resolved to take action. He led several newly recruited disciples skilled in celestial arts towards the lair of the dark forces. As they stepped into the territory of darkness, a chilling atmosphere enveloped them. Suddenly, a swarm of shadowy figures surged forth from all directions. They were the assassins of the dark forces. Armed with sharp blades, their forms flickered like phantoms, swiftly encircling Li Haotian and his companions. Li Haotian's gaze was steely and composed. He gently raised his hand, and a surge of celestial energy radiated outward, forcing the approaching foes to stagger back several paces. You have committed countless atrocities. Today marks your demise. With that, he surged into the enemy ranks like a flash of lightning. With a swift motion of his palm, celestial magic transformed into searing flames, coiling around his adversaries like ethereal serpents, igniting them in an instant, their anguished cries echoing through the air. His disciples were equally resolute. One disciple formed intricate seals with his hands, reciting incantations of celestial magic, as the ground beneath them erupted with sharp earthen spikes, piercing towards the enemies. Another disciple summoned a gale of celestial winds, the slicing gusts cleaving through the enemy's defenses. Yet, the dark forces were not to be underestimated. Among them, a ninja resembling a leader swiftly formed seals and unleashed a dark ninjutsu, a sinister aura surging like a tide towards Li Haotian and his companions, seeking to engulf them. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Li Haotian swiftly altered his hand seals and bellowed, "Celestial technique, demon-breaking golden light." A brilliant beam of golden radiance erupted from his palm, piercing through the shroud of darkness like a sharpened sword, hurtling directly towards the leader. The leader, gripped by terror, hastily attempted to evade, yet the golden light grazed him, inflicting grievous wounds. However, at that moment, a multitude of foes surged forth from all directions, appearing as if they were inexhaustible. Li Haotian and his companions gradually found themselves ensnared in a fierce struggle, while the surrounding combat grew increasingly intense. The clashing of weapons and the cries of battle intertwined, staining the earth with crimson blood. In a critical moment of the conflict, Li Haotian inhaled deeply, channeling his entire reservoir of spiritual energy to unleash a formidable celestial technique. The heavens darkened ominously, and thunder roared as thick bolts of lightning descended upon the enemy. With each strike, entire groups of foes were reduced to mere dust in an instant. After a grueling battle, Li Haotian and his allies ultimately eradicated the dark forces. This decisive victory transformed the perception of Li Haotian among the higher echelons of the Konoha ninja, while the villagers held him in profound reverence, affectionately referring to him as the Lord of Medicine. As Li Haotian's renown burgeoned, other ninja villages began dispatching emissaries to seek knowledge and exchange ideas. Li Haotian welcomed all, aspiring for the celestial techniques to permeate the entire ninja realm, empowering more individuals to safeguard themselves and others. Yet, this endeavor was fraught with obstacles. Some conservative ninja clans harbored fears that celestial techniques might supplant traditional ninjutsu, covertly sabotaging Li Haotian's lectures and the dissemination of his teachings. They set traps within the training grounds and dispatched individuals to disrupt his instructional journeys. Li Haotian, upon discerning these conspiracies, refrained from adopting any extreme measures. Instead, before the gathered crowd, He methodically dismantled the traps and effortlessly subdued the instigators, appealing to reason and emotion alike. Ninjutsu and are not adversaries. Rather, they can serve to complement one another. The mystic arts possess the power to heal wounds and enhance strength if they could be integrated with ninjutsu. The realm of ninjas would undoubtedly flourish. His words plunged many into deep contemplation. Under Li Haoyan's diligent efforts, an increasing number of ninjas began to explore the study of. Some ninjas infused elements of into their ninjutsu, resulting in the creation of more formidable techniques. During this time, Li Haoyan remained committed to furthering his understanding of the healing arts. He discovered that certain herbs and minerals within the ninja realm possessed unique spiritual attributes. And by combining them with the alchemical practices of he produced a batch of high-quality elixirs. These potions not only enhanced the strength of the ninjas but also healed some of the more elusive internal injuries. However, this period of prosperity was short-lived. A mysterious force surged forth from a distant continent, with its master proclaiming himself the demon god. This formidable entity led a host of powerful demons, leaving devastation in their wake. They sought to conquer the ninja realm, transforming it into their dominion. The various ninja villages were compelled to unite in order to confront the demon god. Li Haoyan emerged as a pivotal figure in this conflict, standing resolutely at the forefront of the allied forces, engaging in a breathtaking confrontation with the demon god. The demon god loomed large, emanating an aura of malevolence. He wielded an enormous demonic blade, cleaving towards Li Haoyan. Unfazed, Li Haoyan deftly evaded the attack with a graceful maneuver, gathering the power of into his palms. A radiant beam of light surged forth towards the demon god. In response, the demon god roared in fury, unleashing black flames from his mouth, which clashed with Li Haoyan's luminous force, resulting in a momentary stalemate. The battle intensified as the allied ninjas launched fervent assaults against the demon god's minions from behind. Yet the demons proved exceedingly formidable, gradually pushing the coalition into a precarious situation. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Li Haoyan resolved to exert his utmost strength. He summoned all his spiritual energy to perform a never-before-seen technique in the ninja realm, the celestial art of the 9 revolutions of heaven and earth. Behold, the sky transformed as ominous clouds swirled, and a colossal vortex of spiritual energy enveloped the demon god. The demon god struggled within the whirlpool, yet the more it fought, the tighter the bindings became. Ultimately, through the concerted efforts of Li Haoyan and the allied forces, the demon god was sealed, and the malevolent creatures were dispelled. In the aftermath of this battle, the ninja world was ushered into a new era of peace. Li Haoyan's celestial techniques and medical practices took firm root in the ninja realm, and he emerged as a legendary figure in its history, celebrated through the ages. He continued to explore the harmonious integration of celestial arts and ninjutsu on this land, safeguarding the tranquility of the ninja world. He understood that future challenges may arise. Yet he stood undaunted, for the power and hope he had instilled would eternally resonate within the ninja realm. Chapter 67. The Inheritance and Transformation of Celestial Arts in the Wake of the Demon God's Turmoil. The ninja world entered a period of relative peace and prosperity, and Li Haoyan became an object of admiration for many. He recognized that this was an opportune moment to deeply integrate and perpetuate the celestial arts within the ninja realm. Within the village of Konoha, Li Haoyan established a school dedicated to celestial arts, attracting numerous young ninjas and aspiring practitioners. In the courtyard of the academy, he stood before a group of disciples, commencing the day's lecture. The celestial arts stem from the natural forces of heaven and earth. While they differ from the ninjutsu you practice daily, they share commonalities. Ninjutsu emphasizes the manipulation of chakra and the execution of various techniques, whereas celestial arts focus on the communication and resonance with natural spiritual energy. As he paced thoughtfully, Li Haoyan patiently elucidated these concepts. He gestured for a disciple to step forward and demonstrate a simple wind-release ninjutsu. The disciple formed hand seals, and a gentle breeze spiraled within his palm. Li Haoyan nodded, then with a graceful wave of his sleeve, infused the wind with celestial energy. Instantly, the mild breeze transformed into a powerful tornado, roaring as it swept up the earth beneath it. "Observe," he declared. This exemplifies the marvel of merging celestial arts with ninjutsu. Celestial energy can amplify the power and range of ninjutsu. In addition to practical instruction, Li Haoyan dedicated himself to compiling the sacred texts of celestial arts. He combined the cultivation methods of the celestial realm with the realities of the ninja world, authoring a foundational compendium of celestial arts tailored for ninja practice. These texts meticulously documented the steps for cultivating celestial arts, techniques for sensing spiritual energy, and approaches to merging them with ninjutsu, gaining widespread circulation across various villages in the ninja realm. However, the dissemination of celestial arts was not without its challenges. Some traditional ninja clans, while outwardly respectful towards Li Haoyan, covertly resisted the transmission of celestial arts. They feared that the rise of celestial techniques would undermine their clan's status and influence within the ninja realm. Consequently, they strictly prohibited their descendants from engaging with celestial arts and spread rumors in the villages, claiming that the practice of celestial arts could lead to a backlash of spiritual energy, endangering the physical and mental well-being of ninjas. Li Haoyan sensed the undercurrents swirling around him, feeling a sense of helplessness within. He contemplated how these families clung to antiquated ways, fixated solely on immediate gains while neglecting the long-term development of the ninja realm. Yet, he understood that forceful interference would only yield counterproductive results. He could only let the facts speak for themselves. He mused to himself, "My intention was to elevate the collective strength of the ninja world, providing everyone with an additional means to safeguard peace, yet I am met with suspicion and resistance. However, as long as I remain steadfast and allow the advantages of the sage techniques to shine through, they will eventually come to comprehend their merit." He was convinced that once the sage techniques showcased sufficient superiority and value, the rumors would inevitably dissipate on their own. Thus, he selected a few exceptionally gifted disciples who firmly believed in the sage techniques for focused cultivation, hoping they would become the backbone of its legacy. Among these disciples was a young man named Uchiha Rin, hailing from the Uchiha clan, yet he faced considerable ostracism due to his family's opposition to the sage techniques. Nevertheless, he possessed an extraordinary aptitude for understanding these techniques, and under Li Haoyan's guidance, he made remarkable progress. One day, while practicing the sage techniques, Uchiha Rin inadvertently awakened the power of the Sharingan, a trait inherent to his clan. The Sharingan fused with the spiritual energy of the sage techniques, giving rise to an entirely new ocular power. His eyes gleamed with an enigmatic light, enabling him to perceive the flaws in his enemy's sage techniques and to rebound their attacks with precision. Upon learning of this development, Li Haoyan was greatly delighted. He realized that the fusion of the ninja's bloodline prowess with the art of sage techniques might herald a new chapter in the power system of the ninja realm. Thus, he encouraged Uchiha Rin to delve deeper into the study of this amalgamated power and to share her findings with fellow disciples. As sage techniques gradually gained traction within the ninja world, new challenges also emerged. The cultivation of sage techniques necessitated considerable talent and a keen sensitivity to natural energy, leading some ninjas to encounter formidable obstacles during their training, hindering their progress. In pursuit of a solution to this dilemma, Li Haoyan commenced a journey across the ninja realm, seeking rare herbs and spiritual minerals. In an ancient ruin, he discovered a mineral known as Spirit Source Stone, which harbored abundant natural energy, capable of aiding ninjas in their cultivation of sage techniques. Li Haoyan brought the Spirit Source Stone back to the academy, where, after refinement and processing, he crafted Spirit Source pills. Upon consuming these pills, ninjas experienced a heightened capacity for absorbing and converting natural energy, significantly enhancing the success rate of sage technique cultivation. Through Li Haoyan's dedicated efforts, the status of sage techniques in the ninja realm steadily solidified. An increasing number of ninja clans began to shift their stance, permitting their progeny to learn sage techniques. Some ninja villages even integrated sage techniques into their formal education systems, placing them alongside ninjutsu and taijutsu as essential subjects for ninja training. Moreover, the fusion of sage techniques with traditional ninjutsu birthed numerous new professions and schools of thought. Some ninjas, adept in medical ninjutsu, transformed into sage healers after mastering sage techniques. They not only treated injuries and ailments but also utilized sage methods to mend damaged meridians and souls, curing conditions once deemed incurable. Additionally, certain ninjas focused on the synergy between sage techniques and ninja tools, etching sage runes upon these implements, endowing them with the potency of sage arts. These enhanced sage tools proved immensely effective in combat, becoming invaluable assets for ninjas. Li Haoyan gazed upon the flourishing of within the realm of ninjas, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was merely the inception of a much grander journey. The power structure of the ninja world was vast and intricate, and the amalgamation of and ninjutsu had a long and arduous path ahead. At that moment, news from afar reached him. An enigmatic island had manifested peculiar energy fluctuations of, and countless ninjas who ventured to investigate had vanished without a trace. Li Haoyan recognized that this could represent a new challenge, as well as an opportunity to delve deeper into the mysteries of He resolved to lead his disciples to this mysterious island to uncover its secrets. Before their departure, he admonished the ninjas of Konoha village to persist in the transmission and advancement of the techniques that integrated with ninjutsu, urging them not to slacken in his absence. Upon stepping onto the enigmatic island, Li Haotian was met with a powerful and ancient aura that enveloped him. The island was shrouded in dense, rendering visibility exceedingly low. They proceeded with utmost caution, when suddenly, a cohort of enigmatic warriors clad in peculiar armor, wielding luminous weapons, burst forth from and launched an assault upon them. Li Haotian swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a protective celestial shield to safeguard his disciples behind him. Be cautious, everyone. The power emanating from these warriors is formidable, seemingly a product of some ancient celestial technique. The disciples promptly unleashed their learned celestial arts and ninjutsu, engaging in a fierce battle with the enigmatic warriors. Uchiha Rin activated her Sharingan, merging it with celestial techniques, discerning the trajectory of the enemy's attacks, skillfully evading and countering time and again. Other disciples showcased their unique abilities, some harnessing celestial arts to manipulate the forces of nature against their foes, while others employed celestial ninja tools for close combat. During the skirmish, Li Haotian discerned that the attacks of these mysterious warriors appeared to adhere to a specific formation pattern. Calming his mind, he utilized his formidable spiritual awareness to sense the flow of celestial energy around him, quietly analyzing. This formation, while seemingly intricate, has discernible pathways. If I can identify the critical nodes, it can surely be dismantled. At last, he identified a flaw in the formation. Everyone, follow my lead. Concentrate your celestial attacks on the warrior to the east. Strike at the heart of the formation, Li Haotian exclaimed. Upon hearing his command, the disciples united their efforts, channeling their celestial energy into a singular point. In an instant, a tremendous surge of celestial power shattered the formation of the mysterious warriors, sending them reeling. With the battle concluded, Li Haotian led his disciples deeper into the island for further exploration. They stumbled upon the ruins of an ancient celestial palace, its walls adorned with various celestial runes and murals chronicling the mysteries of celestial arts. Li Haotian regarded this discovery as a treasure trove, recognizing that these findings would provide crucial clues and foundations for the advancement of celestial arts within the ninja realm. As he studied the celestial palace ruins, Li Haotian grasped a more profound technique of celestial art fusion, the soul fusion technique. This method allowed a ninja soul to merge deeply with celestial energy, granting them enhanced strength and heightened perception. However, the practice of the soul fusion technique bore significant risks. Any misstep could lead to soul damage or even obliteration. Li Haotian was acutely aware of these dangers, causing him to hesitate. He pondered, though the soul fusion technique is potent, if my disciples falter in their training, how can I justify their trust and loyalty? Yet, if I allow fear to paralyze progress, the advancement of celestial arts in the ninja realm will stagnate. Nevertheless, he believed that with proper guidance and adequate preparation, his disciples could master this powerful celestial art. Thus, he secluded himself within the celestial palace ruins for several days, synthesizing his insights with the realities of the ninja realm, ultimately devising a safe and feasible training method for the soul fusion technique. He imparted this methodology to his disciples, personally supervising and guiding them to ensure their safety throughout the training process. After a period of rigorous practice, several disciples successfully mastered the soul fusion technique, experiencing a qualitative leap in their abilities, emerging as the new generation of celestial art masters in the ninja realm. Li Haotian returned triumphantly with his disciples, their minds brimming with the knowledge and experiences gleaned from the mysterious island. They brought back invaluable insights to the ninja world, sharing their newfound wisdom and techniques with fellow ninjas. This influx of knowledge ignited a renewed fervor for the study of senjutsu, further advancing the integration of senjutsu with traditional ninjutsu. Through Li Haotian's relentless efforts, senjutsu gradually evolved into a comprehensive and unique legacy within the ninja realm, intertwining harmoniously with the existing power structures. He became an immortal monument in the annals of ninja history, revered and celebrated by future generations. His legendary tale continues to inspire countless ninjas to explore, innovate, and aspire towards higher realms of power, thereby contributing to the enduring peace and prosperity of the ninja world. Chapter 68. A new crisis and mission. The flourishing development of senjutsu in the ninja world did not lead Li Haotian to complacency. He was acutely aware of the vastness of the universe and the imminent threats that could arise. After integrating the treasures gleaned from the mysterious island into the ninja legacy, he began to cast his gaze toward the distant cosmos, seeking to uncover the origins of senjutsu and the potential crises that might lie hidden therein. Li Haoyan established a watchtower in the village of Konoha, within which he meticulously arranged formidable sage techniques and sensing formations capable of detecting energy fluctuations from thousands of miles away. He selected a group of exceptionally talented ninjas, endowed with a keen sensitivity to sage techniques, to stand vigilant day and night, closely monitoring the disturbances within the ninja realm and beyond, across the entire globe. One day, a hurried report reached him from the station ninjas, indicating the emergence of a powerful and enigmatic energy storm on the distant horizon, hurtling towards the ninja realm with a fierce intensity. The energy contained within this tempest was extraordinarily complex, imbued with the essence of sage techniques, yet interwoven with a dark power never before encountered. Upon hearing this, Li Haoyan immediately ascended the watchtower to personally assess the situation. His expression grew grave as an ominous premonition surged within him. This energy storm was no mere natural phenomenon. It was undoubtedly the result of some malevolent force's deliberate machination. He understood all too well that this impending crisis might be more dire than any faced before, posing not only a threat to the safety of the ninja realm, but potentially endangering the fate of the entire planet. Li Haoyan swiftly convened the leaders and formidable figures of the ninja realm for an urgent meeting in the village of Konoha. During the assembly, he meticulously conveyed the details regarding the energy storm and expressed his profound concerns. This force is extraordinarily potent and malevolent. We must not underestimate it. I propose that we establish the most formidable defensive line along the borders of the ninja realm, uniting all sage ninjas and those adept in sealing techniques to collectively withstand the onslaught of this tempest. Li Haoyan's voice resonated with unwavering determination, instilling a glimmer of confidence among the assembly. The leaders nodded in agreement, signifying their support. Subsequently, the ninjas sprang into action, rallying at the periphery of the ninja realm according to Li Haoyan's directives. They unleashed a myriad of sage techniques and ninjutsu, erecting robust defenses, with runes aglow and radiance soaring skyward. However, when the energy storm truly descended, the assembly was nonetheless awestruck by its overwhelming power. The storm roared forth like a colossal beast, effortlessly breaching the outer defenses. Wherever it passed, mountains crumbled and the earth trembled. The sage ninjas fought valiantly, employing every ounce of their skill, yet still found it arduous to withstand its ferocity. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Li Haoyan understood that he must take matters into his own hands. He inhaled deeply, summoning all his celestial energy to unleash his self-invented celestial dome shield. A colossal, dome-shaped barrier materialized above the shinobi world, momentarily warding off the tempest. However, Li Haoyan also felt an immense strain, as his celestial energy rapidly dwindled. This approach was unsustainable. We must locate the heart of the storm and obliterate it, he declared resolutely. Uchiha Rin stepped forward, his eyes shimmering with the fusion of celestial techniques and Sharingan. Master, I am willing to accompany you. My ocular abilities may be able to uncover the core of the tempest. Li Haoyan nodded and, accompanied by several formidable warriors including Uchiha Rin, plunged into the heart of the energy storm. Within the tempest lay a chaotic world, where dark forces incessantly gnawed at their bodies and celestial energy. Yet, through mutual support and unwavering conviction, they pressed forward, inching ever closer to the core. At last, they uncovered the heart of the storm, a colossal sphere of dark energy encircled by sinister runes and formations, voraciously absorbing external energy to augment its own might. It is the source. Let us strike it down together, Li Haoyan proclaimed. The group unleashed their most potent celestial techniques, their energies converging into a formidable torrent aimed at the dark energy sphere. However, the sphere's defenses were exceedingly robust, merely rippling at the surface under their assault. This defense is impenetrable. We must discern its vulnerabilities, Uchiha Rin remarked, her brow furrowed as she activated her Sharingan, seeking to unveil the sphere's weaknesses. In a pivotal moment, Li Haoyan suddenly felt a unique resonance between his internal celestial energy and the surrounding natural forces. A spark ignited within him as he recalled the celestial soul fusion technique he had mastered on the mysterious island. Perhaps only through harnessing this potent and pure force could he shatter the present impasse. He resolved to take the risk. Li Haoyan closed his eyes, channeling the power of the celestial soul fusion technique, delving deeper into the amalgamation of his spirit and celestial energy. In an instant, his aura surged, warping the very space around him. Everyone, channel your celestial energy to me. I shall break through, he called out. Without hesitation, the group poured their energies into Li Haoyan, who, with their combined strength, unleashed an unprecedented strike. This blow, infused with the formidable might of the celestial soul fusion technique, hurtled straight toward the core of the dark energy sphere. With a resounding crash, the dark energy sphere shattered under the force of the attack. The energy storm dissipated, restoring tranquility to the ninja world. Exhausted, the group returned to their realm, having triumphed in safeguarding their home despite the arduous trials they had faced. This crisis deepened the ninja world's understanding that the path of celestial techniques remains fraught with challenges, emphasizing the necessity of continual strength enhancement to confront potential future threats. Li Haoyan gazed upon the rejuvenated shinobi world, silently pledging his vow. He would persist in unraveling the mysteries of sage techniques, inheriting and advancing their power to safeguard this hard-won peace. His legendary tale intertwined with the shinobi world would continue to be inscribed in the annals of time, transforming into an immortal legend that inspires generations of ninjas to bravely pursue the brilliance of strength and justice. Chapter 69. The New Era of Sage Techniques. In the wake of this battle, the shinobi world held Li Haoyan in even greater esteem, his renown echoing in every corner. Yet, Li Haoyan did not bask in the glory of victory. Instead, he began to reflect upon the myriad issues revealed by this crisis. He realized that although sage techniques had developed within the shinobi world, the mastery of these techniques among ninjas remained uneven, and they lacked a profound understanding and strategies to combat the unknown malevolent forces of the universe. Thus, Li Haoyan resolved to undertake a comprehensive reform of the inheritance and teaching of sage techniques. He gathered all the disciples from the Sage Technique Academy and the elite ninjas of the shinobi world, announcing a series of new initiatives. Firstly, he would implement a more meticulous tiered teaching approach based on the ninjas' talents, strength, and comprehension of sage techniques. For beginners, the emphasis would be on solidifying the foundational aspects of sage techniques, nurturing their ability to perceive and communicate with natural energy for those with a certain level of skill. The focus would shift to the intricate fusion of sage techniques and ninjutsu, as well as the understanding and application of various complex sage technique formations. Furthermore, Li Haoyan decided to establish a Sage Technique Research Institute in Konoha, inviting sages, scholars, and ninjas adept in sage technique research to participate collaboratively. The primary mission of the institute would be to delve deeply into the principles of sage techniques, unravel the mysteries of various energies in the universe, and develop defensive and offensive strategies against different malevolent forces. Uchiha Rin proactively volunteered to join the institute, stating, "Master, during my confrontation with that dark energy orb, I acutely felt my insufficient understanding of sage techniques. I hope to further explore the potential fusion of sage techniques with the Sharingan in the institute, contributing more power to address future crises." Li Haoyan readily consented. During the construction of the institute, Li Haoyan serendipitously discovered an ancient underground relic. This site contained a wealth of invaluable materials related to the origins of sage techniques, along with some long-lost artifacts for training in these techniques. These findings were akin to treasures for Li Haoyan, who personally led a team to delve into the relic for exploration and research. After months of effort, they deciphered a novel system of sage cultivation known as the Spirit Source Sage Technique. This technique emphasizes the mind as the source and natural energy as the flow, requiring the practitioner's inner purity and steadfastness to invoke a more powerful and pure sage energy. Compared to traditional sage techniques, the Spirit Source Sage Technique presents a heightened level of difficulty in cultivation. However, once mastered, its potency will far exceed expectations. Li Haoyan resolved to incorporate the Lingyuan Immortal technique into the advanced curriculum of the Immortal Arts Academy, establishing a dedicated research group within the institute to delve into its optimization and refinement. As time unfolded, the Immortal Arts Research Institute achieved a series of remarkable breakthroughs. They successfully deciphered the components and structure of the malevolent forces contained within the previous dark energy storm, subsequently developing a specialized sealing technique, the Purifying Demon Seal, designed to counteract such wicked powers. Simultaneously, significant advancements were made in the integration of immortal techniques with ninja tools. The ninjas crafted a novel tool named the Immortal Power Blade, which efficiently transmitted the energy of immortal techniques, enabling it to deliver formidable enhancements in both offensive and defensive maneuvers. During this period, the younger generation of ninjas in the ninja realm swiftly rose to prominence. Under this innovative educational framework, they flourished, with some exceptional individuals even surpassing their predecessors, becoming the new pillars of immortal power within the ninja world. However, tranquility did not endure for long. One day, while Li Haotian was engrossed in a secluded study of a new theory of immortal technique fusion at the Research Institute, a sudden and intense spatial disturbance shattered the serenity. He hastily emerged from his retreat to investigate, only to witness a colossal rift in the sky, emanating a chilling aura. Moments later, a group of enigmatic figures clad in peculiar black robes, their expressions stern and unyielding, gradually emerged from the fissure. Their robes were adorned with an array of arcane runes, and they wielded weapons that glimmered with an eerie light, their eyes betraying an air of haughty arrogance and coldness. The leading figure surveyed the ninja realm below with a disdainful gaze and proclaimed coldly, "This insignificant world dares to aspire to glimpse the supreme mysteries of immortal techniques. Today marks your end." Li Haotian felt a weight in his heart, for he knew that a new challenge was upon him. Yet, he stood undaunted. His gaze filled with unwavering determination. "No matter from whence you come, if you wish to disrupt the shinobi world, you must first confront me." With that declaration, he summoned his sage power, and the ninjas behind him prepared themselves for the impending confrontation. An exhilarating battle was about to unfold in the skies above the shinobi realm. Chapter 70, The Battle of the Star Abyss. Li Haotian was enveloped in an ethereal aura, akin to a resplendent river of stars swirling around him. He gazed intently at the enigmatic figures clad in black robes, striving to uncover the threads of their origins. Yet, the unfamiliar and formidable presence they exuded was as elusive as the depths of an abyssal void. "Who are you? Why do you seek to intervene in the shinobi world?" Li Haotian demanded, his voice resonating with authority. The leader of the black-robed figures responded with a chilling, maniacal laughter. "We are the emissaries of the abyssal void, hailing from the remote depths of the star realm. The mysteries of this world as celestial arts should be governed by us, and we shall not permit mere insects like you to excavate them at will." With that declaration, the black-robed figure swung a weapon imbued with a ghostly light, prompting his companions to form a formation. Waves of dark energy surged forth like arrows, targeting the shinobi world. Observing the imminent threat, Li Haotian swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring an upgraded version of the celestial shield, the Starry Guardian. A colossal shield, shimmering with the brilliance of stars, materialized instantaneously, enveloping the shinobi realm. The dark energy projectiles collided with the shield, erupting into a dazzling array of sparks. "We cannot remain passive. We must strike first," Li Haotian proclaimed with fervor. In a flash, he darted forward like a meteor towards the assembly of black-robed figures. Uchiha Rin also activated the pinnacle of his powers, merging sage techniques with his Sharingan. His eyes swirling with celestial insights, perceiving the enemy's every movement. The other shinobi unleashed their sage energy blades, channeling the strength of their formations to launch a barrage of sage-infused attacks toward the black-robed adversaries. However, the formation of the black-robed figures was intricately crafted, allowing them to effortlessly neutralize the onslaught of the shinobi. In retaliation, they employed a formidable celestial technique known as the Star Annihilation, unleashing a tide of dark star energy that swiftly engulfed numerous shinobi. Li Haotian plunged into the throng of dark-cloaked figures, his celestial power and martial arts merging in perfect harmony, each strike imbued with cataclysmic force. He engaged in a breathtaking close-quarters combat with the leader of the black-robed individuals. Their fists colliding, the shockwaves generated by their celestial energies radiating outward, warping the very fabric of space. "Your celestial arts are nothing but trivial. How dare you arrogantly proclaim yourselves the envoys of the Star Abyss?" Li Haotian bellowed, as the fusion of his celestial soul technique surged within him, his strength escalating relentlessly. Yet, the black-robed figure remained unfazed, retorting, "Do you presume this is all our power?" Such naivety. As he spoke, his cloak suddenly burst forth with radiant light, revealing an expansive star map behind him, brimming with boundless stellar energy that flowed ceaselessly into his being. Uchiha Rin, observing from the sidelines, discerned the underlying truth. Utilizing the unique abilities of his Sharingan, he pinpointed a crucial node within the star map. "Master, strike the star at the upper left of the star map behind him," he shouted emphatically. Upon hearing this, Li Haotian seized the opportune moment, channeling all his celestial energy into a single punch directed at the pivotal node. This strike embodied his profound comprehension of celestial arts and an unwavering conviction, directly impacting the critical point of the star chart behind the cloaked figure. A resounding crash echoed as the star chart shattered instantaneously, resulting in a significant diminishment of the figure's power. Seizing this moment, Li Haotian unleashed the purifying magic seal, temporarily confining the cloaked individual. The other cloaked figures, witnessing their leader's entrapment, intensified their assault. However, the ninjas gradually adapted to their rhythm, employing various tactics and celestial techniques developed by the Celestial Arts Research Institute. Amidst the fierce battle, Li Haoyan discerned that the source of the cloaked figure's strength was linked to a unique celestial stone. By destroying the stones they carried, their power could be fundamentally undermined. Thus, he led the formidable Uchiha Rin and others to systematically dismantle the celestial stones from the cloaked figures. After an arduous and extraordinary struggle, the ninjas ultimately succeeded in repelling this group of Star Abyss envoys. Yet, Li Haoyan understood that this was merely the beginning. Deeper within the Star Abyss, even more formidable adversaries awaited them. In the aftermath of the battle, Li Haoyan returned to the Celestial Arts Research Institute, acutely aware of the necessity to expedite research and innovation in celestial arts to bolster the overall strength of the ninja realm. Concurrently, he began to prepare for an expedition into the Star Abyss, determined to take the initiative and uncover the truth before the enemy's next onslaught, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of the ninja world. Chapter 71. The disturbance of the spiritual veins. Under Tsunade's meticulous care, Li Haoyan's injuries gradually healed, and his vitality slowly returned. However, just as he believed that tranquility was settling in, an inexplicable stirring surged from the depths of his heart. One day, while cultivating in the courtyard and attempting to discern the patterns of spiritual energy within, he suddenly sensed a distant yet familiar force beckoning him. This power seemed to emanate from the depths of the earth, bearing a subtle resemblance to the spiritual vein resonance he had once perceived in the celestial realm. Li Haoyan felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He ceased his cultivation, rose to his feet, and directed his gaze towards the horizon. Just then, Tsunade emerged from within the house and, noticing the unusual expression on Li Haoyan's face, inquired, "Haoyan, what troubles you?" Li Haoyan furrowed his brow and remarked, "Sister Tsunade, I sense a peculiar surge of power. It appears that beneath this land lies a hidden secret." Tsunade paused momentarily, for as the princess of the Center clan, she possessed an intimate understanding of the circumstances surrounding Konoha. Yet, she had never encountered any mention of such a forceful fluctuation. "Haoyan, are you certain? Could it be merely a figment of your imagination?" Li Haoyan shook his head and replied, "No, Sister Tsunade, I will not be mistaken. This force, though feeble, is remarkably pure, akin to an uncharted spiritual vein." Closing his eyes in deep concentration, he immersed himself in the essence of this spiritual vein, seeking to comprehend its uniqueness. He discerned that this vein, in comparison to those of the celestial realm, lacked a certain grandeur yet possessed an abundance of vitality and dynamism. It resembled a slumbering sprite, emanating a subtle aura from deep within the earth, an essence imbued with the memories and power of the land, nurturing the growth and cyclical existence of all beings. Each ripple of spiritual energy seemed to narrate the tales of the Naruto world, recounting the fervent battles of ninjas, the simple lives of villagers, and the harmonious coexistence of nature. Although Tsunade harbored some doubts in her heart, she had faith in Li Haoyan's perceptive abilities. "What shall we do then? Should we inform Lord Hokage?" Li Haoyan pondered for a moment and said, "Let us not rush. I wish to investigate this matter further and discern the nature of this power. Tsunade, you remain here while I venture forth." With that, Li Haoyan swiftly darted towards the source of the energy fluctuations. Tsunade watched his departing figure, a sense of unease stirring within her heart. Li Haoyan soared through the skies for a considerable distance, ultimately arriving at the source of the pulsating energy. He gently descended into a desolate valley, where he observed the surrounding rocks emanating a faint luminescence, and the ground subtly hinted at the convergence of spiritual energy. Indeed, it was a spiritual vein. A wave of joy surged within Li Haoyan as he crouched down, placing his palm upon the earth in an attempt to commune with the vein. However, the moment his hand made contact with the ground, a formidable force suddenly erupted from the spiritual vein, sending him hurtling backward. Li Haoyan steadied himself, silently astonished. He had not anticipated that this spiritual vein would be so formidable, and it appeared to possess a certain resistance as well. What could be the reason behind this? Was it possible that this spiritual vein had been sealed? Li Haoyan once again endeavored to approach the spiritual vein, this time meticulously releasing his own spiritual energy, which gradually permeated the earth. As his energy delved deeper, he ultimately discerned the root of the issue. It turned out that this spiritual vein was sealed by an ancient binding technique, the strength of which was gradually waning, resulting in a leakage of its power. It was imperative to reinforce the seal. Otherwise, should the vein spiral out of control, it would bring cataclysmic consequences to this land. Li Haoyan silently resolved to act. He commenced the celestial sealing technique, seeking to establish a connection with the vein and subsequently restore the seal. However, just as he was on the verge of completing the sealing process, a group of enigmatic figures materialized in the valley, clad in black robes and masked. Their features were obscured. "Who are you, daring to meddle in our affairs?" one of the mysterious figures coldly inquired. Li Haoyan stood up, casting a wary gaze upon the enigmatic figures before him. "Who are you? Why have you sealed this spiritual vein?" he inquired. The mysterious individual let out a cold chuckle and replied, "This spiritual vein is a vital resource for our organization. We shall not permit anyone to interfere. It would be wise for you to depart swiftly, or else do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." Li Haoyan felt a surge of rage within him as he proclaimed, "You intend to exploit the spiritual veins for nefarious purposes, and I shall not permit it. Today, I shall put an end to your schemes." With that, Li Haoyan was the first to strike, unleashing a formidable celestial technique aimed at the mysterious figure. Upon witnessing this, the enigmatic individuals swiftly employed their ninjutsu to counter the attack. In an instant, the valley was illuminated with radiant flashes, and the air was filled with the incessant sounds of explosions. In the midst of battle, Li Haoyan discerned that these enigmatic individuals possessed formidable strength. Their ninjutsu executed with remarkable synergy, seemingly countering his own celestial techniques. Yet, he did not waver. Rather, he grew increasingly resolute. He continuously altered his celestial assault methods, striving to uncover a flaw in the mysterious foes. Amidst the fierce clash, Li Haoyan abruptly realized that their power appeared to be linked to a malevolent chakra. A thought stirred within him, reminiscent of the legends he had heard in the celestial realm regarding dark forces. Could they be connected to that sinister power? Li Haoyan pondered privately. Resolving to unleash his full potential, he determined to swiftly conclude this confrontation and subsequently unravel the seal on the spiritual veins. Thwarting the nefarious designs of these mysterious entities, Li Haoyan took a deep breath, summoning all the spiritual energy within him to unleash his most formidable celestial technique, the celestial spirit annihilation. A tremendous beam of light erupted from his hand, enveloping the enigmatic figures before him. The mysterious individuals, sensing the overwhelming force, were overcome with terror. They attempted to flee, yet discovered there was no escape. Under the radiance of the light, the mysterious figures emitted anguished cries as their forms gradually began to dissipate. Li Haoyan successfully vanquished the enigmatic adversary, yet he expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy in the process. He gradually approached the spiritual vein, continuing to execute the sealing technique. This time, he was undisturbed, completing the seal with ease. As the sealing concluded, the power of the spiritual vein steadily stabilized, and tranquility returned to the valley. Li Haoyan exhaled in relief, knowing that he had once again safeguarded this land. With his weary body, he slowly soared back to Konoha. Tsunade had been waiting at the village entrance for quite some time, and upon seeing Li Haoyan return safely, her worries finally dissipated. "Haoyan, I am so relieved to see you unharmed," Tsunade exclaimed with excitement. Li Haoyan smiled faintly and said, "Sister Tsunade, I am fine. I am merely a bit fatigued." Tsunade supported Li Haoyan as they returned home, urging him to rest adequately. Lying on his bed, Li Haoyan contemplated the events of the day. He understood that the emergence of this spiritual vein was merely the beginning. In the future, he might encounter even greater challenges. Yet, he was unafraid, for he possessed the resolve and conviction to protect this land. Chapter 72. A new chapter in the medical arts of the ninja world during his time in Konoha. Li Haoyan, through the medical techniques he acquired in the celestial realm and his exquisite mastery over chakra, had become a rising star in the field of medical ninjutsu. On this day, sunlight bathed the courtyard of the Konoha hospital, where Li Haoyan was engaged in a discussion with Tsunade regarding the treatment of complex ailments. "Sister Tsunade, I have observed that while the diseases in the ninja world possess their unique characteristics, they share fundamental similarities with certain ailments from the celestial realm. For instance, the imbalance in bodily functions caused by chaotic chakra is akin to the discomfort triggered by the reversal of spiritual energy in the celestial realm," Li Haoyan stated with unwavering focus. Tsunade nodded gently, her eyes reflecting admiration and agreement. "Haoyan, your insights are indeed remarkable. Your presence has brought forth new perspectives and methodologies to the medical ninjutsu of Konoha." While they conversed, a ninja rushed in, his expression fraught with urgency. "Lady Tsunade, there is an emergency. A team returning from a mission at the village's edge encountered an attack by mysterious foes. Numerous casualties have been reported, and their injuries are grave. Our medical ninjas are struggling to cope." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's demeanor shifted instantly to one of gravity. She rose and resolutely declared, "Take me there immediately." Li Haotian followed closely behind her. Upon their arrival at the scene, the sight before them was distressing. The injured lay scattered on the ground, some with wounds marred by ominous black chakra that relentlessly eroded their bodies, eliciting groans of agony. The medical ninjas nearby were diligently attempting to administer aid, but their efforts yielded little success. Li Haotian exhibited no hesitation. He swiftly approached the most gravely injured ninja. His hands began to emanate a gentle luminescence, a manifestation of his unique understanding of the life force and chakra. First, he enveloped the wounded individual's heart meridian with spiritual energy, halting the further spread of the malevolent black chakra before meticulously examining the wound. This force was exceedingly nefarious, far beyond the realm of ordinary ninjutsu harm. Li Haotian remarked with a furrowed brow. He endeavored to purify the dark chakra incrementally, a process that was slow and arduous, with each removal of the malevolent essence draining considerable spiritual energy. Tsunade, standing by, exerted her full strength in the rescue effort. Her extraordinary physical prowess and exceptional medical skills reached their zenith as she set bones and stabilized the injuries. Through their harmonious collaboration, the conditions of the wounded gradually improved. However, Li Haotian was engulfed in perplexity. He rose, gazing into the distance, pondering, from whence did this malevolent power originate? Was a new evil organization rising? Or was there some other unknown force lurking in the shadows? After attending to the injured, Li Haotian returned to his abode, acutely aware that in order to confront the potential unknown dangers of the future, he must further enhance his strength and medical expertise. Thus, he entered into a profound state of seclusion for rigorous training. Within this secluded realm, Li Haotian felt as though he had returned to his days of cultivation in the celestial realm, his consciousness immersed in a vast ocean of spiritual energy. He relentlessly explored the mysteries of life and energy. He sought to amalgamate the alchemical practices of the celestial realm with the medicinal herbs of the ninja world, striving to concoct elixirs capable of swiftly restoring chakra and healing injuries. After countless attempts and failures, at last, an elixir radiating a peculiar glow took form in his hands. This potion harmoniously blended the essence of celestial medicinal elixirs with the characteristics of ninja herbs. He named it the Spirit Ninja Resurrection Elixir. As Li Haotian emerged from his seclusion, he exuded an aura that was both formidable and composed. He approached Tsunade, presenting her with the Lingning Huanyang pill. "Sister Tsunade, this is the elixir I concocted during my retreat. It may prove invaluable in critical moments." Tsunade accepted the pill, scrutinizing it with eyes brimming with astonishment. "Haotian, you always manage to surprise me in the most unexpected ways. If this pill can be produced in quantity, the survival rate of Konoha's ninjas during perilous missions will significantly increase." At that moment, a summons from the Hokage arrived, prompting Li Haotian and Tsunade to proceed to the Hokage building. The Hokage, with a grave expression, declared, "Recently, our village has been frequently assaulted by mysterious malevolent forces, affecting the surrounding settlements as well. We must swiftly uncover the mastermind behind this, to safeguard Konoha and the entire ninja world. Intelligence suggests that these assailants are in pursuit of an ancient source of power, which may be linked to a legendary relic." Li Haotian felt a stirring within, recalling the enigmatic force he encountered while exploring the spiritual veins. Could there be a connection between the two? He stepped forward and said, "Lord Hokage, I am eager to partake in this investigation. During my previous efforts to provide aid, I gained some understanding of that malevolent power, and perhaps I can be of assistance." Tsunade also stepped forward, declaring, "I shall accompany Haotian. We will exert every effort to unravel the mystery that lies behind this." The Hokage nodded in agreement, saying, "I entrust this to you both. This mission is fraught with peril, so you must proceed with utmost caution." Li Haotian and Tsunade embarked on a quest to uncover the truth. They meticulously followed the possible trails of the assailants, traversing dense forests and crossing treacherous mountains. Along their journey, they stumbled upon remnants of malevolent chakra, which seemed to guide them towards a specific direction. Upon reaching the entrance of an ancient valley, a formidable and oppressive aura enveloped them. The valley was shrouded in thick mist, within which eerie sounds echoed ominously. It was evident that some secret lay hidden within. "We must uncover what lies here," Li Haotian declared, clenching his fists. Tsunade took a deep breath and replied, "Whatever it may be, we shall investigate." The two cautiously stepped into the valley, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, a swarm of shadowy figures emerged from the mist, their ethereal forms exuding a potent aura of malevolence. They were the enigmatic foes who had previously attacked the ninjas of Konoha. Li Haoyan swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a protective celestial shield that enveloped both himself and Tsunade. Tsunade assumed her combat stance, her eyes brimming with unwavering resolve and determination. The battle was imminent. Li Haoyan unleashed a fierce barrage of celestial attacks, their luminous strikes slicing through the shadows like razor blades. Meanwhile, Tsunade engaged in close-quarters combat, employing her immense strength and exceptional martial prowess against the encroaching darkness. Yet, these shadows appeared to be inexhaustible. Whenever one batch was dispersed, new ones would surge forth from the mist. This is not a sustainable approach. We must locate their source, Li Haoyan declared. Closing his eyes, he expanded his consciousness, striving to penetrate the fog and uncover the origin of the shadows. After considerable effort, he finally discerned a potent core of malevolent energy deep within the valley, from which all the shadows emanated. Sister Tsunade, we must venture deeper into the valley. That is where the key lies, Li Haoyan urged. The two advanced through the valley, battling fiercely against the relentless shadows that obstructed their path. Upon arriving at the depths of the valley, they stumbled upon an ancient ruin, emanating an eerie blue light that intertwined with the malevolent force, creating a particularly sinister ambience. At the entrance of the ruin stood a figure cloaked in black, radiating a formidable aura of dark chakra. At last, you have arrived. But do you truly believe you can thwart me? The figure intoned in a deep, gravelly voice. Li Haoyan stared intently at the figure cloaked in black and spoke coldly. No matter what devious schemes you harbor, we shall not allow you to succeed. The dark-cloaked man let out a derisive laugh, then come forth. And let me witness your capabilities. With that, he launched the first assault, a formidable surge of malevolent energy sweeping towards them like a black tempest. Li Haoyan and Tsunade coordinated their efforts, standing resolutely against the onslaught. Li Haoyan summoned his celestial techniques and spiritual power, striving to dispel the sinister force, while Tsunade sought an opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow to the black-cloaked man. Amidst the fierce combat, Li Haoyan discerned that the black-cloaked man's power seemed to resonate with a certain force within the ruins, stirring a thought within him that urged him to take a risk. Seizing the moment when the dark figure attacked, he dashed towards the ruins, endeavoring to sever the connection between the black-cloaked man and the power of the ruins. Upon noticing this, the dark figure was taken aback, swiftly turning to thwart Li Haoyan's advance. Tsunade seized the opportunity to unleash her mightiest strike, her fist imbued with immense strength and chakra, crashing down upon the black-cloaked man. In that moment of distraction, he was struck by Tsunade's blow, his body hurtling backward. Li Haoyan successfully entered the relics, where he sensed a formidable and ancient power. Utilizing his understanding of spiritual energy and chakra, he identified the crucial nodes for controlling the relic's force, subsequently performing a sealing technique to confine the source of that malevolent energy. As the source of evil was sealed, the shadowy figures dissipated, and the mist in the valley gradually lifted. The cloaked figure, realizing the tide had turned, attempted to flee but was intercepted by Tsunade. You shall not escape. Today marks your end, Tsunade declared. Ultimately, the cloaked figure was subdued, and both Li Haoyan and Tsunade successfully resolved the crisis. They returned to Konoha with the cloaked figure, awaiting further interrogation from the Hokage. Their valiant actions during this incident soon became a celebrated tale within Konoha, and Li Haoyan took a more solid step on his path as a medical sage in the ninja world. In the future, he would continue to protect this land while exploring the deeper mysteries of medical arts and powers. Chapter 73, The Shadow Crisis following the incident with the spiritual veins. Konoha appeared to regain its former tranquility, yet the unease within Li Haoyan grew ever stronger. He was acutely aware that the mysterious force they had repelled would not relent easily and was undoubtedly scheming more sinister plots in the shadows. One morning, before the sunlight had fully pierced the clouds, Li Haoyan rose early to practice alone in the courtyard. His silhouette danced in the dawn light, his hands continually shifting through the seals of sage techniques, each formation accompanied by a surge and gathering of spiritual energy. Tsunade emerged from the house and, upon witnessing Li Haoyan's focused demeanor, felt a mix of solace and concern. Haoyan, do not overexert yourself. Your health is paramount, Tsunade gently advised. Li Haoyan halted his actions, nodding slightly. Sister Tsunade, I am aware. Yet, I cannot shake the premonition that danger is once more looming. I must hasten to elevate my strength to safeguard our village more effectively. Tsunade stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder. You are not alone in this battle. The ninjas of Konoha will stand beside you. At that moment, an Umbu ninja suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee. Lady Tsunade, urgent intelligence has arrived. Last night, we detected traces of suspicious individuals around the village. Their movements are shrouded in secrecy, seemingly engaged in reconnaissance activities. Moreover, our observations reveal that they emanate a malevolent aura reminiscent of the previous spiritual vein incident. Li Haoyan's gaze sharpened. Indeed, they had returned. Tsunade's expression grew grave as she promptly reinforced the village's defenses, instructing each squad to remain vigilant and prepare for potential assaults. Understood. The Umbu ninja vanished swiftly from sight upon receiving their orders. Li Haoyan pondered for a moment and remarked, Sister Tsunade, I wish to investigate the whereabouts of these suspicious individuals. Perhaps I can uncover their lair in advance and thwart their nefarious scheme. Tsunade hesitated, her concern for Li Haoyan's safety evident. Yet, upon witnessing the determination in his eyes, she ultimately nodded in agreement. You must exercise caution, should you sense anything amiss. Return to the village at once. Rest assured, Sister Tsunade, Li Haoyan replied before employing his sage techniques and taking flight. Following the clues provided by the Umbu ninja, he pursued the sinister aura. Deep within a dense forest, Li Haoyan finally stumbled upon some telltale signs. Strange footprints and remnants of dark chakra marred the ground, twisting and turning as they seemed to lead deeper into the heart of the forest. Li Haoyan cautiously advanced along the trail, maintaining a constant vigilance throughout his journey. Suddenly, he heard a low murmur of conversation emanating from ahead. He concealed his presence and stealthily approached the source of the sound. In a clearing, he observed several enigmatic figures clad in black robes, gathered in a circle, engaged in a serious discussion. This time, we must learn from the lessons of our previous encounter. We cannot allow that boy to thwart our plans again. Indeed, the power of the spiritual vein is of utmost importance to us. If we can seize control of it, we shall dominate the entire ninja realm. However, we must not underestimate that boy's strength. We need to devise a strategy to deal with him. Li Haoyan secretly chuckled to himself, realizing that their true objective was still the spiritual vein. He resolved to return and inform Tsunade of this revelation before formulating a detailed counter-strategy. Just as he was about to depart, he inadvertently brushed against a nearby branch, producing a faint rustling sound. Who goes there? The figures cloaked in black immediately became alert, rising to their feet and gazing intently in the direction of the sound. Li Haoyan, aware that his concealment had been compromised, chose to reveal himself. Your conspiracy shall not succeed, he declared coldly. The figure cloaked in black, upon seeing Li Haoyan, exhibited a flicker of astonishment and wrath. You wretch, when there is a path to heaven, you refuse to tread it, yet you dare to trespass into hell. Today marks the end of your days. With that, the cloaked assailants unleashed their ninjutsu, launching an assault upon Li Haoyan. Undaunted, he formed hand seals, conjuring an ethereal shield that enveloped him. Then, he commenced his counterattack, beams of celestial energy shooting forth like swords towards the dark-clad adversaries. In an instant, battle erupted, illuminating the forest with flashes of light and the sound of explosive clashes. Li Haoyan discerned that these opponents had enhanced their prowess since their last encounter. Their ninjutsu was now executed with greater synergy, their strikes more ferocious. However, through diligent training over time, Li Haoyan had also made significant advancements in his abilities. He unleashed a new celestial technique, the shadow clone technique. In an instant, his form fragmented into several duplicates, each possessing strength equal to his own. These clones engaged the dark figures in fierce combat, overwhelming them momentarily. Yet, the cloaked figures were not to be underestimated. One among them suddenly produced a black orb, radiating a potent aura of malevolence. Here, taste this, he bellowed, hurling the orb toward Li Haoyan. Li Haoyan sensed an immense danger emanating from the sphere, and he hastily commanded his doppelganger to obstruct it. However, the sphere's power exceeded all expectations. The doppelganger was obliterated in an instant, and the shockwave from the explosion sent Li Haoyan hurtling away. Li Haoyan fell heavily to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Struggling to rise, he was secretly astonished. What manner of weapon was this that possessed such formidable power? The figure in black, witnessing Li Haoyan's injury, wore a smug smile upon his face. So, young one, do you now comprehend our might? Surrender obediently, and perhaps we may spare your life. Li Haoyan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly declared, not a chance. Despite enduring excruciating pain, he summoned his most formidable celestial technique, the star-crushing sky. A colossal vortex of energy materialized in the heavens, pulsating with immense spiritual power. With a sweeping motion of his hands, He directed the swirling force towards the cloaked figures. The black-robed individuals, sensing the overwhelming strength, were visibly shaken. They hastily invoked their most potent defensive ninjutsu. Yet, under the onslaught of the star-crushing sky, their defenses were shattered in an instant. The black-robed figures were engulfed by the energy vortex, their anguished cries echoing through the air. Li Haotian triumphed over the figure cloaked in black, yet he had expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy, leaving his body exceedingly frail. Aware that he could not linger any longer, he resolved to return to the village with haste. Thus, he dragged his weary form towards the direction of Konoha. Upon his return, the sun was already setting. Tsunade had been anxiously awaiting at the village's entrance, and as she spotted Li Haotian's return, she hurried forward. "Haotian, how are you?" Tsunade inquired with concern, noticing the multitude of injuries adorning his body. Li Haotian managed to force a faint smile, assuring Tsunade, "I am fine, Sister Tsunade. I have located the whereabouts of those mysterious individuals. They are still intent on exploiting the spiritual vein. Moreover, they possess a formidable weapon, and we must tread carefully in our response." Tsunade supported Li Haotian as they returned home, urging him to rest properly. Subsequently, she convened the senior ninjas of Konoha village to deliberate on a strategy to counter the enigmatic force. During the meeting, Li Haotian meticulously relayed the information he had gathered. The ninjas, upon hearing his account, unanimously expressed the need to fortify the village's defenses while also taking the initiative to seek out the stronghold of this mysterious power, aiming to eradicate it entirely. After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade remarked, "We cannot act recklessly. We must first ensure we are thoroughly prepared. Haotian, focus on your recovery. And once you regain your strength, we shall act together." Li Haotian nodded, acutely aware that his current condition was not conducive to combat. In the days that followed, he devoted himself to recuperating in the village while pondering ways to unravel the enigma of the mysterious weapon wielded by the figure in the black robe. After a period of diligent recovery, Li Haotian's injuries gradually healed, and his strength was restored to its zenith. Tsunade, leading the ninjas of Konoha, embarked with Li Haotian on a quest to locate the lair of the enigmatic force. Following the clues previously uncovered by Li Haotian, they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest. In a concealed valley, they finally stumbled upon the stronghold of the mysterious faction. An ominous aura pervaded the valley, surrounded by an array of defensive formations and traps. Tsunade surveyed the foreboding landscape and cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant. This place is fraught with peril." The ninjas nodded in agreement, cautiously making their way into the valley. Along their path, they encountered various assaults and snares, yet through their exquisite ninjutsu and seamless cooperation, they navigated each challenge with finesse. Upon reaching the depths of the valley, they discovered a colossal fortress shrouded in darkness. The castle emanated a palpable malevolence that sent shivers down their spines. "This is indeed their stronghold," Li Haotian declared. Tsunade inhaled deeply, steeling herself for battle. The ninjas of Konoha swiftly dispersed, encircling the fortress before launching their offensive. A barrage of ninjutsu rained down upon the castle, triggering its defensive formations, which enveloped it in a dark shield, successfully repelling the ninjas' onslaught. Li Haotian, upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, summoned his celestial techniques in an attempt to shatter the protective barrier. Together with Tsunade and other ninjas, they relentlessly assaulted the shield. After a fierce and tumultuous battle, the barrier was finally breached. The ninjas surged into the castle, engaging in a climactic confrontation with the enigmatic forces within. Inside the fortress, cloaked figures swarmed, clashing violently with the ninjas of Konoha. Li Haotian played a pivotal role in the fray, his celestial arts repeatedly vanquishing the dark-cloaked adversaries, clearing a path for his comrades. Tsunade unleashed her formidable strength and masterful ninjutsu, her fists striking the foes like cannonballs, scattering them in all directions. At a critical juncture in the battle, Li Haotian discerned a core energy source within the castle, realizing that its destruction would dismantle the nefarious plot of the mysterious forces. He charged toward it, disregarding the imminent danger. The cloaked figures, sensing his intent, converged to impede his advance. Yet, with his immense power, Li Haotian broke through their defenses and reached the energy source. He invoked a sealing technique, binding the energy source securely. As the source was sealed, the strength of the mysterious forces waned instantly. Seizing the opportunity, the ninjas of Konoha launched their final assault, obliterating the cloaked adversaries. Once the battle concluded, the ninjas of Konoha erupted in cheers of jubilation. They had successfully dismantled the lair of the enigmatic forces, safeguarding the village and its vital energy. Li Haotian emerged as a hero, his name celebrated throughout the ninja realm. In the days to come, he continued to delve into the arts of healing and celestial techniques in Konoha alongside Tsunade and his fellow ninjas, protecting the peace and tranquility of their land. While his legendary tale within the world of Hokage continued to unfold. Chapter 74. The Secret of Heritage and a New Journey following a fierce conflict with the mysterious forces. Konoha finally returned to a state of tranquility. However, Li Haotian was acutely aware that beneath this seemingly serene facade lay myriad unknown crises and secrets. One bright and sunny day, he strolled through the streets of Konoha, reflecting on the strange phenomena encountered during the recent battle. He harbored a persistent feeling that the mysterious forces were underpinned by deeper motives and origins. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered into the village library. This ancient edifice housed countless precious scrolls of ninjutsu and historical tomes, which might hold vital clues. Li Haotian entered the library, where the air was infused with the unique aroma of aged paper and ink. He navigated through the aisles, his gaze sweeping over numerous scrolls, when suddenly, a dusty ancient tome caught his attention. Gently lifting the book, he blew off the dust from its cover, revealing the inscription of several archaic characters, secret record of the Reincarnation sect. Reincarnation sect? What could this be? Might it be connected to the realm of immortals in which I reside? A wave of curiosity surged within him as he cautiously opened the ancient volume. The text within was cryptic and challenging to decipher, yet drawing upon his profound knowledge from the realm of immortals, Li Haotian gradually began to unravel its meanings. It became clear that the Reincarnation sect was an ancient cultivation sect that had left behind mysterious traces in the world of Naruto, possessing a unique legacy intertwined with spiritual veins and the life force of all beings in existence. Li Haotian found himself increasingly captivated as he discerned subtle similarities between the cultivation techniques of the Immortal sect and the celestial arts he had practiced. Could it be that my journey to the world of Naruto was not merely a coincidence, but rather entwined with this Immortal sect in some profound manner? Haotian could not help but ponder. At that moment, Tsunade entered the library and, noticing Haotian engrossed in an ancient tome, approached him. "Haotian, what are you so intently reading?" she inquired. Li Haotian lifted his head and succinctly recounted the contents of the ancient text to Tsunade. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression mirrored her astonishment. It sounded like a momentous secret. If the book's claims were indeed true, it could potentially alter the course of many events. Li Haotian nodded in agreement, expressing his belief that it would be prudent to delve deeper into the Immortal sect, as it might unveil methods to enhance their strength and prepare for impending crises. Consequently, Li Haotian and Tsunade commenced their search for more information regarding the Immortal sect within the confines of the library. After considerable effort, they unearthed several scattered records, which alluded to a certain relic of the Immortal sect, rumored to conceal the sect's core heirloom of inheritance. "Shall we venture to this relic?" Tsunade inquired. Li Haotian's gaze was resolute. "I believe we must embark on this journey. It may very well be an opportunity to alter our destinies." After making thorough preparations, Li Haotian and Tsunade set forth on their quest to locate the ruins of the Immortal sect. Following clues from ancient texts, they traversed dense forests, treacherous mountains, and desolate deserts. Along the way, they encountered numerous formidable challenges, including ferocious beasts, inclement weather, and lurking bandit groups. Yet, armed with Li Haotian's celestial arts and Tsunade's formidable strength, they overcame each obstacle one by one. At last, in a mysterious valley, they discovered the remnants of the Immortal sect. The ruins emanated an ancient and enigmatic aura, surrounded by various runes and prohibitions. Li Haotian meticulously observed these runes and noted their resemblance to those he had encountered in the celestial realm. "The prohibitions here are quite potent. We must proceed with caution," he cautioned. Tsunade nodded in agreement, and the two began to carefully decipher the prohibitions. After considerable effort, they successfully breached the outer defenses and entered the depths of the ruins. Inside, they were met with dust and cobwebs, while the walls were adorned with exquisite murals depicting the illustrious history and powerful celestial arts of the Immortal sect. As they admired the murals, they ventured further into the ruins. Deep within, they stumbled upon a colossal stone door, firmly shut, engraved with intricate array patterns. After much contemplation, Li Haotian finally discerned the method to unlock the stone door. He summoned his celestial energy and activated the array in a specific sequence, causing the door to creak open slowly. Beyond the door, a dazzling light enveloped them. Stepping inside, they beheld a crystal orb radiating vibrant hues, suspended in midair and surrounded by powerful energy fluctuations. Could this be the core treasure of the Linging Immortal sect? Li Haotian exclaimed in astonishment. As he approached the crystal orb, the moment his hand made contact, a torrent of vast information surged into his mind. This information encompassed the supreme cultivation methods of the Linging Immortal sect, profound mastery over spiritual vein powers, and unique insights into the essence of life itself. Li Haotian was immersed in the torrent of information, continuously absorbing and comprehending its essence. Tsunade stood quietly beside him, vigilantly guarding against any unforeseen occurrences. After a period of contemplation, Li Haotian slowly opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with excitement. Sister Tsunade, I have acquired the inheritance of the Linging Immortal sect, which will significantly enhance my strength. Moreover, I have grasped some of the deeper connections between our world and the realm of immortals. Tsunade smiled at him. That is wonderful. Haotian, this is a rare opportunity for you and a blessing for Konoha village. Li Haotian gazed at Tsunade, a swell of gratitude rising within him. Sister Tsunade, I am immensely thankful for your companionship and support throughout this journey. I shall not hoard this legacy. I will share some of the techniques suitable for the ninjas of Konoha to fortify our village further. Tsunade, moved by his words, replied, Haotian, it is wonderful to hear you express such thoughts. The future of Konoha will undoubtedly be more splendid. Before departing from the ruins, Li Haotian employed sage techniques to establish protective formations within, safeguarding the treasures from those with nefarious intentions. With hearts brimming with fulfillment, he and Tsunade embarked on their journey back to Konoha. Upon their return, Li Haotian entered a period of seclusion to assimilate the teachings of the Linging Immortal sect, while Tsunade conveyed their experiences to the Hokage and other high-ranking officials. The ninjas of Konoha, upon learning this news, were filled with anticipation for the future. After an extensive period of introspection, Li Haotian successfully broke through his limitations, amplifying the potency of his sage techniques and achieving a new pinnacle in his mastery of chakra and life force. Upon concluding his seclusion, he began to organize the techniques from the Linging Immortal sect that were suitable for the ninjas of Konoha and established specialized training courses to instruct them. Under his guidance, the strength of the Konoha ninjas saw remarkable enhancement. Yet, just as the village basked in an atmosphere of peace and growth, a new crisis loomed ominously. A strange, dark cloud appeared on the distant horizon, imbued with a potent and malevolent aura, slowly encroaching upon Konoha. What is this? Another foe? Li Haotian contemplated the ominous clouds, his heart brimming with vigilance. Tsunade approached him, her expression grave. Whatever it may be, we must prepare for battle. Konoha cannot suffer under the tyranny of evil forces again. Li Haotian nodded, summoning the ninjas of Konoha as they prepared to face the imminent challenge. Each ninja brimmed with determination, standing ready under the leadership of Li Haotian and Tsunade, awaiting the ultimate confrontation with the forces of evil. As dark clouds loomed ever closer, a breathtaking battle was poised to unfold above the village, and the fates of Li Haotian and the ninjas of Konoha were destined to be rewritten once more in this conflict. Chapter 75, The Battle of Gathering Clouds. A menacing aura surged from the distant horizon, saturating the sky like ink, swiftly spreading towards Konoha. Li Haotian stood tall atop the village's watchtower, his garments billowing in the wind, his gaze piercing as he fixated on the encroaching darkness. Beside him, Tsunade furrowed her brow, arms crossed, her expression grave. Haotian, this power appears formidable. We must tread carefully, Tsunade murmured. Li Haotian nodded slightly, addressing Tsunade as he said, I can sense a familiar malevolence within, perhaps linked to the mysterious forces we previously encountered. Nevertheless, as long as I am here, I will not allow Konoha village to come to harm. His words resonated with unwavering determination and confidence, a formidable aura forged through countless trials and rigorous training. As dark clouds loomed closer, the ground began to tremble subtly, and an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the air. Suddenly, a swarm of shadows descended from the clouds, their forms spectral and their speed akin to black lightning racing towards Konoha village. An enemy attack, Li Haotian shouted, swiftly forming hand seals. In an instant, a golden barrier of sage technique unfurled above Konoha, enveloping the entire village. This barrier shimmered with peculiar runes, emanating a powerful surge of spiritual energy. The shadows collided with the barrier, erupting in bursts of black sparks, yet they could not breach it in the slightest. The ninjas of Konoha, hearing the alarm, hurried from various directions to gather in the village square. Their gazes were resolute, weapons in hand, awaiting Li Haotian and Tsunade's command. All squads, maintain formation and prepare for battle, Tsunade commanded loudly. At this moment, the shadows ceased their assault on the barrier, circling the village as if awaiting something. Li Haotian furrowed his brow, sensing that these shadows were merely the vanguard, and the true threat lay behind them. "Tsunade, I will confront them." "You stay here to direct the village's defense," Li Haotian declared, and with a flash, he passed through the barrier, charging towards the swarm of shadows. He invoked the sage technique Wind Spirit Shadow, enveloping himself in a whirlwind of spiritual energy, drastically enhancing his speed. In an instant, he plunged into the midst of the shadows, his hands weaving through the air as beams of sage light sliced through the darkness like blades. The shadows attempted to evade, yet many were struck down, dissipating into the air. However, the shadows were numerous and seemingly inexhaustible, continually surging from all directions, encircling Li Haotian. Undaunted, he took a deep breath, feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him. He unleashed a newly comprehended sage technique, Starry Radiance. Surrounding his body were countless bright star-like phantoms, radiating intense energy as they shot towards the shadows like meteors. Under this formidable assault, swathes of shadows disintegrated, yet even more emerged from the clouds above. In the course of battle, Li Haotian discerned that the core of these shadows seemed to be hidden deep within the dark clouds. Resolute, he decided to risk delving into the clouds to obliterate their core. Channeling all his spiritual energy, he transformed into a beam of light and surged towards the clouds. Tsunade, witnessing Li Haotian's reckless charge into the darkness, felt a tightening in her chest. Aware of the inherent dangers, she nonetheless had faith in Li Haotian's strength. Turning to the ninjas, she urged, "Everyone, do not slacken your resolve. Hold your positions and await Haotian's return." As Li Haotian charged into the ominous clouds, he discovered a pervasive malevolence swirling within, manifesting as a dense, sinister chakra. This dark energy coiled around him like a tangible entity, attempting to erode both his physical form and spiritual essence. In response, Li Haotian channeled his inner energy, conjuring a purifying shield that repelled the wicked chakra at bay. Deep within the cloud, he finally uncovered the core of the shadowy figure, a colossal black crystal orb. The orb emanated a potent aura of evil, encircled by a cadre of figures clad in dark robes, who were relentlessly siphoning chakra into the orb to sustain the shadow's manifestation. "So this is your scheme. It ends here," Li Haotian bellowed, invoking the celestial sealing technique. With intricate hand seals, golden runes surged from his palms, hurtling towards the obsidian orb. The robed figures, alarmed, hastily employed their ninjutsu to thwart his advance. Yet, the might of Li Haotian's celestial arts was formidable. The runes pierced through their defenses, drawing ever closer to the crystal. Just as the runes were about to make contact with the orb, an overwhelming force of backlash erupted from it, sending Li Haotian flying. He regained his composure midair, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. He realized that the orb's power exceeded his initial estimations. "I cannot yield." A fervent resolve surged within him. Once more, he concentrated his spiritual energy, this time infusing his celestial technique with insights gained from the legacy of the Lingyin celestial sect. He unleashed the technique known as Ling Yun's source of destruction, conjuring a formidable reservoir of life and celestial energy in his grasp, imbued with the capacity to purify all malevolence. He thrust this source of energy towards the black crystal orb, and the dark-robed figures were violently cast aside by the force of its impact. The orb itself began to tremble, emitting piercing shrieks. Li Haotian intensified his energy output, and ultimately, the reservoir collided with the orb, erupting in a dazzling radiance. Within this brilliance, the black crystal gradually disintegrated, and the shadowy figures vanished into oblivion. Li Haotian successfully annihilated the core of the shadow. Yet he expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy in the process. Weary, he emerged from the ominous clouds and gently descended upon the village of Konoha. Tsunade and the ninjas hurriedly approached him. "Haotian, it is truly a relief to see you unharmed," Tsunade exclaimed with palpable excitement. Li Haotian smiled faintly, assuring them that he was merely fatigued. However, before they could exhale in relief, the earth suddenly convulsed violently. In the distance, a massive chasm appeared on the ground, from which surged an even more formidable malevolent force. This force transformed into a colossal black beast, racing towards the Hidden Leaf village. With each step the beast took, the ground shattered beneath it, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. "What manner of monster is this?" a ninja cried out in terror. Li Haotian gazed upon the colossal black beast, a profound sense of unease surging within him. He understood that this was the ultimate trial. Taking a deep breath, he fought against his fatigue, bracing himself for another battle. Tsunade approached his side. "Haotian, let's face this together." Li Haotian nodded, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tsunade, as they led the ninjas of Konoha towards the formidable black beast. The battle horn resounded once more. Would the village of the leaves be able to uphold its final defense against this overwhelming malevolent force? How would Li Haoyan wield his sage techniques and wisdom to resolve this unprecedented crisis? Everything awaited the verdict of fate amidst this fierce confrontation. Chapter 76, The Final Battle. Li Haoyan and Tsunade stood resolutely at the forefront, leading the shinobi of Konoha in anticipation. The colossal black beast, forged from sinister forces, charged towards them with unwavering ferocity. Each thunderous step it took sent tremors through the ground, as though it sought to obliterate the very world itself. Today, the valiant warriors of Konoha would defend their homeland. Tsunade proclaimed with a voice brimming with inspiration and determination. Li Haoyan's gaze was profound and resolute as he swiftly formed hand seals with both hands, reciting incantations under his breath. In an instant, a series of dazzling golden runes of celestial magic erupted from his fingertips, encircling the weapons and bodies of the leaf ninjas. This was the bestowal of sage power, temporarily enhancing their offensive and defensive capabilities, as he elucidated to the gathered crowd. The ninjas felt a surge of strength within, their confidence soaring as they shouted and charged toward the colossal beast. Upon witnessing this, the beast opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of corrosive black liquid. Li Haoyan swiftly conjured the Sage Realm Shield, erecting a vast, translucent barrier ahead, which held back the noxious fluid. The liquid splattered against the shield, emitting a hissing sound and releasing acrid black smoke. Seizing this opportune moment, Tsunade darted forward like lightning, positioning herself beneath the beast's towering legs. With a thunderous shout, she unleashed her formidable strength, delivering a punch that reverberated with the force of 1,000 pounds against the beast's limb. The impact caused the massive creature to sway ever so slightly. However, the beast quickly regained its composure, retaliating with a powerful kick aimed at Tsunade. Agile as ever, she leaped backward, while several ninjas hurled their tools to divert the beast's attention. Taking advantage of the giant beast being momentarily restrained, Li Haoyan deftly wielded his hands to invoke the celestial wind-breaking demonic blade. Countless blades of ethereal energy materialized in the air, sweeping toward the colossal creature like a tempest. The blades sliced through the beast's thick hide, erupting clouds of black mist. However, the creature's body was extraordinarily resilient, leaving only shallow marks from the assaults. This monstrous entity, with its tough skin and sinewy flesh, rendered ordinary attacks largely ineffective. Furrowing his brow, Li Haoyan pondered a strategy, suddenly recalling the teachings of the Lingyan Immortal sect regarding the purification of malevolent forces. Sister Tsunade, I require you and the ninjas to unleash a concerted assault on its head to divert its attention. I shall attempt to purify it at the source, he proclaimed loudly. Tsunade nodded and promptly organized the ninjas to launch a new wave of offensive maneuvers. Various ninjutsu, including flames, lightning, and torrents of water, surged toward the beast's head. Enraged, the giant creature roared furiously, swinging its massive claws in an attempt to swat away the oncoming attacks. Li Haoyan soared above the colossal beast, closing his eyes in deep concentration as he summoned the spiritual and life forces within him. A soft, resplendent halo of 7 colors enveloped his form, gradually coalescing into a swirling sphere of energy between his hands. This orb brimmed with formidable purifying power, representing the pinnacle of his current celestial arts, the sacred radiance sphere of the celestial sect. Go! With a powerful thrust of his hands, Li Haoyan propelled the energy sphere towards the beast's head. As the orb glided closer, the creature seemed to sense an overwhelming threat, thrashing desperately in an attempt to evade its fate. However, restrained by Tsunade and the ninja's relentless efforts, it found no escape. Upon finally making contact with the beast's head, the energy sphere erupted in a dazzling blaze of light. This brilliance surged into the creature's body like a tidal wave, eliciting a tormented roar from deep within. Its form began to convulse violently, as a dark, malevolent aura poured forth from within, succumbing to the purifying radiance. Li Haoyan relentlessly intensified the output of his spiritual energy, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, his body trembling slightly from the excessive exertion. Observing Li Haoyan's condition, Tsunade felt a surge of concern. Yet she understood that she could not afford to be distracted at this moment. She must continue to suppress the colossal beast. Under the continuous purification of the radiant light, the beast's form gradually diminished, its malevolent aura fading with each passing moment. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, the beast was entirely vanquished. leaving behind only a desolate expanse of ravaged land. The ninjas of Konoha erupted in cheers, having successfully averted this dire crisis. However, Li Haoyan's complexion turned ashen as he slowly descended from the sky. Tsunade hurriedly rushed forward to support him. "Haoyan, how are you?" she inquired anxiously. Li Haoyan forced a faint smile, assuring those around him that he was fine, merely fatigued from excessive consumption of spiritual energy and in need of a brief respite. At that moment, an extraordinary light suddenly manifested in the sky, within which a figure seemed to flicker in and out of view. The crowd gazed up with heightened vigilance, while an inexplicable sense of familiarity welled up within Li Haoyan. As the radiance dissipated, an elderly man emerged before the assembly, clad in a flowing white robe. With hair as white as snow and eyes imbued with profound wisdom, he scrutinized Li Haoyan and spoke slowly. "Young man, it is indeed a remarkable feat that you have comprehended the legacy of the Lingnin Immortal sect." Li Haoyan was taken aback and inquired, "Who are you? How do you know of the Lingnin Immortal sect?" The old man smiled gently and replied, "I am the guardian of the Lingnin Immortal sect, ever in search of one capable of inheriting the legacy of our sect. I have observed your deeds in the world of Naruto. You possess not only formidable talent, but also a heart devoted to protection, making you a fitting candidate to inherit the teachings of the sect." Upon hearing this, Li Haoyan was inundated with a tumult of complex emotions. He had never anticipated that his experiences in the world of Naruto would be so intricately linked to the Lingnin Xianzong. The elder continued, "However, to truly become the heir of the Ling Xianzong, you must undergo a trial. Follow me." Li Haoyan gazed at Tsunade and the ninjas of Konoha. Tsunade gently patted his shoulder and said, "Haoyan, this is your opportunity. Go forth. We shall await your return here." Li Haoyan nodded, following the elder as they embarked upon an unknown journey. They arrived at a mysterious realm, teeming with the fluctuations and trials of various celestial forces. Under the elder's guidance, Li Haoyan commenced the ultimate test of the Lingnin Immortal sect's legacy. He was required to further comprehend the true essence of the sect amidst numerous challenges and adversities, mastering a more formidable array of celestial arts. Throughout the trials, Li Haoyan consistently transcended his limits, experiencing a qualitative leap in his proficiency of celestial techniques. He learned to adeptly blend the alchemical arts of the immortal realm with the medicinal herbs of the Naruto world, concocting elixirs capable of reviving the dead. He also mastered a celestial technique that permitted brief travel through time and space, albeit within a limited range, yet undoubtedly a formidable power. After enduring an arduous and protracted series of trials, Li Haoyan ultimately triumphed. The elder regarded him with satisfaction, proclaiming, "From this moment forth, you shall be the official heir of the Lingnin Immortal sect. I hope you will uphold the sect's principles and safeguard peace and justice in the world." Li Haoyan bowed respectfully, assuring that he would not betray the trust placed in him. Upon his return to the Hidden Leaf Village, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. He imparted the knowledge and sage techniques he acquired during the trials of inheritance to the ninjas of Konoha, thereby enhancing the village's strength. The legendary tale of Li Haoyan in the world of Naruto evolved into a myth celebrated by many, deepening his bond with the Hidden Leaf Village. In the future, he would continue to safeguard this land brimming with passion and hope as the Sage of Medicine, while exploring the mysteries of both the Sage Realm and the Naruto universe. Penning his own illustrious saga. Chapter 77, The Dawn of Peace and Mission. Upon Li Haoyan's return to the Hidden Leaf Village, an atmosphere of relief and hopeful anticipation enveloped the community, a testament to their survival from the brink of despair. The sage techniques and knowledge he brought back were akin to seeds of hope, taking root and flourishing within the hearts of the ninjas of Konoha. In the village square, Li Haoyan stood at the center, surrounded by eager ninjas yearning to learn. He gently raised his hands, emanating a soft aura of sage power, which materialized into an ethereal image before him, illustrating the intricate steps of the art of alchemy. The path of alchemy demands precise control over the fusion of fire and medicinal herbs, although the herbs of the ninja world differ from those in the sage realm. They possess their own unique essence. He explained patiently, his gaze focused and earnest. Tsunade stood nearby, observing Li Haoyan's dedicated instruction, her heart swelling with pride. "This child has truly grown immensely," she mused softly to herself. After a period of guidance, the ninjas of Konoha gradually grasped the fundamentals of sage techniques and alchemy. The village's medical standards saw a significant enhancement, instilling the ninjas with greater confidence as they undertook missions. However, Li Haoyan remained unsatisfied. He understood that peace was but a fleeting illusion, and the malevolent forces lurking in the shadows might be concocting even greater schemes. Thus, he resolved to depart from the hidden leaf village, seeking to uncover those unknown threats and quash danger in its infancy. When he conveyed his decision to Tsunade, although reluctant, she expressed her understanding. Haoyan, you must go. You have your own mission. The hidden leaf village will always be your home. We shall await your return. Li Haoyan embarked on a new journey. He traversed various ninja villages, engaging with different ninjas to comprehend the local customs and the latent dangers that lurk therein. In the hidden cloud village, he deliberated with the Reikage on preventative strategies against the malevolent forces that might exploit natural energies for nefarious purposes. Meanwhile, in the hidden sand village, he collaborated with Gaara to explore ways to enhance the defenses of sand through the augmentation of senjutsu. Along his path, he encountered numerous provocations from those with ulterior motives. Some dark ninjas, having heard of his renown, sought to challenge him in hopes of gaining fame and fortune. Yet, Li Haoyan met these challenges with ease, utilizing the formidable power of his senjutsu and his noble medical ethics to either sway them or send them fleeing in disgrace. During one of his journeys through an ancient forest, Li Haoyan sensed a faint yet peculiar fluctuation of senjutsu. Following the direction of this energy, he discovered a long-forgotten ancient temple deep within the woods. The temple emanated a soft golden light, while the surrounding trees appeared to thrive, nourished by this mysterious power. Li Haoyan entered the ancient temple and beheld a statue of Buddha emanating a soft, gentle glow. Before the statue lay a meditation cushion, seemingly awaiting a fateful visitor. A surge of reverence filled Li Haoyan's heart as he approached and knelt upon the cushion. Suddenly, the statue spoke. Young one, you carry the essence of the Linging celestial sect within you. Are you aware that this world is on the brink of facing an even greater calamity? Li Haoyan felt a surge of alarm in his heart and promptly inquired, May I ask, esteemed elder, what sort of calamity is this? The Buddha statue spoke slowly. The malevolent force you repelled is but the vanguard of darkness. In the distant abyss, a dark torrent, composed of countless wicked souls, is coalescing. It shall engulf the entire ninja realm, devouring all vitality and hope. And you, my dear, are the pivotal force in preventing this catastrophe. Li Haoyan clenched his fists, his gaze resolute as he declared, I shall not allow such events to transpire. Pray tell, esteemed elder, how should I respond? The statue of the Buddha shimmered with a flicker of light, and a golden ray shot forth, striking Li Haoyan's forehead. In an instant, a torrent of knowledge regarding the counteraction of the dark tide flooded his mind, including the formidable celestial formation known as the 10,000 Immortals Suppressing Demons Array. However, this array necessitated the collective efforts of numerous individuals endowed with celestial power. You must seek out like-minded allies to cultivate this celestial formation together. For therein lies your sole chance of survival, the statue intoned, as the radiance gradually dimmed. After respectfully bowing to the Buddha statue, Li Haoyan departed from the ancient temple. Aware of the urgency of time, he immediately began his quest to find companions capable of practicing the celestial formation alongside him. His first thought was of the ninjas from Konoha village, with whom he had fought side by side, sharing a profound bond of trust and understanding. Upon returning to Konoha, he conveyed the gravity of the situation to Tsunade and the other ninjas, who unanimously expressed their willingness to stand with him. Haoyan, we have faced so much together. We shall not falter this time, Naruto proclaimed passionately. Thus, in Konoha, Li Haoyan commenced the organization of their training for the 10,000 Celestial Suppression Formation. The training was exceedingly arduous, requiring the ninjas to perfectly merge their chakra with Li Haoyan's celestial energy, achieving a state of mutual understanding. However, under Li Haoyan's patient guidance and the relentless efforts of the group, they gradually mastered the essential techniques of the formation. Meanwhile, Li Haoyan did not neglect his connections with other ninja villages. He dispatched messengers to convey messages to Cloud Village, Sand Village, and others, urging them to send elite ninjas to participate in the training of the celestial formation. Through his endeavors, numerous ninjas from other villages flocked to Konoha. With the collective effort of everyone, the training of the 10,000 Celestial Suppression Formation began to bear fruit. The formation's patterns emerged faintly in the skies over Konoha, emanating powerful waves of celestial energy as if declaring their resolve against the impending darkness. However, just as the formation was nearing completion, the dark tide seemed to sense their actions. A formidable force of darkness surged forth, advancing towards Konoha. The sky was instantly shrouded in darkness, filled with terrifying roars. Everyone, remain calm. Follow our prior rehearsals and prepare to confront the enemy, Li Haoyan shouted. The ninjas swiftly took their positions, channeling their chakra into the formation. Li Haoyan stood at the heart of the formation, hands forming seals, guiding the power of the celestial array. The formation blazed with light, colliding with the dark forces. In that moment, light and darkness intertwined across the heavens, the thunderous sounds echoing deafeningly. Li Haoyan fully comprehended that this was a life-and-death battle determining the fate of the ninja world. He concentrated all his spirit and strength, continually adjusting the operation of resisting the onslaught of the dark tide. The ninjas clenched their teeth, their eyes devoid of fear, filled only with an unwavering desire for peace and a steadfast belief in the protection of their homeland. Amidst the fierce combat, the dark forces reached a stalemate. Li Haoyan discerned that the power of the dark tide seemed to be continually intensifying. If this persisted, they would inevitably be breached. A thought sparked within him, prompting a daring decision. He merged his soul energy into and in an instant, its power surged magnificently. The radiance shone as brilliantly as the sun, gradually suppressing the dark forces. Yet, this act subjected Li Haoyan to immense soul anguish. His body trembled slightly, and sweat drenched his garments. Haoyan, hold on. Tsunade shouted from the side, unreservedly infusing her own strength into alleviating some of Li Haoyan's burden. Through their collective efforts, the dark tide finally began to recede. The terrifying roar diminished, and the sky gradually regained its brilliance. Li Haoyan successfully led everyone to fend off the premature assault of dark forces. Yet he succumbed to unconsciousness due to the excessive expenditure of his soul power. Tsunade and the ninjas encircled him, anxiously awaiting his revival. Upon awakening, Li Haoyan beheld the concerned gazes surrounding him. He understood that this battle was merely a prelude, and numerous challenges awaited them in the future. However, he firmly believed that as long as they remained united, they would undoubtedly safeguard the peace and hope of the ninja world. In the days that followed, Li Haoyan nurtured his body while continuing to refine the Wanjiantown demon array. His bond with the ninjas deepened, as they diligently trained together in preparation for the impending greater calamity. Thus, Li Haoyan's legendary journey in the world of Naruto continued to inscribe a magnificent chapter of his own amidst the relentless trials and guardianship. Chapter 78, the completion of the Immortal Array and the confrontation with darkness. During Li Haoyan's period of unconscious recuperation, the ninjas of Konoha did not relent in their efforts. Under Tsunade's leadership, they continued to strengthen their training and coordination of the Wanjiantown demon array while closely monitoring the movements of external dark forces. After a period of meticulous recuperation, Li Haoyan's body gradually healed, and his soul power began to mend, nourished by the abundant natural and chakra energy of Konoha. He re-engaged in the enhancement of the Immortal Array. Utilizing his profound understanding of the Lingyan Immortal sect's legacy and his previous experiences combating dark forces to optimize the structure and energy guidance of the array. As time progressed, the Wanjiantown demon array became increasingly perfected, emanating stronger and more stable waves of immortal energy. Elite ninjas from various villages, through their joint training, developed an ever more harmonious synergy, their chakra intertwining with Li Haoyan's immortal energy to forge a formidable protective force. Meanwhile, in the distant abyss of darkness, the temporarily repelled tide of evil was furiously converging more malevolent forces, preparing to launch an even more ferocious assault on the ninja world. The ominous aura loomed like dark clouds over vast expanses of sky, where life withered and fear permeated the air. Li Haoyan was acutely aware that the moment of confrontation was fast approaching. Standing atop the lookout tower of Konoha village, he gazed into the encroaching darkness on the horizon, silently calculating the passage of time. Tsunade, inform everyone to prepare for battle. The sage formation is about to be activated. We must secure victory in this fight. Tsunade nodded, her eyes brimming with determination and resolve. She swiftly dispatched orders, and the ninjas of Konoha, along with those from allied villages, promptly assembled, taking their positions as rehearsed, ready to initiate the 10,000 Sages Demon Suppression Formation. As the dark forces surged forth like a colossal tsunami, Li Haoyan formed hand seals, intoning incantations. In an instant, the 10,000 Sages Demon Suppression Formation erupted with radiant light, its vast array manifesting in the sky, akin to a resplendent river of stars, enveloping Konoha and its surrounding regions. The ninjas within the formation continuously channeled their chakra into it, causing its brilliance to intensify, forming an indomitable barrier against the onslaught of darkness. From within the torrent of shadows, malevolent creatures emitted chilling roars, relentlessly battering against the formation in a desperate attempt to breach this final bastion protecting the world of ninjas. Sinister tendrils of black energy coiled around the luminescence of the formation like serpents, unleashing corrosive forces that made the light flicker erratically. sending ripples through the air with each clash against the dark power. Li Haoyan stood at the center of the formation, his focus unwavering as he deftly manipulated the celestial array. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. He continuously adjusted the distribution of celestial power, channeling energy towards the areas most fervently assaulted by dark forces, while simultaneously guiding the ninja's chakra to work in harmony, fortifying any potential vulnerabilities within the formation. Hold strong, everyone. Behind us stand our families, friends, and the entire ninja world, Li Haoyan proclaimed, his voice resonating through the celestial array, instilling strength and encouragement in the hearts of the ninjas. Amidst the ferocious battle, Li Haoyan discerned a formidable malevolent will at the very core of the dark torrent. Orchestrating all that transpired, he understood that the annihilation of this evil essence would lead to the complete triumph over the dark forces. Thus, he resolved to take a bold step. Tsunade, I need you to temporarily take over the control of the celestial array. I must delve into the heart of the dark torrent to obliterate its source of malevolence, Li Haoyan declared. Tsunade felt a jolt of alarm within her. She was acutely aware of the peril involved, yet she recognized that this was the sole path to victory. Haoyan, you must exercise utmost caution. We shall steadfastly defend the celestial array here, awaiting your return. Li Haoyan nodded, invoking the celestial art of shadowy concealment, transforming his form into a shimmering wisp of light as he traversed the brilliance of the celestial formation, surging towards the heart of the dark torrent. As he navigated through the malevolent forces, he continuously employed his mystical abilities to fend off the encroaching evil, with each inch gained demanding immense effort. At long last, he reached the core of the dark flood. Before him loomed a colossal sphere of darkness, suspended in the air, surrounded by countless sinister runes and the anguished wails of trapped souls. A formidable gravitational pull emanated from the dark sphere, striving to consume Li Haoyan's very essence. Li Haoyan took a deep breath, summoning all his celestial energy and spiritual force. With his hands, he formed the most powerful sealing symbol of the Linging celestial sect, the Qin Kuan sealing imprint. As the seal was completed, a multitude of golden runes erupted from his palms, spiraling around the dark sphere. The runes multiplied, coalescing into a vast golden sealing array that enveloped the sinister orb. The malevolent will within the dark sphere sensed the impending danger and began to thrash wildly, unleashing even greater dark power in a desperate attempt to break free from the seal. Gritting his teeth, Li Haoyan continuously channeled his spiritual energy into the sealing array, fortifying its strength. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, Tsunade led the ninjas in an all-out effort to maintain the 10,000 celestial exorcism array. The onslaught of dark forces intensified, causing the array's radiance to wane. The ninjas' chakra reserves were nearing depletion, yet they steadfastly held their ground without the slightest hint of retreat. Just a little longer. Haoyan will surely succeed, Tsunade proclaimed, her voice brimming with unwavering resolve and trust. Amidst the standoff between Li Haoyan and the malevolent will, he suddenly recalled the myriad moments spent in the world of Naruto, the care shown by Tsunade, the camaraderie of his fellow ninjas, and his own determination to protect this land. These memories coalesced into a formidable source of power, which he infused into the seal. Seal it, Li Haoyan shouted, and in an instant, the brilliance of the sealing array surged, completely encasing the dark sphere. The evil forces within the dark torrent lost their grip on control, beginning to dissipate in all directions. Li Haoyan successfully obliterated the core of the dark forces, wearily soaring back to the celestial array amidst the torrents of darkness. At this moment, the celestial array was on the brink of collapse, and the ninjas were utterly exhausted. Thank you all for your hard work. We have emerged victorious, Li Haoyan uttered weakly. Upon hearing these words, the ninjas erupted in jubilant cheers. Through their unwavering perseverance and dedication, they safeguarded the peace and hope of the ninja world. Following this monumental battle, the ninja realm entered an era of tranquility and prosperity. The exchanges and collaborations among the various villages became increasingly frequent, as Li Haoyan imparted more knowledge and celestial techniques from the Linging celestial sect to the ninjas, fostering a harmonious development between ninjutsu and celestial arts. Furthermore, Li Haoyan ascended to the status of a legendary hero within the ninja world. His name was etched into the annals of ninja history. Forever celebrated and revered by the people, he remained steadfast in his healer's heart, continuing to explore the mysteries of celestial arts and medicine on this land, tirelessly striving to preserve the peace and health of the ninja world. Chapter 79, A New Era of Peace and the Legacy of the Celestial Sect with the Defeat of the Dark Forces. The ninja world seemed to awaken from a prolonged nightmare, as sunlight once again bathed every inch of land, reviving all living things with vibrant life. Konoha Village. The heroic bastion that stood firm throughout the conflict now basked in the joy of victory and boundless hopes for the future. The streets and alleys were filled with laughter and cheer as the people adorned their surroundings with festive decorations, celebrating the hard-won peace. Li Haoyan, regarded as a legendary healer, has become the focal point of public attention. However, he remains unperturbed by the accolades, fully aware of the precious and fragile nature of peace, contemplating how to sustain this tranquility for the long term. In the courtyard of the Konoha hospital, Li Haoyan sits across from Tsunade, with the aromatic steam of tea swirling gracefully between them. Sister Tsunade, he asserts with unwavering conviction, although we have emerged victorious from this great battle, we must not grow complacent. It is imperative to impart the techniques of the sage formation and our experiences in combating dark forces to a greater number of ninjas, thereby fortifying the defenses of the entire ninja world. Tsunade nods slightly, taking a delicate sip of her tea. What you say is indeed true. However, the methods of impartation must be carefully considered, ensuring that ninjas of varying talents and strengths can comprehend them effectively. Li Haoyan pondered for a moment, contemplating the possibility of commencing with foundational theories, subsequently integrating practical training in a gradual manner. Furthermore, he resolved to publicly share certain supportive cultivation techniques from the Lingyin Immortal sect, aiding the ninjas in enhancing their control over spiritual energy and chakra. With the discussion concluded, Li Haoyan began his preparations. He established a dedicated academy for the art of immortality in Konoha Village, attracting aspirants from various ninja villages. In the classroom, Li Haoyan stood at the podium, with a blackboard behind him adorned with intricate diagrams of immortal formations and runes. Ladies and gentlemen, today we shall discuss the commonalities and distinctions between spiritual energy and chakra. His voice was steady and clear, captivating the attention of the ninjas below, who diligently took notes on the key points. During practical training, Li Haoyan personally demonstrated the techniques of immortal arts, guiding the ninjas to feel the flow of spiritual energy. After several attempts, a ninja from Tsunade finally succeeded in condensing a thread of spiritual energy, exclaiming with excitement, "I did it! I can feel the wonder of spiritual energy." The surrounding ninjas cast envious and congratulatory glances in his direction. In addition to imparting the art of immortality, Li Haoyan was also devoted to improving the medical system within the ninja world. He merged the alchemical techniques of the immortal realm with the knowledge of medicinal herbs from the Hokage world, concocting a series of remarkably effective elixirs. These potions not only facilitated swift healing of injuries, but also enhanced the ninja's physical capabilities and chakra recovery speed. With Tsunade's assistance, a pharmacy was established in Konoha Hospital, dedicated to the creation of these precious potions. With these elixirs, the survival rate of ninjas during missions would significantly increase, and medical ninjas would possess more means to address various complex ailments, Tsunade remarked with satisfaction. However, Li Haoyan's heart remained tethered to the legacy of the Lingyin Immortal sect. He understood that although he had grasped some of the sect's mysteries, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. To delve deeper into the profound heritage of the sect, he resolved to embark on another journey. As he bid farewell to Tsunade and the people of Konoha, Naruto rushed over, exclaiming, "Big brother Haoyan, you must return safely. I am looking forward to you teaching me even more powerful immortal techniques." Li Haoyan smiled as he affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair, reassuring him, "Rest assured, I shall return. You must also train diligently and protect the Hidden Leaf Village." He traversed ancient ruins and followed the enigmatic ley lines, enduring countless trials along the way. While navigating through an ancient forest, he encountered a pack of ferocious celestial beasts. These creatures, nourished by celestial energy, possessed formidable strength, yet Li Haoyan, with his exquisite celestial arts and keen intellect, successfully tamed them. Continuing on his journey, he arrived at a mysterious island suspended in the clouds. The island was suffused with ethereal energy, yet it concealed numerous trials. There, Li Haoyan discovered a testing ground left by the ancestors of the Lingyin celestial sect. Within this sacred space, he faced powerful celestial prohibitions and the assaults of phantasmal adversaries. Each battle against these illusions honed his skills in celestial arts and enriched his combat experience. With every triumph over these spectral foes, he gleaned deeper insights into the profound mysteries of celestial techniques. After innumerable challenges and breakthroughs, Li Haoyan finally reached the heart of the testing ground. There, he beheld the spectral visage of the sect's founder. The founder's gaze was benevolent as he regarded Li Haoyan, saying, Your ability to withstand such rigorous trials speaks volumes of your determination and talent. I now bestow upon you the complete inheritance of the Linging Celestial Sect, with the hope that you will uphold its legacy and safeguard peace in the world. With that, a brilliant light surged into Li Haotian's consciousness, encompassing the sect's premier celestial techniques, cultivation methods, alchemical secrets, and profound insights into the laws of nature. Li Haotian was immersed in the vast inheritance, experiencing a rapid enhancement of his own abilities. Upon awakening from the legacy, he respectfully bowed to the ethereal image of his ancestor, vowing that he would not betray the trust placed in him. With the power of the Immortal sect, he would safeguard the world of ninjas and seek the profound truths of the universe. Armed with the complete inheritance of the Ling and Immortal sect, Li Haotian returned to Konoha village. He meticulously compiled the newly acquired techniques and knowledge, sharing them with the various villages within the ninja realm. Through his efforts, the level of ninjutsu within the ninja world experienced a qualitative leap, while the standards of medical practices reached unprecedented heights. Yet, Li Haotian remained true to the compassionate heart of a healer, leading a tranquil and fulfilling life in Konoha village. He frequently engaged in discussions with Tsunade regarding the paths of medicine and ninjutsu, and he also guided young ninjas in their training. His name became an eternal legend within the ninja world, inspiring successive generations of ninjas to protect peace and explore the unknown. Chapter 80. The Convergence of Worlds and Hopes for the Future under the impetus of Li Haotian, the ninja world and the inheritance of the Ling and Immortal sect deeply intertwined, creating a scene of prosperity that unfolded like a painted scroll. Konoha village, as the epicenter of this transformative wave, attracted countless ninjas eager to exchange knowledge and learn. In the streets, ninjas from different villages traversed, engaging in discussions about the intricacies of ninjutsu or sharing insights on alchemy. Within the village's classrooms, the sounds of explanations blending the theory of ninjutsu with practical combat resonated. As young ninjas thirsted for knowledge, their eyes filled with aspirations for the future. Li Haotian stood atop the heights of Konoha village, gazing down upon the scene below, his heart brimming with satisfaction. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The world of ninjas harbored vast potential yet to be unearthed. On this day, Li Haotian was engrossed in the study of a new technique that fused sage arts with ninjutsu, when he suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation in space. Startled, he swiftly employed sage arts to probe the source of the disturbance. There, at the edge of the village, appeared a swirling vortex emanating a mysterious glow, its powerful allure seemingly intent on drawing everything in its vicinity into its depths. Tsunade hastily arrived at Li Haotian's side, inquiring, "Haotian, what is happening?" Li Haotian furrowed his brow, uncertain yet sensing that this formidable force seemed to emanate from another realm, fraught with potential peril. He urged Tsunade to organize the villagers' evacuation to a safe zone, while he cautiously approached the spatial vortex. As he drew nearer to the whirlpool, a surge of potent information inundated his mind. It became apparent that the previous clash with the dark forces had resulted in fissures within the spatial structure, inadvertently linking to other unknown worlds. Just as Li Haotian pondered how to respond, an unusual assembly of creatures suddenly emerged from the vortex. These beings radiated an extraordinary luminescence. Some possessed immense wings, while others sported multiple arms, their eyes reflecting a blend of confusion and wariness. What manner of creatures are these? Could they be sentient beings from another world? Li Haotian mused inwardly. He endeavored to communicate with these entities using his celestial arts, and after considerable effort, he finally established contact with one that appeared to be their leader. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Li Haotian inquired. The leader emitted a peculiar sound, which, through the translation of Li Haotian's celestial techniques, he came to understand. They hailed from a realm known as the Star Mirage world, where they too had faced a dark force's onslaught. In the chaos of a spatial storm, they had been swept into this vortex, inadvertently arriving in the realm of ninjas. Li Haotian recognized that this might be a pivotal opportunity. Our world of ninjas had just endured a fierce battle against dark forces, and perhaps we could exchange experiences to collectively combat the shadows. Upon hearing this, the beings from the starry realm were illuminated with glimmers of hope. They followed Li Haotian to Konoha, where they engaged in a unique exchange with the ninjas. The inhabitants of the starry realm showcased their distinctive magic and technology. Their sorcery could manipulate elemental forces, conjuring wondrous phenomena, while their technology manifested in marvelous devices such as teleporters capable of instantaneous travel and detectors sensitive to energy fluctuations. The ninjas, undeterred, displayed their exquisite ninjutsu and sage techniques. Naruto unleashed his Rasengan and sage art, Supergiant Rasengan, while Sasuke exhibited Chidori and Amaterasu. And Li Haoyan's sage techniques left the beings from the starry realm in awe. Throughout the exchange, both parties discovered that although their systems of power differed, they shared numerous commonalities in their battle against dark forces. Consequently, they resolved to collaboratively explore a new power system that seamlessly integrates ninjutsu, sage arts, magic, and technology, better equipping them to face potential threats from the darkness in the future. Li Haoyan, Tsunade, and the leaders of the Star Realm collaboratively established a research team, embarking on arduous investigations within a clandestine underground base in Konoha village. Li Haoyan, with his profound comprehension of senjutsu and ninjutsu, joined forces with the leaders of the Star Realm, who contributed their arcane and technological expertise, while Tsunade provided assistance with her insights on medical and strength applications. After countless trials and failures, they finally made significant strides. They successfully amalgamated the hand signs of ninjutsu with the incantations of magic, forging a novel casting technique. They merged sage power with the energy sources of the Star Realm, resulting in the development of a more potent energy crystal. And they integrated technological detectors with the perceptive abilities of ninjas, crafting an early warning device capable of alerting them to encroaching dark forces. However, just as they reveled in the triumph of their research, a new crisis quietly emerged. The Dark Sphere, previously sealed by Li Haoyan, had absorbed the chaotic energy from the spatial rift and, astonishingly, broke free from its confinement, unleashing a torrent of darkness far more formidable than before. This dark deluge swept through nearby villages, leaving devastation in its wake. Upon receiving the news, Li Haoyan's countenance grew grave. He understood that this would be a far more formidable trial. He swiftly summoned the ninjas and the beings of the Star Fantasy Realm to form a united army in preparation for the impending confrontation. This time, we shall not allow the forces of darkness to wreak havoc any longer. We must eradicate them utterly, Li Haoyan proclaimed fervently at the pre-battle mobilization assembly. The united army swiftly advanced towards the torrent of darkness. Upon encountering the dark tide, a breathtaking battle erupted. The ninjas unleashed a variety of ninjutsu and celestial arts, while the beings of the Star Fantasy Realm wielded magic and technological weaponry to assault the dark forces. Standing at the forefront, Li Haoyan formed hand seals and invoked the most potent celestial formation of the Lingyin celestial sect, the 10,000 celestial suppression formation. Simultaneously, the beings of the Star Fantasy Realm set up their energy shields and magical traps outside the formation, establishing a formidable defensive line. The malevolent creatures within the dark tide relentlessly assaulted the defenses, unleashing a myriad of dark abilities in an attempt to breach the united army's fortifications. However, through their seamless coordination and formidable strength, the united army repeatedly repelled the onslaught of dark power. During the battle, Li Haoyan discerned that the core of the dark forces remained that ominous dark sphere. Resolute, he decided to delve once more into the dark tide to destroy the sphere. He briefly conveyed his intentions to Tsunade and the leaders of the Star Fantasy Realm before employing the celestial art of Shadow Veil, propelling himself towards the dark sphere. This time, the defenses surrounding the dark sphere were even more stringent, with countless dark tendrils coiling menacingly towards Li Haoyan. Remaining composed, he unleashed the celestial art of celestial flame, incinerating the surrounding dark tendrils to ashes. He then formed the Qian Kuan sealing seal with his hands, attempting once again to seal the dark sphere. However, the dark sphere seemed to sense Li Haoyan's intentions and unleashed a powerful recoil, sending him hurtling backward. He crashed heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he did not surrender. Rising to his feet, he summoned all his strength, including the forbidden celestial arts gleaned from the inheritance of the Lingyin celestial sect. A dazzling halo of 7 colors enveloped his body, infused with annihilating power. Celestial sect, Judgment Day. Li Haoyan bellowed, directing the surge of energy towards the dark sphere. The dark sphere trembled violently under the onslaught of this formidable force, its defenses gradually crumbling. Witnessing the efficacy of Li Haoyan's attack, the united army intensified their assault. The ninjas unleashed their most powerful ninjutsu, while the beings of the Star Fantasy Realm maximized the potency of their magic and technological weaponry. Ultimately, through the concerted efforts of the united army, the dark sphere was utterly destroyed, and the dark tide dissipated. The ninjas and the beings of the Star Fantasy Realm erupted in joyous celebration, having triumphed over the forces of darkness. In the aftermath of this epic confrontation, a profound friendship and cooperative bond flourished between the ninja world and the beings of the Star Fantasy Realm. They engaged in mutual exchange, learning from one another as they jointly explored the mysteries of the multiverse. Li Haoyin continued his profound exploration of senjutsu and medical arts in the Hidden Leaf Village. He intricately blended the insights and experiences gleaned from the recent cataclysmic battles into his own cultivation and teachings, nurturing a succession of exceptional ninjas and senjutsu practitioners. His name has ascended to legendary status within both the ninja realm and the starry illusion world, inspiring countless individuals to strive relentlessly for the preservation of peace and the pursuit of the unknown. In the days to come, he shall confront myriad challenges and opportunities, penning his own illustrious saga. Meanwhile, the narratives of the ninja world and the starry illusion realm, through this ongoing exchange and amalgamation, have turned a new page. Chapter 81. The Winds of Change in the Ninja World. Li Haoyin had been recuperating at Tsunade's residence for some time, his health gradually improving, while his thoughts regarding the schemes within this ninja world became increasingly lucid. On this day, with the sun shining brightly, he and Tsunade sat in the courtyard, a gentle breeze rustling their garments. "Tsunade, have you ever contemplated that medical ninjutsu in this ninja world could undergo a profound transformation?" Li Haoyin's gaze was deep as he fixed his eyes on the horizon, breaking the silence. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. As a master of medical ninjutsu, she possessed a profound understanding and dedication to the art. Intrigued, she inquired, "Haoyin, what do you mean by that?" Although medical ninjutsu has its shortcomings, it is continuously evolving. Li Haoyin smiled gently and began to articulate his philosophy. The existing medical ninjutsu primarily focuses on the healing of wounds and alleviation of pain for the injured. While it possesses its intricacies, it remains overly limited. I once gleaned some insights in a dream, suggesting that medical ninjutsu could transcend these boundaries. It could delve into the body's meridians and the very essence of chakra, fundamentally mending bodily injuries and even transforming one's constitution to unleash latent potential. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's eyes flickered with surprise and contemplation, prompting her to sit up straighter. Delving into the meridians and the essence of chakra? Such a notion is audacious, however. If it could indeed be realized, the enhancement of a ninja's prowess would be immeasurable. Indeed, Li Haoyin nodded, his expression turning earnest. Furthermore, medical ninjutsu should not merely serve as an adjunct to warfare and combat. It ought to evolve into a force accessible to the masses, allowing ordinary citizens to reap its benefits. In today's ninja world, engulfed in the flames of conflict, common people suffer greatly from the ravages of war, with ailments and pain constantly tormenting them. If medical ninjutsu could be disseminated widely, it would significantly elevate the quality of life for the populace and reduce casualties. Tsunade furrowed her brow, her voice tinged with concern. However, the study and application of medical ninjutsu are no trivial tasks. They demand extensive chakra control and specialized knowledge. To popularize it, one might find the endeavor daunting. Li Haoyin had long been prepared. He extended his finger, gesturing in the air as he elucidated. This necessitates the simplification and innovation of medical ninjutsu. We could develop straightforward and practical medical techniques that do not require extensive chakra proficiency, enabling ordinary ninjas and even well-trained civilians to master them. For instance, a swift technique to staunch bleeding or a simple method to alleviate pain. Rising to his feet, he paced as he continued, simultaneously. We could establish an academy for medical ninjutsu, specifically aimed at training medical ninjas. In this institution, we would not only impart traditional medical knowledge, but also incorporate these new concepts and techniques I have proposed. This would enhance and systematize the framework of medical ninjutsu, cultivating talents of varying levels, from basic medical ninjas capable of treating common ailments to advanced practitioners skilled in complex surgeries and ninjutsu therapies. Listening intently to Li Haoyin's words, Tsunade found herself gradually captivated by the vision he painted. She too rose to her feet, standing alongside him. "Haoyin, if your idea were to be realized, it would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the ninja world. However, it involves the interests of numerous ninja clans and factions, who may not necessarily offer their support." In Li Haoyin's eyes flickered a glimmer of resoluteness. The path of transformation is inherently fraught with thorns. Yet, as long as our philosophy is sound and aimed at the long-term welfare of the entire ninja world, we must endeavor to take action. We can commence our efforts in the Hidden Leaf Village, leveraging its influence to gradually extend our reach to other ninja villages. Moreover, I firmly believe that once everyone witnesses the advantages brought forth by the reform in medical ninjutsu, those clans and factions will inevitably alter their stances. Tsunade, observing the confident and determined young man beside her, felt a surge of inexplicable trust and strength within her heart. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "Very well, Haoyin. Since you possess such resolve, I shall strive alongside you. It is indeed time for a transformation in the medical ninjutsu of our ninja world. Just as the two were deliberating, an Umbu ninja suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee. Lady Tsunade, the Hokage requires your presence for urgent matters. Please proceed to the Hokage's office at once. Tsunade exchanged a glance with Li Haotian, both perceiving a hint of concern and gravity in each other's eyes. Nodding affirmatively, Tsunade said, I will go now. Haotian, please wait here. After Tsunade departed, Li Haotian sat alone in the courtyard, reflecting on the impending path of reform. He understood that this was merely the beginning, and countless challenges and difficulties awaited them in the future. However, he remained steadfast in his belief that by adhering to the way of the medical sage with the mission of saving the lives of all beings, they could undoubtedly incite an unprecedented revolution in medical ninjutsu within this ninja world, bringing forth new hope and dawn to a realm beset by war and suffering. Before long, Tsunade returned in haste, her expression somewhat grave. Li Haotian quickly approached her, asking Tsunade, what has transpired? Tsunade inhaled deeply and replied, we have received news from other ninja villages. Mysterious ailments have recently emerged across various regions. Patients are exhibiting chaotic chakra disturbances accompanied by peculiar symptoms. And many medical ninjas from various villages find themselves at a loss. The Hokage has convened representatives from each village to discuss countermeasures. This matter appears to be exceedingly complex. Li Haotian felt a shiver run through him as he realized that this might be an opportunity, a chance for his medical ninjutsu philosophy to be tested and promoted ahead of time. Clenching his fists, he resolutely declared, Tsunade, this could be our moment to act. We must carry forth our new medical ninjutsu concepts and methods to assist the patients, allowing everyone to witness the transformative power of medical ninjutsu. Tsunade, gazing into Li Haotian's determined eyes, felt some of her concerns dissipate. She nodded in agreement. Very well, Haotian. Let us set forth at once. Thus, the two gathered their belongings and embarked on their journey to the Hokage's office. As they traveled, Li Haotian's mind was a whirlwind of possible ailments and corresponding remedies. He understood that this challenge pertained not only to the lives of the patients, but also to the future of the evolution of medical ninjutsu. Tsunade, too, bore a solemn expression. As a high-ranking official of Konoha and an authority in medical ninjutsu, she felt an unprecedented weight of responsibility. Yet beneath that pressure, a flicker of hope ignited within her. A hope that Li Haotian might conjure a miracle and that a new dawn for medical ninjutsu could illuminate the dark corners of the ninja world. Upon their arrival at the Hokage's office, they found representatives from various villages already gathered. The atmosphere was tense and oppressive, and the Hokage sat behind his desk, his demeanor grave. Acknowledging Tsunade and Li Haotian's arrival with a slight nod, he gestured for them to take their seats. Esteemed representatives, he began, his voice deep and resonant. The mysterious ailments emerging across the lands pose a dire threat to the safety of the entire ninja world. We must swiftly devise a solution. The representatives began to murmur among themselves, some displaying visible concern while others suggested conventional responses, all of which were systematically dismissed, as those methods had proven ineffective for previous patients. Li Haotian rose to his feet, inhaling deeply before addressing the assembly. Lord Hokage, esteemed representatives, I may possess some divergent thoughts. The gazes of the crowd turned towards the young lad, filled with a mixture of skepticism, disdain, and a flicker of anticipation. Undeterred by their stares, Li Haotian commenced articulating his preliminary assessments and strategies regarding the enigmatic ailment. Thus began a discourse that would significantly impact the realm of ninja medicine and the very essence of life and death. Chapter 82. Unraveling the mysteries of the ailment and the undercurrents of affection. Li Haotian's remarks elicited a variety of gazes from the attendees, and the Hokage nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. This enigmatic affliction, at first glance, appears to be a chaotic disruption of chakra accompanied by peculiar symptoms. I speculate that it is highly likely a novel form of chakra erosion, potentially linked to a specific ninjutsu experiment or the resurgence of some ancient malevolent force. Li Haotian stated gravely. A representative from the ninja village questioned, your assertion is merely unfounded conjecture. We have yet to ascertain the mode of transmission of this ailment, let alone its origins. Li Haotian, unhurried and composed, continued to elucidate. While I cannot assert absolute certainty, my past experiences suggest that anomalies in chakra often stem from external interferences. If it were merely a common ailment, such a concentrated outbreak within the ninja community, accompanied by similar symptoms, would be unlikely. At this juncture, Tsunade interjected. Haotian's conjecture bears merit. We might as well explore this direction. He previously shared with me some innovative concepts regarding medical ninjutsu, which may prove beneficial in addressing this affliction. Subsequently, Tsunade recounted Li Haotian's ideas about delving into the human meridians and the roots of chakra restoration, simplifying medical ninjutsu, and promoting it to the populace. Instantly, a clamor arose within the council chamber. Representatives from several traditional ninja clans vehemently opposed. The legacy of medical ninjutsu has endured for ages. It cannot be altered lightly. Reckless experimentation may incite even greater calamities. However, a few more progressive-minded ninjas appeared contemplative. A.J. Neen from Konoha stood forth and remarked, "Although the risks of reform are substantial, the current enigmatic ailment has rendered our conventional methods ineffective. Perhaps it warrants a trial. It might pave new avenues." After a moment of reflection, the Hokage stated, "In the absence of better alternatives, Li Haotian and Tsunade may be permitted to experiment with new concepts and methods of medical ninjutsu within certain limits. However, they must proceed with caution. And other ninja villages should fully cooperate in investigating the origins of this affliction." With the Hokage's approval, Li Haotian and Tsunade swiftly set their plans into motion. They first arrived at the temporary gathering place for the afflicted in Konoha. There, they beheld the suffering ninjas languishing on their mats, some emanating an eerie glow, while others convulsed in spasms. Li Haotian approached a patient, his hands forming intricate seals, as he carefully infused a trace of ethereal energy into his chakra. Gently probing into the patient's body, he discovered that the chakra pathways within were ensnared by a malevolent black mist, which incessantly eroded the normal flow of chakra and spread along the meridians toward vital organs. Tsunade observed Li Haotian's examination with quiet astonishment. Realizing that this condition of chakra erosion was exceedingly rare, Li Haotian withdrew his chakra and addressed Tsunade, stating that the situation was more dire than he had anticipated. The ordinary medical ninjutsu could not dispel this insidious force, and he needed to employ a new method to sever the connection between this power and the chakra pathways. He requested her assistance in providing protection and remaining vigilant for any unforeseen circumstances. Tsunade nodded, steeling herself for the task ahead. Taking a deep breath, Li Haotian swiftly performed a series of intricate hand seals, reciting incantations under his breath. Moments later, a gentle white luminescence emanated from his palms, embodying his initial endeavor to merge sage power with medical ninjutsu. He cautiously enveloped the critical nodes of the patient's chakra pathways with this light, and wherever it touched, the ominous black mist began to recede. However, at that moment, the patient suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream, violently thrashing about as a powerful backlash surged toward Li Haotian. Observing this, Tsunade acted swiftly, using her chakra to restrain the patient while simultaneously shielding Li Haotian from a portion of the backlash. Li Haotian's forehead glistened with sweat, yet his gaze remained resolute as he intensified his output of celestial energy, exclaiming, "Break!" With that low utterance, the dark mist, under the relentless suppression of the white light, was finally severed from its connection to the meridians, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. The patient gradually calmed, and the symptoms began to subside. This scene left the nearby Konoha ninjas in awe. They had not anticipated that such a novel medical ninjutsu could yield such miraculous results. Through their shared battles and explorative research, Tsunade's feelings for Li Haotian began to undergo a subtle transformation. Initially, she had cared for the young man out of her innate compassion as a healer, yet now she found her gaze involuntarily following his every movement. That night, after a long day of toil, the two sat in the courtyard, taking a moment to rest. The moonlight bathed them in its gentle glow. Li Haotian gazed upon Tsunade's weary yet still beautiful features, feeling a surge of tenderness within his heart. "Tsunade, you have worked hard today," he said softly. Tsunade shook her head slightly. "You too, Haotian. Your ideas and methods have truly opened my eyes." They exchanged smiles, and in that moment, the atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Tsunade's heart began to race involuntarily. She had never experienced such feelings before, as if she had returned to the innocent days of her youth. Li Haotian gazed at Tsunade's flushed cheeks, and, as if compelled by an unseen force, he gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Tsunade momentarily stiffened but did not withdraw. "Tsunade," Li Haotian began, yet found himself at a loss for words. Tsunade regarded him, her eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation. "What is it?" "I am profoundly grateful to have encountered you in this world. Without you, I cannot fathom what my existence would be." Li Haotian finally summoned the courage to articulate. Tsunade's heart swelled with emotion as she delicately grasped his hand. "I feel the same, Haotian. You have unveiled a new hope in medical ninjutsu for me." She paused, her words trailing off, yet Li Haoyan discerned the unspoken sentiments reflected in her gaze. From that moment forth, an extraordinary bond blossomed between them. Whether they were immersed in the study of medical ninjutsu or facing external skepticism and peril, they relied on one another, providing strength and support. News of their collaboration swiftly permeated the ninja village, prompting families and ninjas who had previously opposed them to reevaluate Li Haoyan's revolutionary approach to medical ninjutsu. However, Li Haoyan was acutely aware that this was merely the initial triumph. The path to fully addressing the enigmatic ailment and promoting the transformation of medical ninjutsu was fraught with challenges. He and Tsunade began to compile their experiences and shortcomings from the treatment process, preparing to refine their innovative medical techniques further. In the ensuing days, they persistently experimented and improved their methods on patients, while also imparting the streamlined medical ninjutsu techniques to certain Konoha ninjas, enabling them to assist in treatment. These ninjas discovered that although the new techniques were conceptually novel, with diligent study, they were indeed more accessible and yielded remarkable results compared to traditional medical ninjutsu. As the number of healed patients increased, the renown of Li Haoyan and Tsunade resonated throughout the ninja world. Other ninja villages, upon hearing of their success, dispatched ninjas to learn and exchange knowledge. Seizing this opportunity, Li Haoyan vigorously promoted his medical ninjutsu system, including plans to establish a medical ninjutsu academy. Yet, just as the transformation of medical ninjutsu began to gain momentum, Li Haoyan sensed a lurking hostility concealed in the shadows. It seemed that a certain faction was intent on thwarting his success, clandestinely plotting acts of sabotage. On one occasion, while he was out gathering rare herbs for research into new remedies for the mysterious ailment, he was ambushed by a group of enigmatic ninjas. Clad in black cloaks and masked, these ninjas struck fiercely, each blow lethal. Li Haoyan, drawing upon his celestial power and the ninjutsu he had mastered, engaged in a fierce struggle against his assailants. During the conflict, he discerned that the ninjutsu styles of these enigmatic adversaries were exceedingly peculiar, distinct from the conventional techniques of ordinary ninja villages. "Who are you truly? Why do you seek to thwart my endeavors?" he inquired, deflecting their relentless onslaught. Yet, the mysterious ninjas remained silent, solely intent on their assault. At a critical juncture, Tsunade arrived, joining forces with Li Haoyan. Together, they succeeded in repelling the enigmatic ninjas, although their intrigue only deepened. Upon returning to Konoha village, they reported the incident to the Hokage, who ordered the Umbu to conduct a thorough investigation into the identities and underlying forces of these shadowy figures. Li Haoyan understood that as the revolution in medical ninjutsu advanced, the resistance and peril he faced would only intensify. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted, determined to disseminate this transformative wind throughout the ninja world, unveil the truths behind the mysterious ailments, and safeguard the peace and tranquility of this realm. Even if the path ahead were fraught with thorns, he would stride forth as a healer, forging a luminous path, with Tsunade steadfastly by his side, unwavering in her support. Chapter 83. Shadows lurking and turmoil in the ninja world after repelling the assault of the mysterious ninjas. Li Haoyan and Tsunade recognized that the interests they had inadvertently stirred and the lurking dark forces were far more intricate and profound than they had previously imagined. While the ninjas of Konoha diligently pursued the identities of the enigmatic assailants, Li Haoyan and Tsunade continued unabated in their quest to revolutionize medical ninjutsu. They established a dedicated research ward within Konoha Hospital, concentrating on patients afflicted with the mysterious ailment, particularly those in severe condition. To delve deeper into the enigmas of their afflictions and to experiment with novel treatment methodologies, Li Haoyan devoted himself day and night to his studies, merging the medicinal knowledge of the celestial realm with the chakra theories of the Naruto world. Gradually, he forged a more systematic medical ninjutsu framework. He began to compile this system into a comprehensive tome, divided into sections such as foundational theories, meridian restoration techniques, chakra purification methods, and strategies for tackling complex ailments. Each section meticulously documented hand seals, the flow of chakra, and the essential points for the fusion of sage power and chakra. Tsunade assisted him, providing not only the medical resources and ninja manpower from Konoha, but also valuable insights throughout the practical applications. During this collaborative endeavor, their bond quietly deepened, marked by growing trust and reliance on one another. However, this tranquil existence did not endure for long. One night, while Li Haoyan was performing intensive treatment on a critically ill patient in the ward, he formed hand seals. radiating a gentle glow of sage energy as he slowly infused it into the patient, striving to eradicate the insidious dark chakra completely. Tsunade stood nearby, anxiously observing and prepared to respond to any unforeseen developments. Just as the treatment reached a pivotal moment, a faint sound echoed from outside the ward. Tsunade, alert, turned her head and whispered, Haoyan, it seems there is a situation. Li Haoyan gave a slight nod but did not cease his actions. Instead, he intensified the output of his chakra, hastening the healing process. He was acutely aware that interrupting the treatment at this moment could jeopardize the patient's life. Tsunade swiftly turned and strode towards the hospital door. Gently pushing it open, she caught sight of a shadow flitting past at the end of the corridor. Without hesitation, she pursued it, her figure darting like lightning through the halls of Konoha Hospital. Upon reaching the hospital's rear courtyard, the shadow abruptly halted and slowly turned around. In the moonlight, a masked face was revealed, obscuring its features, yet emanating an unmistakable aura of coldness. Who are you? Why are you spying here? Tsunade demanded angrily, her hands instinctively clenching, ready to strike at any moment. The masked figure let out a low, sinister laugh. Tsunade, your actions alongside that outsider have already infringed upon the interests of many. Do you believe that the transformation of medical ninjutsu will proceed so smoothly? Tsunade snorted coldly. No matter who is scheming behind the scenes, we will not falter. The transformation of medical ninjutsu aims to save more ninjas and civilians. Anyone attempting to obstruct us will be opposing the entire ninja world. The masked figure fell silent for a moment before slowly replying, you are overly naive. The forces you confront far exceed your imagination. This mysterious affliction is merely a precursor. Greater calamities lie ahead. With that, the masked figure suddenly lunged towards Tsunade. Launching an attack, Tsunade swiftly sidestepped, countering with a powerful punch, her formidable chakra coalescing around her fist as it surged toward the masked figure. An intense battle erupted in the hospital's rear courtyard. Tsunade's monstrous strength was astonishing, each punch creating shockwaves through the surrounding air. Meanwhile, the masked figure's ninjutsu was equally perplexing. He flickered unpredictably, occasionally unleashing dark chakra attacks that slithered towards Tsunade like venomous serpents. Inside the patient room, Li Haoyan heard the fierce sounds of combat outside, his heart racing with anxiety. Yet, he understood that any distraction now could cost the patient their life. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed his worries and accelerated the treatment. Finally, through his utmost efforts, the dark chakra within the patient was completely eradicated. The patient's complexion gradually returned to a healthy hue, and their breathing stabilized. Li Haoyan quickly rose and dashed toward the door. Upon arriving in the courtyard, he saw Tsunade locked in a fierce struggle with the masked figure. Without hesitation, he joined the fray, forming hand seals to conjure a protective shield of sage energy that enveloped Tsunade, while simultaneously launching a sage energy attack at the masked figure. Sensing the overwhelming power of Li Haoyan's chakra, the masked figure felt a jolt of surprise. He swiftly attempted to escape. However, Li Haoyan and Tsunade were not inclined to let him slip away easily. They quickly pursued him. During the chase, the masked figure suddenly threw down a smoke bomb, and amidst the ensuing haze, he vanished without a trace. Li Haoyan and Tsunade halted, their expressions grave. What force could this be? Why are they so fearful of the transformation brought about by medical ninjutsu? Tsunade furrowed her brow and spoke. Li Haoyan pondered for a moment before articulating. They must have a close association with this enigmatic ailment. Perhaps they deliberately instigated this affliction with the intent to impede the advancement of medical ninjutsu, thereby safeguarding their vested interests. Upon returning to the Konoha hospital, Li Haoyan and Tsunade informed the Hokage of this matter. The Hokage's expression darkened as he comprehended that this lurking force posed a grave threat not only to Konoha village, but to the entire ninja world. We must hasten the reform of medical ninjutsu and simultaneously bolster the defensive capabilities of Konoha to preempt their resurgence, the Hokage declared. With the Hokage's support, Li Haoyan and Tsunade embarked on a sweeping campaign to promote the transformation of medical ninjutsu within Konoha village. They organized training sessions on medical ninjutsu, which attracted numerous Konoha ninjas eager to learn. These ninjas, after assimilating the new medical ninjutsu framework, were astounded. They realized that the new techniques not only yielded remarkable healing results but also possessed a relatively accessible learning curve, enabling them to safeguard themselves and their comrades more effectively during combat. As the proficiency of medical ninjutsu in Konoha village steadily ascended, word of this advancement began to permeate the entire ninja world. Other ninja villages dispatched envoys to observe and learn. and Li Haotian and Tsunade generously shared their medical ninjutsu system with them. During this period, a new trend emerged within the ninja realm. Medical ninjutsu ceased to be regarded merely as a supplementary skill for combat and evolved into an essential competency for ninjas. Various ninja villages began to prioritize the development of medical ninjutsu, allocating substantial resources for research and dissemination. However, just as the reform of medical ninjutsu flourished within the ninja world, a far greater crisis quietly loomed. Strange occurrences began to manifest across the various ninja villages. Ninjas found their chakra inexplicably vanishing, their bodies growing feeble and frail, and some even succumbed to sudden unconsciousness during missions. These phenomena incited panic throughout the ninja world, leading many to speculate whether this was linked to the prior mysterious ailment or if a new malevolent force was covertly at work. Upon receiving the news, Li Haotian and Tsunade swiftly traveled to various ninja villages to conduct inquiries. They discovered that the symptoms exhibited by the ninjas were markedly different from those of the previous mysterious illness. It appeared to be a curse specifically targeting the very essence of chakra. In a bid to unravel this curse, Li Haotian delved deeply into an array of ancient ninja texts and sage scrolls, seeking a potential solution. Meanwhile, Tsunade tirelessly traversed the ninja villages, soothing the anxieties of the shinobi and organizing medical ninjas for urgent care. During the investigation, Li Haotian stumbled upon several intriguing clues, which seemed to allude to an ancient ninja clan. This clan once held a position of great prominence within the ninja world, but had gradually fallen into obscurity over the annals of history. Could it be that this clan, in a desperate attempt to reclaim its former glory, resorted to malevolent means, thereby instigating this series of calamities? Li Haotian and Tsunade resolved to delve into the mysteries of this ancient clan, embarking on a journey fraught with uncertainties and perils. What challenges shall they confront along the way? Will they uncover the hidden truths that lie beneath and rescue the ninja world from calamity? All remains uncertain. Yet their unwavering conviction remains steadfast, for they understand that they are the last bastion of hope for the ninja realm. Chapter 84. The Secrets of the Ancient Clan. Li Haotian and Tsunade, following the faintest of leads, gradually approached the ancient family suspected to be the source of the calamity. They arrived at a dilapidated manor nestled deep within the mountains, where an air of decay and antiquity enveloped the surroundings, as if time had lingered here for an eternity. The grand entrance stood firmly shut. However, as Li Haotian gently pushed against it, he discovered that it was unlatched. With an eerie creak, the door slowly swung open. Inside, overgrown weeds thrived amidst crumbling architecture, yet there lingered a subtle, elusive ripple of chakra. Tsunade furrowed her brow and remarked, "This chakra fluctuation is quite peculiar. It seems to conceal some hidden secret." Li Haotian nodded, and the two cautiously stepped into the estate. As soon as they set foot in the courtyard, a group of ninjas clad in black robes suddenly emerged from the shadows, their gazes icy and silent as they surrounded Li Haotian and Tsunade. "Who are you? What brings you to this place uninvited?" one of the black-clad ninjas demanded. Li Haotian calmly stated, "We suspect that this place is linked to the recent calamities in the world of ninjas, and we have come to investigate." Upon hearing this, the cloaked ninjas let out a chilling laugh. "Do you really think you can uncover the secrets of this place? It's nothing short of a death wish." With that, they launched their assault simultaneously. Li Haotian swiftly performed hand seals, enveloped by celestial energy that coalesced into a protective shield around him. Tsunade, with her fists raised, charged towards the cloaked ninjas, each strike imbued with formidable power that repelled the encroaching foes. Amidst the skirmish, Li Haotian discerned that the attack methods of these dark-robed ninjas were strikingly archaic, and their chakra appeared to be restrained by a peculiar seal, deepening his conviction that hidden secrets lay within. After a fierce battle, they ultimately repelled this cadre of shadowy adversaries. Li Haotian and Tsunade pressed deeper into the estate, arriving before an ancient shrine. The doors of the shrine were inscribed with an array of bizarre runes and patterns, emanating a potent chakra aura. Li Haotian meticulously examined the runes inscribed on the door, discovering that they were linked to an ancient and long-forgotten forbidden technique. This technique was rumored to wield the power to manipulate the very essence of one's chakra. Could it be that the calamities plaguing the ninja world stemmed from this? Tsunade remarked from the side. The runes on this door appear to be a form of sealing. Unlocking it will likely prove to be a formidable challenge. Li Haotian pondered for a moment and remarked, "I shall attempt to break this seal using celestial energy." He gathered his celestial power in both hands and gradually directed it towards the door. As the energy flowed into it, the runes upon the door began to shimmer, emitting a resplendent glow. After considerable effort, the door finally creaked open. A pungent odor wafted from within, revealing an array of ancient artifacts and scrolls. Li Haotian and Tsunade stepped into the shrine, embarking on a meticulous search for clues. In a corner, Li Haotian stumbled upon a tattered diary. The pages had yellowed with age, and the handwriting was somewhat indistinct, yet he managed to decipher its contents. The diary appeared to belong to an ancestor of this ancient lineage, chronicling the family's former splendor and glory, which had faded with the passage of time. In their quest to restore the family's stature, they commenced the study of a forbidden ninjutsu, a practice that demanded numerous living sacrifices to manipulate their chakra, thereby augmenting their own strength. Li Haotian furrowed his brow and remarked, "I see now. They are willing to sacrifice countless ninja lives for their own selfish desires, thus precipitating this calamity." Tsunade replied with palpable fury, "Such conduct is utterly depraved. We must put an end to their schemes." At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed ominously within the ancestral hall. "Do you truly believe you can thwart us so easily? It is far too late for that." Emerging slowly from the shadows was an elderly man with flowing white hair, his eyes gleaming with madness and malevolence. "The glory of our clan shall undoubtedly be restored, and you shall serve as the sacrifices for this revival." Li Haotian cast a frosty gaze upon the elder and declared, "Your actions contravene the principles of the ninja way. Today marks your reckoning." The elder snorted disdainfully, forming hand seals to summon a formidable surge of dark chakra. This chakra, akin to a tempest of shadows, surged forth towards Li Haotian and Tsunade. Li Haotian and Tsunade swiftly separated, launching simultaneous assaults on the elder. Li Haotian unleashed his sage power. Beams of white light slicing through the darkness, aimed directly at the elder. Tsunade, harnessing her extraordinary strength, relentlessly pounded against the elder's defenses, striving to shatter his chakra shield. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, as the elder's prowess surpassed their wildest expectations. He continuously shifted his ninjutsu, overwhelming Li Haotian and Tsunade, leaving them gasping for breath. Yet, Li Haotian refused to surrender. He remained vigilant, contemplating the elder's ninjutsu for any weaknesses. Suddenly, he discerned a pattern. After each formidable attack, the elder exhibited a momentary disruption in his chakra fluctuations. "Tsunade, after his next strike, we shall exploit his vulnerability together," Li Haotian exclaimed. Tsunade nodded in agreement, and the two awaited their opportune moment with unwavering resolve. When the elder unleashed another powerful attack, Li Haotian and Tsunade struck in unison. Li Haotian's sage power accurately targeted the elder's disrupted chakra, while Tsunade's fist followed with tremendous force, landing squarely upon the elder's form. The elder suffered grievous injuries, blood spilling from his mouth, yet a frenzied madness lingered upon his visage. "Even if I fail, this cannot be undone. The world of ninjas shall descend into eternal darkness." Li Haotian stepped forward and declared, "We shall prevent this calamity from unfolding. The transgressions you have committed shall inevitably face retribution." After subduing the elder, they commenced their search within the ancestral hall for a means to unravel the disastrous ninjutsu. Following a meticulous investigation, they ultimately discovered a scroll containing the incantation to lift the forbidden techniques hidden within a concealed compartment. Li Haotian and Tsunade commenced the arduous task of alleviating the calamities of ninjutsu afflicting the ninja world, following the instructions inscribed upon the scroll. They established intricate formations in various ninja villages, deftly redirecting the manipulated chakra back to its rightful course. After a protracted struggle, the imminent crisis within the ninja realm began to recede. The chakra of the ninjas gradually returned to its natural state, and their bodies slowly healed. Li Haotian and Tsunade's names resonate throughout the ninja world, their deeds transformed into legends recounted by many. Their bond, forged through numerous life and death trials, deepened with each challenge faced. After the crisis subsided, Li Haotian did not relent in his pursuit of medical ninjutsu research and promotion. He established a medical ninjutsu academy in the village hidden in the leaves, taking on the role of principal, nurturing a continuous stream of exceptional medical ninjas. Tsunade remained by the Hokage's side, assisting in the management of the ninja world's affairs. Together, they supported one another, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of the ninja realm. Many years later, when people reflect on this chapter of history, they continue to marvel at the achievements of Li Haotian and Tsunade. They stand as beacons in the ninja world, illuminating the path through darkness and guiding ninjas towards a brighter future. Chapter 85. A new journey and emotional resolution. As the crisis in the ninja world dissipated, the dawn of peace once more illuminated the land. Li Haotian's medical ninjutsu academy flourished in the village hidden in the leaves, attracting aspiring ninjas from distant lands eager to immerse themselves in the study and research of medical ninjutsu. Within the academy, Li Haotian personally conducted classes, seamlessly merging the medical philosophies of the Sage realm with the knowledge of ninjutsu from the Hokage world. He instructed his students on the precise perception and manipulation of chakra for healing, the intricate repair of damaged pathways within the human body, and the approaches to tackle various complex ailments. His students held him in profound reverence and affection, gradually blossoming into outstanding medical ninjas under his meticulous guidance. Tsunade frequently visited the academy, engaging with Li Haoyan to discuss the dynamics of the ninja world and the trajectory of medical ninjutsu. They strolled through the academy's garden, surrounded by blooming flowers and verdant trees, as if isolating themselves from the tumult of the outside world. Haoyan, look at the wealth of talent in this academy. The future of medical ninjutsu shines brightly, Tsunade remarked, her eyes reflecting admiration for Li Haoyan's accomplishments. Li Haoyan responded with a smile, expressing his gratitude. This is all thanks to your unwavering support and assistance, Tsunade. Without you, I would find it exceedingly difficult to advance my ideals in this world. Their hands instinctively intertwined, their bond having grown unbreakable through countless trials and tribulations. Yet, deep within Li Haoyan's heart lingered a persistent concern, his past in the celestial realm. One day, while training in the academy's secluded chamber, he sought to uncover a method to return to the celestial realm. He was acutely aware that, despite his remarkable achievements in the Naruto world, there remained unfinished business and unresolved emotions in the celestial realm. During his training, he serendipitously detected a trace of spatial fluctuations that stirred his curiosity. After several days of research and exploration, he ultimately discovered a potential array capable of traversing the fabric of space back to the celestial realm. However, this array demanded a formidable source of energy, which he surmised could be procured from certain enigmatic locations within the ninja world. Li Haoyan confided this matter to Tsunade, who, upon hearing the news, felt a surge of panic within her. She feared that once Li Haoyan returned to the celestial realm, he would depart from her forever. Must you truly go back, Haoyan? Tsunade's eyes glistened with tears as she clasped his hand tightly. Li Haoyan gazed at Tsunade, his heart brimming with guilt and reluctance. Tsunade, I still have unfinished business in the realm of the immortals. But rest assured, I shall return. This world holds you, and the noble pursuit of medical ninjutsu for which I strive, I shall not easily part with it. Tsunade understood that she could not deter Li Haoyan from pursuing his mission. Taking a deep breath, she proclaimed, Then I shall accompany you in search of the energy source. No matter what, I must remain by your side. Thus, they embarked on a journey to uncover the mysterious energy source. They traversed dense forests and scaled treacherous mountains, arriving at a place known as Thunder Valley. It was said that powerful lightning energies often converged here, making it one of the most volatile regions in the ninja world. As they entered Thunder Valley, they were immediately met with a fierce lightning assault. Li Haoyan conjured an ethereal shield, enveloping Tsunade within its protective embrace. Cautiously, they advanced deeper into the valley, seeking the core area where the energy was most concentrated. In the depths of the valley, they discovered a colossal thunder crystal, radiating a dazzling blue light, with surrounding lightning energies coiling around it like ethereal serpents. Li Haoyan recognized this as the energy source he sought. However, acquiring the thunder crystal would not be an easy feat. The guardian beast of the valley, a massive thunder chelan, sensed their presence and unleashed a deafening roar, charging towards them with ferocity. Li Haoyan fought alongside Tsunade, employing his sage powers to exploit the weaknesses of the Reincarnation, while Tsunade utilized her immense strength to disrupt its movements. After a thrilling and intense battle, they ultimately succeeded in subduing the Reincarnation. Li Haoyan began to invoke the formation, gradually channeling the energy of the thunder crystal into its intricate design. As the energy flowed in, the formation radiated with brilliant light, and the fluctuations in space grew increasingly intense. Just as Li Haoyan was about to step into the formation, he turned around and embraced Tsunade tightly. Tsunade, wait for me. I will certainly return. Tsunade, tears streaming down her face, nodded resolutely. I will wait for you here, no matter how long it takes. Li Haoyan stepped into the formation, and a brilliant light flashed, causing his figure to vanish from the world of Naruto. Tsunade gazed at the spot where he had disappeared, silently praying and yearning for his return. In the celestial realm, Li Haoyan discovered that many changes had transpired. Former foes stirred restlessly in his absence, and his celestial companions faced immense pressure. Drawing upon the strength and wisdom he had amassed in the Naruto universe, Li Haoyan swiftly joined the fray, fighting alongside his friends against the external threats. Amidst the battles, he also sought a stable passage back to the world of Naruto. He understood that Tsunade awaited him in that realm, and he could not betray her trust. After a series of arduous battles and explorations, Li Haoyan finally uncovered a method to traverse the two realms with stability. He bid farewell to his celestial companions, carrying with him a deep longing for Tsunade, and stepped once more into the spatial portal. When he reappeared before Tsunade, she excitedly leaped into his embrace. They held each other tightly, tears streaming down their faces. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. "I have returned, Tsunade. I shall never leave you again," Li Haoyan softly declared. From that day forth, Li Haoyan and Tsunade continued their legendary journey in the Naruto world. They not only elevated the art of medical ninjutsu to unprecedented heights but also safeguarded the peace and tranquility of the ninja world. Their love story became an eternal tale within the ninja realm, inspiring countless generations of ninjas to bravely pursue their dreams and love. Chapter 86: The Great Harmony of the Ninja World and the Legacy of Medical Ninjutsu. The return of Li Haoyan filled Tsunade with immense joy, and the entire ninja world continued to progress steadily along the path of transformation and development, thanks to his presence. At the Medical Ninjutsu Academy, Li Haoyan and Tsunade resolved to further refine the educational system, not only to cultivate medical ninjas but also to enhance the overall qualities of ninjas. They established courses on ninja ethics and morals, instructing them to adhere to principles of justice and kindness in both combat and life, while understanding the preciousness of life. This deeply rooted the philosophy of saving lives inherent in medical ninjutsu within the hearts of every ninja. Tsunade, we must make the ninjas understand that power is not meant for indiscriminate slaughter, but rather for protection. Medical ninjutsu is a vital embodiment of this protective force, Li Haoyan earnestly expressed during a faculty meeting at the academy. Tsunade nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. Only those ninjas who possess a steadfast and benevolent heart can wield ninjutsu correctly in this complex world, without being consumed by darkness." As time passed, the newly trained ninjas from the academy began to play significant roles in various ninja villages. They not only protected their comrades and tended to the injured in battle, but also actively participated in the construction and development of their villages, fostering communication and cooperation between different ninja settlements. The previously strained relationships among the villages, marred by disputes over interests and historical grievances, began to flourish with increased interaction and trust, inspired by this new ethos. Li Haoyan and Tsunade were deeply gratified by this transformation. They realized that perhaps they could further advance the ninja world towards unity. Consequently, they initiated a Ninja Alliance Exchange Conference, inviting representatives from various ninja villages to participate. During the conference, ninjas showcased their unique ninjutsu and cultural heritage, shared combat experiences and survival wisdom, while also discussing the common challenges and issues faced by the ninja world. Seeking collaborative solutions. Amidst a break in the conference, Li Haoyan stood elevated, gazing down at the bustling venue, and remarked to Tsunade, "Tsunade, observe how, when ninjas cast aside prejudice and hatred, this world is brimming with boundless possibilities. I hope such exchanges can endure, ultimately eradicating all wars and conflicts." Tsunade gently leaned against him and replied, "Haoyan, all that you are doing is transforming this world. I believe that one day your aspirations will come to fruition." However, within this scene of prosperity and harmony, Li Haoyan also recognized a looming crisis. Although the inheritance of medical ninjutsu appeared to be progressing smoothly on the surface, truly exceptional talent capable of reaching the pinnacle and fostering innovation remained scarce. To address this issue, he resolved to establish an elite inheritance class within the academy, specifically selecting those ninjas with remarkable potential and a profound passion for medical ninjutsu for one-on-one mentorship. Li Haoyan personally selected the inaugural cohort of students for the elite inheritance class, comprising both young ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village and distinguished talents recommended by other ninja villages. He imparted his insights into senjutsu cultivation, the essence of medical ninjutsu, and his unique understanding of the human body and chakra without reservation to these students. Throughout the teaching process, Li Haoyan emphasized the cultivation of independent thinking and innovative spirit among his students. He frequently assigned highly challenging tasks, encouraging them to explore the boundaries of medical ninjutsu through practical experience. For instance, he tasked them with attempts to treat injuries in extremely harsh environments or to investigate how to harmoniously integrate various chakra attributes with medical ninjutsu. Tsunade also frequently participated in the instruction of the elite inheritance class, offering invaluable guidance drawn from her extensive practical experience and profound insights into medical ninjutsu. She personally demonstrated some advanced medical ninjutsu techniques, such as chakra suturing akin to large-scale surgical operations, allowing the students to learn the intricacies of top-tier medical ninjutsu up close. As time progressed, the students of the elite inheritance class gradually evolved into leading figures in the realm of medical ninjutsu. They pioneered new schools of medical ninjutsu within their respective ninja villages, further promoting the philosophies of Li Haotian and Tsunade. Consequently, the medical standards in the ninja world experienced a qualitative leap, with many diseases once deemed incurable now offering hope for healing. While the casualty rates among ninjas in battle significantly decreased, in their personal lives, the bond between Li Haotian and Tsunade deepened further. Amid their busy schedules, they made time to relish moments together. They journeyed through the renowned mountains and rivers of the ninja world, marveling at the wonders and beauty of nature. During tranquil nights, they would sit in their courtyard, gazing at the starry sky, sharing dreams and memories. On one occasion, they returned to the place where they first met, the roadside where Tsunade discovered Li Haotian. Now, this site had transformed from its former dilapidated state into a quaint square, lovingly restored by the villagers and adorned with blooming flowers and trees. Tsunade remarked with emotion, "Haotian, it all began here, our fates intertwined. Who could have imagined that the tattered boy of yore would become someone to transform the entire ninja world?" Li Haotian grasped Tsunade's hand firmly, expressing, "Everything hinges upon you. Tsunade, it is your kindness and trust that have afforded me the opportunity to begin anew in this world. I shall forever cherish the bond we share, walking hand in hand through every path that lies ahead." Through their united efforts, the ninja world ushered in an unprecedented golden age. The brilliance of medical ninjutsu illuminated every corner, as ninjas flourished and advanced within an atmosphere of peace and collaboration. Moreover, the names of Li Haotian and Tsunade became immortal legends in the annals of ninja history, their tale inspiring generations of ninjas to pursue excellence, safeguard peace, and perpetuate love and hope. Chapter 87: Shadows of the Spirit Realm and the Resolve to Protect. As the ninja world gradually progressed towards prosperity, and the legacy of medical ninjutsu developed in an orderly fashion, a peculiar aura began to subtly permeate the distant spirit realm. During a profound meditation, Li Haotian acutely sensed a looming threat emanating from the spirit realm. His countenance grew grave, fully aware that should this force infiltrate the ninja world, it would unleash unimaginable calamities, obliterating the peace and tranquility he had painstakingly strived to establish. Tsunade, perceptive of Li Haotian's unusual demeanor, inquired with concern, "Haotian, what troubles you? Has something occurred?" Li Haotian gradually opened his eyes, gazing at Tsunade, a hint of concern glimmering in his gaze. "Tsunade, during my meditation, I sensed a malevolent force from the spirit realm beginning to take root. This power is extraordinarily potent and insidious. If left unchecked, it will inevitably pose a threat to our ninja world." Tsunade felt a tightening in her chest, understanding that Li Haotian would not speak so gravely unless the situation were dire. "What shall we do? Do we need to make any preparations?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Haotian spoke. "I must first venture into the spirit realm to investigate, to ascertain the origin and essence of this malevolent force. Only then can we devise an appropriate strategy to counter it." Although Tsunade felt a pang of concern in her heart, she understood that this was an imperative task. "I shall accompany you. We will face this together." Li Haotian shook his head gently. "Tsunade, the spirit realm is fraught with unknown perils. I cannot allow you to accompany me on this venture. Remain in the ninja world and continue to safeguard the peace and tranquility here. Should any misfortune befall me, you must lead the ninjas in their continued resistance." Tsunade wished to contest his decision, yet upon meeting Li Haotian's resolute gaze, she understood that she could not sway his resolve. "Then you must exercise utmost caution. I shall await your return here." Li Haotian gently embraced Tsunade, then began to cast a cross-dimensional spell, preparing to journey into the spirit realm. With a brilliant flash of light, his figure vanished from the spot, entering the ethereal domain. Within the spirit realm, a dense fog enveloped the surroundings, permeated by a foul stench. Li Haotian cautiously ventured forward, sensing the presence of a malevolent force nearby, yet unable to pinpoint its exact location. Suddenly, a horde of creatures from the spirit realm materialized before him. These beings possessed bizarre forms, their eyes radiating a fierce and sinister glare. Upon spotting Li Haotian, they immediately launched an assault. Li Haotian swiftly formed seals, channeling celestial energy into a radiant beam directed at the ethereal beings. Wherever the celestial energy struck, anguished cries erupted from the creatures of the spirit realm. Yet, they did not falter. Instead, their assaults became increasingly frenzied. In the midst of the conflict, Li Haotian discerned that these entities seemed to be manipulated by a malevolent force. Their attacks, though chaotic, were extraordinarily fierce. He continuously altered his celestial techniques in an endeavor to uncover the vulnerabilities of these beings. After a grueling struggle, Li Haotian ultimately repelled the horde of ethereal creatures. However, he understood that this was merely the beginning, for the true peril lay ahead. As he ventured deeper into the spirit realm, Li Haotian arrived before a foreboding castle. A formidable dark barrier enveloped its surroundings, and he could sense that the source of the sinister power resided within its walls. Li Haotian endeavored to breach the barrier, yet its formidable power rendered his celestial energy assaults as mere ripples upon its surface. While he pondered deeply on how to transcend the confines of the barrier, a somber voice resonated from within the castle. "Intruder, what compels you to trespass into my domain?" Li Haotian proclaimed loudly. "This malevolent force you wield endangers the tranquility of the ninja realm. I have come to thwart you." A cacophony of maniacal laughter erupted in response. "Do you truly believe that a mere failure from the celestial realm can impede my plans? You are utterly naive." Li Haotian, filled with righteous fury, clasped his hands in a sealing gesture, concentrating his entire celestial energy into a singular point before charging fiercely towards the barrier. At long last, his assault succeeded in breaching a gap in the protective field. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged into the castle, where a colossal shadow of darkness loomed, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Upon noticing Li Haotian, this sinister figure launched yet another attack. Li Haotian engaged in a breathtaking battle against a shadowy figure. The figure's methods of attack were exceedingly peculiar. It wielded the power of darkness to craft weapons of various forms, launching them at Li Haotian. However, Li Haotian, drawing upon his celestial techniques and the combat experience garnered in the world of Naruto, adeptly evaded the onslaught while awaiting the opportune moment to counterattack. During the fray, Li Haotian discerned that the core of the shadowy figure lay in its head. If he could strike that vital point, perhaps he could vanquish it. Thus, he unleashed his most formidable celestial technique, directing a massive beam of celestial energy towards the figure's head. The shadowy entity sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade. But it was too late. The celestial beam struck its head with precision, eliciting a piercing scream before it gradually collapsed. With the fall of the shadowy figure, the malevolent forces within the spirit realm began to dissipate. Li Haotian realized he had successfully averted this crisis. Weary, he exited the castle and cast a dimensional spell. Returning to the world of ninjas, Tsunade had been anxiously awaiting his return, and upon seeing him safe and sound, her worries finally subsided. "Haotian, you have finally returned. How did it go? Is the matter resolved?" Li Haotian nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, we have temporarily resolved the issue. However, we must remain vigilant and fortify the defenses of the ninja world to prevent similar occurrences in the future." Tsunade responded, "Agreed, let us strive together." This incident further solidified Li Haotian and Tsunade's resolve to protect the ninja world. They continued to promote medical ninjutsu and nurture a greater number of exceptional ninjas, while also enhancing the surveillance and defense between the ninja world and the spirit realm. Under their guardianship, the ninja world maintained its peace and prosperity, and their love grew ever more unyielding through each trial they faced. Chapter 88: Temporal Turbulence and World Balance. After successfully averting the crisis in the spirit realm, the ninja world enjoyed a period of relative tranquility. Li Haotian and Tsunade devoted themselves to the advancement of medical ninjutsu and the cultivation of ninja talent, with the students in the academy making remarkable progress. Their names became legendary, symbolizing hope and guardianship. However, this serenity was short-lived. One day, while Li Haotian was practicing sage arts, he sensed an unusual fluctuation in the flow of spiritual energy throughout the world. This disturbance was unlike any he had previously encountered. It carried a chaotic and disordered force, as if it sought to disrupt the very fabric of the world's order. Tsunade, too, felt the subtle changes in their surroundings. Approaching Li Haotian, she inquired with a grave expression, "Haotian, do you sense it? This aura fills me with an ominous premonition." Li Haotian furrowed his brow, his eyes betraying a profound sense of concern. "This is an indication of temporal turbulence." Temporal turbulence is an exceedingly perilous phenomenon, capable of shattering the boundaries between disparate realms, intertwining and distorting time and space. Once it erupts, not only the ninja world, but even the celestial realm and the spirit realm will be plunged into chaos, leaving the balance of the worlds irrevocably shattered. Tsunade felt a jolt in her heart. She was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. What shall we do? Is there a way to avert it? After a moment of contemplation, Li Haoyan spoke. I must delve into the source of the temporal turbulence to seek a solution. An attempt to uncover a means of stabilizing it. Yet, the perils inherent in this endeavor are beyond imagination. I may find myself lost amidst the fissures of time. Never to return. Tsunade grasped Li Haoyan's hand firmly. I shall not allow you to embark on this perilous journey alone. We have faced so much together. Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, I shall stand by your side in battle. Li Haoyan gazed into Tsunade's resolute eyes, his heart brimming with emotion. Yet, he was acutely aware of the peril that lay ahead. Tsunade, the temporal turbulence is unlike any adversary we have ever encountered. It possesses no physical form. Yet it has the capacity to obliterate everything. You must remain in the ninja world. Your presence is vital here. Should I falter? You must endeavor to lead everyone in the quest for hope and survival. Tsunade wished to argue, but Li Haoyan gently enveloped her in his embrace. Trust me, I shall exert every effort to return. However, I cannot allow you to accompany me on this perilous journey. Your responsibilities are equally significant. With a sense of resignation, Tsunade could only nod in agreement. You must return safely. I shall await your return here. Li Haoyan took a deep breath, summoned his celestial powers, and opened a portal to the source of the temporal chaos. A dazzling vortex of light materialized before him, exuding an aura that instilled dread. With unwavering determination, he stepped into the luminous whirlpool, instantly engulfed by its radiance. Upon entering the tumultuous currents of time and space, Li Haoyan found himself immersed in a chaotic ocean. Surrounding him were endless flickers of light and shadow, fragments of time and space slicing through his celestial energy shield like razor-sharp blades. He cautiously advanced, utilizing his formidable celestial perception to seek out the core of the chaos. In this disordered realm, he encountered various souls and creatures caught in the maelstrom. Some had lost their identities, becoming mere components of the temporal turbulence. Others struggled desperately, emitting cries of despair. Li Haoyan endeavored to assist those beings still possessing some semblance of reason, yet his strength seemed trivial in the face of such overwhelming chaos. After a prolonged and arduous journey, Li Haoyan finally located the heart of the temporal turbulence. There lay a colossal vortex of energy, where the forces of myriad worlds collided and fused, giving rise to an uncontrollable force of destruction. Li Haoyan understood that halting this tumultuous force was no trivial task. He commenced the invocation of an ancient celestial art, endeavoring to reorder this chaotic energy and guide it back to its respective realms. However, this endeavor demanded a substantial expenditure of his celestial power, and each act of guidance provoked a more vehement resistance from the turbulent currents of time and space. In the struggle against these temporal disruptions, Li Haoyan's celestial energy gradually waned. He sensed his consciousness blurring and his body growing increasingly frail. Yet, a singular conviction resided within him, the desire to return to Tsunade's side and safeguard the world of shinobi. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, he suddenly recalled the myriad moments shared with his comrades in the Naruto universe, the warmth of Tsunade's smile, and the trust bestowed upon him by his students. These cherished memories bestowed upon him a formidable strength, allowing his celestial energy to gradually rejuvenate, and his resolve to solidify further. With the last vestige of his strength, he cast a seal imbued with his entire will and celestial power into the heart of the temporal turbulence. This seal temporarily stabilized the energy of the chaotic currents, halting its further expansion. Li Haoyan understood that this was merely a temporary measure. Yet, he found himself bereft of the strength to undertake further actions. He trudged along the path he had traversed, laboriously navigating the tumultuous currents of time and space, advancing toward the realm of ninjas. In the ninja world, Tsunade vigilantly awaited his return at the very spot from which he had departed, silently praying for his safe return. As the days passed, her anxiety grew exponentially. At last, on a sun-drenched day, a familiar vortex of light appeared in the sky. Tsunade's heart leaped with joy. She knew that Li Haoyan had returned. Li Haoyan emerged from the vortex, his body utterly exhausted and his celestial energy nearly depleted. Tsunade hurriedly stepped forward to support him, her eyes brimming with tears. You have finally returned. I always knew you could do it. Li Haoyan offered a faint smile, his voice tinged with frailty. I have merely managed to momentarily stabilize the tumultuous currents of time and space, yet the issue remains unresolved. We must seek out more formidable forces and methods to genuinely restore the equilibrium of our world. Tsunade nodded resolutely. As long as we stand united, There is no challenge we cannot surmount. We shall discover a solution. In the days that followed, Li Haotian focused on recuperating while collaborating with Tsunade to devise strategies to combat the chaotic temporal disruptions. They resolved to unite the powers of the ninja world, the realm of the immortals, and other dimensions in their quest for a remedy. Thus, Tsunade embarked on a journey to the realm of the immortals, where she recounted the crisis of the temporal disturbances and the determination of the ninja world to the celestial beings. Upon grasping the gravity of the situation, the immortals expressed their willingness to lend their support. Together with Tsunade, they commenced a search across various worlds for treasures or divine techniques capable of conclusively resolving the turmoil in time and space. Meanwhile, Li Haotian remained in the ninja world, steadfastly safeguarding the peace and tranquility of his homeland. He imparted the wisdom gleaned from his experiences amidst the chaotic currents to the students at the academy, instructing them on how to perceive the fluctuations of time and space and how to protect themselves and their loved ones in times of crisis. Through their collective endeavors, they ultimately discovered a legendary artifact known as the Mirror of Time, a magnificent relic endowed with the power to restore the fractured order of time and space. Li Haotian and Tsunade led the elite from the realms of the sages and the ninja world to the very source of the temporal turbulence once more. Harnessing the power of the temporal mirror, they meticulously untangled the chaotic energies, restoring the fabric of time across the various worlds to its rightful state. The equilibrium of existence was finally reinstated, ushering in an era of peace and prosperity for the ninja world. The names of Li Haotian and Tsunade became legendary. Celebrated throughout all realms, their love and spirit of guardianship were eternally etched in the hearts of the people, serving as an inexhaustible source of inspiration for countless souls striving for peace and justice. Chapter 89, The Radiance of Heritage and Future Prospects. Following the successful resolution of the temporal crisis, the ninja world erupted in joyous celebration. The stature of Li Haotian and Tsunade soared to unprecedented heights, with their advocacy for medical ninjutsu deeply resonating among the populace. The Medical Ninjutsu Academy entered its golden age, attracting the finest and most promising disciples from various nations eager to learn. Within the academy, ninjas of diverse hues and backgrounds gathered, united in their quest to master medical ninjutsu and save lives, diligently dedicating themselves to their studies. Li Haotian understood profoundly that this was an opportune moment to inherit the art of medical ninjutsu. He resolved to compile the essence of the mystical techniques he had comprehended and blend them with medical ninjutsu into a comprehensive tome for future generations to study and reference. This manuscript not only chronicled various methods for treating ailments and techniques for the fusion of chakra and mystical energy, but also encapsulated his profound insights into life and the code of the ninja. Tsunade wholeheartedly supported Li Haotian's decision, personally organizing the elite ninjas within the academy to assist him in collating information and creating illustrations. During the writing process, Li Haotian frequently reminisced about his training experiences in the realm of the immortals and the myriad adventures he had encountered in the world of Naruto. He infused these reflections into the tome, aspiring to carve a new path for readers' training and contemplation. Tsunade remarked that once this tome was completed, it would become a crucial cornerstone for the legacy of medical ninjutsu. I hope it transcends the confines of time and space, allowing future ninjas to benefit from our experiences and wisdom, Li Haotian expressed, gazing at the towering pile of manuscripts. Tsunade smiled in response, saying, "Haotian, all that you do will bring eternal light to the ninja world. This tome is not merely a legacy of medical ninjutsu, but also a transmission of our love for this world." After months of diligent effort, the manuscript was finally completed. It was entitled The Secret Tome of Medical Immortal Ninjutsu and was enshrined in the core treasury of the Medical Ninjutsu Academy. The Academy stipulated that only those with noble character, exceptional talent, and a steadfast belief in medical ninjutsu would be eligible to study this secret tome. To further promote the inheritance of medical ninjutsu, Li Haotian and Tsunade decided to establish branches of medical ninjutsu across the corners of the ninja world. These branches would serve as vanguards for disseminating knowledge of medical ninjutsu, providing medical assistance and ninjutsu training to more ninjas and civilians. Tsunade personally selected a group of outstanding graduates in medical ninjutsu and dispatched them to various branches as mentors. These young instructors, filled with passion and a sense of mission, took copies of the secret tome of medical immortal ninjutsu and traveled far and wide, spreading the seeds of medical ninjutsu. Throughout the construction and operation of these branches, Li Haotian and Tsunade frequently visited to oversee and guide. They witnessed the fervor and yearning of ninjas for medical ninjutsu in various locales, filling their hearts with pride and contentment. Seeing these young ninjas diligently studying medical ninjutsu, I can envision a brighter future for the ninja world. Tsunade gazed at a group of ninjas training hard, her eyes sparkling with hope. Li Haotian nodded in agreement, affirming that the legacy of medical ninjutsu is no longer confined to a select few, but has become a collective treasure of the entire ninja world. However, he asserted that complacency is not an option. Continuous exploration and innovation are imperative to confront the myriad challenges that the future may present. In addition to the inheritance and advancement of medical ninjutsu, Li Haotian and Tsunade began to focus on the cultural and spiritual development of the ninja realm. They believed that a formidable world necessitates not only exceptional martial prowess and superior ninjutsu, but also a rich cultural essence and noble spiritual aspirations. Thus, they initiated the Ninja Cultural Renaissance movement. During this movement, ninjas began to reassess their history and traditions, unearthing those cultural treasures long forgotten. Ancient ninja clans eagerly contributed their treasured ninjutsu manuals and family legends for the collective benefit. Simultaneously, Li Haotian and Tsunade encouraged ninjas to engage in cultural creation. An outpouring of poetry, paintings, and musical compositions emerged, each reflecting the life, battles, and emotions of ninjas, showcasing the vibrant inner world of the ninja realm. In Konoha Village, a magnificent ninja cultural museum was established, housing an array of precious ninja artifacts, ninjutsu tools, and artistic creations by ninjas. It became a pivotal venue for cultural exchange and heritage within the ninja world, drawing visitors from far and wide, both ninjas and civilians, eager to learn. As time passed, Li Haotian and Tsunade gradually aged, yet their influence remained undiminished. The medical ninjutsu legacy system and the ninja cultural renaissance movement they pioneered had firmly taken root in the soil of the ninja world, flourishing robustly. In their twilight years, Li Haotian and Tsunade often sat in the courtyard, reminiscing about the myriad moments of their past. They watched the students at the Medical Ninjutsu Academy thrive and observed the steady progression of the ninja world towards peace and prosperity, their hearts brimming with contentment and joy. Tsunade, our lives, though fraught with challenges and hardships, have also birthed countless miracles. I believe the future of the ninja world will be even more splendid, Li Haotian said, grasping Tsunade's hand with deep affection. Tsunade leaned against his shoulder, her face aglow with happiness. Indeed, Haotian, our efforts have not been in vain. Our love and guardianship will forever accompany the ninja world. Ultimately, Li Haotian and Tsunade departed from this world amidst the reverence and affection of many. Yet their spirit lives on eternally in the hearts of ninjas, becoming an everlasting legend within the ninja realm. The ninjas inherited their aspirations, courageously forging ahead in the inheritance and development of medical ninjutsu, as well as the resurgence and innovation of ninja culture, inscribing a glorious chapter belonging to the ninja world. Chapter 90, Reincarnation and Eternal Bonds. The departure of Li Haotian and Tsunade plunged the entire ninja world into profound sorrow. However, the spiritual legacy they left behind serves as a radiant beacon, illuminating the path for ninjas as they forge ahead. Throughout the long river of time, the ninja world has continuously evolved and transformed. Under the guidance of the sage medical ninjutsu scroll, medical ninjutsu has flourished, giving rise to new schools and techniques. Ninja culture has also prospered, becoming a formidable force that binds the hearts and souls of ninjas together. Years passed, and the ninja world ushered in a brand new era. The fusion of technology and ninjutsu brought about seismic changes in the lives of ninjas. Yet, the tales of Li Haotian and Tsunade continue to be passed down through the generations. In this new age of Konoha, there emerged a young and exceptional ninja named Uchiha Rin. He possessed remarkable ninjutsu talent and a heart full of kindness and justice. During a mission, Uchiha Rin inadvertently traversed a mysterious time-space vortex, arriving in a strange and enigmatic world teeming with mysterious powers and unknown dangers. As Uchiha Rin explored this world, he began to perceive familiar traces and auras. A profound sense of premonition surged within him, as if he shared a unique connection with this realm. In a tranquil valley, Uchiha Rin encountered an elderly man with flowing white hair. The old man's gaze was profound, as though he could see through all things. He looked at Uchiha Rin and smiled faintly, asking, "Young man, what brings you to this world?" With respect, Uchiha Rin replied, "I inadvertently crossed over while on a mission. I am unsure of where this place is." The elder sighed gently. "This is a world of reincarnation, a realm that connects the past, present, and future. Your arrival here is not mere coincidence." Uchiha Rin was filled with bewilderment. A world of reincarnation? What does that mean? The elder did not answer directly, but instead led him to an ancient temple. Within the temple stood familiar statues, and Uchiha Rin was astonished to discover that these statues were of Lihaotian and Tsunade. They were legendary heroes of the ninja world, having saved it from countless crises. Their stories are renowned across various realms, the elder remarked. Gazing at the statues, Uchiha Rin felt a surge of reverence. I have heard of their deeds while in Konoha. They are my role models, and I have always aspired to protect the ninja world like they did. The elder nodded with a smile. You possess the same faith and courage as they did. Perhaps that is the reason for your arrival in this world. At that moment, a powerful wave of energy suddenly surged around the temple. Uchiha Rin and the elder cautiously surveyed their surroundings as beams of light erupted from the ground, gradually coalescing into two figures. As the light dissipated, Uchiha Rin was astonished to find that the individuals before him were none other than Lihaotian and Tsunade. Their faces radiated youth and vitality, as if they had returned to their prime. Are you Lihaotian and Senpai Tsunade? Uchiha Rin inquired with palpable excitement. Lihaotian gazed at Uchiha Rin, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Young one, he remarked, we have long awaited your arrival. Tsunade continued. This world of reincarnation is a confluence of time and space, and we stand here to safeguard the cycles and legacies of the ninja realm. Your emergence signifies that a new cycle is about to commence. Uchiha Rin was engulfed in confusion. A new cycle? I do not comprehend. Lihaotian elucidated that the evolution of the ninja world is an incessant cycle. Each crisis and challenge presents an opportunity for growth and advancement. Within this realm, we pass on our strength and experience to those destined to receive it, enabling them to safeguard the ninja world in the new cycle. Uchiha Rin comprehended her mission. I shall strive diligently, esteemed predecessors. I will not betray your expectations. Lihaotian and Tsunade exchanged smiles and nodded. They imparted a fragment of their strength and memories to Uchiha Rin, enabling him to gain a profound understanding of the cycles and legacies within the world of ninjas. As the transfer of legacy concluded, the figures of Lihaotian and Tsunade gradually became translucent. They gazed at Uchiha Rin, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Young man, go forth. Carry our beliefs and power, and usher in a new cycle. Uchiha Rin looked towards the direction of their vanishing forms, his heart filled with unwavering conviction. He understood that he bore a monumental mission, and he would return to the ninja world with the legacy of Lihaotian and Tsunade, continuing to inscribe the legends of the ninjas. Upon traversing the temporal vortex back to the ninja world, Uchiha Rin discovered that he possessed a newfound strength and profound wisdom. In this new era, he would perpetuate the spirit of Lihaotian and Tsunade, propelling the ninja world ever forward. Although Lihaotian and Tsunade had vanished into the cycles, their eternal bond and guardian spirit would forever be etched in the annals of ninja history, becoming an indelible faith in the hearts of ninjas. In every new cycle, their tales would be retold, inspiring generations of ninjas to strive for the preservation of peace and justice. Chapter 91. The secrets of the spirit shadow. Lihaotian had recuperated for several days at Tsunade's residence, and his health had significantly improved. On this particular day, he was engaged in a discussion with Tsunade regarding some perplexing medical conundrums in the courtyard when suddenly, a member of the Umbu arrived to report that there was urgent business to discuss in the Hokage's office. Tsunade furrowed her brow and swiftly led Lihaotian in there. Upon entering the office, they found the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, seated gravely behind his desk, flanked by several elite Nin from Konoha, the atmosphere thick with tension. Tsunade. Lihaotian, you have arrived. The third Hokage's somber voice resonated. The reason I summoned you today is that we have received some exceedingly troublesome intelligence regarding the Spirit Shadow Organization. Lihaotian felt a stirring within his heart, for he was well aware of the insidious cunning of the Spirit Shadow Organization. It appeared that new troubles were on the horizon. The third Hokage spoke slowly, conveying grave news. Our intelligence personnel have discovered that the Spirit Shadow Organization is clandestinely developing a forbidden ninjutsu, seemingly related to ancient blood sacrificial rituals. Should they succeed, the entire ninja world may find itself engulfed in a dire crisis. Furthermore, their stronghold is suspected to be concealed within a mysterious valley on the borders of the Land of Fire, a place fraught with treacherous terrain and riddled with various traps and mechanisms. Tsunade let out a cold snort, remarking, these scoundrels are perpetually devising schemes. Regine, what do you intend to do? Shall we directly dispatch forces to eradicate them? The third Hokage shook his head, responding, it is not so simple. That valley is easily defensible yet difficult to assault. A rash attack on our part would undoubtedly result in severe losses. Moreover, Our understanding of that forbidden ninjutsu is still far too limited. We must first ascertain their specific plans. Li Haotian pondered for a moment before speaking. I can undertake an investigation. My strength has been significantly restored, and I possess a certain understanding of the Lingying organization. Perhaps I might uncover some clues. Tsunade looked at him with concern. Haotian, you have only just recovered, and the Lingying organization is exceedingly perilous. How can I feel at ease allowing you to go? Li Haotian smiled gently, grasping Tsunade's hand. Tsunade, you need not worry. I possess discernment. And I cannot idly stand by while the Spirit Shadow organization threatens the ninja world. This is also my duty as a healer, to protect life. The third Hokage regarded Li Haotian with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Li Haotian, your courage is commendable. However, you cannot embark on this journey alone. I shall send Kakashi and Might Guy to accompany you. They are both elite ninjas of Konoha, and their presence will provide additional support. Li Haotian nodded. Acutely aware that with Kakashi and Might Guy assisting him, the likelihood of success for their expedition had significantly increased. Thus, the trio made brief preparations before embarking on their journey to the borders of the Land of Fire. Throughout the voyage, Kakashi maintained his characteristic nonchalance, casually flipping through a book titled Intimate Paradise, occasionally stealing glances at its pages. In contrast, Might Guy was brimming with energy, incessantly engaging in various warm-up exercises while vocally proclaiming the slogans of youth. Li Haotian, what do you think the Spirit Shadow organization is truly up to? That forbidden ninjutsu sounds rather sinister, Might Guy inquired with curiosity. Li Haotian furrowed his brow, expressing uncertainty, yet he was certain that it portended nothing favorable. Judging by their prior actions, this ninjutsu would likely claim the lives of numerous innocents in exchange for formidable power. Kakashi closed the book, his demeanor turning grave. Regardless of the circumstances, we must not allow them to succeed. As we approach the vicinity of the valley, everyone must exercise utmost caution to avoid falling into their trap. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the enigmatic valley on the border of the Land of Fire. From a distance, an eerie mist enveloped the valley, subtly emanating a sinister aura. This is the place. Let us remain vigilant, Li Haotian whispered. They cautiously approached the valley, and shortly after entering, they triggered a mechanism. Countless shurikens suddenly shot forth from all directions. Kakashi, with remarkable quickness, activated his Sharingan, directing everyone to evade. This mechanism is quite impressive. Yet it shall not pose a challenge for me, the invincible Might Guy. Might Guy exclaimed with enthusiasm, opening the first gate of the 8 gates. Swiftly deflecting the incoming shurikens one by one, Li Haotian conjured a protective shield of spiritual energy, enveloping the group to prevent any potential threats from escaping. It appeared that this was merely an appetizer, with far more perilous traps awaiting them ahead, Kakashi remarked. They ventured deeper into the valley, encountering a myriad of traps along the way, including pits, toxic mists, and explosive runes. Fortunately, the trio worked in perfect harmony, skillfully circumventing each danger without incident. Suddenly, a vast cavern loomed before them, emanating a sinister aura that unmistakably originated from within. The stronghold of the Spirit Shadow organization must lie inside, Li Haotian declared. They stealthily entered the cave, which was dark and damp, its walls shimmering with eerie light. As they progressed, they heard a low murmur echoing through the shadows. My lord, how many sacrifices are still required for this forbidden ninjutsu blood ritual? Not nearly enough. Those foolish ninjas remain blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Once we complete this ninjutsu, the entire ninja world will be under our dominion. A sudden shock coursed through Li Haotian and his companions, prompting them to quicken their pace in an attempt to discern the identity of the speaker. Upon turning a corner, they finally beheld a group of shadowy figures clad in black robes, led by a mysterious individual donning a mask. Who could it be? The members of the Shadow organization grew alert upon noticing them. Konoha ninjas, today marks your demise, the enigmatic figure bellowed, commanding his subordinates to launch an assault on Li Haotian and his allies. Kakashi was the first to charge forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the ninjas of the Shadow organization. His Sharingan continuously shifted forms, unleashing a plethora of formidable jutsu. Meanwhile, Might Guy, undeterred, opened a higher gate. A powerful aura enveloped his body, with each punch and kick emanating astonishing strength. Li Haotian unleashed his celestial powers, sending beams of ethereal energy toward his adversaries, forcing the black-clad ninjas to retreat. However, the Spirit Shadow organization was numerous, and they gradually found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. At that moment, Li Haotian noticed that the enigmatic figure was stealthily retreating deeper into the cave. This was perilous. He intended to activate the forbidden ninjutsu. With a loud cry, Li Haoyan recklessly pursued him. Kakashi and Might Guy attempted to intervene, but were ensnared by a throng of elite members from the Spirit Shadow organization. Li Haoyan pursued the enigmatic figure into the depths of a cave, where he beheld a colossal blood sacrificial array. Within this sinister formation, numerous innocent souls were bound to stone pillars, their eyes wide with terror as they emitted faint cries for salvation. "You cannot do this," Li Haoyan exclaimed, charging towards the mysterious individual in a fit of rage. The figure responded with a chilling laugh. "Do you truly believe you can thwart me? Today marks the annihilation of your Leaf Shinobi, and the dawn of my Spirit Shadow organization's dominion over the ninja world." With that declaration, the mysterious figure formed hand seals, causing the blood sacrificial array to shimmer with a blinding crimson light, as the bound captives let out anguished screams and their blood began to trickle into the array. Li Haoyan was consumed by a sense of urgency, channeling all his spiritual energy in an attempt to dismantle the blood sacrifice array. However, an imposing force of restriction enveloped the array, rendering his attacks ineffective, merely causing ripples upon impact. "Ha ha ha, do not waste your efforts," the mysterious figure cackled maniacally. "Once this blood sacrifice array is activated, no one can thwart it." Li Haoyan took a deep breath, fully aware that at this moment, he had no choice but to stake everything. He closed his eyes, summoning all the spiritual energy within him, even at the cost of depleting his celestial essence, preparing to unleash a formidable and perilous celestial technique. Just as the mysterious figure believed victory was assured, Li Haoyan abruptly opened his eyes, emitting a dazzling golden light. This radiant beam pierced through the blood sacrifice array, colliding with the array's restrictive forces, producing a deafening roar. The brilliance of the blood sacrifice array began to flicker erratically, and the members of the spiritual shadows within the array were thrown into disarray by this overwhelming power. The mysterious figure, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "How is this possible? How could you possess such formidable strength?" Li Haoyan remained silent, dedicating himself to the full exertion of his celestial powers. The golden radiance intensified, gradually enveloping the blood sacrifice formation. Meanwhile, outside the cavern, Kakashi and Might Guy finally extricated themselves from the clutches of their adversaries and hurried to assist Li Haoyan. Upon witnessing his fierce struggle against the blood sacrifice formation, they promptly joined the fray. Kakashi unleashed his lightning blade, while Might Guy delivered his mightiest kick, their powers converging with Li Haoyan's celestial energy. Under the combined might of the trio, the blood sacrifice formation could no longer withstand the assault and erupted with a tremendous explosion. The mysterious figure and the members of the Spirit Shadow organization were consumed by the force of the blast, while those innocent souls bound to the stone pillars remained unharmed, shielded by Li Haoyan's protective spiritual energy. Li Haoyan gazed upon the ravaged blood sacrifice array, letting out a sigh of relief. Yet he felt his body teetering on the verge of collapse due to the excessive expenditure of celestial essence. Kakashi and Might Guy hurriedly supported him, inquiring with concern, "Li Haoyan, are you all right?" Li Haoyan offered a faint smile, saying, "I am fine, merely a bit fatigued. Let us hasten our departure from this place and inform Lord Hokage that we have temporarily thwarted the schemes of the Spirit Shadow organization." Thus, the three of them, weary yet resolute, left the enigmatic valley and set forth on their journey back to the hidden Leaf Village. Although victorious in this battle, they were acutely aware that the Spirit Shadow organization would not relent easily, and greater challenges awaited them in the future. Chapter 92, A New Crisis and Choices. Upon their return to the hidden Leaf Village, Li Haoyan and his companions were met with a warm and enthusiastic reception from the villagers. The news of their successful thwarting of the Spirit Shadow organization spread swiftly throughout the village, filling the hearts of the people with gratitude and reverence for their heroes. Yet, Li Haoyan found little joy in the celebration. He was acutely aware that, although they had dismantled the blood sacrifice formation of the Spirit Shadow organization, its foundations remained intact, and it would inevitably rise again, potentially with even greater peril. Tsunade, observing Li Haoyan's troubled demeanor, felt a pang of compassion for him. She led into her favorite tavern, hoping to help him unwind. "Li Haoyan, do not wear such a sorrowful expression. We have triumphed this time, and it is only fitting that we celebrate our victory," Tsunade declared, raising her glass. Li Haoyan managed a faint smile, lifting his glass to take a sip. "Tsunade, you do not comprehend. The ambitions of the Spirit Shadow organization are vast. They will not easily relent. Moreover, I have expended an excessive amount of celestial energy while contending against that blood sacrifice array, making it arduous to restore myself to peak condition in a short span. If they were to launch an assault at this moment, I fear I would be unable to protect Konoha. Tsunade gently clasped Li Haotian's hand. Do not be afraid, Haotian. You are not alone in this battle. Konoha has me, along with many other formidable ninjas. We shall surely safeguard our village. Just then, a messenger ninja from the third Hokage arrived at the tavern, informing them of an urgent meeting at the Hokage's office that required their immediate presence. Li Haotian and Tsunade exchanged a glance, a foreboding sense of dread surging within them. They hastily made their way to the Hokage's office, where numerous high-ranking ninjas of Konoha had already gathered, the atmosphere palpably tense. The third Hokage, his expression grave, announced, I have just received word that the Spirit Shadow Organization, in the wake of our recent strikes against them, has conspired with several rogue ninjas from the Sand Village. They intend to unite their forces and launch a large-scale war against Konoha. The revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. Although Konoha and the Sand Village had experienced occasional skirmishes, they had consistently maintained a facade of peace. Now, with the Spirit Shadow Organization meddling, the prospect of war loomed ominously. Rijan, we cannot remain idle. We must take action to thwart their sinister plot, Tsunade declared. The third Hokage nodded in agreement. I have already dispatched envoys to the Sand Village for negotiations. But their stance appears ambiguous. They seem reluctant to sever ties with the Spirit Shadow Organization easily. It seems we must brace ourselves for the impending conflict. Li Haotian pondered for a moment before speaking. Lord Hokage, I wish to visit Tsunade. I would like to engage in discussions with the leadership there, as it may help to alleviate this crisis. The crowd turned their gazes towards Li Haotian, and Tsunade, filled with concern, remarked, Haotian, this is exceedingly perilous. The situation in Tsunade is currently uncertain, and your visit may very well lead to unforeseen dangers. Li Haotian shook his head, stating, I am aware of the peril. Yet this is presently the sole means to avert war. I firmly believe that the Sand Hidden Village does not wish to instigate conflict lightly. They have merely been blinded by the Shadow Spirit Organization. If I can unveil the true nature of the Shadow Spirit Organization to them, perhaps I can persuade them. The third Hokage gazed at Li Haotian, a flicker of hesitation passing through his eyes, but ultimately he nodded in agreement, saying, Very well, Li Haotian. Since you possess such resolve, I shall grant you permission to proceed to the Sand Hidden Village. However, I will dispatch a number of Umbu ninjas to discreetly safeguard you. Li Haotian glanced gratefully at the third Hokage, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Hokage-sama, for your trust. I shall depart at once. After making the necessary preparations, Li Haotian, accompanied by several Umbu ninjas, set forth on the journey to Tsunade. Their passage was marked by caution, as they meticulously avoided numerous potential dangers along the way. Upon nearing Tsunade, they discovered that the area was already teeming with the watchful eyes of the Spirit Shadow Organization, indicating that their adversaries were indeed on high alert. Li Haotian murmured, It appears they have taken precautions. Stealthily infiltrating Tsunade, they arrived at the office of the Kazekage. However, they found that the Kazekage, Gaara, was absent, leaving only a few of his trusted subordinates present. Who are you? How dare you invade the Kazekage's office? One of the Tsunade ninjas questioned warily. Li Haotian revealed his identity and purpose. I am Li Haotian from Konoha, and I wish to meet Lord Kazekage. I have pressing matters to discuss with him regarding the sinister machinations of the Spirit Shadow Organization. The Sand Shinobi exchanged glances, and one of them spoke. Lord Kazekage is currently engaged in talks with the emissaries of the Spirit Shadow Organization and is unavailable to meet with you. It would be prudent for you to depart swiftly. Li Haotian felt a heavy weight in his heart, realizing that the situation was far more precarious than he had initially anticipated. If Gaara had indeed been persuaded by the emissaries of the Spirit Shadow Organization, then resolving this crisis would become exceedingly difficult. I must meet with Lord Kazekage. Please relay this message, as it pertains to the survival of both Tsunade and Konoha. Li Haotian asserted with unwavering determination. The Tsunade ninjas hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to convey his request to Gaara. Shortly thereafter, Gaara arrived at the office, regarding Li Haotian with a hint of confusion. Li Haotian, you claim that the Spirit Shadow Organization has a plot? What sort of plot? Li Haotian recounted in detail the actions of the Spirit Shadow Organization within the Hidden Leaf Village, as well as their insidious plans to incite war using the Sand Hidden Village. Upon hearing this, Gaara fell into deep contemplation. He was acutely aware of the perils of war and was reluctant to plunge the Sand Hidden Village into unnecessary peril. However, the words spoken by the envoy of the Spirit Shadow Organization had stirred something within him. Li Haotian, I shall consider your words. However, I cannot sever ties with the Spirit Shadow organization based solely on your testimony. I require evidence, Gaara declared. Li Haotian nodded, understanding the concerns of Lord Fengying. I will provide you with evidence, but time is of the essence. We must act swiftly. At that moment, the envoy from the Lingying organization learned of Li Haotian's presence in Tsunade and resolved to eliminate him to prevent future threats. A group of ninjas from the Lingying organization suddenly burst into the Fengying's office, launching an assault on Li Haotian. Upon witnessing this, Gaara was taken aback. He had not anticipated such boldness from the Lingying organization within Tsunade. What are you doing? This is Tsunade, Gaara shouted. Immediately employing his Sanjutsu to engage in battle with the ninjas from the Lingying organization, Li Haotian, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed his celestial techniques and fought alongside Gaara. The dark-clad ninjas swiftly joined the fray, and soon the Kazakage's office was engulfed in a whirlwind of blades and fierce combat. Though the Spirit Shadow organization boasted a multitude of ninjas, the prowess of Gaara and Li Haotian was not to be underestimated. Their seamless collaboration forced the ninjas of the Spirit Shadow organization to retreat steadily. However, just as they were on the verge of vanquishing their adversaries, a formidable expert from the Spirit Shadow organization unleashed a peculiar ninjutsu. A beam of black light shot towards Gaara, who, caught off guard, was struck and staggered. Kazakage! Li Haotian exclaimed in alarm, rushing to Gaara's side. Gaara, his complexion pale, gritted his teeth against the pain and uttered, Li Haotian, it seems you were right. The Spirit Shadow organization is indeed untrustworthy. Li Haotian gazed at the injured Gaara, a surge of fury swelling within him. He turned to face the remaining ninjas of the Spirit Shadow organization, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. How dare you harm Lord Kazakage? Today shall be your day of reckoning. He unleashed his full power, the might of his sage technique soaring to its zenith. The few ninjas from the Spirit Shadow organization looked on in terror as they failed to react in time. They were swiftly consumed by Li Haotian's sage technique. Turning to ashes, Li Haotian approached Gaara, utilizing his sage power to heal his wounds. After a period of treatment, Gaara's condition gradually stabilized. Li Haotian, thank you. I shall collaborate with the Hidden Leaf Village to jointly combat the Spirit Shadow organization, Gaara expressed gratefully. Li Haotian nodded, acknowledging, Lord Wind Shadow, you are too kind. This is also for the peace of our two villages. Subsequently, with Gaara's promise in mind, Li Haotian returned to Konoha. He understood that although the crisis with Tsunade had been temporarily averted, the battle against the Spirit Shadow organization was only just beginning, and numerous challenges awaited them in the future. Chapter 93, The Resurgence of the Spirit Shadow and the Breakthrough of Sage Techniques. Upon his return to Konoha, Li Haotian recounted his experiences in Tsunade in great detail to the third Hokage and Tsunade, among others. Everyone felt a sense of relief. Yet they also recognized that the confrontation with the Lingying organization had entered a more critical phase. Konoha began to actively prepare for a joint defense with Tsunade, with intelligence personnel frequently traversing between the two villages, exchanging various pieces of information regarding the Lingying organization. Meanwhile, Li Haotian secluded himself in Tsunade's residence, endeavoring to restore his depleting Senjutsu energy. However, the tranquil days did not last long. One fateful night, the alarms of Konoha suddenly blared. The Lingying organization, under the cover of darkness, allied with rogue ninjas from Tsunade to launch an assault. They unleashed an array of bizarre ninjutsu, causing flames to erupt throughout the village and cries of battle to reverberate in the air. Li Haotian awoke from his cultivation, acutely sensing an overwhelming wave of malevolent energy surging towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out of his room, racing towards the village entrance where the fiercest battle raged. There, he beheld Kakashi, Might Guy, and other Leaf Village ninja locked in a desperate struggle against the foes of the Spirit Shadow organization. The members dispatched by the Spirit Shadow organization exhibited formidable strength. Their jutsu appeared to have undergone a significant enhancement, as dark forces enveloped the night sky, instilling an unsettling chill. Kakashi, what is the situation? Li Haotian inquired loudly as he joined the fray. Kakashi's Sharingan spun rapidly as he deflected the enemy's attacks, responding, their onslaught is relentless, and they seem well prepared. Several of our defensive structures have already been compromised. Li Haotian gazed toward the outskirts of the village, where a throng of shadowy ninjas cloaked in black robes encircled a colossal dark formation, steadily advancing. The formation exuded a nauseating stench of blood, unmistakably emanating from a profoundly malevolent ninjutsu. They must not be allowed to approach the village. Li Haoyan's gaze sharpened as he swiftly formed hand seals. He summoned the remnants of his unhealed celestial energy to manifest a protective barrier of divine power, temporarily halting the advance of the shadowy organization. Might Guy, witnessing the unfolding chaos, bellowed, "The fervor of youth ignites here." He unleashed the Eight Gates formation, erupting with the full force of his being. Akin to a blazing meteor hurtling toward the ranks of the shadowy ninjas, instantly disrupting their formation. Kakashi seized the opportunity to employ his lightning cutter, transforming into a bolt of lightning that darted through the enemy lines, delivering a devastating blow. Yet, the leader of the shadowy organization let out a chilling laugh, proclaiming, "Do you truly believe that this will thwart us? Today marks the annihilation of Konoha." With a fierce wave of his hands, countless dark, spectral entities surged forth from the dark formation, clawing and gnashing as they lunged toward the Konoha ninjas. These sinister beings possessed a potent corrosive nature, once touched. The weapons and armor of the ninjas would be swiftly eroded. The ninjas of Konoha found themselves ensnared in dire straits as casualties began to mount. Li Haoyan gazed at the devastation before him, a surge of intense anger and resentment swelling within his heart. He understood that without unleashing a more formidable celestial technique, it would be nearly impossible to withstand the onslaught of the Spirit Shadow organization. However, his celestial essence had yet to recover, and forcibly employing a more potent celestial art could inflict immeasurable harm upon himself. In this critical moment, Li Haoyan recalled a particular experience from his cultivation in the celestial realm. Once, within an ancient celestial abode, he had encountered a unique cultivation method capable of awakening one's potential in dire circumstances, transcending the barriers of celestial arts, though the risks were considerable. A moment's carelessness could sever his meridians and dissipate his celestial soul. With no other options remaining, Li Haoyan gritted his teeth and resolved to take the risk. He seated himself upon the ground, his hands forming an intricate series of seals, muttering incantations under his breath. As the seals coalesced, Li Haoyan's body began to emanate a brilliant golden light, gradually enveloping him in a vast golden cocoon. The dark creatures surrounding the cocoon were instantaneously evaporated upon nearing the radiant glow. The leader of the Spirit Shadow organization, witnessing this, changed countenance. What sort of celestial art is this? How can it possess such overwhelming power? Within the cocoon, Li Haoyan felt his celestial essence surging like a torrential tide. His meridians throbbed painfully under the impact of this immense force, yet he persevered through sheer willpower. After enduring a harrowing struggle and refinement, Li Haoyan's celestial arts finally reached a breakthrough. His celestial power experienced a qualitative enhancement, restoring not only what had been depleted but also becoming even more potent and pure. Today marks the end for the Spirit Shadow organization. Li Haoyan roared, shattering the golden cocoon. With a sweeping gesture of his hands, golden chains of celestial energy shot forth like ethereal serpents, binding all the dark creatures within the shadowy formation. He then unleashed a new celestial technique, the Wrath of the Celestial Dome. A colossal golden vortex materialized in the sky, infused with boundless celestial energy. This energy cascaded down like golden meteors upon the ranks of the Spirit Shadow organization, reducing foes to mere ashes wherever it struck. The leader of the Spirit Shadow organization stared in terror, attempting to flee, but found himself ensnared by Li Haoyan's celestial chains. "Do you think you can escape?" Li Haoyan advanced step by step toward the leader, his eyes glinting with a frigid, murderous intent. Ultimately, the leader of the Spirit Shadow organization was reduced to nothing more than dust beneath Li Haoyan's celestial arts. The remaining members of the Spirit Shadow organization, along with the traitorous ninjas of Sand Hidden Village, sensing the dire turn of events, scattered in all directions. The crisis in Leaf Village had been temporarily averted. And as Li Haoyan surveyed the exhausted yet surviving ninjas, a tumult of emotions swirled within him. He recognized that this battle was merely the beginning. The confrontations with the Spirit Shadow organization would undoubtedly intensify in the future, and he must continually elevate his own strength to safeguard this hard-won peace. Chapter 94. Aftermath of War and a New Order in the Ninja World. Leaf Village lay in ruins after enduring the assault of the Spirit Shadow organization. The ninjas commenced the task of clearing the battlefield and tending to the wounded, while villagers gradually emerged from their shelters to assist in the reconstruction of their homes. Li Haoyan, having overexerted himself while wielding powerful sage techniques, was taken back to the residence by Tsunade for recuperation. Tsunade stood vigil by his bedside, her gaze filled with concern and worry. "Haoyan, you have been exceedingly reckless. Do you comprehend how perilous that was just now? Had your sage techniques faltered, you might have departed from me forever, Tsunade gently reproached, her eyes glistening with tears. Li Haoyan offered a faint smile, clasping Tsunade's hand. Tsunade, I cannot stand idly by while Konoha faces destruction. It is my responsibility, and it is my way of protecting you and everyone else. During Li Haoyan's convalescence, the third Hokage engaged in numerous discussions with high-ranking ninja from Tsunade, including Gaara, deliberating on strategies to counter the Spirit Shadow organization and enhance cooperation between the two villages. Gaara proposed the establishment of a long-term intelligence-sharing mechanism, along with the formation of joint ninja patrols to bolster surveillance along the borders, preventing further infiltration by the Spirit Shadow organization. He also suggested organizing a ninja exchange conference, allowing young ninjas to learn from one another, thereby strengthening their abilities to better confront future crises. The third Hokage concurred, emphasizing that the peace of the ninja world could not rely solely on Konoha or Tsunade. It necessitated a unified effort from all ninja villages. Thus, Konoha and Tsunade began to actively prepare for collaboration, dispatching ninja envoys to other villages to convey their collective resolve against the Spirit Shadow organization. Meanwhile, after a period of recuperation, Li Haoyan's health gradually improved. He was acutely aware that although the Spirit Shadow organization had suffered significant blows, its roots remained unextracted, and it would inevitably scheme anew in the shadows. To better confront the Spirit Shadow organization, Li Haoyan resolved to establish a Senjutsu training course in Konoha, imparting his knowledge of Senjutsu to the talented ninjas of the village. He believed that only by enhancing the overall strength of Konoha could they seize the initiative in future battles. Numerous elite ninjas from Konoha, including Kakashi and Might Guy, eagerly enrolled. Li Haoyan began with the fundamental theories of Senjutsu, covering the perception, refinement, and application of sage power. He observed that while the ninjas varied in their understanding and mastery of Senjutsu, they all exhibited fervor and determination. Senjutsu was not merely a means of amplifying power. It was a practice of merging with the forces of nature. You must calm your minds and attune yourselves to the flow of natural energy around you, drawing it into your bodies for your own use, he instructed while demonstrating the technique. Kakashi was the first to attempt it, leveraging his Sharingan's acute perception of power to quickly detect a ripple of natural energy. However, during the process of channeling it within himself, he encountered difficulties, as the chakra within him clashed with the natural energy. Observing the situation, Li Haoyan stepped forward to offer guidance. Kakashi, you must adjust the nature and flow of your chakra, allowing it to harmonize with the forces of nature, akin to two rivers converging rather than clashing. With Li Haoyan's assistance, Kakashi gradually grasped the nuances, successfully drawing a thread of natural energy into his being. Though it was merely a fleeting moment, he experienced the extraordinary and formidable essence of sage techniques. Meanwhile, Might Guy, with his robust physical prowess and unwavering resolve, forcefully overcame the challenges of assimilating natural energy. However, his application of sage power remained somewhat unrefined. Might Guy, the utilization of sage energy demands precision and finesse, much like the way you control your strength in battle. You cannot simply charge in recklessly. You must learn to wield sage power with ingenuity to unleash its fullest potential, Li Haoyan patiently instructed. As the training progressed, the ninjas of Konoha gradually elevated their proficiency in sage techniques. Throughout this journey, Li Haoyan also identified some ninjas with exceptional innate talent for sage arts, such as Hyuga Niji, whose perception and mastery of natural energy far surpassed that of his peers. Niji, you are a promising candidate for sage training. If you remain dedicated to your practice, you will undoubtedly become a formidable force for Konoha in the future, Li Haoyan commended Niji. Just as the village of Konoha and Tsunade were actively collaborating, with Konoha's ninjas diligently honing their sage abilities, the Lingying organization secretly initiated new maneuvers. They began to disseminate rumors in other ninja villages, sowing discord in an attempt to undermine the alliance between Konoha and Tsunade. Some ninja villages, influenced by these rumors, began to harbor doubts regarding the cooperation between Konoha and Tsunade, with a few even covertly engaging with the Lingying organization. Upon receiving this news, Li Haoyan understood the urgency of taking swift action to unveil the sinister plots of the Spirit Shadow organization. He resolved to personally journey to the ninja villages affected by the rumors, engaging in face-to-face discussions with their leaders to reveal the true nature of the Spirit Shadow organization. Thus, Li Haoyan bid farewell to Tsunade and the people of Konoha, embarking on a new quest. He was acutely aware that the path ahead was fraught with challenges and peril, yet he felt an unwavering obligation to strive for peace within the ninja world. Chapter 95, The Breaking of Rumors and the Dawn of Alliance. Li Haoyan resolutely embarked on the arduous journey through the various ninja villages. Wherever he went, the pervasive shadows of rumors spread by the Spirit Shadow organization lingered like a thick fog. Upon entering Dakinan village, he was met with the penetrating gazes of the villagers. Filled with suspicion, and the vigilant stance of the ninjas, prepared as if facing a formidable adversary. You incessantly claim that the collaboration between Konoha and Tsunade is meant to fend off external threats rather than dominate the ninja realm, but do you possess tangible evidence? Questioned a stern-looking Jainin from Dakinan village, his words sharp and incisive, as his gaze pierced through Li Haoyan, seeking to dissect the veracity of his statements. Li Haoyan maintained a calm demeanor, exuding tranquility, as his profound gaze swept over the assembly. With a voice that was both serene and resonant, he proclaimed, "Surely, you have all heard of the nefarious deeds of the Spirit Shadow organization. They schemed with malice, attempting to ignite conflict between the ninja villages, all while seeking to profit from the chaos. Both Konoha and Tsunade have suffered greatly at their hands, and the horrific scenes remain vividly etched in our memories. If we do not unite and stand shoulder to shoulder, how can we hope to withstand this predatory common threat?" As he spoke, he gently raised his palm, and a wisp of sage power ascended like a delicate ribbon of light. The brilliance of this sage energy not only signified his extraordinary strength but also served as a silent vow, revealing his unwavering resolve to safeguard peace. The ninjas of Takigakure exchanged glances, their eyes conveying a complex tapestry of emotions, while some still harbored doubts, akin to wandering in darkness in search of light. An overall shift in attitude began to take shape, reminiscent of ice slowly melting beneath the warm sun. Observing this, Li Haoyan seized the moment to elaborate on the Spirit Shadow organization's meticulously orchestrated blood sacrifice scheme at the borders of Konoha and their insidious attempts to sow discord within Tsunade. Narrating these accounts with the finesse of recounting an ancient legend. At this juncture, a young ninja from Takigakure could no longer contain his curiosity and boldly stepped forward, inquiring loudly, "Given the historical conflicts between Konoha and Tsunade, does this collaboration not defy reason?" Li Haoyan momentarily paused. Then a gentle smile graced his lips as he patiently replied, "Between ninja villages, due to the scarcity of resources and territorial disputes, conflicts are inevitable. It is akin to the stars in the night sky, which occasionally flicker and intertwine due to gravitational disturbances. Yet, in the face of a malevolent force like the Spirit Shadow organization, past grievances are but fleeting shadows, best set aside for the moment. Our paramount duty is to unite against external foes and safeguard the peace and tranquility of the ninja world." Do you recall the past animosities and misunderstandings between Konoha and Kirigakure? However, when the formidable shadow of the Akatsuki loomed over the ninja world, did we not cast aside our differences and advance together? His words flowed like a gentle stream, resonating within the hearts of the assembly, prompting many ninjas to ponder, as if catching a glimpse of dawn through the fog. Through Li Haoyan's tireless efforts and earnest persuasion, the higher-ups of Takigakure finally nodded in agreement, consenting to reconsider their cooperative relationship with Konoha and Tsunade. Li Haoyan, sensing the gravity of the moment, promptly made his way to Amigakure. The village was perpetually shrouded in a fine veil of rain, enveloped in a melancholic atmosphere that felt stifling. Here, the rumors of the Spirit Shadow organization surged like a relentless tide, permeating every nook and cranny. The villagers shuttered their doors and windows, resembling startled hares, anxiously evading the impending storm of war that loomed ominously on the horizon. Li Haoyan, undaunted by the relentless assault of the tempest, strode forward with head held high, traversing through the curtain of rain until he reached the heart of Yuin Village's central square. There, a group of ninjas huddled together, their expressions grave as they engaged in hushed deliberations over strategies to confront their plight. The somber atmosphere seemed capable of solidifying the very raindrops. "Are you the one hailing from Konoha, Li Haoyan?" inquired Pain, the leader of Yuin Village, his gaze towering above like a deity surveying mere insects, an intensity in his eyes that suggested he sought to penetrate the depths of Li Haoyan's soul. Leader Pain, the Akatsuki organization is indeed a malignant tumor upon our shinobi world, a shared adversary we must confront. They weave malevolent falsehoods, as if defiling the tapestry of peace with stains, deliberately undermining the foundational trust among the ninja villages. Li Haoyan raised his gaze to meet Pain's, his eyes resolute and unwavering, devoid of fear, as if proclaiming that the truth shall inevitably pierce the darkness of these rumors like the dawn's first light. Pain's brow furrowed slightly, his stern visage resembling a chiseled statue. His tone as frigid as the raindrops that fell upon Yuin Village, what you speak of is but empty words. On what grounds should I place my trust? Li Haoyan swiftly formed hand seals, his movements fluid and effortless, as he unleashed the celestial technique of Lingxi insight. This extraordinary art seemed to unlock a portal to the depths of the soul, allowing him to perceive the innermost thoughts of others in an instant. He projected his first-hand experiences within the Spirit Shadow organization, the harrowing scenes of innocent citizens subjected to unspeakable atrocities, into the minds of the assembled ninjas, akin to a slideshow illuminating their consciousness. The ninjas of the rain-hidden village were momentarily stunned by these heart-wrenching images, as if struck by a thunderbolt, rendered motionless. Pain, too, found himself ensnared in profound contemplation, a flicker of uncertainty evident in his gaze. After a lengthy pause, he spoke slowly. Perhaps we must reevaluate our collaboration with the Leaf and Sand villages. At that moment, Conan, who had been quietly standing beside Pain, fluttered her wings like a delicate butterfly and softly inquired, Li Haoyan, what tangible assurances can the Leaf and Sand villages provide us should we join the alliance? This alliance is not to be taken lightly. We must proceed with caution. Li Haoyan met Conan's gaze with sincerity and resolve. The Leaf and Sand villages will establish a robust intelligence network, sharing every fragment of information, intricately interconnected like veins. Simultaneously, we will meticulously fortify our defenses, akin to forging an unassailable steel wall. In the heat of battle, we shall support one another steadfastly. Should the rain-hidden village come under attack, the Leaf and Sand villages will devote their utmost strength to protect it, as if guarding a precious eye, ensuring that the rain-hidden village never faces the perilous abyss alone. Conan nodded slightly, her doubts dissipating somewhat, and she found his response to be satisfactory. After successfully dispelling the web of rumors in the rain-hidden village, Li Haoyan promptly journeyed to several other ninja villages ensnared by the deceptive whispers. Armed with his extraordinary intellect and enchanting sage techniques, he resembled a luminary guiding lost souls, gradually dissipating the dark and negative influence wrought by the Spirit Shadow organization's fabrications. Numerous ninja villages began to realign themselves towards forming alliances with Konoha and Tsunade, as the once precarious Tower of Trust, under his diligent efforts, began to re-establish its foundations, radiating a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, Tsunade resembled an indefatigable top spinning incessantly, wholly immersed in the enhancement and fortification of the ninja defenses. She took personal charge of supervising medical ninjas as they developed new healing potions, her focused demeanor akin to that of a master sculptor meticulously crafting a rare treasure, preparing for the unknown storms that lay ahead. When Kakashi arrived to report on the training progress, he noticed the faint weariness etched on Tsunade's face, her once vibrant aura now slightly dulled by fatigue. Unable to restrain his concern, he gently urged, Lady Tsunade, you must also take time to rest and rejuvenate. We are here, and there will be no lapses in our defenses. You need not worry. Tsunade waved her hand lightly, a gesture imbued with unwavering resolve. This moment is pivotal for our victory. It is akin to walking along the precipice of a cliff, where no lapse can be afforded. How can I rest, leaving you all to fight alone? Kakashi and Might Guy led the young ninjas into an intense and fervent practical training session. Kakashi, like a sagacious chess master, focused on imparting the intricacies of tactical strategy, meticulously simulating a myriad of complex combat scenarios. He poured forth his wealth of experience and wisdom accumulated from years of battle, teaching the ninjas how to adapt and respond nimbly amidst the chaos of clashing blades. Meanwhile, Might Guy blazed like a roaring flame, inspiring the ninjas with his fervent voice to break through their limits. Youth is akin to the fervent sweat shed in battle. Do not fear the shadows of failure. Every stumble is a precious opportunity for growth and transformation. Let us pen the glorious chapters of ninja honor with our passion and fervor. His resounding calls echoed like thunder, reverberating across the training ground, invigorating the spirits of every ninja present. During a brief respite in training, Hyuga Neji approached Kakashi with the agility of a leaping leopard, seeking clarification on tactical coordination. Kakashi leaned slightly, his gaze fixed on Neji as he meticulously addressed each query, encouraging him like a wise elder to showcase his unique abilities in the forthcoming battles within the alliance. Neji, you possess exceptional talent and diligence. In the battles of the alliance, you shall undoubtedly shine like a brilliant star. On the Tsunade front, Gaara similarly busied himself, embodying a commanding general. With unwavering poise, he directed the ninjas to ingeniously set multiple traps and warning devices along the border, each arrangement reflecting his wisdom and strategic acumen. Simultaneously, he strengthened the collaboration with Konoha's intelligence personnel, his focused demeanor akin to weaving an invisible web of information, ensuring that communications were precise, timely, and efficient, leaving no room for error. As Kanjiro passed by, he beheld Gaara's focused yet weary visage and could not help but exclaim, "Lord Kazekage, our ninjas are becoming utterly exhausted from such intense preparations, like a taut bowstring that risks snapping." Gaara slightly lifted his head. His gaze is resolute as a mountain. "The toil we endure at this moment is for the glory of future victories. Only through meticulous preparation, akin to a finely honed sword, can we seize the initiative in our confrontation with the Spirit Shadow Organization and safeguard the tranquility of Tsunade. Through Li Haoyan's relentless efforts and tireless endeavors, an increasing number of ninja villages began to perceive the insidious plots of the Spirit Shadow Organization. The truth, concealed behind a veil of rumors, emerged like a dancer revealing her hidden grace, gradually becoming clear to all. Various ninja villages expressed their willingness to join the alliance against the Spirit Shadow Organization. The ninja world, once fragmented like scattered sand, began to coalesce into a formidable force in the face of crisis, akin to a surging wave poised to engulf the nefarious schemes of the Spirit Shadow Organization. Upon Li Haoyan's return to Konoha, he was greeted by a vibrant scene of fervent preparations for battle. The bustling figures and determined gazes resembled a magnificent tapestry, stirring within him a warm sense of solace. He understood that although the path ahead was fraught with thorns and peril, akin to a dark labyrinth filled with traps, as long as the ninja villages united in unwavering resolve, like a clenched iron fist, there was great hope of overcoming the Spirit Shadow Organization and steadfastly preserving the dawn of peace within the ninja realm. Allowing the light of hope to once again illuminate this land, Tsunade, catching sight of Li Haoyan's return, gracefully approached him with quickened steps. "Haoyan, your arduous journey has indeed been taxing, akin to traversing through a thicket of thorns." Her words carried a hint of undeniable weariness. Yet the warmth of appreciation was unmistakable in her gaze, filled with concern and admiration for him. Li Haoyan extended his arms and embraced Tsunade tightly. His tone resolute and confident. "Every effort is worth it. Now, our alliance is on the verge of completion, and the day of the downfall of the Spirit Shadow Organization is drawing near. The dawn of victory seems to be just ahead, within our grasp." Yet, unbeknownst to them, the Spirit Shadow Organization, upon realizing that its rumors were being systematically debunked, was secretly orchestrating an even more earth-shattering conspiracy. A dark plan capable of completely overturning the order of the entire ninja world, much like a surging current hidden deep beneath the sea, was about to rise to the surface, bringing an unknown and tremendous crisis to the ninja world that had only just begun to see hope. Chapter 96. The Surge of Darkness and the Trials of the Alliance. After a brief embrace between Li Haoyan and Tsunade, they convened with the ninjas of Konoha and representatives from the Sand Village in the Hokage's conference room to deliberate on the next strategic moves for their alliance. Although they had successfully established this coalition, it was evident that the Spirit Shadow Organization would not relent easily. "We must take the initiative to uncover their stronghold and obliterate it completely," Li Haoyan declared with unwavering determination. Kakashi nodded in agreement, affirming, "Haoyan is correct. However, the Spirit Shadow Organization has always been shrouded in mystery, and locating their lair will not be a simple task. We need to consolidate the intelligence resources from all ninja villages and meticulously analyze their past activities." Might Guy, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "No matter how daunting the challenge, as long as we unite our efforts, there is nothing we cannot achieve. Youth is about charging forward with vigor." Gaara then contributed, "The Sand Village has detected signs of potential Spirit Shadow Organization activities in the desert region. They may have established a hidden base there. We could initiate our investigation from this angle." Just as the discussion heated up, a Konoha Umbu ninja abruptly burst into the conference room. Panic etched across his face as he reported, "Bad news, Lord Hokage. Multiple cases of ninja disappearances have been reported across the ninja villages, suspected to be the work of the Spirit Shadow Organization. Moreover, it appears they have inflicted some malevolent jutsu upon the missing ninjas, rendering them frenzied and hostile, attacking their comrades and villagers." The atmosphere shifted dramatically as everyone processed this alarming news. Li Haoyan's brow furrowed, realizing this was a new scheme by the Spirit Shadow Organization. "It seems they intend to undermine our alliance from within. We must swiftly devise a solution to rescue those controlled ninjas," Li Haoyan stated. Tsunade decisively responded, "Medical ninjas. Immediately attend to the injured ninjas and villagers, and research ways to counter this malevolent jutsu." The other ninjas divided into teams to search for the whereabouts of the missing ninjas, while simultaneously enhancing patrols and defenses in each ninja village. Li Haotian took the initiative to volunteer. I will lead a team of ninjas to the desert region near Tsunade, where we suspect the activities of the Spirit Shadow organization may be occurring. We might uncover some clues to unravel the secrets of this malevolent ninjutsu. Tsunade looked at him with concern. Haotian, you have just gone through so much turmoil and your body has yet to fully recuperate. This is too perilous. Li Haotian gently grasped Tsunade's hand, saying, Tsunade, I am fine. I cannot stand idly by while the ninjas are manipulated by the Spirit Shadow organization, endangering the ninja world. It is my duty. Tsunade nodded helplessly. Then you must take great care. Li Haotian led a contingent of elite ninjas from Konoha, Tsunade, and other villages, swiftly setting off towards the arid desert region. As they journeyed, fierce winds howled and yellow sand swirled, the harsh environment significantly complicating their trek. Upon reaching their destination, they were met with a pervasive sense of ominous darkness. Strange runes and footprints littered the ground, unmistakably indicating that the Linging organization had been active in this area. Be cautious. This place may be riddled with traps, Li Haotian warned. The ninjas advanced with great care, when suddenly, the surrounding sands began to undulate, coalescing into colossal sand monsters that lunged at them. A ninja from Iwagakure swiftly performed hand seals, summoning rock pillars to ensnare the sand creatures. However, more sand monsters surged from all directions, prompting the ninjas to unleash their jutsu in defiance. Meanwhile, Li Haotian invoked the sage technique, spirit perception, in an attempt to uncover the puppeteer behind the sand monsters and the secrets of this place. Amidst the fierce battle, Li Haotian discerned a discernible pattern to the attacks of the sand monsters. They were moving in accordance with a specific formation. Do not panic. Act according to my instructions, Li Haotian shouted. He directed the ninjas to form a defensive formation, coordinating their efforts to gradually dissipate the onslaught of the sand creatures. As the sand monsters faded away, they uncovered a concealed underground entrance beneath the dunes. The entrance emanated a chilling aura of darkness, sending shivers down their spines. This must be the secret stronghold of the Linging organization. Prepare yourselves. We shall descend, Li Haotian commanded. The ninjas cautiously entered the subterranean passage, which was dark and damp, with walls flickering with eerie light. As they progressed, they heard anguished groans. It's the missing ninjas, one exclaimed in shock. They quickened their pace, arriving at a vast chamber. Inside, numerous missing ninjas were bound to stone pillars, their bodies shimmering with a dark glow, their eyes vacant and expressions tormented. We must rescue them at once, Li Haotian declared, approaching one of the ninjas to assess their condition. He discovered that a dark chakra had been infused within, corrupting their mind. Just as Li Haotian attempted to dispel the dark chakra with sage energy, a sinister laughter echoed throughout the chamber. Did you think you could so easily thwart my plans? A shadow emerged slowly from the darkness. Li Haotian warily regarded the shadow. Are you the mastermind behind the Spirit Shadow organization? The shadow scoffed. Indeed, that is I. Your alliance is nothing more than a disarray of scattered sand in my eyes. I shall incite you to turn against one another, and then I will reap the benefits. Do not harbor such delusions. We will not allow you to succeed, Li Haotian retorted angrily. Suddenly, the shadow launched an attack, his ninjutsu both uncanny and formidable. As dark forces surged like a tide towards the ninjas, Li Haotian summoned the Immortal technique, Golden Light Shield, temporarily warding off the assault. Everyone, attack together, Li Haotian commanded. The ninjas unleashed their ultimate techniques, engaging the shadow in a fierce battle for survival. Amidst the fray, Li Haotian discerned that the shadow's power seemed to be linked to an ancient malevolent force. While fighting, he pondered potential solutions to counter it. Suddenly, he recalled a method of purifying evil power that he had encountered in ancient texts from the celestial realm. Resolute, he decided to take the risk and attempt it. Li Haotian concentrated all his celestial energy, his hands forming a complex seal, while incantations flowed from his lips. As the seal was completed, a radiant beam of purifying golden light shot forth from his hands, aimed directly at the shadow. The shadow, filled with terror, attempted to evade, yet was engulfed by the purifying light. Under the illumination of this divine radiance, the shadow emitted a wretched scream, as the malevolent forces within him were gradually dispelled. Those ninjas who had been ensnared were also slowly regaining their awareness under the influence of the purifying light. Li Haotian successfully vanquished the shadow and liberated the controlled ninjas. However, he understood that this was merely a fragment of the Shadow Spirit Organization's conspiracy, and their true intentions had yet to fully surface. Li Haotian led the ninjas as they returned the rescued comrades to their respective villages. This incident heightened the Alliance's awareness of the peril and cunning of the Shadow Spirit Organization, necessitating a strengthened collaboration to collectively confront the challenges that lie ahead. Chapter 97. The Shadow Spirit Treasure in the Alliance Crisis. Chapter 97. The Shadow Spirit Treasure in the Alliance Crisis. After Li Haotian and his companions returned to the village with the rescued ninjas, the morale of the allied ninjas soared. However, Li Haotian remained vigilant. He was acutely aware that the recent failure of the Spirit Shadow Organization would undoubtedly provoke a more frenzied retaliation, and their hidden forces remained unfathomable. During further inquiries with the rescued ninjas, Li Haotian uncovered a startling clue. One ninja, while under control, had vaguely heard members of the Spirit Shadow Organization mention a mysterious artifact known as the Spirit Shadow Treasure, said to possess immense power capable of upending the entire ninja world. The recent conspiracies of the Spirit Shadow Organization seemed to revolve around this treasure. In pursuit of more information regarding the Spirit Shadow Treasure, Li Haotian resolved to visit the Temple of Fire to consult the elders residing there. The Temple of Fire, steeped in history, is home to learned elders who might possess knowledge of ancient legends concerning this treasure. Upon arriving at the temple, Li Haotian was greeted by the presiding elder. After respectfully bowing, he promptly addressed the matter at hand. Elder, have you ever heard of the Spirit Shadow Treasure? Its emergence in the world today may herald catastrophe for the ninja realm, and I have come to seek your wisdom. The elder furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before responding. The Spirit Shadow Treasure. I have encountered some mention of it in the ancient texts of the temple. It is said to be a relic of an ancient malevolent deity, imbued with powers of darkness and destruction. Should it fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, the consequences would be unimaginable. The ancient texts also indicate that to prevent the activation of the treasure, one must locate 5 Spirit Shadow Stones, which are scattered across the ninja world, each fiercely guarded by formidable powers. Li Haotian's heart shuddered as he realized that the quest for the Spirit Shadow Stone would be a formidable and perilous journey. Yet, in the pursuit of peace for the shinobi world, he had no alternative. I am grateful to the elder for the information. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to thwarting the nefarious schemes of the Spirit Shadow Organization, Li Haotian declared resolutely. Upon returning to Konoha, he apprised the members of the Alliance about the Spirit Shadow Treasure and the Spirit Shadow Stone. Each ninja village expressed their willingness to dispatch elite ninjas to assist Li Haotian in a search for the Spirit Shadow Stone. Consequently, several teams composed of ninjas from Konoha, Tsunade, Awagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure were swiftly assembled, each embarking on their respective paths in pursuit of the elusive Spirit Shadow Stone. Li Haotian led his squad from Konoha towards an ancient ruin, rumored to conceal a Spirit Shadow Stone. However, upon entering the relic, they discovered it was riddled with various traps and mechanisms. Be cautious. The traps here are exceedingly perilous, Li Haotian warned. No sooner had he spoken than countless poisoned arrows shot forth from the ground. The ninjas swiftly employed their techniques to evade the onslaught, while Li Haotian summoned his sage power to deflect the arrows. As they ventured deeper into the ruins, they arrived at a grand hall. At the center of the hall stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a gem emanating a ghostly glow, the Spirit Shadow Stone. Yet, as they approached the stone, a group of ninjas from the Spirit Shadow Organization suddenly materialized around them. Did you think you could easily take the Spirit Shadow Stone? This belongs to our organization. One of the ninjas shouted. Humph. The Spirit Shadow Organization has committed numerous atrocities. This stone must not fall into your hands, Li Haotian retorted. A fierce battle ensued immediately. The ninjas of the Spirit Shadow Organization unleashed a variety of cunning techniques, clashing fiercely with the allied ninjas. Li Haotian found himself pitted against a formidable master from the organization. This master wielded exceptionally powerful techniques, summoning a colossal dark spirit to assault Li Haotian. Unfazed, Li Haotian executed the sage technique, divine beast summoning, conjuring a majestic celestial beast to engage the dark spirit in combat. Amidst the intense struggle, Li Haotian discerned that a mysterious force seemed to be sustaining the master, continuously replenishing his strength. He realized he must swiftly defeat this adversary, or the tide of battle would turn unfavorably against them. Determined, Li Haotian resolved to unleash his full power. He formed hand seals and invoked the sage technique, harmony of heaven and earth. This was a tremendously potent yet perilous technique, merging his sage energy with the natural forces surrounding him, culminating in a colossal wave of energy directed at the master of the Spirit Shadow Organization. The master sensed the overwhelming force and was filled with dread, but it was too late to evade. The impact of the energy wave obliterated him into nothingness. With the fall of their leader, the remaining ninjas of the Spirit Shadow organization were thrown into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, the allied ninjas launched their counterattack, decisively defeating them all. Li Haotian successfully acquired the first Spirit Shadow Stone, however. He was acutely aware that the other teams were likely facing obstructions from the Spirit Shadow organization at that very moment. They urgently needed to locate the remaining Spirit Shadow Stones to thwart the organization's malevolent schemes. Meanwhile, the other teams in pursuit of the Spirit Shadow Stones had indeed encountered dire predicaments. The team from Sand Hidden Village discovered a Spirit Shadow Stone deep within the desert, only to be besieged by the onslaught of sandstorm giants. These formidable beings were manipulated by the Spirit Shadow organization through specialized ninjutsu, exhibiting immense strength. Under the leadership of Gaara, the ninjas from Sand Hidden Village fought valiantly to resist, yet they struggled to breach the defenses of the sandstorm giants. The team from Rock Hidden Village faced a perilous situation while searching for the Spirit Shadow Stone within a cavern, encountering the imminent danger of a cave-in. The Spirit Shadow organization had preemptively laid traps within the cave. Once triggered, they would precipitate a catastrophic collapse. The ninjas of Rock Hidden Village were forced to evade falling debris while simultaneously engaging in combat with ninjas from the Spirit Shadow organization, finding themselves in an extremely precarious circumstance. The team from Mist Hidden Village sought the Spirit Shadow Stone in a waterway but was assailed by monstrous aquatic creatures. These behemoths boasted immense size and formidable attack power, rendering the ninjas of Mist Hidden Village unable to unleash their full potential in the water, thus embroiled in a grueling battle. Meanwhile, the Cloud Hidden Village team, while searching for the Spirit Shadow Stone in Thunder Gorge, encountered powerful lightning release traps. The Spirit Shadow organization had ingeniously harnessed the natural electrical forces of Thunder Gorge to set numerous traps. Even a moment's carelessness could result in devastating electric strikes for the ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village. All teams, besieged by adversity, hastily transmitted distress signals to headquarters. Upon receiving the news, Li Haotian recognized the urgency of the situation and resolved to proceed to Sand Hidden Village for support. Just before his departure, Tsunade sought him out, her eyes filled with concern. "Haotian, the journey to Sand Hidden Village will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. You must exercise utmost caution. I await your return in Konoha. Do not act recklessly. If you find yourself outmatched, devise a means to retreat safely." She gently grasped Li Haotian's hand, her fingers trembling slightly, conveying her inner unease. Li Haotian gazed at Tsunade, his heart brimming with emotion and warmth. He clasped her hand firmly, assuring her, "Tsunade, you need not worry. I shall undoubtedly return safely. Your concern is the wellspring of my strength. To safeguard Konoha and to protect you, I shall not easily falter." Subsequently, Li Haotian led a contingent of ninjas swiftly towards Tsunade. He believed that as long as each team united in purpose, they would surely overcome the challenges ahead. Locate the Spirit Shadow Stone, thwart the nefarious plans of the Spirit Shadow organization, and preserve the peace of the ninja world. Chapter 98. The rescue of Tsunade and emotional bonds. Li Haotian, accompanied by a support team, hastily journeyed towards Sand Hidden Village. Along the way, his thoughts drifted far afield. Memories of his past with Tsunade surging forth like a tidal wave. Upon his arrival in Konoha, he was but a ragged, breathless youth, struggling to survive on the streets. It was Tsunade, the compassionate princess of the Hokage, who discovered him on her way back from the gambling den, unhesitatingly bringing him to her residence and tending to him with the benevolence and tenderness of a healer. During those days of lingering illness, Tsunade stood vigil by his bedside, her gaze as gentle as moonlight, casting a soft glow upon his face, while her words of concern flowed like a babbling brook, nourishing his parched heart. Each whispered encouragement during his medication, and every gentle touch while examining his wounds enveloped Li Haotian in a long-lost warmth and reassurance, akin to discovering a radiant lighthouse in the darkness, gradually melting the ice within his heart. As they neared Sand Hidden Village, a colossal sandstorm giant loomed amidst the swirling yellow sands, fiercely clashing with the sand-hidden ninjas. Gaara hovered in the air, exerting all his strength to manipulate the sand in defense against the giant's onslaught, though fatigue was beginning to etch itself onto his face. Prepare for battle. First, assist the ninjas of Sand Hidden Village in restraining the sandstorm giant, then seek its weakness to deliver a decisive blow. Li Haotian swiftly commanded. The ninjas of Konoha responded in unison, unleashing their signature ninjutsu. Li Haotian charged into the fray, invoking Sage Art, Wind Spirit's Breath, unleashing a tempest to disrupt the giant's movements. Li Haoyan, you've arrived, Gaara exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with surprise. Yes, let us fight side by side, Li Haoyan replied. The sand-hidden ninjas, heartened by the arrival of reinforcements, felt their spirits soar. Under the combined assault of their efforts, the giant's movements began to falter. In the heat of battle, Li Haoyan astutely discerned that the core of the sandstorm giant's power resided in a black crystal embedded in its chest. Concentrate your attacks on the giant's chest, Li Haoyan shouted. Heeding his words, the ninjas redirected their assaults toward the crystal. Amidst the barrage of ninjutsu and sage techniques, the black crystal flickered erratically before ultimately shattering. With the crystal's destruction, the sandstorm giant collapsed like a towering edifice deprived of its support. Yet, before the warriors could catch their breath, ninjas from the Spirit Shadow organization surged forth from all directions, encircling them. Did you truly believe you could thwart our plans so easily? Such naivety, sneered one of the organization's leaders. No matter your schemes, we shall not allow you to prevail, Li Haoyan declared, his gaze resolute and unafraid. The battle reignited, and Li Haoyan engaged in an intense confrontation with the leader of the Spirit Shadow organization, who was adept in illusion techniques and sought to ensnare Li Haoyan and his allies within a formidable genjutsu. Li Haoyan tightly closed his eyes, relying on his formidable celestial power and unwavering will to resist the onslaught of illusions. With his hands forming intricate seals, he invoked the celestial technique, Eye of Insight, piercing through the flaws of the illusion array, and subsequently led the ninjas to break through it in a unified surge. Amidst the fierce clash, Li Haoyan seized the opportune moment to unleash the celestial technique, Sword of Demon Breaking, a golden sword aura soaring like a rainbow piercing the sun, aimed directly at the leader of the Spirit Shadow organization. Caught off guard, the leader was struck by the sword aura and suffered grave injuries. With the leader wounded, the ninjas of the Spirit Shadow organization fell into disarray, allowing the ninjas from Tsunade and Konoha to launch a full-scale assault, decisively repelling the remnants of the Spirit Shadow's forces. After the battle, Li Haoyan and Gaara began to deliberate on their next course of action. Although they had temporarily driven back the Spirit Shadow organization, it was certain that they would not relent easily. We must hasten to locate the remaining Spirit Stones to fortify the Alliance's defenses, Gaara remarked. Indeed, I intend to leave a portion of the ninjas to assist in the defense of Tsunade, while I will accompany the others to support the other teams. Li Haoyan nodded in agreement. Following a brief respite in Tsunade, Li Haoyan bid farewell to Gaara and led the ninjas toward Iwagakure. Along the journey, he received news from Tsunade, learning that all was well in Konoha, alleviating some of his worries. Simultaneously, Tsunade expressed her longing and concern for him in her message, stirring a warm current within his heart. Gazing at Tsunade's words, memories of their leisurely stroll by the stream in Konoha flooded his mind. It was a spring afternoon, with sunlight filtering through the dappled leaves and cascading upon them. Tsunade, adorned in a delicate kimono, was gently entwined with the breeze, her hair dancing in the air. She softly linked her arm with his, her laughter ringing like silver bells in his ears as they shared their joys and sorrows, dreaming of a beautiful future together. In that moment, Li Haoyan profoundly realized that Tsunade had become the most cherished person in his life. Tsunade, once the crisis with the Spirit Shadow organization is resolved, I shall return to your side, Li Haoyan silently vowed, the intensity of his longing and concern growing ever deeper, further inflaming his passion for her. Upon their arrival at Iwagakure, they discovered the situation was dire. The cave's collapse continued unabated, with the ninjas of Iwagakure trapped inside, engaged in fierce combat against the ninjas of the Spirit Shadow organization. Earth Release, Pillar of Heaven. Li Haoyan invoked a celestial technique, stabilizing the cave that was on the verge of collapse. He then led the ninjas swiftly into the cave to join the fray. The ninjas of Iwagakure rejoiced at the arrival of reinforcements. Under Li Haoyan's command, they executed a coordinated assault, swiftly eliminating the ninjas of the Spirit Shadow organization. Thank you for your rescue. Without you, our village would have faced grave danger. The village chief of Iwagakure expressed his gratitude. We are all members of the Alliance. Mutual support is our duty. Now, we must quickly locate the Spirit Stones to prevent them from falling into the hands of the Spirit Shadow organization, Li Haoyan stated. Everyone meticulously searched within the cave and finally discovered the hidden Spirit Stones. Li Haoyan carefully secured the Spirit Shadow Stone and then led the ninjas towards the hidden Mist Village to offer assistance. En route, He pondered the conspiracy of the Spirit Shadow Organization and contemplated strategies to counter their impending maneuvers. He was acutely aware that as they unearthed more Spirit Shadow Stones, the organization's retaliatory strikes would grow increasingly ferocious. Moreover, his bond with Tsunade deepened with each battle and subsequent separation. He recalled a time when he was afflicted by a relentless fever. Tsunade vigilantly kept watch at his bedside, sacrificing her sleep. Her eyes were filled with worry and compassion as she tenderly wiped the beads of perspiration from his forehead with a warm cloth, softly murmuring words of comfort. That night, in a state between dreams and wakefulness, he felt Tsunade's meticulous care, and it was then he realized her irreplaceable place in his heart. These memories illuminated his arduous journey, imbuing him with boundless strength and solidifying his resolve to protect Tsunade in the ninja world. Upon their arrival at the hidden mist village, they discovered the village's ninjas engaged in a fierce struggle against a colossal water monster in the depths of the waters. Without hesitation, Li Haoyan plunged into the water, unleashing the sage technique, water spirit power, engaging in a desperate battle with the creature. Though his movements were somewhat constrained by the aquatic environment, his formidable sage power and agile combat skills gradually turned the tide in his favor. He discerned the monster's weakness lay in a blue gem embedded in its head. Focusing his energy, he executed the sage technique, Star-Shattering Fist, shattering the blue gem with a single strike. The water monster immediately lost its strength and sank slowly to the bottom. The ninjas of Hidden Mist Village, having narrowly escaped peril, expressed their profound gratitude to Li Haoyan. Li Haoyan, accompanied by the ninjas of Mist Hidden Village, hastened towards Cloud Hidden Village after locating the Spirit Shadow Stone. Though he felt utterly exhausted, his resolve grew ever more resolute. He understood that as long as a single ninja village remained under the threat of the Spirit Shadow Organization, he could not afford to pause. In his heart, the image of Tsunade lingered, providing him with boundless strength and courage. The cherished memories they once shared became his warmest solace amidst the darkness of battle, fortifying the emotional bond between them, akin to steel tempered in fierce flames. Unyielding and unwavering. Chapter 99. The Crisis of Cloud Hidden. In the assembly of alliances, Li Haoyan led his team swiftly towards Yunin Village, the wind howling past his ears. Yet his heart remained tethered to the distant figure of Tsunade in Konoha Village. Those warm memories, akin to protective charms, bestowed upon him strength and solace, allowing him to steadfastly advance on this arduous journey despite his fatigue. Upon their arrival at the Thunder Valley, they beheld the ninjas of Yunin Village grappling desperately under the onslaught of the lightning traps. Lightning danced in a chaotic web, illuminating the gorge as if it were a net of death. The elite ninjas of Yunin strove to breach the blockade of traps but were repeatedly thwarted, with many sustaining grievous injuries. Be cautious. These lightning traps are imbued with formidable natural electrical power. Do not recklessly charge in. Li Haoyan called out to the ninjas trailing behind him. His gaze was sharp as he swiftly observed the patterns of the traps, seeking any vulnerabilities. After meticulous inspection, Li Haoyan discerned that the energy core of these lightning traps resided atop a stone platform deep within the gorge, where a dazzling blue lightning spirit orb emanated its radiant glow, ceaselessly unleashing electrical power to sustain the trap's operation. To dismantle the traps, the orb must be destroyed. I shall employ my sage techniques to draw the lightning's assault, and you all should seize the opportunity to approach the stone platform. Li Haoyan instructed his comrades regarding their battle strategy. With that, he inhaled deeply and unleashed the sage art, Lightning Body. His form enveloped in a golden luminescence as he charged towards the area most saturated with electricity. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning surged forth like enraged dragons, rushing towards Li Haoyan. Yet, he adeptly guided the lightning's direction using the power of his sage techniques, diverting it away from his fellow ninjas in Yunin Village. Seeing their chance, the ninjas of Yunin, under the leadership of the Lightning Shadow, swiftly advanced towards the stone platform. However, the Spirit Shadow Organization would not allow them to succeed so easily. Just as the ninjas approached the platform, a cadre of Spirit Shadow Organization ninjas materialized like phantoms, plunging both sides into fierce combat. As Li Haoyan fended off the relentless assaults of lightning, he remained acutely aware of the unfolding battlefield dynamics. Observing the hindrance faced by the ninjas of Yunin Village, he resolutely interrupted his sage technique, disregarding his own safety, and sprinted towards the stone platform. Sage art, Flame of Annihilation. With hands deftly forming seals and incantations spilling forth from his lips, a blazing inferno of sage fire ignited in his palm. Hurtling towards the Thunder Spirit Pearl, Upon contact, an explosive surge of energy erupted, emanating a blinding radiance that rendered the onlookers nearly unable to open their eyes. In the glow of this brilliance, Li Haoyan's silhouette appeared particularly resolute. He understood well that this endeavor could not afford failure. For the sake of peace in the ninja world and his yearning to reunite with Tsunade, he had to exert every ounce of his strength. As the sage fire consumed its target, the thunder spirit pearl began to crack, ultimately shattering with a deafening roar. The lightning traps instantaneously lost their energy source. Causing the tempest to dissipate, the ninjas of Yunin village felt an immediate alleviation of pressure, their spirits soaring as they swiftly repelled the ninjas of the Spirit Shadow organization. Having successfully averted the crisis in Yunin village, Li Haoyan led his comrades to uncover the Spirit Shadow stones hidden in the vicinity. Thus, 3 of the 5 Spirit Shadow stones had been gathered, bringing them one step closer to thwarting the nefarious schemes of the Spirit Shadow organization. Li Haoyan was acutely aware that the Shadow organization would not relinquish their hold easily. They would undoubtedly fortify the last 2 Spirit Stones with even more formidable defenses and traps. Consequently, he resolved to summon the leaders and elite ninjas from the various ninja villages to convene an urgent meeting in Konoha to deliberate on a strategy. Upon receiving the message, the leaders responded promptly, bringing their finest warriors to Konoha. In no time, Konoha was filled with skilled fighters, the atmosphere thick with tension yet brimming with determination. In the conference room, Li Haoyan stood at the forefront, his gaze sweeping over the assembled leaders and elites of the ninja villages. Esteemed colleagues, we have successfully gathered 3 Spirit Stones, yet the remaining 2 will undoubtedly prove more challenging to obtain. The Shadow Organization will spare no effort in their defense. We must unite as one and devise an infallible plan. His voice resonated with calm authority, exuding the gravitas of a true leader. Tsunade gazed at Li Haoyan, her eyes reflecting admiration and affection. In these tumultuous times, his growth and sense of responsibility captivated her deeply. She understood that this man was not only her beloved, but also the beacon of hope for the entire ninja world. Reikage was the first to speak. In our battles against the Shadow Organization, we have witnessed their cunning use of lightning techniques. In the forthcoming operations, we must exercise utmost caution in dealing with similar traps. Gara then added, the Sand Village excels in manipulating sand. We possess a distinct advantage in desert terrain. Should the final 2 Spirit Stones be located in a desert region, the Sand Village is prepared to take the lead. The leader of the Rock Village pondered for a moment before stating, the ninjas from the Rock Village are well versed in earth techniques and can construct defensive fortifications as well as disarm various earth-based traps. A representative from the Mist Village also stepped forward. Our Mist Village has extensive experience in water combat. Should we encounter a water battle, we shall dedicate ourselves entirely. The various ninja villages expressed their resolve, showcasing the remarkable cohesion of the alliance. Li Haoyan attentively listened to their insights, gradually formulating a comprehensive battle plan in his mind. Very well, we shall divide our forces into 3 groups. One group, led by Gara and the Sand Village ninjas, will venture into the desert region where the Spirit Stones may be concealed. Another group, led by Reikage and consisting of ninjas from the Cloud Village, will collaborate with the Rock Village to counter any potential lightning and earth traps while searching for another Spirit Stone. As for myself, I will lead the Konoha ninjas alongside the elites from other villages as a mobile force, ready to provide support wherever necessary. Li Haoyan issued the battle orders. After the meeting concluded, Li Haoyan lingered in Konoha for a moment and found solitude with Tsunade. Gently, she took his hand and guided him beneath a cherry blossom tree in the courtyard. At that moment, the blossoms fell like snow, creating a dreamlike and ethereal scene around them. Haoyan, every time I see you rush into battle, my heart leaps into my throat. I am aware that you bear a significant mission, yet I cannot help but worry for you, Tsunade said, tilting her head slightly to gaze at Li Haoyan. Her eyes filled with deep affection and concern. Li Haoyan gently enveloped Tsunade in his embrace and tenderly spoke, Tsunade, you are the most cherished person in my life. I comprehend your concerns. With every battle, my thoughts are consumed by you and the future that awaits us. I promise to return safely, for you are here waiting for me. Tsunade leaned against Li Haoyan's chest and softly replied, do you remember when you first arrived in Konoha? You were frail and weak, yet your eyes shone with an unwavering determination. I never imagined that you would evolve into a hero of the entire ninja world. Li Haoyan smiled gently, saying, had it not been for your shelter and care back then, I fear I might have long since departed from this world. You bestowed upon me a new lease on life and a purpose to strive in this realm. Once all is concluded, let us live as ordinary people do. witnessing the sun rise and set each day, companioning one another for a lifetime. Tsunade lifted her head, tears shimmering in her eyes, yet accompanied by a blissful smile. Very well, it is a promise. No matter what the future holds, we shall remain steadfast and unwavering. The two embraced beneath the cherry blossom tree, savoring this fleeting moment of tranquility and warmth. Yet, they were acutely aware that after this brief reunion, a far grimmer battle awaited Li Haotian. Soon, he would have to release Tsunade and embark on a new journey. He understood that ahead lay formidable challenges, but for Tsunade and for the peace of the ninja world, he would press forward, unafraid of life or death. Chapter 100. The truth emerges within Tsunade's residence. Li Haotian had spent a considerable amount of time. His body was gradually healing, and the once elusive and profound aura about him was slowly returning. On a day blessed with radiant sunshine, Tsunade sat by a stone table in the courtyard, perusing ancient medical texts, while Li Haotian practiced a set of martial forms nearby, his movements imbued with a hint of ethereal grace. Tsunade, I feel my strength has significantly returned. Perhaps it is time to investigate matters that have long troubled me. Li Haotian halted his training, standing resolutely, an expression of determination mixed with uncertainty in his eyes. Tsunade looked up slightly, inquiring, Haotian, do you harbor any intentions? I wish to seek out clues regarding the circumstances of my arrival here. I have an inkling that a monumental secret lies hidden within, possibly connected to ancient forces of this world of ninjas, Li Haotian replied thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade said, then I shall accompany you. The world of ninjas is vast and enigmatic, and having another to rely upon would be prudent. Thus, the duo set forth on their journey of discovery. They first arrived at the ancient library of Konoha, a repository of numerous historical texts and secret scrolls pertaining to the ninja realm. Li Haotian navigated the rows of bookshelves with keen eyes, not overlooking any tome that might hold a clue. At last, within a dusty ancient volume, he uncovered a significant lead. The tome recounted an ancient legend of a mysterious force that descended upon the ninja world, seemingly from another dimension. It was said that when this force arrived, peculiar celestial phenomena would manifest in the sky, bearing a resemblance to the circumstances surrounding Li Haotian's earlier tribulation. Tsunade observed, the records here may suggest that I was drawn into this world by that very mysterious force, yet the reasons for my selection remain an enigma, Li Haotian remarked, furrowing his brow. Tsunade scrutinized the text and illustrations within the ancient book, stating, this force appears to be linked to certain forbidden areas in the ninja world, such as the fabled Dragon Cave, Mayaboka Mountain, and the Wetbone Forest. It is said that these places harbor senjutsu powers that transcend ordinary ninjutsu. Could it be that the sage energy within you resonated with it? Li Haotian felt a stir within him, recognizing the merit in Tsunade's words. At that moment, a figure quietly appeared at the entrance of the library. It was Jiraiya. Tsunade, Haotian, I have heard whispers of your quest for some arcane truths. I have just returned from Mayaboka Mountain, where the great sage of the toads seemed to sense something amiss. He urged me to inform you that in order to uncover the truth, you must journey to the Dragon's Cave, for the serpent sage there may possess invaluable knowledge. Jiraiya declared with a grave expression. Li Haotian and Tsunade exchanged a resolute glance, each perceiving the determination mirrored in the other's eyes. After expressing their gratitude to Jiraiya, they hastened towards the direction of the Dragon's Cave. This cave lay at the fringes of the ninja world, enveloped in an aura of mystery and peril. Upon reaching the entrance of the Dragon's Cave, a formidable force assailed them. Li Haotian harnessed the sage power within him, and together with Tsunade, they cautiously ventured into the depths of the cave. The path within twisted and turned, with the walls glimmering with peculiar luminescence, while serpentine shadows darted through the darkness. Suddenly, a colossal python obstructed their path. This serpent radiated an overwhelming presence and spoke with a human tongue. Mortal, what brings you to the sacred realm of the Dragon's Cave? Li Haotian stepped forward and clasped his fists, saying, I am a traveler from another realm, inexplicably drawn into this world. I have come in pursuit of the truth. Having heard that the serpent sage may offer assistance, I humbly seek your understanding. The python seemed to sense the extraordinary aura emanating from Li Haotian, slightly inclined its body and replied, the serpent sage awaits you in the depths. Please follow me. They followed the python deep into the Dragon Earth Cave, where they beheld a colossal figure seated upon a serpentine throne. The serpent sage slowly opened his eyes, his gaze like lightning, sweeping over Li Haotian and Tsunade. Young traveler from another realm, what chaos of power resides within you? The serpent sage spoke, his voice deep and commanding. Li Haotian recounted his experience of failing to transcend and subsequently traversing into the world of Naruto. The Sage of Snakes nodded slightly and remarked, "I see. You have been drawn into this realm by the tumult of time and space. This world of ninjas is, in essence, a vast expanse interwoven with spiritual energy and ninjutsu. The sage power within you triggered the temporal chaos during your attempt to transcend, intertwining with the primal forces of this realm, thus bringing you here. However, should you wish to return, it will not be an easy endeavor." Li Haoyan felt a surge of joy as he finally uncovered the truth behind his transmigration. However, upon hearing that returning would be no easy feat, he furrowed his brows and inquired, "Serpent Sage, what must I do to return to my own world?" The Serpent Sage remained silent for a moment before responding, "You must gather the power seals of the 3 great lands of the ninja world. With your own celestial energy as a guide, you may be able to open a passage through time and space. Yet, be warned. You will face numerous trials along the way, and the powers of these 3 great lands are not easily controlled." Tsunade looked at Li Haoyan and said, "Haoyan, no matter what, I will stand by your side through it all." A warm surge of emotion welled up within Li Haoyan as he gazed into Tsunade's resolute eyes. "Very well," he declared, "let us commence our journey by seeking the power seal of the Dragon Cave." Observing this, the Sage of Snakes gestured with his staff, conjuring a mysterious trial space before them. Upon entering, they would undergo a test to obtain the power seal of the Dragon Cave. Li Haoyan and Tsunade resolutely stepped into the trial space, awaiting a thrilling challenge. Whether they could successfully obtain the power marks and gather the 3 celestial seals to unlock the time-space portal remained an enigma. Chapter 101. The Trial of the Dragon Cave. Within the profound and enigmatic trial space of the Dragon Cave, as Li Haoyan and Tsunade entered, they were immediately enveloped by an overwhelming and oppressive force. The surrounding space resembled a colossal vortex, ceaselessly twisting and transforming, exuding a chilling radiance. "Tsunade, be cautious," Li Haoyan whispered, gradually channeling his celestial energy to manifest a faint golden shield around his body. Tsunade nodded slightly, swiftly forming hand seals, medical ninjutsu, vital activation. A soft green glow enveloped her, enhancing her defensive and reflexive capabilities. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, and countless sharp stone spikes erupted from the earth, thrusting toward them like a forest of blades. Li Haoyan's expression sharpened. He shouted, "Celestial technique, spirit wind barrier." With a flourish of his hands, a powerful surge of celestial energy transformed into a whirlwind, sweeping the stone spikes away. However, this was merely the beginning of the trial. Soon after, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and streaks of black lightning descended like sinuous dragons, carrying an aura of destruction. Seeing this, Tsunade quickly positioned herself beside Li Haoyan. Tsunade's style, colossal force shield. She struck the ground with great force, summoning a formidable power that formed a massive rock shield, enveloping the 2 of them. The lightning relentlessly struck the shield, igniting dazzling sparks and causing the surrounding space to resonate with a low hum. "This won't suffice. We must take the initiative," Li Haoyan declared, his eyes reflecting determination and resolve. Tsunade gazed at him, her eyes filled with